Welcome to the 42nd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the 2023 PBS KVIE Art Auction. I'm David Lowe and thanks for joining us for another day of beautiful art from Northern California artists. If you purchased art last night, you can pick it up starting tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. here at PBS KVIE. We're located at 2030 West El Camino Avenue in Sacramento. Be sure to bring a photo ID and a blanket to help protect your art in your vehicle. But right now, we're ready to keep this auction going. It's easy to get involved by placing a bid when you see your favorite piece come up for auction. Call 1-844-KVIE-ART and one of our volunteers will assist you on the phone. Now let's get started with our first segment. Stay with us.
Coming up next is artwork from the Short Center. Since 1978, this arts-based program for adults with developmental disabilities has offered a venue to learn life skills, form meaningful friendships, and become more involved with the community. View all the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
All right, thanks for joining us for this break featuring artists from the Short Center. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item number 7A is Yellow Jet by Nick DeSantis. It's acrylic on canvas. It measures 16 by 12 inches. It's going to be coming up on your screen just a moment here. And the retail value is $100. Moving on to item 7B that you're going to see is Pink Splash by Gina Simonson. It's acrylic on panel. It measures 18 by 18 inches. The retail value is $150. Then we're going to go to item 7C by Bob Solon. Or I'm sorry, it's called Bob Solon, and it's by Julie Phillips. It's acrylic on canvas. It measures 16 by 20 inches, and the retail value is $150. We're moving on to item 7D. Don't mind what you're seeing there. We're obviously trying to fix that. Live television at its best. Item 7D is The Crown by Tammy Welch. It's acrylic on canvas. It measures 23 by 30 inches. The retail value is $150. Item 7E is Calm by Richard Naranjo. It's acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 24 inches. Retail value is $150. And then item 7F that you're going to end up seeing in the break is The Garden by Annie Rosa. It's acrylic on canvas, measures 20 by 16 inches. Retail value is $150. So for some of you who have already seen that live at KVIE when we were showing it, now you get to see it for the first time. If you didn't, let's head over and see it right now.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart. Thanks for joining us for an exciting half hour of artwork from the Short Center, one of my favorites. Here with me in studio is art expert Paul Basie. Paul is an art educator, musician, and fine artist, well known for his cartoon work as well as his acrylic paintings, which are awesome. Paul, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me back again, guys.
Love having you here, and also for being a contributing artist. We're so glad to have you in this year's auction. Okay, the first piece here I love. It is 7A, Yellow Jet by Nick DeSantis. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 16 by 12. Saw this one hanging earlier, and it just drew me right in. Retail value, $100.
$100. Wow, yeah, Nick DeSantis is really a very interesting artist. He has a really good line. He's a good draftsman. When he would draw pictures and stuff, leading up to this, a lot of pictures of airplanes. And I was mentioning earlier, he was drawing different carriers like Aloha. Airlines would have palm trees all over the place, and then KLM was landing in like around windmills and pastry and stuff like that. And then when he got to the painting, it's a little more simplified, and I super like that. That color combination, that light blue and the yellow is just really very amazingly, it's simple, but it works every time. There's a lot of flags in the world that have that. Sports teams, I was thinking Los Angeles Chargers, if you have a fan in the house. And then I love the windows. They really seem to be illuminated with that white against the yellow, and then that very careful, just the one star placed there, just it didn't overdo it. A little bit of wispy clouds in the back. It's a lovely piece.
It is a beautiful piece. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. This is the Yellow Jet 7A, if you're following along. Nick DeSantis is the artist. Acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 12. A small but a powerful punch. I love this piece. Retail value is $100. I was saying earlier, like in a brand new redone kitchen or somewhere, that's the one thing I'd hang. It is so beautiful.
I like how you mentioned the scale, because it is true. It is a really concise size. You could put a little simple frame on that, but just how it is it works, and it's not too much to transport home if you do buy it or move it from room to room. You know, sometimes that's kind of a factor.
It's also a great gift.
And it's a great gift. Yeah, you could wrap that up and put it in the mail, actually. Airmail, perhaps. You know?
Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen.
Yeah.
The current bid is on your screen as this entire half hour is the Short Center. Quickly, tell me about the Short Center.
Okay, the Short Center is a program. We've been there for a couple of decades, and it services adults with developmental disabilities, and they come here every day, and we make art, and we have a lot of supplies, a kiln, just everything, and
Longtime partners here.
Longtime partners here. Yeah, this is the eighth time that I've been on this thing. The Short Center North has been on this auction, and we're so happy every year to be a part of this thing, because it just it's so much fun. And
I have 3 pieces from the Short Center in my home that I've bought, or one was a gift, and I'll tell you, they're always pieces that people ask about.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
This is one of those right here. This is 7A Yellow Jet by Nick DeSantis, acrylic on canvas, measuring 16 by 12. Retail value is $100. You do not want to miss out on this piece, as well as the rest coming up in this half hour. We're going to keep this one open, okay,
of course,
Paul?
yeah.
And we're going to move on to the next piece. 7B Pink Splash by Gina Simonson. Acrylic on panel. What a great piece. Measuring 18 by 18. Retail value is $150. Fun.
A lot of fun. Okay, Gina Simonson. I've known her for a long time. Before I worked at the Short Center North, I was at a different program where Gina was attending at that time. So it's been like 20 years. And so I've seen her really evolve as an artist. When she picked up this drip painting technique, her enthusiasm was not easily contained, you know. I mean, it was just amazing.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, because when she would work on these things, and we did have another one of her drip paintings in the auction, I don't know, 3 years ago or something like that. And I think it was a little bit larger. This one's a little bit smaller. It's a nice size. It's on a panel this year, which is slightly different from, you know, painting on the canvas, which is kind of traditional. This is on a panel, slightly less traditional, and it has a curious, cool shape to it. So this was like maybe a part of shelving or something like that, which we repurposed and turned it into this nice drip painting. And Pink Splash is because of the lovely pink in the background, and then all these other colors on top of it. But like I said, her exuberance just comes through in this thing.
She's good.
And it's good. I mean, you could put this next to any drip painting that people make them all over the world.
You could put this next to any painting.
Any painting, and you know, a Jackson Pollock painting, dare I say, and it would be like, oh, is that the one he made later that day or something? I mean, it really looks like what it's supposed to look like, which I think is a very important thing, aspect of making art. You know, you should nail it.
And it's a testament to what you do at the Short Center.
Oh, thank you.
Which is invaluable. You are looking right now at 7B Pink Splash by Gina Simonson, acrylic on panel measuring 18 by 18. You can feel the artist's joy in what you see right now on your monitor. Retail value is $150. What else would you like to tell us about this?
Oh, just, you know, it's a simple technique, really, but you can kind of get it wrong sometimes. But
it doesn't look simple to me.
But this one, she really got it right. And we've made a couple dozen of these things over the years, and this one really stood out for you know, for me to choose it this year. And but I love it on that shaped panel, as the only way I can describe it, and it just gives it a slightly more unique look than, say, a square, a rectangle on canvas, you know. And yes, you can. It has a thing to it. It's on a wood panel, and so it gives it a little more gravitas, you know. And
I love it.
It's a bizarre color combinations if you look at it, because we're sort of just choosing from the the paints that we had is kind of what we work with, you know.
Well, none of that shows.
And
Can I tell you, none of it shows, because this is just something, you say it's what you might have had, but this would liven up anything.
I think
any
it would.
room, any conversation, anyone, any feeling.
Any feeling.
And it really kind of I don't know what it is about this, but I can look into it with any stress I have in my head.
Well, there you go.
Work it out, and then the stress is gone, and I have this beautiful image.
Well, we'll make some more for you then. If
You certainly can. I will buy one. We're going to keep this open and move on to the next one. But this piece, this is the one that can be yours if you place the winning bid right now on PBS KVIE. There you go. Next one is 7C. This is called Bob Sulin, and this is by Julie Phillips. How much fun is this acrylic on canvas, measuring 16 by 20, and the retail value is $150 for this beautiful one-of-a-kind. All of the pieces in the auction are, but I have to point out these two because these are the ones that I find so lively and colorful.
I have a lot of notes about this one. The title of this piece is Bob Sulin. Bob Sulin was an artist at the Short Center North some years ago, and he passed away after a long life. And but he was a great contributor to the output that the Short Center makes. And then also he had at least one piece in the auction over the years, a couple of years ago. And he was a wonderful, interesting old guy. He loved the National Geographic, and he loved 60s garage rock. We have an internet in the room like everyone does. I'm saying, Bob, what do you want to listen to? And he would name some band I've never heard of, and it would be this really cool 60s stuff that it was like this hipster, really. He had the taste of a hipster, you know, in rock and roll.
I love that.
Yeah, it was really, really fun. I found out some stuff that I never knew, and then he would just look at his National Geographic. And anyways, this painting is by Julie Phillips, who wanted to pay tribute to Bob Sulin.
Yeah.
And she based it on, Julie likes to look at art books, and she found a portrait of Charles VII by the artist Jean Fouquet and around 1450, and it was it's kind of a famous painting. But anyway, she made sort of her version of it. You have these lovely curtains here in the background, which I'm pointing out. And and that's what that is. You'll see that a lot in those Renaissance portraits. And then he has this really wonderful, colorful robe that he's wearing, Bob Sulin. I'm pretty sure Bob Sulin never wore a robe like that, and I don't think Charles VII.
No, maybe that's how she sees him now.
But sees him now, he's kind of got this beautiful angelic, maybe, sort of robe that he's wearing, and he's smiling. Bob was not the most smiling guy. He had kind of a demeanor about him that was not so smiling. But anyway, so here Julie depicts him smiling, and that's just great.
It is great because it shows you how you can take art and make it an inspiration for you, a story for you, and it can transport you from a feeling to a different feeling, or place, or time. I love that about art.
Absolutely, yeah.
Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen right now. You see the current bid for Julie Phillips' tribute to Bob Sulin here. It's acrylic on canvas, measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $150. You see your current bid on the screen right now. And let me remind you, all the money goes to PBS KVIE right here. Final thoughts, 10 seconds.
Though this is a very personal painting that Julie made, it's still kind of moored in art history, the way that she was kind of starting from that Renaissance painting of that French king. And so it has, in my opinion, it has a lot of history. Its toe is deeply into the Western tradition, but here it's Julie Phillips, and here it is today for us to look at. And it's really, really charming.
And it's for you.
I think an art expert could actually almost identify sort of stuff about that would place it into the Renaissance like that, you know?
You are an art expert.
Oh, thanks. You heard it here, folks.
We're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates and so much more. Let's go.
That's right. You just heard from the art expert, and we are off to a good start with this short center break. So here's an update on the bids. Item 7A. That one is Yellow Jet, a retail value of $100. We currently have a high bid of $50, which means that auction has started for the day. But we are looking for you to come in if you'd like that piece and call right now with the bid. It's acrylic on canvas. It measures 16 by 12 inches. Yellow Jet by Nick DeSantis. That's item number 7A. Item 7B is Pink Splash by Gina Simonson. and that is acrylic on panel. It measures 18 by 18 inches, retail value of $100, and we have a current high bid of $125. That's coming in right now. It's going to be updated shortly, but there's still room for you to make that a bell ringer. You know what that means? It means hitting the value, and then we're going to ring all the bells in the studio. Item 7C is Bob Sulin by Julie Phillips. That's the one that you just saw Paul and Rob talking about. It's acrylic on canvas, measures 16 by 20 inches, retail value of $150, and it has a current bid of $50. So these 3 items right now already have bids, and we're waiting for you, though, to be able to call 1-844-KVIE Art. Don't let these slip away, because in another half hour or so, your chance to bid on one of these pieces is gone. You'll be able to bid on some other things. Go to kvi.org/art auction. You can see everything that we have up for bid. But right now, we're talking about these pieces from the Short Center, okay? Item 7A, let's come back to Yellow Jet by Nick DeSantis. Again, has a current high bid of $50. Think about where that might go in your home or office. It's so bright, it's got so much movement, and it can be yours if you call right now and say, I want to make a higher bid. That's as simple as it is. It's so simple. Do it right now. 7B, Pink Splash. Guess what? It's our first bell ringer of the day. And what that means is we hit the value that the artist had wanted us to be able to receive for the donation here to KVIE to help us keep running and provide all the great programs that you love. Item 7C is Bob Sulin by Julie Phillips. Again, that one's acrylic. It's on canvas. It measures 16 by 20 inches, has a current high bid of $50. Plenty of opportunity for you to call in and make a high bid for one of the 3 pieces, 7A, 7B, 7C. Remember, too, you can also bid right now on the other items that we've already introduced you to. So let's see some more art from the Short Center with Rob and Paul.
Okay, we're moving on now to item 7D, and we are going to jump right into The Crown by Tammy Welch. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 23 by 30, a gorgeous piece and fun and colorful. Retail value, $150. Take it away.
Okay, The Crown is, well, it started by Tammy Welch, who did the painting, and then she left her program for, I forget what reason, a couple of years ago. She moved on. And then I just thought Julie Phillips, who had worked on that other one we were doing earlier, so she finished it, and then just with some bold marks and just made sure the colors looked good and everything. It looked more finished, I guess is what I'm saying. And then it was called The Crown. And I think this is the crown here. And then I love this figure over here. This has a really mischievous expression. If the camera can get a close-up on that, it's charming.
Fun.
Yeah.
I love that.
And
you can't help but just have fun with that.
Yeah, and so, and I thought it had this funny kind of 2 sort of segmented design where there's the crown is here, and then this royal figure here looking in. So it gives it a little more narrative or movement. And then the colors are really nicely applied and thick, too. You can see, if you can really look at this thing, there's texture to it.
There's a lot of paint on that.
Yeah, there's a lot of paint on there. And this is on canvas. It's the biggest one that we have from the Short Center this year. And it's, you know, as opposed to the more compact ones, this one has a little bit more scale to it, and it would, you know, where you put that would be a little more of an issue, you know. But I'm sure someone's going to find
you could put it anywhere.
Anywhere, but as long as it would fit, right? You know.
Yeah.
And so it's got a little bit of size to it, but I think that gives it that, you know, it's the crown. It's got to be kind of like, you know, sort of royal.
I love it. You see the number on the screen to call. Call the number that you see right there. The current bid is on your screen for this beautiful piece, The Crown by Tammy Welch, acrylic on canvas, measuring 23 by 30, retail value $150. The colors in this, Paul, are just exquisite.
Yes, they really are. That's why we had, you know, Julie kind of continue with it, because sometimes, you know, people will finish a painting and it just has kind of it just sort of sits there, and I don't know, it's important to put like a couple more layers of paint and get different sort of things in there. That's what Julie did, and it really, really finished it off. And you can the result here, it's very obvious that what Julie added to it really finished it off. And
collaboration is the key to success.
But you really want those colors to jump off, and if you don't really put them on thickly enough, it's, you know, so that's what we have going here. Great, that orange-green combination kind of vibrates a little bit, you know, and the orange face.
Look at that, how pretty those colors are. They're just so
charming.
much so many different colors in this piece. And we try to bring you all of the inspiration and the education and entertainment, all of the richness of the world to you through PBS KVIE. And I have to tell you, this captured the richness of the colors because they're just beautiful. We're going to keep this one open. How nice.
How nice.
Retail value $150, and you see the current bid right there. Let's keep this open for the time being right now, and we're going to move on to the next piece. The next one is 7E Calm is the title, by Richard Naranjo, and this is acrylic on canvas, measuring 20 by 24. Retail value is $150. Now, this is just a great color palette as well. Completely different, and yet so many colors.
So Richard Naranjo, who just got married, by the way, to his wife, Robin.
Congratulations.
Rakowski, so if they're watching, great. So anyways, onto the painting. So Richard Naranjo started this just before he left the program. They left the program also. But it had this wonderful, beautiful washes of color and stuff like that. And then I thought it needed a little bit more. So we brought along Robin Marshall to and gave it her touch. And she just loves using objects to apply the paint to surfaces, because, you know, the rule book doesn't say you need to use a brush, so she uses Dixie cups, caps for things,
cups and things like that.
sticks and various things. You got all these different marks and stuff in there, and a nice use of color. And so she did that second layer of things. For some reason, she calls it bacteria when she applies all these things to it. And it really does have kind of a weird scientific looking kind of a...
Look at that.
Yeah.
I love the yellow that you see there.
And that's sneaking up there like that, and then there's a lot of life, a lot of motion, you know.
So much fun. I love this piece, and if it's connecting with you just as it is with us, wow. Look at those colors. If you're in another room and you hear this, come in and look. Or if you're watching on a device, show someone near you, because this is beautiful. This is Calm by Richard Naranjo. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 20 by 24. Retail value is $150. You mentioned the collaborative effort as well. The
collaborative effort, which it can work out really well sometimes. And then in this one, it really did. I remember thinking it had almost like stained glass look to it. I don't know. Maybe I thought I saw it looked like the sky peeking through back here, and it just reminded me of a really beautiful abstract stained glass window in a glorious space. You know?
Absolutely, and the perspective that you see it from through our cameras is just exquisite, as you see there.
Yeah, it looks great.
The colors are so beautiful. All of the pieces in this half hour are from the Short Center, which does remarkable work. And this one right here, Richard Naranjo's piece, has a $150 value on it. These always are just such home runs with people.
They are. Another thing is the three in this section, they all had bids on them already. So people are excited about these things.
Your place usually does.
Yeah, of course. And so anyways, it just kind of shows how people are out there looking at this on the internet, and they're already excited, already bidding on it. So bid higher, bid often, and get to it, because yeah, they're going to be gone.
But anyways, you got to do it now. If you're interested, if you've been one of those people, this is that second, this is that moment that you need to call the number on your screen. Even if you've already placed, this is so how you can get it. You got to call right now.
Yes.
We finalize all those bids. If you've done anything pre, we're finalizing them right now, so you have to call. The number's on the screen, as well as the current bid. We're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next. All right, 7F is The Garden. This is absolutely the sweetest painting by Annie Rosa. Acrylic on canvas, measuring 20 by 16. And this is a retail value of $150. And look, this is so tender to me.
Oh, okay. So it depicts...
I love your reactions.
Yeah, no, that's great. Tender, yeah, this is very tender. So you have this lovely couple in a garden. There's a tree and some fruit, and it reminds me of a certain story that we're all familiar with. And anyways, the funny detail about this is when she was finished with it, she said, "Okay, Paul, here you go. It's all done." And I clever me said, oh, let's put a clear coat on it, and it absolutely smudged the paints all over the place. And I said, oh my gosh. So Annie came back, retouched it up to kind of fix it. We put the clear coat back on it, a different style of clear coat, but accidental smudging gave this more of an interesting look.
It
has
did.
Kind of a gossamer, cloudy. It just gives it more mystery than, say, before it was a little more straightforward in the how the colors were.
So
presented.
what you're talking about gave it all that texture.
Yeah. The mistake on my part, and then we fixed it, or Annie fixed it.
Was it really a mistake?
And, well,
who knows?
We'll see, yeah, and then the word serendipitous,
Comes
popped
right
up in my head, because sometimes that's how, you get to something really special, is sort of accidentally, or something goes wrong, and everyone knows that. It's no secret. But that happened in this case, and but these. And the colors are kind of muted. There's not a lot of colors, so it's kind of tasteful that way. You just have this sort of olive greens and that brown, and then the black, and then the blue with the olive green mixed in there, because
Absolutely love this piece. And if you are watching this and connecting with this, pick up the phone, call right now. You see the number on your screen, as well as the current bid for Annie Rose's creation, The Garden. This is 7F, acrylic on canvas, measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $150. Whether you've placed an early bid, this is when you have to call in on the item, as well as for the entire weekend, frankly. When the item comes up is when you have to call in and get your bid placed, and hopefully you're the winning bidder. What are your final thoughts on this piece?
Well, on this piece, but in general, I think any good art collection should contain a piece of art from a center like the Short Center North, if you know what I'm saying, like a piece of art that's from somebody that's, outsider art is kind of the more popular term, but something like this, and that would really round off a good collection, because this stuff is as real as anything out there. The genuineness and the creativity and the seriousness and the love that they put into it is just as much as all that any other artist is going to do, and so
it's actually, to me, more.
It's even more. So I think that a good art collection should contain at least one of these, and if not more, and we just love it. And tomorrow we're going to make some more. So
I can't wait to see what you do. I really can. I always love following your work.
Nor can I.
The Short Center is such a great place. We're going to keep this piece open. It is exquisite, all this half hour has been, and we just want to thank you. We are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour of award winners. A big thank you to Paul Basie, who you have been joining us for so long from the Short Center, and we do love the Short Center, so thank you, Paul. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction activity.
This is it, folks. Time is running out on this lot of art. We have just a few minutes to go in this break, so let's review the bids. We're going to start with item 7D. This is The Crown by Tammy Welch. It's acrylic on canvas, measuring 23 by 30 inches. Retail value of $150, current bid of $100. So there's time for you to be able to jump in and make your best bid. Item 7E is Calm. It's by Richard Naranjo. Acrylic on canvas, measuring 20 by 24 inches. And guess what? It's a bell ringer, because the value has been exceeded. But the auction for it is not over. You can still call in and make a bid, $375, $400. If you want it, it really doesn't matter what the value is. It's about what you want to bid. And all of the support goes to the programming that you love right here on KVIE. 7F is The Garden by Annie Rosa, and it's acrylic on canvas. And guess what? Another bell ringer. So we're seeing a lot of bell ringers in this first break, and we love to see that happen. It means there's a lot of activity, and there's a lot of people who are interested in these pieces. Please keep calling right now, because we're going to be closing them shortly, and only one person can end up with each art piece. All right, so all of the art, let's recap it. 7A, Yellow Jet by Nick DeSantis right now, and look at that, has a bell ringer as well. It's going to be closing soon, so if you're interested, call right now and make that bid. 7B, Pink Splash by Gina Simonson, acrylic on panel. It's 18 by 18 inches. Yet another bell ringer. It's really a double bell ringer if you think about it. If we had two owls, we would put them on there. All right, item 7C is Bob Sulan by Julie Phillips. It's 16 by 20 inches, retail value of $150, has a current bid of $50. So you know what? Why don't you be the one to make that a bell ringer and join some of the other bell ringers right here in this break. Item 7D is The Crown by Tammy Welch. It's 23 by 30 inches. It's a bell ringer. Kenny's gonna come in here right now, and there we go. There's Kenny the Owl. It's a bell ringer right there. And 7E is Calm by Richard Naranjo, and that's a double bell ringer. So again, we love to see this happening. It's a great art auction, and you are absolutely being a part of it. So thank you. Keep calling with your bids. Item 7F, the final one in this half-hour lot, is The Garden by Annie Rosa, and of course a bell ringer that we've already talked about here. 20 by 16 inches, 150 is the current bid, but you can join it right now. So 1-844-KVIE-ART, and look at all the art on kvie.org/art auction. Do that right now, okay? So stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE art auction.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small on Masterpiece, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase, and through the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE art auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the sculpture category. Awards juried by Linda Gelfman, sculpture features three-dimensional artwork in a variety of media. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
All right, we have more amazing art just for you, okay? And it's waiting for a new home, yours. Here's an overview of the art that's going to be featured in this break, and it's up for bid during this next half hour. We're going to start with item number 8A. This is Yin-Yang Fusion by John O'Gira. It's acrylic on canvas, measures 42 inches in diameter and 10 inches wide, retail value of $1,200, and you could be the one to start the bidding. Item 8B is Garcia Bend by Randy Wan. It's mixed media, measuring 24 by 40 by 10 inches, retail value of $500. Item 8C is Safari Torso by Sandy Alley. It's clay, and it measures 15 by 7 by 7 inches. Retail value is $525. Item 8D is Sac Vase, or Vase, your choice. It's by Linda Green. It's ceramic, measuring 16.5 by 3.5 by 3 inches. Retail value of $150. Item 8E is Cactus Jack by Robert Mandelson. It's mixed media, measures 68 by 43 by 20 inches. Retail value of $500. And item 8F is Untitled by Matthew Glazier. It's ceramic, measures 7 by 6 by 14 inches. The retail value is $300. You've seen all the art for this half hour. Let's head on over now and see it.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and thank you for joining us for this sculpture category. Today I'm so pleased to be joined by art expert and friend, Marcy Bumbola. It is so good to see you.
It's so wonderful to see you.
Marcy's an accomplished artist in our region, known for her watercolor and acrylic paintings. I'm happy to say that I have two. And sculptures, I might add. Her illustrations have also been featured in over 12 books. Wow, that's awesome. Marcy's work can be seen at the Artist Collaborative Gallery in Old Sacramento, where she's been a member for many years. Marcy, welcome back.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here. Truly an honor.
I love having you here every single year. You have such a great eye. You have an artist's eye. And as we step forward so we can get a side shot of this beautiful piece, let me tell you about it first. It's 8A. In fact, we can go ahead and walk forward. 8A, it's Yin-Yang Fusion by John O'Gira. This is acrylic on canvas, and it is measuring 42 inches round, okay? Retail value is $1,200, and it is a beauty. First impressions, Marcy, as we walk back up to this piece of beautiful art. It's huge.
Well, my first impression is that First of all, the scale of this piece, it's so stunning to look at, and it just catches your eye, and it's so unique. I have never seen anything like this.
I really haven't either.
No, I haven't. And
what type of art is this?
This is contemporary, and contemporary art can be both personally expressive, say something about our culture, and it can also really provoke powerful emotions. It's designed to do one of those things or all of those things. And it can actually personally transform a person when they see certain elements in something and change the way they are.
Make you feel.
Yes.
That's amazing. Did you tell me, and by the way, if you're drawn into this as we are, pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. You see the current bid right there. The retail value is $1,200 for Yin-Yang Fusion by John Orgira. It's 42 inches round, and this is a gorgeous piece of art. Did you tell me this is Aboriginal art?
It is Aboriginal art. It's based on Aboriginal art, and a couple of things. First of all, the Chinese philosophical idea that all things in the universe rely on each other. They're inseparable. They are pairs of equals, and that opposites attract. And you see that in this. And this piece is divided in half, but they absolutely rely on each other, this beautiful flow. So you can't really have this without that, without making sense.
You can't, you're right. And it's also a very spot-on way to live.
I know, isn't it? Absolutely. I love the impact that it has. I love the pastel colors. So it's both sharp and soft at the same time. I was talking to the artist, and he says that's what his thought process was. You've got these amazing, again, Aboriginal, these amazing dots everywhere. Now, this is free-flowing in these pastel colors. He goes bold on this side, so it's a little bit opposite. He uses the yellows, the reds, blues that kind of pop out. And when you look at this straight on, you could think it was perfectly flat.
Yes, you can. It does look that way.
And so, but it's not at all. You look at from the side and you see possibly what is a female form.
Mm-hmm. Or two mountaintops.
Or two mountaintops. Mm-hmm. This really is up to your interpretation of what you're looking at. But what is amazing is that this is a sculpture and a painting put together for contemporary. Wow. And he makes this frame. I'm not sure how long it takes him, but he makes this whole entire in and out frame, and then he stretches the canvas
right over it, and it's such a beautiful piece. I'm going to tell you really quickly again, this is 8A Yin-Yang Fusion by John Orgira, acrylic on canvas measuring 42 inches round. Lots of excitement on this piece. Retail value $1,200. You see the current bid on the screen. Fascinating piece of art. We'll keep this open and move on to the next, okay? Next one is item 8B, Garcia Bend by Randy Wan. I absolutely love this sweet piece of art. Mixed media measuring 24 by 40 by 10. Retail value $500. And look at these beautiful birds, Marcy.
I know. Doesn't he bring the outdoors, indoors?
He also brings peace.
Peace. That's exactly what, when I saw that, I just went, oh my gosh.
I know.
It's so peaceful.
Everybody needs one of these. I'm serious.
So when I looked at this the first time, this blue was the exact blue of the sky. I went out and looked at the sky that day, a couple days ago, and he has got that color down beautifully on that particular day. These are, well, excuse me. When I first saw this, I thought, this is so earthy. It's free-flowing. Your eye just travels up and then kind of back down again. He uses branch, wood, ceramic piece, and this, let's see, these doves. I have some mourning doves at our house. We feed them. That's what I think they are. I'm not sure.
I do too.
But I think they're mourning doves. If you've ever heard that, whoo, it's just so serene.
They're
feeling.
so beautiful. This piece is one of those, just like the last one, frankly, where we get engulfed in it. We're just immersed in looking at it, but you don't want to wait too long. You need to pick up the phone, call the number on the screen. The pieces move so quickly. They're moving us as we're standing next to them, and I hope they're moving you towards the phone and making a bid by calling the number on your screen. You have to call to get involved in the auction, and when you do, you'll speak to a friendly volunteer. All the money goes to PBS KVIE, and if you're the winning bidder, then you get to buy this piece and have it in your home in just a matter of no time. Again, I want to just tell you really quickly, this is Garcia Bend by Randy Wan. Mixed media, 24 by 40 by 10, retail value $500 is the retail. The current bid is on your screen. Gorgeous piece of art. We are out of time on this one. I know, they go so fast. They do, remember that, they go fast, so act fast, okay? When you call. We're gonna keep this open and move on to the next piece. The next piece is 8C Safari Torso by Sandy Alley. This is clay, measuring 15 by 7 by 7. Wait until you see the back reveal of this. Retail value is $525, and it was so nice to introduce you also as sculptor. So tell us all about this piece. First impressions of Safari Torso.
Stunning. Stunning, stunning, stunning. I've never seen anything like it, and after I found out how it was made, it'll blow your mind.
All right, well, tell us how.
All right, this is a raku piece, and what the artist does, it's first she makes the original form in clay, and then she fires it at about to 1800 degrees.
Oh, wow.
Then she takes it out. Well, excuse me, let me back up.
Yeah.
There is a glaze that she puts on this piece before she begins to fire it.
Okay.
And so then she's baking the clay. It becomes 1800 degrees. She puts it in another container and lights it on fire.
What?
And lights it on fire.
Who the heck figured all this out?
I don't know. And that's how all this beautiful black is created. And you'll see this little dark gray spots. All that is created. It is so technical and scientific. It's basically when they put the lid on the container, they're cutting off the carbon, and the carbon creates all these what look like cracks. I mean, they're not cracks at all, but they're these beautiful
marbling
lines.
Yeah.
And she is an extremely accomplished artist. She and her husband have a studio. They open up their home every year for, I believe it's the El Dorado Hills Art tour, and the inside.
Look at that.
Is crazy beautiful.
Oh my gosh, you just got to see this beautiful inside on here. And so this is an example of all that work you talked about. It came out right there, as you can see on camera.
Yes.
Isn't that beautiful?
It's so beautiful.
Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, and the current bid right now is on your screen as well. This has a retail value of $525. Safari Torso by Sandy Alley. Tell us your final thoughts on this.
My final thoughts is I have never in my life heard of such a complicated process that is dangerous, actually.
Yeah.
It's dangerous to do, to make, and that this artist, Sandy, is so dedicated to her work that she wanted to bring the zebra stripes into the female form and put them together as a form of nature.
Absolutely beautiful. And so dedicated that she gave this to PBS KVIE.
Yes.
Blows my mind.
She's a very dedicated artist.
I would not want to part with this, but I'm glad she did, because it's clearly connecting with a lot of people. And the retail value $525 for 8C Safari Torso by Sandy Alley. Sandy, thank you. We're halfway through the break right now, which means we're going to keep this open and head back over to the recap station for an update on all of our art auction bidding. Let's check in across the way.
Wow, some really amazing art this break, just like the last break, just like the entire auction. All right, let's recap the pieces that we've seen so far. Item number 8A is Yin-Yang Fusion by John O'Gara, and it's acrylic on canvas. It's 42 inches in diameter. It's a substantial piece. It is going to look lovely in your home or your office. It'll be the focal point of whatever wall you decide to put it on. Current high bid is $350, plenty of room for you to jump right in and make this auction successful by making your highest bid. Item 8B is Garcia Bend by Randy Juan, and it's mixed media measuring 24 by 40 by 10 inches. Retail value of $500, and again, you can see that we have a current bid of $200. Still below that value, plenty of opportunity for multiple bidders to enter the fray. All you have to do is pick up the phone and call 844-KVIE. Art. And actually now we're up to 250. That's going to change right before I go to item number 8C, which of course is Safari Torso. It's what Rob was just talking about, and such a great piece. Has a current bid of $200. Everything that you've heard about that, I am sure that's going to be a bell ringer. Maybe you're just sitting back thinking, well, you know, I don't want to get too much competition going. Oh, come on, it's an auction. That's what we do. Make these phone rings behind me. That's all you have to do is call 844-KVIE Art. Choose the one or two or even more pieces that you want to bid on. Give your highest bid. Sit back, relax while someone else is deciding to do the same thing. We're going to see if you end up on top. So again, let's recap this very quickly. Item number 8A. Yin-Yang Fusion has a current high bid of $350 on its way towards its value of $1,200. Again, a substantial piece. It's 42 inches in diameter. Also, item 8B, Garcia Bend by Randy Juan. Mixed media, again, another substantial piece, 24 by 40 by 10 inches. Retail value of $500. And the bid right now is only half of the value. We want to see this reach the value that Randy said it was when he gave it to us. He said, look, I want KVIE to be able to receive $500 or more based on my generosity, based on the time it took me to be able to create this piece and to decide to enter it into the KVIE auction, where it's going to go fully for the support of all of the programs that you love right here on this station. Item 8C, Safari Torso by Sandy Alley. Remember, this is the clay piece. It's, you know, fired in such a unique way. We already showed you the back of it. I mean, you are going to love showing this off to your friends and neighbors. The retail value of $525, a current bid of only $200. Okay, it's time for you. And there's more art to come in this break, so we're going to head back for more sculpture with Rob and Marcy.
All right, we're back for the second half of the sculpture category. Up next, we're looking at item 8D, Sac Vase by Linda Green. This is ceramic, measuring 16 by 4 by 4 inches, has a retail of $150. Marcy, an interesting piece of work here.
Isn't it? It's so interesting. And one of the important things about sculpture is the fact that the mass, what is actually there, and then what is around. For instance, there's kind of a hole as you look through there. That, of course, is the container portion of it. And so what's important is the mass, but also around. And as you look at this vase, it is absolutely, completely different all the way around.
It really is. And there you see that blue, that gorgeous blue on the inside of the vase. And you are right. You said this walking over here. It's different from every single angle.
It really is. And Linda's really created a sense of rhythm in this and movement. And actually, what she was inspired by, she saw a bag blowing in the wind, and she thought, you know, I want to create in real ceramic the forces of nature, the wind, the rain, what was going on when that bag was flying. For instance, when I first saw this, before I knew anything about it, I actually thought maybe it was a pair of legs that were standing in maybe in a pose. And that's what's so great about sculpture. It's your interpretation.
I thought it was a fin.
Yeah.
Or a tail of a, oh, I'm drawing a blank on the word. Mermaid.
Mermaid.
Yeah.
And so the whole thing, and there's so much texture in this, the lines, the delicate lines that just are free-flowing and none too alike. And
I love it. I mean, this one just, when you walk up to it, it just leaps on you almost. It really does grow. This is 8D Sac Vase by Linda Green, a beautiful piece of art that we kind of just got lost in looking at. Ceramic measuring 16.5 by 3.5 by 3. Retail value $150. You see the current bid on the screen as well as the phone number to call to get involved. You must call to place your bid in the auction. All the money raised goes to PBS KVIE. What else?
Well, I can tell you that this is made of something called paper clay, which is very sturdy. I've never heard of it before. So it's light, but it's really, really strong. And Linda is really seeking in her work to express connections or representation of calm. And she finds balance, her own balance, in this motion that she has created in this particular piece.
It's beautiful. I really like it, Marcy. I think it has, I mean, it really reminds me also of some of our great trees.
I know, here in Sacramento, there's so many wonderful
So many trees, and the white on this almost looks like one of the eucalyptus or possibly one of the sycamores. You know, it's just that's what I love. Everything has a story, right?
Yes, it does.
All right, we're going to keep this piece open, and I want to remind you that this has a retail value of $150. You see the current bid on your screen, as well as you can pick up that phone number and call to get involved in the art auction. We'll keep this one open, and we're going to move on to the next piece and this half hour, which is 8E Cactus Jack. Wow. I am glad that snake is dead. This is gorgeous. What a fun piece. Cactus Jack by Robert Mandelson. Mixed media, measuring 68 by 43 by 20. Retail value is $500. What a cool piece. First impressions, Marcy.
First impressions, actually, I just got the biggest smile on my face when I saw this. The magnificent size of it, the fact that he would think to do a cactus, and I have a cactus in our backyard, and I hate it because that's what it really feels like when you touch those quills. It feels like they're that big.
Yes.
But, you know, it's just a representation of what you get stuck. But he... let's see, he woke up at 2:46 in the morning, and he thought, this is something he wants to do. So he immediately did it on a really small scale, and then he began in a studio to create this. And these are found objects. It's wood, cloth, paper.
And while we're right here, I want to keep panning down and show. We have about a foot. This looks like it's about a foot high. This stand that it's on, okay? So if you take, you know, that's the stand is about 12 inches, but if I'm 6'2", so you know, it's about 5'2", I guess is what it would be if it's on the ground. Steve, does that sound correct? Okay. Yep. There we go. So keep going.
So he's repurposed some items, and I believe that this is a wooden branch. He has cloth over it, and you know what's really cool? I don't think you can see it, but the inside of the snake skin, the belly, is just this beautiful, shimmering, fluorescent material, and he has just made something that is so happy.
Yes, this one's happy.
This is such a happy piece.
Look at the snake right there, isn't it? This is beautiful. I love a joyful piece of art. I do. I love a joyful piece of art, and this is. And it's absolutely a story piece. In about 30 seconds, what would you do with this?
Honestly, it's either for indoors or outdoor, but we have a covered patio in a very secluded, you know, safe spot. And this is a piece that people would want to talk about. What is this? Where did you get it? This is so cool. That's what I would do with it. I would have this one spot.
It'd be so neat.
You know, and I'd bring it in the rain because it's so unique. You know, that's what's so wonderful. Everything is so unique, and people have such great ideas. He's been exhibiting his work for about 3 years.
I can see how he's popular. We're about out of time on this one, but I want to say if you have one of those big houses with a lot of open space, this could be like way up in the middle of nowhere to fill that void with story.
Absolutely.
So we are going to leave this Cactus Jack open by Robert Mandelson and remind you that $500 is the retail, the current bid on the screen. And it's so exciting to see the action in the auction right now. We are going to leave this piece open, and we're going to move on to the next piece, which is called Untitled by Matthew Glazier. What a beautiful piece. I think that might be a lid, I'm not sure, but Marcy will tell us. This is ceramic, measuring 7 by 6 by 14. Retail value is $300 for this beautiful ceramic piece of art that we are bringing you right now. The numbers that we put on these pieces come from the artist. That's how much money they want to raise for PBS KVIE based on the retail amount that they could get themselves. Tell us about this.
Well, really, I'm into asymmetrical art, and what I love about this piece, again, when it's asymmetrical, when you turn it around, nothing is the same. Everything is a unique spot, unique. And he's got these wonderful vertical lines, horizontal lines. The texture of this is just amazing. This wonderful glaze over it. But I love the soft colors here against this black. And it's not, I don't believe
it's one solid piece. I just checked.
Yeah, one solid piece. And that's what I love about it. You've got this kind of a complementary color scheme going on. So the orange opposed to these really soft aquas. And I love the shine on this.
It's gorgeous, and I'm glad it's one solid piece because this is a beautiful piece of art. Looking at it, this could go on a nice coffee table, a shelf, anywhere.
Anywhere.
Yep.
Anywhere.
And you see the current bid right now on your screen, as well as the phone number to pick up and get involved in the art auction. If you are waiting on placing a bid, don't wait long because the time will pass very quickly. 3 minutes just about for each piece. What else?
I can tell you that when I was talking about, well, wait a minute, let me tell you this.
Yeah.
He tears the clay. Originally, so he's got clay. He tears it and creates these levels by tearing the clay and then putting it together.
Oh, cool.
Yes, and that's where these different kind of sharp, it's not sharp, it's soft, but it's not perfectly,
it's built.
Right, and the ins and outs of this, it goes to that shape and form aspect. He's very talented, and he's been exhibiting his work for 5 years, and he is associated with the ACAI Gallery, and I just love the uniqueness of this piece.
I do too. It's special,
and
very special.
It almost looks like it's maybe, I don't know, not fired, something that he's got these wonderful dark, just different.
Yeah.
Different lines.
It's so, you know what? Sometimes art leaves us wordless. And I think that's a good thing because it can take us to a different place. And that's a great thing. I hope you know how good you're at it. How good you are at this, because you really are. I could listen to you all day. We're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction, bidding, and more. Take it away.
That's right. We're over here at the recap station, even though I'm not wearing one. And we're in our final few moments of this break. If you want to get involved in the bidding, now is the time. Item number 8D. This is Sac Vase by Linda Green. It's ceramic, measuring 16.5 by 3.5 by 3. Look at that. It's a bell ringer. It has a current bid of $150, but it's not closed yet because there's still activity. People are calling in. So if you want to be able to get that piece and take it home, you've got to call right now and make a higher bid. Item 8E is Cactus Jack by Robert Mandelson, and it is a substantial piece. You saw how big this was. Retail value of $500, and what I love is it's such an opportunity for you to be able to put in your home, if your home's big enough and you have that big enough space, or as Marcy said, if you have a covered patio, a kind of a safe area outside, it could really also be a focal point there. Don't let this one slip by. It is sure to just amaze your friends and your family. $175 is the current bid. You can come in right now and make a higher one, and maybe it will be yours. Item 8F. It's Untitled by Matthew Glazier. Retail value of $300. And as you saw, it's a nice asymmetrical piece, and that could go anywhere you want it. Maybe put it in the corner of a room or in your office, and it is bound to get the attention. It has a value of $300 and just needs a starting bid. Guess what? That can be yours. Call in right now with a bid of $100, and you will be the top bidder right now for item number 8F. All right, let's go back to all of the pieces in this half hour, starting back with item number 8A. Yin-Yang Fusion by John O'Gira, and this is the 42-inch diameter piece, has a current bid of $350. That person, I guarantee you, is sitting on the phone right now so happy. And I'm happy for that person too, but I also want you to be able to get it if you make the higher bid. Item 8B, Garcia Bend by Randy Wan. And this is also another large piece. And guess what? It has a current bid of $500. It's a bell ringer, but there's still room for that to go higher before we end up closing out this half hour of pieces. Item number 8C, Safari Torso. Checking in, and look at that, a bid that is getting so close to being a bell ringer. $475 is the current bid on Sandy Alley's Safari Torso. And then we just talked about some of the items. 8D, Sac Vase by Linda Green. And we are looking, well, actually that is a bell ringer now. It has a current high bid of $150. But again, still time for you to be able to call in with a high bid. Item 8E, Cactus Jack. You want this piece. I love it. If I had room in my house or my covered patio, I would bid on it. Also, I can't bid on it because I'm live with you right now. But maybe someone else will who has the same thoughts that I do, and you could get this right now for below value. We don't necessarily want to see that happen, but we do want to be seeing you happy if you're the high bidder. So call right now and make it happen. Item 8F, Untitled, Matthew Glazier. And again, we're looking for an opening bid right now of just $100, and that can be yours. You can have some original art in your home or office. Call the number on your screen. Again, item 8A, John O'Gara's Yin-Yang Fusion, and we are looking for a bid that is higher than $350. Item 8B, Randy Wan's Garcia Bend. We are looking for a bid of higher than $500. Item 8C, Safari Torso by Sandy Alley. We're looking for a bid higher than $475. Item 8D, Sac Vase by Linda Green, looking for a bid higher than $150. Item 8E, Robert Mandelson's Cactus Jack, looking for a bid higher than $175. And the last item in this lot, Untitled by Matthew Glazier, and we're looking for that opening bid for $100. Make it happen. Stay with us because there's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE art auction.
Welcome to the 42nd annual PBS KVIE art auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE art auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the landscape category. Awards juried by Philippe Gandiel, landscapes celebrate the natural beauty throughout our region and beyond. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello, I'm David Lowe, and thank you for joining us for this landscape category. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item number 9A is Blazing Sunset by Eleanor Rosen. It's oil on canvas. It measures 20 by 16 inches. Retail value of $200. Item 9B, Midday at Mono Lake. It's by Allison Spreadborough. It's watercolor, measuring 22 by 15 inches, has a retail value of $1,000. Item 9C is One Little, Two Little, Three Little Turtles by Sue Clanton. It's a watercolor measuring 23 by 31 inches, and the retail value is $400. Item 9D is Old Siding, Locke, California by Marie Gonzalez. It's pastels, and it measures 14 by 11 inches, and it was framed by Archival Gallery. Retail value is $700. Item 9E is Fishing Pier at Sunset by Linda Kleeman. It's oil on canvas. It measures 22 by 22 inches. It's also framed by Archival Gallery and has a retail value of $525. And the last item in this half hour is 9F, Pacific Vista, by Kathy Freevert Levinson. It's oil on wood panel, and it measures 22 by 28 inches. Retail value of $650. All right, now let's see the art with Marcy and Rob.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and here we go with another round of auction excitement, this time with some amazing landscapes just for you. I'm back with art expert Marcy Bombola, and we're going to get started with item 9A. Hello, my friend.
Hello.
Glad to be here with you. This is 9A Blazing Sunset by Eleanor Rosen. This is oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $200. Take it away. First impressions.
Well, the color, the magnificent color, it really does look blazing.
Mm-hmm.
And this is actually a great study in bold color and very, very intense light and color. It's a kind of a complementary color scheme. You really do see a lot of blues and purples in the work here compared to this beautiful strokes of these oranges and reds and yellows and repeating patterns. There's a rhythm to this where you see these very soft aqua shades and you get to see repeated here. She really knows how to bring this canvas together into a unified whole. So she really does, to me, first thing I thought of is she is really able to draw the viewer back in time with the Native American culture in this piece. And one reason I think she's able to do that is because she actually taught Native American culture.
Fantastic.
And this is her thing.
This is her thing.
This is her thing.
It's beautiful. I saw this piece in preparation coming up to this, and I just stopped and had to take this in because it really has a strong feeling with it. This is item 9A, Blazing Sunset by Eleanor Rosen. You see on your screen, oil on canvas, measuring 20 by 16. Retail is $200. You see the current bid as well as the phone number to call to get involved in the auction. I love your description of the master of bold color here. Beautiful color. It's so hard to capture, you know, the sunset, but boy, this did it.
Right. And don't you feel an intenseness? It's almost indefinable. It's like drama, something going on
Respect.
there. Yes. And technically also, she's got these vertical lines of the teepee and they just keep, you know, my eyes just keep going upward in this boldness. But the drama she is able to capture, in these colors, I think is fabulous.
It's such a beautiful testament to you know, Native American and the respect for the land and how it almost comes right back to you from the skies.
Yes, and again, the repetition, a little bit of yellow here, and that's all it needs, and it's like fire. It's like looking at
Beautiful.
fire.
It makes you feel that all are one when things were treated the right way. This is 9A Blazing Sunset by Eleanor Rosen. Thank you, Eleanor. Great piece. Oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16, and we love the meaning behind it. Retail value $200. You can see the current bid on the screen as well as the phone number to call. You have to call to place your bids in the auction because you see how fast that goes? All of them move that quickly, so we have to act to get. Okay, we're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next, which is 9B, Midday at Mono Lake. And this is Allison Spreadborough, watercolor, measuring 22 by 15. Retail value is $1,000. And this is a beautiful piece. Marcy, tell me what you think and what you want to say about this.
Well, my first impression is, well, I just want to be sitting there.
Yeah, right?
I want to be there. Yeah.
Let's go together.
Let's just, you know, enjoy the sun and this beautiful scenery. And she has made this beautiful landscape an interesting way that actually I had not heard of, and I paint watercolor. When she starts her painting, she dips the entire paper in water.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then brings it back up, and then she begins to get paint, and thus you're not going to see a sharp line, except maybe a little bit right here in this whole entire piece. That is designed so she wants to get this soft color, soft lines, beautiful.
I've never heard of that. And you said you haven't either, and you're an artist.
Right,
Yeah.
and I haven't, I mean, yes, I've not heard about it before. I think that's so unique. And her color palette of these soft blues, the sky reflecting into the water, this lavenders and purples, this coolness, and you've got little tans and browns in here to break up the cool. But what I really learned are these tufas, these structures that... Tufas.
Okay.
And they come right out of the water. They're often very, very jagged. And this is Mono Lake. And so she's enjoying her trip at Mono Lake. And she wanted to get the tufas that she saw. And those, oh, I forgot what they're made of. I'm so sorry.
Is it wood?
It's not wood.
Okay.
It's like this porous structure that develops.
Okay.
And this particular lake is part of actually California and Nevada.
I think it's like rock.
Yes.
Calcium carbonate. I did not know that. Steve, our producer, told me in my ear.
That's absolutely what it is. And she has been exhibiting her art for years, and she's associated with the Pence Gallery in Davis. And I think she is just so talented because she has the ability kind of to transport you in a dreamlike state to where you'd like to be.
Yeah, it's a celebration of the region. And I love the beauty that is captured in this. We had a super bloom of all super blooms this year, right? And I see that purple, and it just makes me wonder if that's at Mono Lake, if that's just a hill covered and such beauty with the blooming flowers we saw. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. You see the current bid on your screen right there for this gorgeous Midday at Mono Lake by Allison Spreadborough, a wonderful and unique artist. Watercolor 22 by 15 is the size, retail $1,000, current bid on your screen. Thanks for that awesome description. We're gonna keep this open and move on to the next piece in the auction. This one is 9C. A beautiful piece, which is 1, little 2, little 3, little turtles by Sue Clanton. And there are the little turtles. How cool. And I love the birds, though. They just jump out all over me. This is watercolor measuring 23 by 31. Retail value $400. And the current bid on the screen right now to start off with, as well as the phone number for you to call. Tell us what you think here.
You know, this is, don't you want to be... I'm like, oh my gosh, I just want to be over there. Now I want to be here.
Yeah, that's what art does. It's really a trip around the world in your own home.
This is from the Delta, and she has lived in the Delta for about 40 some years.
Lucky her.
And she saw, she saw these 1 little, 2 little, 3 little turtles, and she's like, well, I got to take that, a picture of that. And then at a different time, or later, she saw the duck, and I think that's a heron.
Is it a heron or an egret?
Egret, maybe.
I think it's an egret.
An egret.
An egret.
And so she combined these 2 photos into one really neat, cohesive picture.
We had an egret in our neighborhood, and I named it Egret Piaf, like Edith Piaf, the singer. But I don't know why I just said that. But this is 1 little, 2 little, 3 little turtles. And it's in the Delta. This artist, you said, been there over 40 years.
Yes.
Imagine the things this artist has seen, and look what she created.
And that's what she really wants to convey in her art. Her love of the Delta and just the experiences that she's had there. She wants to share those things with the audience. And what's so great, again, is that she's got this soft, soft sky, and the plants, they look so healthy. And this is not really that easy to do. They overlap each other. The sun, you can see the sun shining on them. And this detail in the birds, the soft lavenders, blues, she really captures. I've been to the Delta many times, and she really captures this beautifully.
And I have to also say that this frame by University Art, it plays so well with the wood in here. It's almost a camouflage pattern in the frame. and there you see it in the wood as well. Pick up your phone, call the number on the screen as you see this beautiful painting right there on your monitor from Sue Clanton. 1 little, 2 little, 3 little turtles. It's from the Delta. Watercolor measuring 23 by 31. Retail value is $400. It's an exquisite piece and can be yours if you pick up the phone and dial the number and you are the winning bidder. We certainly hope you are. We are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station where they are ready for us for bidding updates and more.
All right, the number to call, it's on your screen right now, is your chance to win one of these beautiful landscapes. Let's review right now. So 9A was Blazing Sunset by Eleanor Rosen, and that's the one that's oil on canvas by 20 by 16 inches. Has a current high bid of $250. Guess what? The retail, $200. So it's a bell ringer. We're going to hear that. There you go. We're working on Kenny coming back in and flying. Don't worry, live television is fantastic. The other piece that Rob and Marcy talked about was item 9B, and that's Midday at Mono Lake by Allison Spreadborough. And we have a high bid right now of $600 on that watercolor, and that's working its way towards the value of $1,000. And then we have item number 9C, and you can see this right here, also a watercolor. And I just love saying this. It's 1 little, 2 little, 3 little turtles, and this is by Sue Clanton. And we are looking right now for an opening bid of $150. Has a retail value of $400. So you can be the starting bid right there for $150. All you have to do is call the number on your screen, which is 844 KVIE Art. All 3 of those pieces, they're live right now. We're looking for bidders. We have some on some. We have some other ones who have already started for the other pieces that Marcy and Rob are going to talk about later. Remember, item number 9A, it's right here. This is Blazing Sunset by Eleanor Rosen. Retail value of $200, already has a high bid of $300, but we're not closing it yet because more people are interested. So all you have to do to join in and jump in the fray is to call the number on your screen and say that you want to make a higher bid. Item 9B, Midday at Mono Lake. And this has a retail value of $1,000, Allison Spreadborough's piece. It's a watercolor, and right now has a high bid of $600. Again, still plenty of room for you to jump in right now with your best bid. That's how it works if you want to acquire some of the art that you're seeing right here at the KVIE Art Auction. And then item 9C, 1 little, 2 little, 3 little turtles by Sue Clanton. And it's, again, it's another watercolor and has a retail value of $400. And right now, someone is picking up the phone. I know it because we have a very large reach. Sacramento, Stockton, Modesto, Roseville, Folsom, Modesto, all throughout the foothills. Someone's interested in this piece right now. They're picking up the phone. They're going to call 844 KVIE Art, and they're going to say, I want item number 9C, and here is my high bid. Okay, that's the news from the recap station. Let's check out some more art with Rob and Marcy.
And we're back with the second half of this landscape segment. And up next, we're looking at item 90, Old Siding Lock, California, by Marie Gonzalez. This is pastel, measuring 14 by 11 and has a retail value of $700. It's been framed by Archival Gallery. And Marcy, I have to tell you, I honestly thought this was a photo.
I thought it was a photo as well, and I was shocked.
Then I thought it was watercolor, so I was double wrong.
That it's pastel.
Yeah.
It just blows me away that someone, an artist like Marie, can capture this moment in time. This was done in Locke. It's a little town on the Delta.
Beautiful little town.
Right. She and 10 friends were visiting the town for the day, and she came across this little alleyway, and she thought, oh, this is something I have to do. And when I first saw it, I thought, oh, beautiful, beautiful photograph. And you're like, no, that's pastels. How can that be? How can the detail? And pastels, sometimes you think of cool colors, soft, flowing, but no, she likes boldness in what she does. And one of her main aims, and it's the first thing I noticed, besides the red flowers, you've got this great little corner of this aged wood. The sun is shining on it, the three-dimensionality of this. And that was one of her main focuses, is that she wanted to capture this siding as it really was.
She did it. She definitely did it.
She did.
Absolutely beautiful piece. And you can have this piece in your home or your art collection by picking up the phone and dialing the number on the screen. You have to call in and make that connection with your PBS station, KVIE, in order to place that bid and hopefully the winning bid. You see the current bid on the screen right now. This has a retail value of $700. What else do you want to say about this, Marcy?
Well, I had not heard of sanded paper, but this is pastels on a sanded paper.
Huh.
And if you, I don't know if the camera can pick it up, but it's got this great little fluorescent pink inside of the inside mat.
Our cameras can do anything.
The trim is fabulous. This is beautifully framed.
Yeah, that's definitely Athena at Archival. She has that eye for that. What'd you say, Steve? Yep. And you can totally love this up close or from far, because it's just, you know, and I've seen this like 5 or 6 times. Until today, I did not know it was a pastel. I thought it was photographed, like we said. What else?
Well, she has been at KVIE several times. She's also even had a solo show here at KVIE. Incredibly talented lady, and really captures the moment, the texture of the wood, the shadows. Shadows are hard to do.
Yeah.
And the three-dimensionality of what I think is the rose bush coming out, it's a stunning piece.
Beautiful climbing rose.
Absolutely stunning.
I love that piece. It's gorgeous, and it can be yours if you are the winning bidder. So pick up the phone and call the number that you see right there on your screen. And I hope that you are the winning bidder, but you have to act to become the winning bidder. Call the number on the screen. This has a retail of $700, and you see the current bid right there as we're just soaking in old siding, Locke, California. Thank you, artist Marie Gonzalez. We're gonna keep that open. I just see you looking at that.
It's just amazing.
I know, it's so pretty. So is the next one. I've been obsessed with this one since the get-go. This is 9E Fishing Pier at Sunset by Linda Kleeman. Oil on canvas measuring 22 by 22, framed by Archival Gallery. Retail is $525, and look at this.
Well, this is just the coolest perspective of a painting ever. These cubist shapes, if you'll notice, there is no one central focus point in this painting.
Oh, you're right.
It's all going in these fabulous different directions. Sorry. And they're sharp. And normally your eye leads to a certain place, but that's what makes this so incredibly cool. And she really likes cubist shapes. The buildings of this piece really bring your eye inward wonderfully. And all the buildings are asymmetrical too. There's no side that is exactly even in this painting.
That shows the age of what she was painting.
Love this.
I do too, and I could not figure out why I loved it so much, but you explained it about no central focus.
There's no central focus.
Look at that reflection too.
Right, and so you've got the sharpness of the buildings, the warm colors, but then you've got the softness of the sky, and doesn't it look like maybe the sun is starting to set? And this white that pops out, the beautiful reflection in the water. And actually, as she was driving, she was thinking, wouldn't this be something that you see in a European town as you're driving by?
Oh, absolutely. That's exactly what I thought. I think it's exquisite. And I wonder, did she imagine this, or is it a real place? It is now.
Think it might have been a photograph based on very loosely a photograph she had once seen, and she says, I'm going to totally reinterpret that into my style.
Wow.
And then she says, that looks European. And it does. That's
It
what I
does
thought
look European,
too.
absolutely. It looks very Dutch. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece of art. It can be yours by picking up the phone, dialing the number on your screen. I love the clouds too that you see right there, by the way. It's exquisite. The phone number on the screen gets you into the auction, and when you call, there's a friendly volunteer standing by waiting to speak with you. And if you place the winning bid, this can be on your wall in just a matter of no time. This is Fishing Pier at Sunset by Linda Kleeman. Oil on canvas, 22 by 22, framed by Archival Gallery, and the retail value is $525. Current bid is right there below. Love this. I wish I could just take that off the wall and go, but it doesn't work that way. All right, we're gonna keep that open and move on to the next. 9F is Pacific Vista by Kathy Freevert Levinson. Oil on wood panel, measuring 22 by 28. Retail value is $650. We walk over and look at these pieces, and every time I just have this wow feeling. This is another one.
I know. And these are my feelings. I believe this is an amazing impressionistic piece. And when you see this, if you've seen this for the first time, let's say, don't you think, oh, California coast?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And this specifically is Point Lobos, and it had been horrible, horrible weather for several days. She was, I believe, with a group of people, and this was the first beautiful day, and she wanted to capture it. So they were on a hike. She sees this, she sketches it. She says, I got to get this down. But this is what gets me about this painting is these, you know, in impressionistic painting, it's often about creating the light in a moment, and that's what she does right here. These magnificent peaches and lime greens and yellows, and it brings the hills towards you,
yes,
and this bold blue that travels in the back. The lights, the lime greens, love lime green, in the trees. And it is just, to me, I love Impressionism, and this just captures this beautifully.
It really, really does. And you nailed it when you said you look at it and you just know it's California coast. And this is your place to find the greatest art this weekend that you can find, and we're bringing it right into your home or wherever you are watching this on your streaming or mobile device. This is Pacific Vista by Kathy Freevert Levinson. Oil on wood panel measuring 22 by 28. Retail is $650. You see your current bid on the screen. Look, Marcy, look at the colors. Just talk for us. It's beautiful.
Well, excuse me, she's been exhibiting her art for 20 years, and she says she paints this on wood. She puts a ground over it, and she says that helps the light reflect back out and really enhances her paintings. And I totally agree. Mm-hmm. I think that's a fabulous technique. And you notice this is a softness through here. There's no sharpness to this. And the leaves, the way she's got it, it's not individual leaves, it's this impression of leaves.
But yet it is impressionistic, but it is also identifiable.
Right.
And I love that.
Right.
Of course, you have your beautiful little bird right there.
I know.
At the top, right there. How pretty. Okay, we are going to keep this piece open. My goodness, these breaks just fly by so fast. We are nearing the end of this break, which means it's time for you to make your final opportunity with thinking about what you're going to do, but don't think long, and call the number on your screen. We are going to check in over at the phone bank. They are ready for a recap on everything that's been happening this half hour and more. Take it away.
That's right, Rob. Don't think, do. Pick up the phone and call right now. All right, let's review the bids for all of the open pieces in this landscape break. It's your time to call right now. Here we go. Item 9D, Old Siding Lock, California by Marie Gonzalez. This is a pastel. It has a current bid of $650. You know what that means? It's only $50 away from a bell ringer. Make that happen. You can be the one when you pick up your phone and dial 844-KVIE-ART. Item 9E, Fishing Pier at Sunset. and has a current high bid of $175. That's on Linda Kleeman's piece. And we are going to work that one towards its value, maybe even go higher as well. And when we do, we'll ring that bell. We love the bell ringers. We've had a lot of them so far today, and the day has just begun. We are looking forward to such a great finish to the auction as we go all the way until tomorrow night. 9F is Pacific Vista. It's Kathy Freevert Levinson, and it's oil on wood panel, and you can see it has a current high bid of $300. It's 22 by 28 inches. It's going to look fabulous in your home or your office. Again, retail value of $650. We're still well below that, so lots of room for you to jump in on the action and make a great auction here. All right, let's go all the way back to the first piece that you saw in the first start of the half hour. Item 9A, Blazing Sunset by Eleanor Rosen. And guess what? That's a bell ringer. So you can see current high bid of $300, but it's not closed yet. It closes later, so you can be the high bidder, but you're gonna run out of time. You gotta call now. 9B, Midday at Mono Lake. Allison Spreadborough, and you can see that one is also working its way towards the value that Allison wanted us to receive when she decided to gift this piece to KVIE so then we could put it in the auction for you. Retail value of $1,000. There's a current high bid of $700. Item 9C. One little, two little, three little. Actually, you know what? It's one little, two little, three little bell ringers, right? But of course, it's called turtles. High bid of $500 right now because it's a bell ringer, but it's not stopped yet. There's still room for you. Item 9D. Old Siding, Locke, California. Marie Gonzalez's piece. Another bell ringer. It just reached that high bid currently of $700, but we're not slowing down yet. Still time for you, but you're going to run out of time. If you're thinking about it, don't think, just do. Item 9E is Fishing Pier at Sunset by Linda Kleeman. Oil on Canvas has a current high bid of $225, and there's an opportunity for you to come in right now. And you know, some people like to maybe come in under value on the bids. Well, this is an opportunity for you. If that's the right price point for you and you love this piece, call right now. Don't kick yourself in the morning because you didn't bid. And then item 9F, Pacific Vista by Kathy Freevert Levinson. Oil on wood panel, getting so close to that value of $650. It has a current high bid of $400. Okay, it's an auction. All you got to do, pick up the phone, tell us what piece you want and what bid that you would like to make. It's that simple. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased artwork must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art-auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the Figurative category. Awards juried by Maureen Hood. This category celebrates the human form and representations of animals. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hi there, I'm David Lowe, and thank you for joining us for this figurative break. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during this next half hour. Item number 10A is Revealing the Bloom by Jared Konopitsky. It's spray paint, measures 16 by 20 inches, has a retail value of $200. You can see it's already a bell ringer, but it's not closed yet. So if you want it, you can call in right now and make an even higher bid. Item number 10B is Solo Flight by Mary Session Coldren. It's oil on linen, and it's 16 inches round, has a retail value of $800. Item 10C is Salonos Mingus, and it's by Robert Anderson. Oil on canvas, measures 40 by 30 inches. That's a big piece. Retail value of $1,100. So much going on there, and you're going to hear more about that soon. Item 10D, Dreaming of Chagall by Glenna Kessler. It's oil on board, measures 20 by 20 inches. Retail value of $500. Item 10E is the Monterey Fisher by Kathleen Presentati. Let me say it again, Presentati, sorry about that. Watercolor, measuring 29 by 23 inches. Retail value $400, looking for an opening bid to start us out. And then item 10F is Figure 2 by Andy Littlefield. It's charcoal and it measures 17 by 24 inches. Retail value is $300. Okay, phone lines, they're open, and we're ready to take your bids. Now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hello, I'm Rob Stewart, and thank you for joining us for this figurative break, a fun one. Joining me in studio once again is art expert Marcy Bombola. Marcy, thank you so much for being here and sharing your wonderful expertise with us. I love working with you. Okay, let's get started with this item. It is 10A, Revealing the Bloom is the name, by Jared Konopitsky, and this is spray paint, believe it or not, measuring 16 by 20, retail value $200, and I hear from Marcy there's a story, however, that is priceless.
Truly it is.
So let's jump right into that.
This is the third year that I have had the honor to talk about Jared's work, and it just keeps getting better and better and better. Excuse me, this is a deceptively simple piece. It's a playful piece, but it has a profound meaning underneath of it. And first of all, Jared is a muralist, and he works in different elementary schools, and he has kids all around him all of the time, and I'm sure they want to know what he's doing. Mm-hmm. And so he had that in the back of his mind. And then this past spring, he and his son were working out in the garden, and which he absolutely loves to do. And he said, these are his words: with the right motivation, care, encouragement, and love, each child can flourish in the garden of possibility.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And so he is taking off this rather, monochrome gray colors. This little darling boy is pulling back the grayness. Now there's some lovely teals here. He's pulling back the grayness to express the knowledge, the love that a teacher can instill upon a student. If they're the right teacher and the student will let them, I'm getting all choked up. Sorry, I'm a retired teacher. And that is what I had always hoped to do. Pull this back and you have a student that shines. Wow. And that is what he has done.
Now I understand so much more about how much you know about these pieces, because you're a teacher also at heart. And you did such a good job of sharing the lesson that we all can learn by the belief in possibilities for every single human being.
Absolutely.
Okay, pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. Is there a teacher in your life that you want to say thank you to, a child that you want to show them the possibilities that are endless in this world? This piece of art with a retail value of $200 is a great way to go. The current bid is on the screen right now. Jared is very collected. He's had shows here at the station as well, Jared Konopitsky, and I just have to tell you that this is an emotional, sweet, tender piece of art, and it can be yours if you place the winning bidder number right now by calling the number on your screen, and you could have this piece in just a matter of days on your wall. We're going to keep this open. Jared, thank you for this tender piece. And we're going to move on to the next piece in the art auction. Item 10B, Solo Flight by Mary Session Coldren. This is so pretty. Oil on linen, measuring 16 inches round. Retail value is $800. And it almost looks like you're looking out the window of a ship or something, and there's that beautiful bird flying by. Take it away.
Which is exactly what she intended.
Oh, really? Okay.
She actually had this frame, commissioned this frame because she wanted it to look like a porthole that you're looking out in a this is a frigate bird. And
a frigate?
A frigate.
I have never heard of that.
I have never heard of that either. And I'll just tell you really quickly about a frigate bird that I learned. They have a huge wingspan, like 8 feet.
What?
They fly months at a time over the ocean. They use half their brain to sleep and half their brain to fly. Like, what? So she wanted to capture it in a storm. I just want to tell you real quick what else a frigate bird does. He's kind of a mean bird, and he'll go to other birds and see that they're eating and take their food from them and just fly off.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
So,
but you know what? It sure is pretty.
It is a beautifully majestic bird, and she is able to really capture the three-dimensionality in this bird. The sun, the slight sun reflecting off the wings really creates a depth in the bird. And this delicate, delicate beak, she really, it's magnificent to look at. And you've got this soft, detailed part and this storm brewing in the background.
It's gorgeous.
Absolutely gorgeous, yes.
I love this piece. This is Solo Flight by Mary Session Cauldron. Oil on linen, measuring 16 round, retail value $800. And this is a beauty. It's a story piece.
Yes.
What else would you like to tell us about it?
Well, excuse me.
The frame is, I just can't get over that either.
I suppose the fact that this is a bird that I had never heard of before, and it is so majestic, and they have a life that I've never heard of, but her talent to bring this out, and you could, I don't have to tell you it's a storm. You know this is a storm, and she has very, very masterful at painting.
It's also a bird that can stand stormy weathers by getting out there and literally searching for food, whether they take it from another bird or not, which is what we found out that these birds called frigates do. The number is on your screen right now to pick up the phone and call. If you are watching, you have a friend that you think would love this, call them as well and have them hop on and check it out, because the pieces move so quickly. If each one would reach one with this auction, then we could absolutely double the people that are watching. Call the number on the screen right now, and you hopefully can be the winning bidder on this piece. And this, again, really quickly, is the Solo Flight by Mary Session Cauldron. We'll keep this piece open, okay, and move on to the next piece in the auction. Beautiful, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is Salonos Mingus, and this is 10C by Robert Anderson. Oil on canvas, measuring 40 by 30, large piece, retail value $1,100. Salonos Mingus is the name of it. Look, wow. I haven't even had a chance to turn around and look at that. That color pop is just hits you.
That's exactly what I said when I saw it. I thought, it's magnificent.
Look at that blue coming in from the light. Okay, take it away.
Okay, this is amazing, beautiful, and it is dramatic, absolutely dramatic. And his use, Robert's use of light and shadows repeating, it's like it takes you into this painting and you're there.
It's masterful. Look at the pants. That's like, I mean, those are really impressive details.
Yes, and the light on her leg, this very important reflective light, the light here, you know that is a spotlight probably, on a stage. And these are, if I've got this right, this is the Malanga. And this is based on a teacher that Robert has had in the Bay Area, and she spends a lot of time in Argentina. So she took a picture, brought it back, and this is his interpretation of this dance. And he wanted to capture what he has seen so much. And originally, first of all, you can see the expressions, the very detailed expressions on the background musicians. They didn't actually look like that. And he said, I'm going to make the faces more involved in what they're doing. And normally this dance is two people that our dancers just come in, and it's very off-the-cuff dancing, and they just follow each other. These particular dancers, it was actually a routine. And don't you just feel like you're there.
It's spectacular.
That's what I do think.
Beautiful piece of art, and there you see it right there on your screen. It is an absolutely exquisite masterpiece, and you are looking at the creation by Robert Anderson. Oil on canvas, a large piece, 40 by 30. Retail value was $1,100, and you can see also the current bid on your screen right now. And this is item 10C. If you'd like to call in and get involved in the auction, there's a friendly volunteer waiting to speak to you. Final thoughts on this, Marcy, in about 15 seconds.
Final thoughts is, I don't know if you noticed the final coating on this.
I wondered.
Absolutely beautiful. It is oil on canvas, but there is a shimmer, like it's kind of alive and coming at you. Well, I know it's oil, but it looks like that he is.
Is it a varnish?
It looks like a varnish,
Yeah.
but you can't tell, and that's what I love. There's no streaks in there.
Right.
I mean, it is so smooth. It's so smooth.
It's gorgeous. Maybe it's a spray varnish.
Yeah.
I love it. It's beautiful. Period. We're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check over with the recap station for a bidding update and more.
That's right. Our phone bank right now, they're eager to take your bids right now on the items available this half hour. So let's recap the bid activity so far, starting with item number 10A. This is Revealing the Bloom by Jared Konopitsky, and it is a bell ringer. Has a current high bid of $475. And you can see that we're trying to, let's say, reveal and unwrap the rest of the bell ringers in this break. See what I did there? Because that's what's going on in that painting. Yes, item 10B is Solo Flight, and that's Mary Session Cauldron. And we are looking right now for an opening bid, and you can get an opening bid of just $250. That will put you in the lead on this piece that is valued at $800. So if you are interested in this piece, you do not want to kick yourself in the morning that you didn't pick up the phone and call, because you can be in the lead right now with a starting bid of only $250. It's oil on linen, and as you can see, it measures 16 inches round. Retail value of $800 can be in your home. And then items 10C, Salonos Mingus by Robert Anderson. And that's the one that Rob and Marcy were just talking about. It's oil on canvas. It's so bright. There's so much going on. And again, it's a very substantial size piece, 40 by 30 inches. And it just needs an opening bid from who? From you. All you've got to do is pick up the phone and make a bid of $350, and you are starting the auction for an item that is valued at $1,100. And you already saw why. It is a fantastic piece. It just needs to be matched up with the right bidder, and that's you. So pick up the phone, 1-844-KVIE-ART, and you can get in on the action on all three of these pieces. So all you have to do is identify a piece that you want in this art auction. You're going to see them live on TV. You can also go to kvie.org/art auction, look at all of the art that's coming up for the rest of today on Saturday, and then all of the art that's going to be available on Sunday. Identify the piece that you want, and then when you see it on television, call in and make your bid. We are finishing off all of these pieces live on the air. All right, go back to item number 10A. It's Revealing the Bloom by Jared Konopitsky. It is that bell ringer that we have already for this half hour. Current high bid is $475, but it is still waiting for you to call in and make your best bid if you're interested. Item 10B, Solo Flight by Mary Session Cauldron. This is oil on linen, and it is a value of $800, and it is looking for an opening bid from you of $250. That gets you in on the action. And then item 10C is Salonos Mingus by Robert Anderson. Again, this one, very large piece, has a value of $1,100, and I know it's going to look fantastic in either your home or anywhere else you'd want to put it. Again, start the auction with an opening bid of $350 on that one, okay? Now, there's more to see in this break with Rob and Marcy.
Okay, thanks. And we're back for this second half of this figurative break. And up next is item 10D. It's called Dreaming of Chagall by Glenna Kessler. It's oil on board, measuring 20 by 20 inches, has a retail of $500. And Marcy, let's dive in. Chagall, Dreaming of Chagall.
Right.
Take it away.
One thing interesting about figurative painting to begin with, it is a style that makes you want to create stories in your mind, because like Monet, like the Mona Lisa, you don't know exactly what's in that her mind. Well, this is kind of the same thing in that this is Glenna's nod to the artist Chagall. And in his paintings, there's lots and lots of flying. They're flying characters. And this is very stylized, much like Chagall. And you've got these sort of a monotone color scheme, but then you've got these pops of beautiful color. It's very stylized. She purposely leaves the bits of white in here, and she catches the light as it comes down and hits that shoulder. And what Chagall really had in a lot of his paintings, red hair. And Glenna has painted this beautiful red hair, the shadows that are hitting the hair, that it must be very, very shiny hair. She's not glancing at the bird. She's almost gazing out in just a deep thought. And you're like, well, what's going on?
Yeah, as if everything's going on around her.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a beautiful piece of art right there. Check out that frame, too, on your monitor. Is just exquisite. You are looking at Dreaming of Chagall. If you're calling in, it's item 10D. Do not wait long. Call the number on your screen. If you are interested in placing a bid, whoever the winning bidder is will get to take this piece home, and all the money goes to PBS KVIE, your storyteller, your station for the arts, your station for education and inspiration. This is by Glenna Kessler, and it's oil on board measuring 20 by 20. Retail value is $500. And you were talking about this beautiful frame.
Oh my gosh, this is one of the most beautiful frames I've ever seen, really.
It really is pretty. I'm trying to check out what it is. It's just very, I'm going to touch it for a minute. It feels like gold leaf, but I don't know what it is. It's beautiful.
I don't know, but it really sets off the painting beautifully. And
so does the matting.
Yes.
Yes, I like this piece.
Absolutely.
Current bid there on the screen, as well as the phone number to call and place a bid for this Dreaming of Chagall. What else strikes you about this with the colors?
The fact that they're subtle in places and bold in other places. So the girl, I think it draws you into her sort of translucent skin. And it kind of all eyes lead to the expression, to me.
Yeah.
And I love the stylized flowers. The sharp edges, for some reason, I think, well, soft, sharp. There's a play there going on.
There is. Something's going on for sure.
Rhythm and line in this piece.
Beautiful piece, and hopefully it's connecting and something's going on with you by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen and placing a bid on this piece, Dreaming of Chagall. Thank you, Glenna. We'll keep this piece open and we will move on to the next. Item 10E is Monterey Fisher by Kathleen Presentati, and this is watercolor. Did you say it's batik?
Yes, batik.
Batik watercolor, and it is measuring 29 by 23. I love this piece of art. Retail value is $400, which blows my mind when you hear about the process that you have to go through for this.
Exactly. This piece was absolutely wonderfully interesting. She was raised visiting the Monterey area and told about the fishing in the late 1800s. And this is a Monterey Fisher on the docks in the Monterey area, or Monterey docks. And you can tell right away that something is going on here. Look at the sharpness. There's an ethnicity to this shirt, and it's bold, and it brings your eye outward.
Yeah.
And this softness. But I don't know if you notice, this is a fishing net.
I did not notice that. Thank you. I did not.
That is the softness of a fishing net. And I don't know if these are bubbles representing from the sea, but let me tell you how this is made.
Yeah, and it's batik, right?
Batik.
Okay, so tell us about that.
Yes. Okay, Kathleen started off with painting in watercolor, and then she paints melted wax over the watercolor. It dries. More wax, more watercolor, layer, 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 layer. And by the time that process is done, you really don't know what the painting is going to turn out like.
Wow.
And then you iron the wax off, and this is the result.
Stop it. Are you serious?
Yes.
That is wild. Who figured that out?
You know, I've always heard of batik, but I didn't know that the exactly. And I think it's so fascinating because it's so cool because you don't know.
No,
you don't know what's going to happen.
You can see it right there on the camera.
Right. These
exquisite color.
The rhythm that is in this painting. Again, his hair is so great. The earring, his eyes are drifting off. And don't you just know, looking at him, that he is a hard worker?
Oh, yes.
That's what I thought. This is a hard worker before I ever did any background on the subject matter. And so you layered this, and this is the result, and out of this world.
What a beautiful piece of art with a fascinating technique.
Yes.
Batik watercolor. Who knew? You knew. That's who knew. Okay, so I'm going to tell you again really quickly. This is 10E Monterey Fisher by Kathleen Presentati. This is watercolor, batik watercolor, measuring 29 by 23. The retail value for all that work you just heard about, $400. You see the current bid on your screen right now. We're going to keep this open as you call and place your bids and move on to the next piece in this half hour, okay? Item 10F is Figure 2. I am obsessed with this artist, Andy Littlefield, and I just have to soak it in because I love this artist's work. I met him last year at the preview gala. Charcoal measuring 17 by 24. Retail value is $300. And again, this is Figure 2 by Andy Littlefield. Wow.
Well, this is absolutely hypnotic to me.
Good word.
I had seen his work last year in the studio, and I kept going back to it, and I just couldn't take myself away from that work. And this is the same thing. I have created an entire story in my mind, but basically, he goes to a studio in South Sac, the Patches studio, and this was a model, and it is Andy's desire. These are not his exact words, but he wants to create and has created an intangible something about the subject matter. He's got these strong lines, but you look like, well, this is done fast. But he's captured in very few strokes an entire story of this person to me. The skin tones, the lighting, this is, I believe, in the background is spray paint. And look at the texture of that. That is so cool.
It's fascinating to me.
But
I know the person who got his last year, who was the winning bidder, and every time I see it, it honestly feels different. It's the craziest thing.
I'm going to tell you, to me, his art belongs in the finest museums.
I agree.
It is stunning. Now, I don't know if this is it, but this is what my feeling is. To me, it feels like this person has a story and they want to get it out. Like he wants to get out of the frame, but this line, there's something keeping him in there.
That was cool. Wants to get out of the frame.
That's what it feels like. Well, that's what a good figurative piece does. It makes you think, and this just brings my mind all over the place. It is phenomenal.
And I love what you said about not that many, at least looks like, strokes.
Right.
But boy, is it a powerful piece. And I agree with you. This artist is the real deal. I mean, these pieces should be, and maybe they are, in some of the finest museums around.
You know, I hope they are, because people should see his work.
Yeah. He's also a great guy, and we're so grateful for his support. Andy Littlefield, thank you so much. I love this piece. 10F is the item number if you're calling in. Figure 2 by Andy Littlefield. Charcoal measuring 17 by 24. Retail value $300. Wow. Great piece.
It should be 3,000.
That's what I thought too. Add another zero. All right, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I would love to thank Marcy Bombola for sharing so much of her heart and her expertise with us here, talking about the art during this segment. I have your irises on each side of my computer so that I'm inspired when I write my stories, so thank you. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction bidding and more.
That's right, we are wrapping up this figurative break. Don't hesitate, or the piece that you want, it's going to be gone in just a few more minutes. Let's take a look at item number 10D, Dreaming of Chagall by Glenna Kessler. This has a current bid of a bell ringer. It's $625 is the current bid. And actually now it's $700, so we're in a bidding war on this one, and that's great. We love the action like that. You can jump in right now. There's only a little bit of time left, but there is enough time for you to make a phone call if you want item number 10D. 10E is the Monterey Fisher by Kathleen Presentati, and it's the watercolor, and it's valued at $400, has a current bid of $200. Plenty of room for you to jump in and see if you can take that piece home, maybe even tomorrow. You can come pick it up. Take it from the station. Actually, now has a bid of $200. That's fantastic. Halfway towards being a bell ringer. Item 10F, Figure 2 by Andy Littlefield. Charcoal has a current high bid of $150. That's halfway towards being a bell ringer. There's time for you to jump in on piece number 10F. Speaking of a bell ringer, we're going to 10A, and that's Revealing the Bloom, and has a current high bid of $560. It went away, but guess what? The bid didn't. It's going to hang right there at $560. Let's ring the bell. It is a massive bell ringer. Here's the deal. The value is $200. That's actually just the retail value. Anything above the retail value ends up being a donation that you might be able to write off, but really the value is what you see in it. And guess what? Lori right now at $560, she's the one who says, I've got to have this piece. And it's closing in 5, 4, Lori, 3, 2, 1. It's yours, Lori. Okay, you've got 10A. Item 10B is Solo Flight by Mary Session Coldren. And that has a current high bid of $450. We want to see that get to as close to the value as possible. That's what Mary wanted to see. That's what we want to see. And once, of course, it hits the value, we want it to go even higher. Item 10C is Salonos Mingus by Robert Anderson. And this is that really nice, vivid, large piece that has a current high bid of $550. And we are looking for that to become a bell ringer, too. If you've been waiting, now's the time. You can't really wait much longer because someone else is going to be able to get that piece, and it won't be you unless you call. Item 10D, Dreaming of Chagall, is a bell ringer. It's still a bell ringer. Once a bell ringer, always a bell ringer. It has a current high bid of $700, and we're looking for you to make that go even higher. Item 10E, Monterey Fisher, and it has the retail of $400. Current bid of $200. That's fantastic for that person. If it's you, I hope you get it, but I also would love for someone else to call and make a bid. And then, of course, 10F, Figure 2 by Andy Littlefield, and has a $250 current bid, working its way towards a bell ringer. So keep calling 844-KVIE Art and stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 42nd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Coming up next is artwork from Auburn Oldtown Gallery. Established in 1995, the Auburn Oldtown Gallery is an artist cooperative featuring fine art and unique gifts located in the city of Auburn. The gallery features the works of over 50 local artists who explore a wide range of media. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
And hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and thank you for joining us for the Auburn Oldtown Gallery break. And now here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during the next half hour. I hope you're having fun. Okay, the first item is 11A. This piece is beautiful. It's Smile for the Camera by Sandy Lindblad, acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 15, retail value $500. Item 11B is Proud Heron by Kathy Triolo. This is photography, measuring 20 by 20, a perfect square, retail value $250. Item 11C, Destiny's Choice by Gia McNutt. This is mixed media measuring 18 by 24. Retail value $600. Great pieces this half hour. Item 11D is Full Yosemite Falls, wow, by Sonia Hamilton. Watercolor measuring 28 by 22, framed by Skyline One Framing, and the retail value is $500. And item 11E is Stairway to Heaven by Douglas Parks. Photography measuring 30 by 36, framed by Midtown Framing, retail value $550. Item 11F is Ginkgo Sun by Louise McGowan Bizark. This is mixed media measuring 13 by 9 by 9. Retail value is $600. These are the pieces available to bid on this half hour, so let's head over to the auctioneer and the art expert for more.
Hello there, I'm Christina Salerno, and we're starting off the day with some amazing art from Auburn Oldtown Gallery. I'd like to welcome our art expert, Doug Parks, here to talk about some beautiful pieces this half an hour. Doug is a lifelong photographer, well known for capturing the natural wonders of our region, from the Pacific coast to the high peaks of the Sierra Nevada mountains. Doug, welcome back to the auction. We're happy to have you join us this year again.
Thanks for having me back.
Awesome. Well, let's get started. We're starting with item 11A. It's called Smile for the Camera, and it's by Sandy Lindblad. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 30 by 15 with a retail value of $500. Well, that title right there almost says it all, right, Doug? Smile for the camera.
Pretty much. I mean, look at that cheesy grin coming from the horse. It was something that it was out there smiling in the field for Sandy, and she snapped a picture of it. And she had the hopes that she would be able to paint it, and here it is.
Oh, I love it. And not only do we have that smile, we have these big, bold colors. What can you tell us about that?
You know, that's a very typical thing for Sandy's style. She likes to paint in very bold colors. Even though she's usually doing animals, she does a lot of commissions when it comes to people's pets and things of that nature, but you'll still see those bold colors, like the green melding into the rest of the painting. So she loves bold.
And you said Sandy, she doesn't always call this a smile. What does she call it?
She called it a snicker.
A snicker. I kind of love that.
She's the horse person. I'm not the horse person. So I'm assuming that that's a term that a horse person would use when it comes to this particular smile.
Well, I know we have a lot of horse lovers out there in our audience. If this is a piece, maybe a gift or something for your own home, if you love horses, or if you just want a playful piece, right, Doug? This is kind of a playful piece to have in your home.
I would love this in some place that I really want to light up.
Yes.
Not necessarily those dark corners, but someplace where, as you're coming into the house, you would pause to take a look at this, because these colors are definitely going to grab your eye.
They are. It's also a really nice vertical, so something like this would look really fantastic. A hallway, wow, draw your eye there, or maybe a thinner wall, dining room, living room. A lot of places you could really put this.
Hallways, hallways typically have a lot of doors with small spaces between them, so yeah, the vertical lends itself to that, and I think, not that she painted for that particular placement of the piece. I think it's more because of the flow of the piece that she painted in the vertical style, but it definitely gives that length. You almost feel like you're looking up at the horse, rather, which we typically do. They're
right.
Usually taller than us.
Right, and so it really draws attention to that face. Again, we're looking at item 11A, Smile for the Camera. Love that name, by Sandy Lindblad. It's an acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 15, that really nice vertical we were just talking about, with a retail value of $500. You'll see the number to call on your screen to call it and place a bid. You'll also see the current bid on your screen as well. Pieces like this, I gotta say, our animal pieces always go so quickly. So if you're interested in bidding in a piece like this, you want to pick up the phone and get involved, because once they're closed, that's it, your chance is over. So get involved. Let's get this one home to one of our horse lovers. Final thought, Doug.
Final thought is mainly, look at the teeth. Look at the little spot on the head is what draws me in immediately. It's those light spots on a photograph or a painting that are going to draw your eye immediately, and so that takes you right to the horse.
Absolutely. We love it. All right, we'll keep this piece open for you to continue bidding, and we'll move on to our next piece. All right, our next piece is item 11B. It's called Proud Heron by Kathy Triholo. This is photography. It's measuring 20 by 20 with a retail value of $250. Now, I got to say, Doug, when I first saw this one, I thought it was a painting. I didn't realize it was a photograph. Can you tell us how she made this?
Absolutely. So Kathy, she works in the digital field and digital photography, and then what she does in the end is she comes back and she does manipulations around the actual bird. And I will say that she loves large birds, so this one fits right into her. And then she'll overlay different textures and things, but not so much over the bird, but over the background to simplify the look of the piece.
It's a really beautiful piece, really draws your eye right to that bird. And I gotta say, as our camera is panning around, I'm hoping we can get a expression of that beautiful, the bird. It's just so clear the way it comes through.
Especially, and it's offset by that softness of the background. But that, you know, the real key here to photography when it comes to animals and birds especially is the eyeball. You know, that's the one thing that you're really after, and you can see the amount of sharpness that's in the eyeball, and it flows down through the piece, and you're not distracted by the background. She's very good at simplifying the background with textures and things, which is not an easy thing to do.
No, it really makes that bird pop the way that she's done that. Really masterful work. I love this piece. We're looking at item 11B. It's called Proud Heron by Kathy Triholo. This is photography measuring 20 by 20, really good square size with a retail value of $250. You'll see the current number to call on your screen, and you'll see the bid on your screen as well. Really good, like I just said, a nice square piece that would fit beautifully in someone's home. Maybe a bird lover out there, nature lover, somebody who goes out for nature walks and sees these. This is you know, something you would see in the Sacramento Delta area, perhaps.
Exactly. Although this one was taken in Florida.
Oh, okay.
But this bird is quite common throughout North America, so it could be something that you see along the waterways here local to us as well, because they're I don't want to say they're common. They're very difficult to photograph because they're very flighty. As soon as they see you,
they're out of there.
It's over.
Yeah, exactly. And is this typical of her work or her inspirations?
Very typical of her work. And she does a lot of pelicans. Again, it's large birds. But she does do other work. She's going to be in a calendar for Bodie State Park. So she does do some of those types of things. And she's also going to be in a calendar for the Sierra Buttes up in Nevada County. So
lovely. It's a really beautiful piece of wildlife photography. Again, item 11B, Proud Heron by Kathy Triholo. Photography measuring 20 by 20. Great size. Retail value of $250. We are going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 11C. It's called Destiny's Choices, and it's by Gia McNutt. This is mixed media, and it's measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $600. Now, Doug, what can you tell us about the story behind this piece?
So Gia is very much about giving you the thoughts to kind of lead you into the piece. And she uses a lot of things to do that. This particular piece was representational of doors and windows, and her thinking is that doors and windows are choices, and so this is a painting of choices. I love the way she used the old rusted metals against the rest of the texture of the background on the canvas. It's just a very unique piece.
There's a lot of details to talk about on this one, and I think our camera is really going to show off some of them. Do you want to talk a little bit about what we're seeing in the lower part of it? I mean, it's really interesting how she textured this.
Yeah, it almost very crackled look. To me, and I think everybody's going to see something differently in this, and that's the beauty of abstract, right?
Absolutely.
This, to me, is a gate leading to a road, giving you choices to doors.
Oh, interesting. I love how everybody can have their own interpretation of art.
The beauty of interpretational art, right?
Wonderful. Yeah. And do you know where these pieces came from, if she mixed and matched?
It's usually pieces she has around, because she's usually creating these pieces. This is very much a representation of her current work.
Lovely.
Where she is incorporating metals and the different colors into it. A lot of golds. She's moving really towards the warmer colors these days. days.
It's really neat. Where our camera is now, I kind of see cobblestones, actually, how they're kind of cobbled together.
There is, again, all those things that we all different see. You know, I saw the road, I didn't see the cobblestone.
Yeah, but it just depends on where you look at it. I love it. This is item 11C. It's called Destiny's Choices. And now that makes sense that we're talking about the different choices. Where can you go? Yeah. It's by Gia McNutt. It's a mixed media measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $600. You'll see the current bid on your screen. You also see the number to call in on your screen and place a bid. Really neat abstract piece. I could see this in many parts of your home, really. I mean, bedroom, living room, just somewhere where you want to add some interest. Correct, Doug?
And for me, someplace where my guests are going to see it, because I want to hear what they see in the piece as well. Because that's the beauty of this piece, is everybody's going to be seeing something differently in this piece.
And can we talk about the colors that she used? There's a lot of kind of rusty colors, but offset by the blue. What can you tell us about that?
She uses a lot of primary colors, and then she does complementary colors. So she's gone from the warms to the cools. So that also helps to lead your eye through the piece. And the rusty metals, again, are just something that it kind of plays with your emotions of days gone by, I think, more than anything else. And that's why I love the rusted door/window in this as well, because is that the past? It could very well be the past.
Right, a lot of interesting elements for our viewers to look at. Once again, item 11C, Destiny's Choice by Gia McNutt, mixed media measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $600. All right, well, we're halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and checking over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Thanks, Christina. Some beautiful works of art from Auburn Oldtown Gallery artists. Let's take a look at the bids so far for these three pieces in this half hour that we've just gone through. Item 11A is Smile for the Camera by Sandy Lindblad. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 15. Guess what? We have a bell ringer. Yes! I love that. Retail $500, and we are at $500, and it is still open because we have people on the phone for Sandy's piece. Way to go. Item 11B is Proud Heron by Kathy Triolo. This is photography measuring 20 by 20, retail value $250, and we're halfway there at $130. Let's take that up to $150 and on up to $200 and make that a bell ringer. Item 11C is Destiny's Choices. Cute by Gia McNutt. And this is mixed media measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $600, and we have a bid right now for $175, asking that to come on up to $200 as these three pieces in the auction are live and open right now. In fact, Smile for the Camera on 11A by Sandy Lindblad just jumped up to $550. We're calling for $600 on that, and then we just got it at $600. Keep going on up to $700. Just take it higher, because all the money goes to PBS KVIE, your public television station, and all of the money raised goes toward content right here. Pick up the phone. That number's right there on the screen. It is easy to remember. It is 844-584-3278 or KVIE Art, which is really easy, 844 KVIE Art. And when you do, you'll have one of these awesome phone bank people right here. All the friends at KVIE, I love all of you. I'm glad you're here, because you will be able to speak to a friendly volunteer when you call and place your bid. We are dedicated to you all weekend long, and we are live. So I'm going to run through real quick what's open right now. Items 11, A, B, and C. This is A, Smile for the Camera by Sandy Lindblad, and this piece is up to $600. It is a bell ringer. Great job. Now $650, that's great, going up to $700, hopefully. Now we're on 11B, Proud Heron by Kathy Triolo. This is a gorgeous piece. I was so drawn to it while it was getting ready for the auction. We're at $130 on this, has a retail value of $250. Come on, let's get this going. Pick up the phone, call 844-584-3278. Don't wait long, because these pieces will fly away. Also, Destiny's Choices 11C by Gia McNutt, mixed media measuring 18 by 24. We've got a bid of $175. This would retail for $600. $600. So let's keep these pieces open and head over and see more artwork with Christina and Doug.
All right, the number to call is on your screen, as well as the current bid for our next item, which is 11D, Full Yosemite Falls by Sonia Hamilton. This is a watercolor. It's measuring 28 by 22 inches, and it has a retail value of $500. It was framed by Skyline One Framing, and we thank them for our service. Doug, such an iconic location in our region. Our viewers, I'm sure, will adore this one. What can you tell us about it?
You know, the reason it's called Full Yosemite View is because unlike a lot of photographs that you see or even other paintings, this one actually shows upper falls, middle cascades, and lower falls. And that's done on purpose by Sonia because she's taught and painted in the Yosemite Valley for a number of decades. So she's very familiar with what the falls should look like, and especially as it comes to the dimensions of the falls too. They're very, very true.
Oh, I love that. She's really showing you what you'll see, and our camera's zooming in on those beautiful falls there. It almost adds kind of a dimension, a layered effect to this painting as well.
You know, that's the one beautiful thing about Sonia is she understands that dimension. She understands that as things recede into the background, they get softer. So she has very hard edges in the foreground, and they soften and soften and soften as they go back through to actually draw you through the painting and give you that three-dimensional feel.
Oh, I love it. And watercolor as well as the medium, a fairly difficult medium, I understand.
Very difficult. It can get quite loose on you. It's not something that I'm good at, so, but I can tell you that she is very deliberate in how she can do detailed work and soft work, or hard and soft, and just always they're standouts. You know, you can see detail in the bushes and in the trees, and then the rocks start to soften, and the bushes and the rocks soften, and then of course you get to the clouds, which are completely soft.
Well, there's even some details of trees right up at top too.
Exactly.
So there's details everywhere you look.
And she knows the details of this waterfall, obviously.
Absolutely. It's a stunning piece, really large, beautiful piece. I know a lot of our viewers out there hold Yosemite near and dear to their hearts, a place you visited, spent time with your family. What an amazing piece of original artwork that you can have in your home to represent the beauty of Yosemite. Not only is this a beautiful painting, I want to draw attention too to this framing because, wow, this framing really makes it stand out. It was beautifully framed by Skyline One Framing. We thank them for their service. I mean, Doug, that frame really adds to this picture as well.
Absolutely, especially the color choices in the frame itself just pull you into the colors of the watercolor, and those, you know, those magenta tones in the rocks as well as the blues are complementary into the trees and the river in the foreground. The little Merced, you catch a little glimpse of the Merced River in the bottom.
And I want to say to our viewers, pieces like this will go very quickly, so you want to pick up the phone, you want to call the number on your screen and get involved in the current bidding. Last year, one of Sonia's pieces was very popular, went quickly, and it also brought additional business to her afterwards, which we love. It's, you know, KVIE is out here to support the artist community in Sacramento, in the greater region, and our artists are supporting KVIE. All of these pieces of art are original pieces of art that were donated to PBS KVIE to support the mission of the station, to support the programming you love, from the dramas to the kids shows to the local programming, and we thank those artists for their donations, and we're so happy to make a broader benefit for the artist community as well. We are going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 11E. It's called Stairway to Heaven, and it's by Douglas Parks. This is photography. It's measuring 30 by 36. It's framed by Midtown Framing with a retail value of $550. Well, Doug, we don't always get to have the artist standing right here with us to tell us about the painting, so this is yours. Tell us about it.
So this was shot in the Jedediah Redwoods during a kind of overcast morning, so that's why the light is very soft, but because we're in the redwoods, you get pockets of light, and of course, that pocket of light lit up the stairway to heaven through the redwoods. The title is really not. I always edit with music on, and I don't normally edit with rock and roll on. However, leaving this location and going back to my campsite, that was on the radio, and so I thought, well, if the image turns out, that's what I'm going to call this image.
Oh, you did a beautiful job with it. It almost looks artificial light. It almost looks like you put light in there, but wow, that's natural beauty that we're looking at.
Yeah, you know, Mother Nature treats us as photographers every once in a while to that perfect light, and this was one of those mornings where walking along the trail, it just popped out, and you know, you get all that rustic look of the bridge that takes you into the staircase and back in further into the redwoods. And you know, you're always as a photographer, whenever you're in these large redwoods, you're belittled and you understand how small you are when it comes to the world.
Now tell us about your process. Did you know you wanted this shot as soon as you saw it, or did you come upon it, or what was your process?
I have been on this trail a number of times, and I have been up this staircase a number of times. In fact, one of the pieces that I donated past years was the last one I shot, because this trail can get quite slippery, and I fell and broke a lens.
Oh no.
So I knew I wanted to get back to this, but I needed that light. I needed the overcast light, and was lucky enough to have it that morning.
Yeah, I love how your eye kind of journeys through the bridge, up the stairs. Was that intentional as you're bringing the viewer on the hike with you?
Absolutely, absolutely. When it comes to photography, we're always looking for S-curves, so I give you that S-curve to draw you into the middle of the photograph. And the photograph in the center is almost the brightest part of there, so you're going to linger there for a while, and you're going to spend some time on that staircase. Linger
is a good word to use. This is a piece that you could have in your home for you to linger over, perhaps your guests. It's a really good size. I want to let you know about the size here. This is item 11E, Stairway to Heaven with Doug Parks. Photography measuring 30 by 36, so a really good size that could really, draw attention to a wall. Beautifully framed by Midtown Framing with a retail value of $550. You'll see the number to call is on your screen, and you'll see the current bid on your screen as well. I mean, Doug, it's also just such a big, stunning size. Is that an homage to the big, beautiful trees?
I tend to print fairly large, so it's within my wheelhouse, if you will. I don't often print specifically to this paper. I print a lot on aluminum. And this one just screamed out to me to be printed on paper.
It's a lovely piece. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on and move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 11F. It's called Ginkgo Sun, and it's by Louise McGowan Bizark. This is a mixed media. It's measuring 13 by 9 by 9 with a retail value of $600. Now, Doug, this beautiful piece is made out of a very interesting material. What can you tell us about it?
Absolutely. This is made out of hard shell gourd, and it's actually made out of multiple pieces of gourds, because Louise loves to use her gourds and give negative space and positive space to her pieces. And one thing that we get when we go in is there is in the background just a little bit you can see on there. There's pieces of gourds in there.
I'm going to try to turn this
you
so
can
our
see a little bit
camera
of it.
can
Yeah.
see it. It's
there's a little piece of the sun.
getting a little bit of a
background.
hint. So if you look right through the green in there as they zoom in, you can kind of get a hint. But when you look at it directly, it's a beautiful sun or a moon?
It's a sun.
It's a sun.
It's the sun.
Really lovely.
Her designs tend to lean a little towards the Asian side, and that's because of her childhood. She was very involved in her family was very involved in Asia, and so that's also why she loves the ginkgo leaves, and I love the ginkgo leaves as well. And these are actually burned and then painted. They're just the ginkgo throughout the year gives you different colors. It's also called a smoke tree sometimes because it gets a puff of smoke above the leaves. But it's just an amazing thing, and she has fallen in love with the ginkgo.
Yeah. So, Doug, I'm going to try to tilt this forward so our viewers can see inside. I'll do it very carefully. There we go.
There you go.
Okay. So I want to make sure we're not missing that detail. So as you can see, there's that beautiful sun made out of an additional gourd, as you said,
Additional
correct?
pieces of gourd,
Yeah, so I'm trying to capture that. And this is a piece, a decorative piece, correct, Doug?
Absolutely. Should be. It's fine art, so you're going to want to keep this inside, away from the elements, away from sun, just like you would any other piece of fine artwork. And the other thing I love is her gold accents on here, and then she goes from flat blacks to which are on the inside to very shiny blacks on the outside. So incredible dimension on the piece, and especially as it relates to the leaves.
Mm-hmm. Those leaves are really, I'm glad we're zooming in on them because they're, I mean, almost layered in their colors.
They are layered in their colors, and when you get in closely, you can see where she has etched them with with fire or wood burning kind of thing to give you even more detail in each one of the leaves. So the amount of work that goes into this piece is just staggering.
Staggering. A reminder to our viewers, we're looking at item 11F. It's called Ginkgo Sun, and it's by Louise McGowan Bizark. It's a mixed media piece out of those gourds, as you mentioned, measuring 13 by 9 by 9 with a retail value of $600. You will see the number to call on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. You want to get in on the bidding on this piece as we are nearing the end of this break, featuring artists from Auburn Oldtown Gallery, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. Now let's go check in over at the recap station for an update on all of the artwork.
All righty. Thank you, Christina. Just a few minutes left in the break, and we want to hear from you. So grab the phone and call the number on your screen. Here comes some great art. We're going to start with 11D. Check this out. Full Yosemite Falls is more than a double bell ringer at $11.75. Fantastic. It is still open, so keep calling. 11E is Stairway to Heaven. $550 is the retail. We just jumped up to $375. Let's take this to $400 as we crawl or jump up to bell ringing status. That depends on you picking up the phone and calling the number on the screen. That's by Douglas Parks. And let me just tell you that Sonia Hamilton did Full Yosemite Falls. Let's go to 11F. Ginkgo Sun by Louise McGowan Bizark. Christina was just showing us this gorgeous piece of art, mixed media, measuring 13 by 9 by 9, retail value $600, and we have a bid for $300. So we're getting there on this piece as well. We need you to call a friend, text a friend, or start a thread and say, let's watch this auction together because we're live for the rest of the day and evening. We're here for you with the best art in Northern California, and you can call in by calling the number on the screen and following along online at kvie.org/art auction, and you could be the lucky winner, which is what we're going to do right now on this gorgeous piece that there was a major battle for. This is 11A. We're going to close this one out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Iris, your caller, won it, and this is Casey on the phone. Iris is one of our amazing long-term volunteers who I just adore, and I'm going to steal a hug and run over here because I just love her to pieces. Good to see you. Casey was the winning bidder on there, and there you see she got Sandy Lindblad's gorgeous creation. Smile for the camera. Congratulations, Casey. 11B is Proud Heron by Kathy Triolo, and this is Bell Ringer. Way to go. I love this piece, and that's at $375 right now. Let's go on to 11C, Destiny's Choices. That's at $175. Come on, pick up the phone, call the number, and let's get this up to what the artist wanted at $600. Full Yosemite Falls. There we see another double bell ringer right there, $11.75. 11D, that is by Sonia Hamilton, a gorgeous piece of art. Thank you so much. 11E is Stairway to Heaven by Douglas Parks. You see it on your screen or monitor. And he's also who we're seeing in this half hour right now with Christina. Framed by Midtown Framing, retail $550. And it is a beautiful piece of art. That's climbing up to bell ringing status as well. 11F, Ginkgo Sun by Louise McGowan Bizark. A gorgeous piece of art and creation. It's at $300, halfway to the retail value. Okay, stay with us. There's much more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small on Masterpiece, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase, and through the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is artwork from Gold Country Artists Gallery. Located in historic downtown Placerville, the gallery is owned and operated by over 45 local artists and exhibits a diversity of artwork, which includes painting, photography, jewelry, woodwork, ceramics, glasswork, and more. View all the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello, we are so glad you're here. I'm Rob Stewart, and thanks for joining us for this Gold Country Artists Break. Here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during the next half hour. It's a great half hour. 12A is where we begin. Line in Technicolor by Isabel Ryder. Acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 24. Retail value $500. Item 12B is Lotus Reflection. Look at that. By Terry Gray. Photography measuring 11 by 15. The retail value is $600. Item 12C, Fall Leaves by Anka Statescu. This is mixed media measuring 32 by 22 by 2 rather. Retail value is $275. Item 12D, Crimson Tide by Connie Jo Hardy. Acrylic on panel measuring 36 by 24. How beautiful. Retail value is $400. Item 12E, The One That Got Away by Deborah Clausen. A fun piece of art. Watercolor measuring 18 by 24. Retails at $650. And item 12F is Monet's Garden by Laurie Anderson. Oil on canvas measuring 36 by 24 with a retail of $700. A lot of fun action in the phone banks right now. Open for your calls and for bidding. Let's see the art with the auctioneer and the art expert.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thanks for joining us for the Gold Country Artists Gallery Break. I'm back with art expert Doug Parks to discuss each of the works featured this half an hour. Doug, let's get started with our first piece. Our first piece is item 12A. It's called Line in Technicolor, and it's by Isabella Ryder. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 36 by 24 with a retail value of $500. Wow, what a big, bold piece, Doug. What can you tell us about it?
Bold. Isabella is, and it is Technicolor. I think
Absolutely.
of the terms Technicolor dreams. This is a Technicolor dream.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is just beautiful. And she definitely uses bold colors in most of her paintings. And you can see that she's used all kinds of colors that, tie together but yet stand on their own. And she's dripped some, she's painted some. It's just, there's so much going on in this that, I think the one thing I come away from with this particular piece is motion. Mm-hmm. There's just a lot of motion inside of this piece.
And very contemporary, I think is the word that you used to describe it.
Exactly. And that in itself will lend it to be in a place in your house where you want people to see it, mm-hmm. where people will see other things than you and I are going to see, like we've spoken of before. And so people may not see the motion, they may see the antagonistic movement left to right versus these lines. There's a number of things that you can actually pull out of this painting.
Oh, it's a really stunning piece, very bold. If you would love having contemporary pieces in your house, wow, what an amazing piece of original artwork that you can have in your home, your bedroom. It's a really good size. I'm going to review the size here. This is, again, 12A, Line in Technicolor by Isabella Ryder, acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 24. So that really nice size.
Big piece, yeah.
You can see how large it is compared to us, with a retail value of $500. You'll see the current number to call on your screen as well as the bid on your screen as well to take home such a big, bold, beautiful piece, a splash of color in your home, if you will.
Yeah, if you're looking for color, this one will definitely bring it to you. And it's an interesting piece from Isabella because in the past what she's done is she will paint two paintings at the same time, and then she will tear and weave those paintings together. And she told me that when she got to the end of this one, she thought, this one stands alone.
Oh, interesting.
I do not need this one to be matched with another painting. So I thought that that spoke volumes to me with Isabella, because she's usually thinking down the road.
And Isabella is someone who's donated in the past to our art auction. We're very grateful to that. I think some of the techniques that you're referencing there. Just a reminder, the artists here are donating original pieces of artwork to support PBS KVIE and the mission of the station to bring you the programming that you love. So thank you to the artists for doing that. Doug, do you have any additional thoughts about this beautiful piece?
Just keep in your head as you're looking at this piece going forward, the dripping lines, mm-hmm. and they're both horizontal and vertical. So there's a lot of thought and a lot of technique that has gone into this painting.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 12B. It's called Lotus Reflection, and it's by Terry Gray. This is photography. It's measuring 30 by 20 with a retail value of $600. Lotus Reflection, I feel like the title right there says what we're looking at, Doug.
Exactly.
What can you tell us about it?
Well, the interesting thing about a lotus is that they come from the mud.
Oh.
And so here are these delicate leaves and these beautiful flowers that emerge from the mud. Now, this mud is no longer around, so this photograph was actually taken in the pond that was across from the Sacramento Zoo.
Mm-hmm, the Land Park Pond.
Yeah, and they had to drain it because they were worried about avian flu. So this is a historical piece as well, because it's not something that you can walk up and see right now. It's going to be years before the lotus flowers make their way back again.
The pond is now back with water, and I know that's a place that's near and dear to so many Sacramentans' heart, whether you go to the zoo or Fairy Tale Town or walk around the pond. And what a great memory. I mean, those lotus flowers are just stunning. And can you talk a little bit about the reflection? So that's part of the title we have here, but wow, I mean, what a clear reflection she caught.
She gets up at dark 30 to make sure that she's catching morning light here. And that also usually means that there's no wind. And the thing that she caught here is just a very simple scene in what is otherwise a very chaotic scene. If you walk upon lotus, lotus ponds in nature or within, a pond here in Sacramento, you'll notice it. But to capture something that really draws your eye into a simple scene out of chaos is a very difficult thing to photograph.
It really is. We're looking at item 12B, Lotus Reflection by Terry Gray. This is photography with a retail value of $600. You'll see the number to call on your screen to get involved in the bidding, and you'll see the current bid on your screen as well. This is a really lovely piece for our nature lovers, flower lovers, land park history. There's a lot of people that I think can appreciate having something like this in your home, bedroom, bathroom, hallway. I mean, really could fit it just about anywhere in
just
your home.
about anywhere, yeah. It's a very nice size.
Absolutely.
The one thing I do want to draw attention to is how there's a dark leaves behind this lotus blossom, which is catching the light, and so it just, your eye can't go anywhere else.
No, it goes straight to that lotus, yeah. And I want to say, too, the colors, the greens make that pink pop so much. It really pops out at you.
How good nature is at giving us those contrasting colors, right? Contrasting and complementary colors.
Absolutely. So maybe you have a nature lover in your family, a friend. What a great gift that this could make. An original piece of artwork, photography, that you could have in your home, office, bedroom, like we said, really could go anywhere. All you have to do is pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, get involved in the bidding. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. Additional thoughts about this piece?
Threes, I love threes. So we get the reflection, the actual flower, and we have the future bud yet to come. So I love threes, and I love that it's included very nicely into the composition of the photograph.
Really nice composition. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 12C. It's called Fall Leaves, and it's by Anka Statascu. This is mixed media. It's measuring 32 by 22 by 2 with a retail value of $275. This is interesting, Doug. Can you tell me how she made it?
So this is clay, but she's also incorporated metal this year.
Oh,
It's not something that I've ever seen her do before. And she's very inspired by nature, and especially the fall colors. So this has a lot of motion to it, too. I see these leaves getting ready to fall off this beautiful stem that she's put them on.
Really beautiful fall colors. We're coming up on Thanksgiving, Halloween, pumpkins, pumpkin spice, all of the things. And wow, what a great piece to have in your home for our fall lovers out there. I mean, wouldn't this be stunning over a Thanksgiving table?
There you go. I think that's, and the thing is that this could be kept outside.
Interesting.
If it's covered. It shouldn't be out in the weather itself. So a lot of us have those patios outside where we can do outdoor entertaining, and this would just look wonderful on a wall.
It would really pop on a wall.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit more about her style?
Well, so it's thrown clay. It's not done on a wheel. She never works on a wheel.
Interesting.
And then she uses nature. She'll pull out the leaves that she's trying to imitate, and she'll actually put in the striations of the leaf to bring that little level of detail. And then I love how she brings in, this little pop of blue just catches my eye.
Yeah, I'm hoping our camera can zoom in on that because it's a really nice, subtle detail. Go ahead and point to that again, Doug.
Yeah,
so yeah,
right
there's
here.
a little hint of blue in there. So yeah, you have your traditional oranges and greens, but there's some hints of color once you start to really look closely at in depth at this piece.
And these leaves, if they do fall into a puddle that is going to be there for a while, as they decay, they will start to put out colors like this into the water as well. So this particular leaf is very peacock-like to me.
It is. I was thinking the same thing, actually. Yeah, it's kind of a leaf and peacock. We're looking at item 12C, Fall Leaves by Anka Statascu. It's a mixed media measuring 32 by 22 by 2 with a retail value of $275. You'll see the current bid on your screen to pick up your phone, get involved, and place the bid that is on your screen as well. Doug, additional thoughts about this piece?
Just don't lose sight of the metal. The metal work is quite stunning as well, and really holds the piece together, but also gives you that flow and motion through the piece.
It makes it very sturdy, as you said. It can go indoors or outdoors. Yeah. We love it. Lovely piece. All right. Well, we're halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
So much fun. Thank you, Christina. Some beautiful work right now from Gold Country Artist Gallery in this break. Let's take a look at the bids on our open pieces while you call in now and get involved, because we have a fun, active, great group here in the studio, and we are live. Let's look at 12A, Line in Technicolor by Isabella Ryder. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 24. We have a bid right now at $250, and we're looking for $300. Retails at $500. Item 12B, Lotus Reflection, a gorgeous piece of art. Terry Gray, this is photography, measuring 11 by 15 with a $200 bid. Bam, we just got a bid for $350. I love that. Let's get this up to $400 and make this a bell ringer. This is retail valued at $600. And item 12C is Fall Leaves by Anka Statascu, and this is measuring 32 by 22 by 2. We were just going into the fine detail of this piece, and this retail value is $275. We are so close. We're at $200. If you're that $200 caller, why don't you just say $275 and make it a bell ringer and get the full amount for PBS KVIE that the artist wanted to make happen? Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen right now, and you can be involved in the PBS KVIE art auction. This is the largest gallery of art in Northern California for the entire weekend, put together just for you. It's a great time to start a collection in art or expand your collection if you're a longtime collector, or a great way to start someone with a gift. Awesome way. So let me run through these again. It's 12A. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen now if you like it, because it will fly by. 12A is Line in Technicolor by Isabella Ryder. Acrylic on canvas, 36 by 24. We're at $250 on this piece, trying to get this up to $500. Lotus Reflection, yes, $400. Another jump for this piece by Terry Gray. It's a photography measuring 11 by 15. Look at that. Just soak that in for a second, because it is going to fly by. This retails for $600. And item 12C is Fall Leaves by Anka Statascu. Statascu. This is mixed media measuring 32 by 22 by 2. The detail on this piece is exquisite. Fall Leaves, and it is right now at $200. We're so close to a bell ringer on this, and we're trying to get $275. When I say we're trying to get a certain amount, it's because it's what the artist would put as the price if it were at a gallery. And that's the amount that the artist wants PBS KVIE to raise when you buy the art. So we want to get all these up to bell ringer status. I'm going to zip through real quick. 12A is still at $275, and that's fantastic. It's good that we've got another bid on that one. Lotus Reflection is $425. Come on, let's take that higher. This one's climbing. This one is climbing. There's a lot of action right now for Terry's piece, so we love to see that as well. And Fall Leaves is climbing too. We're at $225. We've got about 15 seconds here. I want to see if we can make this a bell ringer. Let's get this to $250. Let's do this live. $250. Come on. If you're on the phone for Fall Leaves, let's take this up to $275. and you will get to say you made this a bell ringer right here on PBS KVIE. If not right now, then we'll do it in our next update in just a few minutes, because Christina and Doug have so much more, a lot of art.
Up next, we're looking at item 12D, Crimson Tide by Connie Jo Hardy. This is acrylic on panel measuring 36 by 24 inches and has a retail value of $400. Doug, take it away.
Wow.
That is a great way to start.
This is a color pop. Connie starts with a basic thought of the color palette that she wants to use. Then she has a sheet of aluminum, and she lays that color palette down onto the aluminum.
Wow.
And then flows it where she wants it to flow. So that's why you get so much motion in this piece, because she's actually controlled the motion of the paint as she's put it on there. And it's poured. This is not done with a brush.
Wow, what a cool technique.
Isn't that amazing? So, you know, to understand how far you're going to be able to draw some of these colors as they go along, it's just it's an amazing process.
Wow, beautiful piece. And I mean, the colors are just stunning. I mean, you've got can you talk about them, because there's so many to talk about here?
Yeah, there's so much to see here, and I think the reason she's calling it a Crimson Tide is because of this particular part of the painting making its way into the shoreline, if you will. Just crazy, and you know, you're getting the ripples of the water, and of course everybody's going to see something different. These are my interpretations, and
sure.
You know, I'm sure the viewers out there are going to see something completely different than I do. But it's you can't help but be drawn in by these primary colors that are just in your face.
Absolutely. We're zooming in on that Crimson Tide that you just mentioned, but also I do want to draw attention to this really stunning detail down here in the bottom. It almost looks like waves.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me as well. It's almost those water ripples that you get in still water that she's created by actually tipping and making the paint go where she wants it to go.
Wow, what control she must have of her medium to make it look just like waves. That's
and especially
amazing.
on a piece of this size. This is a big piece. And again, I will say that it is on aluminum, and she does put a coating on the outside, so this piece could actually go into your outdoor environment as well.
That's perfect. We're looking at item 12D. It's called Crimson Tide by Connie Jo Hardy. It's acrylic on panel, but aluminum as well, as Doug's mentioned, measuring 36 by 24 with a retail value of $400. I love that you brought up that could go outside. I mean, wow, you put this on your patio. That is a stunning outdoor feature you're going to have, but you could also put it indoors, anywhere in your home that you need a really big, bold pop of color. It's a good size, again, that 36 by 24, so you could have this on a large wall and just, wow, draw attention right there. It'd be a great talking piece. The number to call is on your screen, and the current bid is on your screen as well. Final thoughts, Doug?
Just, you know, color. My only thought on this one is color. This is the type of piece that I'm always drawn to, because I love bold colors. And if you love bold colors, this is definitely the piece for you.
It is an imaginative, gorgeous piece. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 12E. It's called The One That Got Away, and it's by Deborah Clausen. This is a watercolor measuring 18 by 22 with a retail value of $650. Well, the one that got away stuck, obviously, escaped. What can you tell us, Doug?
Barely.
Barely, exactly.
Yeah. You know, the thing I love about Debbie's work is there's always so much motion, there's always so much joy in the animals that she puts in here. And you can tell that she's a lover of the golden retriever. And so just look at that happy face, because A, he's in the water, and B, he's chasing ducks. And, you know, just doesn't get much better than that as it relates to a golden retriever. But even though it is a watercolor, you'll notice that there is a lot of detail in here that she brings in with pen. It's just, so she gives you a lot of detail with the watercolor itself.
Oh, I love that you brought up that detail. I want to point that out to our viewers as our camera's panning on the dog. Because watercolor, you don't always have that kind of sharp lines. And wow, look at it. Look at how that makes that dog pop on the screen.
Is that crazy?
It's beautiful. And so I know this is going to be popular. We have a lot of animal lovers in our viewers. If you have a golden retriever, you're an animal lover, maybe you're a hunter. There's a lot of bird watcher. There's a lot of people that this painting could appeal to. What an amazing piece of original artwork that you can have in your home. All you have to do is call the number on your screen, get involved in the bidding. The current bid's there as well. I have a feeling this one will go quickly. Doug, what else can you tell us about it?
Well, the one thing I've always loved about her paintings, especially of golden retrievers, is the eyes, because the eyes are so expressive, and you have these little catch lights in the eyes, and just that big, happy smile of a golden retriever being in the water with the ducks.
That smile, look at that smile. I love looking at that close up.
But I also love some of the colors that she introduces down here that you wouldn't really think of. You know, I mean, you're going to think of it in terms of the mallard that's in here, but you know, there's some magentas in here, and it's just it's very, very well put together, even down to the feet.
Oh yeah, you can see the feet popping. There we go. You can see the feet popping out of that duck. Very fun piece. This is pretty typical of Deborah's work, as you mentioned, and she's a longtime contributor to the KVIE art auction, so we thank her for that. So many fun details to look in here, Doug. I love how you just pointed out that other one as well.
A second in a series as well of the one that got away. The last one was a bear and a salmon.
Oh.
And now she's moved back to her love, which is golden retrievers. I'm sure this one was in the back of her head through the whole thing.
Absolutely. All right, we're looking at item 12E, The One That Got Away by Deborah Clausen. It's a watercolor measuring 18 by 22 with a retail value of $650. You'll see the number to call on your screen, and the current bid is on your screen as well. We're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on while we move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 12F. It's called Monet's Garden, and it's by Laurie Anderson. This is an oil on canvas. It's measuring 36 by 24 with a retail value of $700. Well, with that title, Monet's Garden, I have to ask, Doug, is Monet an inspiration?
Absolutely. I don't know too many painters that Monet is not an inspiration.
That's fair, yes.
But when somebody brought her a picture of the garden, she just had to paint it. And one thing that Laurie is known for is her reflections, and her reflections are both near and far. So near here to the plants and far to the white portions of the sky, and you'll always see that kind of thing. So it just, when she saw the photograph of Monet's garden, she said, I have to paint this. I just have to paint it.
And we're glad that she did, because what a stunning piece as a result of that photograph. And perhaps this is somebody, I can see our viewers who love Monet, who have, you know, memories of going to France. This is a real place in France.
Correct, correct. It is in France. A lot of painters search out to paint plein air while they're there as well.
And you can see why. What stunning details and layers in this piece. I love the reflections that you mentioned as well. It's an oil on canvas measuring a really good size. I do want to point that out, a 36 by 24. You can see how large this is. I like that horizontal. Maybe this would be a beautiful piece over a sofa, over a mantle.
Over a mantle.
A mantle. Yeah. I mean, wow, what a stunning piece. A bedroom to bring some calm. There's a lot of places a beautiful piece like this could go in your home. And if you want to get involved in the bidding, the number to call is on your screen. The current bid's on your screen as well. Pieces like this, they're going to go quickly. So if you want to get involved in the bidding, don't hesitate. Pick up the phone and get involved now. Doug, what else? What other thoughts do you have about this piece?
Well, I just love the way she leads our eye into it with the bright pieces here, where this is really the feature, all the color in the garden. And this is, you know, this is a garden that Monet himself painted a lot in. So it's quite a tribute to him as well. I think Laurie's done a fantastic job of bringing us that little piece of France.
And I want to pay it to you another detail as you're talking about that, the leaves overhanging the top almost adds dimension to it. I'm hoping we can pan up, there we go, and really get the details in that. So what can you tell us about that composition?
It again keeps your eye in the competition. It's all these, and they're dark as well. So they're keeping your eye in this composition and bringing you down to the lily pads and the lilies and into the rest of the painting. So it's just a wonderfully balanced painting. You know, you have the reflections from this, which you don't really get to see, all the trees, but because it's reflecting off the water, you get to see those colors that are behind what I would assume is a willow.
Not right. I love how you said that. Pointed down. What a beautiful piece. We're looking at item 12F, Monet's Garden by Laurie Anderson. It's an oil on canvas measuring 36 by 24 with a retail value of $700. All right. Well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured this half an hour. I'd like to thank our art expert, Doug Parks, for sharing his expertise with us.
Thank you.
Doug, it's been so great having you here. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
All right, now let's head over to the recap station for an update on all of the artwork up for bid this half an hour.
Thanks, Christina, and great job, Doug. That's right. We're in the home stretch here with this break, and now's the time to call in and bid to win one of these amazing works of art. Aren't they beauties? Okay, let's talk about 12D Crimson Tide by Connie Jo Hardy, acrylic on panel measuring 36 by 24. Retail value is $400. We're so close to a bell ringer. We're at $350, and we're trying to call this piece up to $400. I know we can do it. Item 12E is the one that got away. Don't let this one slip away from you, by Deborah Clausen. Watercolor measuring 18 by 22. Retail value is $650, and we have a current bid of $275. And 12F is Monet's Garden by Laurie Anderson. Oil on canvas, measuring 36 by 24. Retails at $700, and we're a little over halfway there at $375. Let's go all the way through these, and right before I do that, I want to tell you that before I zip through the full half hour that we've just seen, if you want a piece, you have to pick up the phone and call quickly, because they're going to close within a matter of moments after you see us go through them. So don't wait long on the fence. And if you know someone who might be interested, please call or text them and have them join in and watch with you. It's a lot of fun to do together, especially when you bid on each other. Call the number on your screen right there, 844-KVIE-ART, or look us up online and follow ahead at kvie.org/art auction. Let me zip through this half hour because they're all beautiful. Item 12A is Line in Technicolor, and the retail value $500. We are at $350 right now for Isabella Ryder's piece. And this is acrylic on canvas. If you're looking at the size, 36 by 24. And this can be yours if you are the winning bidder. So pick up the phone and call now. All the information is on your screen. Item 12B is Lotus Reflection by Terry Gray. Photography measuring 11 by 15. Retail value is $600. And we are at about $425 right now on the bids, and we're trying to get this up to $600 to be a bell ringer. Item 12C is Fall Leaves. Yes, we said we would mention it if we did it in the last recap, and we're there. $325. This is a bell ringer. Fantastic. This is by Anka Statescu, and this is mixed media measuring 32 by 22 by 2. It is still open for you to bid on. Just because we say something's a bell ringer does not mean that it is closed. The next piece is Crimson Tide by Connie Jo Hardy. Acrylic on panel measuring 36 by 24. Retail value is $400, and we're at $350 right now. We know we can get this up so close to $400 for a bell ringer. Item 12E is the one that got away by Deborah Clausen. I love this piece of art. Watercolor measuring 18 by 22. Retail value is $650, and we're exactly at half at $325. Monet's Garden, 12F. Laurie Anderson is the artist, and you're looking at it on your screen. It's oil on canvas, and it measures 36 by 24. Retail is $700. Hey, we're close to that being a bell ringer as well, and I predict it will, because right now it's at $550. And let me tell you, it is so important to take part in this auction, because all of these artists have worked for hours to put together this collection for you, and it is exquisite. The number of pieces of art this weekend are overwhelmingly beautiful, and you have got to see them all. So pick up one all along the way. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen right now, and when you do, one of our wonderful volunteers will jump on the phone with you, walk you through the whole process, and stay on the phone with you until you are the winning bidder, which I know you can be. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 42nd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE art auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the landscape category. Awards juried by Philippe Gandiel, landscapes celebrate the natural beauty throughout our region and beyond. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello, I'm Rob Stewart. Thanks for joining us for the landscape break. I love the landscape category. And now here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during the next half hour. Take a look. It's gorgeous. 13A is called Tasty by Patricia Prendergast. And this is pastels measuring 21 by 26, retail value $725. Item 13B is Zen on the Vine by Jill Erickson. Acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 16, retail value is $550. Look at that. Item 13C is Alhambra by Charlotte Markham Rush, and this is acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $300. That is a fun piece of art. Item 11D, Desert Hideaway by Roger Thibault. Acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 24. Retail value $500. Item 13E is Hey California by Early Swanson. This is oil on canvas measuring 20 by 34. Retail value is $500. And 13F is Tall Pines by William Van Hill. Acrylic on board measuring 18 by 24. Your retail value on this piece is $350. I love this half hour. The phone lines are wide open for bidding right now. Let's head over and see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thank you for joining us for this landscape category. During this break, I am pleased to be here with Angelina Gordon. Angelina Gordon is the Executive Director of Sacramento Fine Arts Center, where she oversees the center's daily activities, assists with program development, and maintains the organization's long-term goals. She received her BA in Studio Art from CSU Sacramento and has been on staff at the Sacramento Fine Arts Center since 2016. Angelina, welcome, and thank you for serving as our art auction this break.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
All right, well, let's get started with our first item. Our first item is item 13A. It's called Tasty by Patricia Prendergast. This is pastels. It's measuring 21 by 26 with a retail value of $725. Well, I love that name right there, Tasty. What do you think that means?
I think it's a really intimate portrait of an early morning, two birds having breakfast along the American River. It's not a scene that you catch very often that's so peaceful, and I really love that she was able to capture this moment.
Absolutely, and as our camera's zooming in there, you can kind of see the detail of the two birds eating their breakfast in the morning. What else jumps out at you? To me, it was kind of all these blue colors. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think Patricia is really skilled in using her pastels to paint this portrait. She has a lot of oranges that pair well with the blues in that water. And then even on the birds, you can see the shadow of orange that contrasts with that blue, and around their eyes, it's gorgeous.
Oh, I love that detail. If our camera can zoom in and capture the eyes here that she's talking about, that's a really neat detail in those. And I love how she also has this very natural frame to go with these kind of natural colors.
Yeah, it pairs so well with the reflection in the water of the trees, and along with this edge here.
And I also noticed looking at it, it almost looked like there's a little bit of light coming on the back of those birds.
Yeah, that sun coming up. She did such a great job of catching that light on those birds.
She really did. It's really a beautiful painting. It's item 13A, Tasty, that fun name by Patricia Prendergast. It's a pastels measuring 21 by 26 with a retail value of $725. To me, this is a beautiful painting of somebody who loves bird watching, loves nature, loves outdoors. What a great gift that you could put in your bedroom, in your office. I really see this would be a really beautiful office painting with that wooden frame. Such a beautiful painting that you can take home. To place a bid, all you have to do is call the number on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well, and take home a piece of original artwork. What else can you tell us about this painting?
I think that you could tell how skilled she is with pastel painting. It's a skill that takes a long time to hone, and there's a reason that she is able to capture these birds as well as she does.
They're so realistic.
They are.
When you're looking at them. It looks like she was watching them in person as you're doing that, and that's really a measure of a skilled artist that you could see. This is such a lovely painting. If you want to place a bid on it, go ahead and call the number on your screen. Current bid's on your screen as well. We'll keep it open for you to continue bidding and move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 13B. It's called Zen on the Vine by Jill Erickson. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 20 by 16 with a retail value of $550. Now, this is something I could picture this in Lodi, driving through Lodi, seeing Zins on the vine. That's what jumps out to me immediately. I love this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think anyone who loves traveling through Napa, wine country, or just loves wines is gonna really adore this piece.
Absolutely, yeah. Then such strong colors coming off of those grapes as well. Can you talk a little bit about the colors that we're looking at here?
Yeah, so I think the artist does a really great job with these grapes in the foreground. She uses a lot of different colors to really make them pop, but she doesn't overdo it. You can see that some of them are in the background and really dark, these shadows and the light.
Absolutely, yeah. It gives it kind of a 3D quality when you're looking at it. As our camera's zooming in on those beautiful grapes, you really do feel like there's bunches there that you could reach out and grab.
Yeah, and when your eye travels in the background around the piece, you can see how she uses different color to make your eye move around the piece, from this background here of the grapes to these leaves, and then this, what I think in the red is the sun in the background, either coming up or setting.
Lovely. And also I wanted to point out to our viewers that this is in a floating frame with this really beautiful natural kind of color. Can you tell about how that kind of makes the painting pop?
Yeah. When you have it in this floating frame here, all these suggested shapes are in the background, really pop even more, along with these grapes in the foreground.
Well, I know we have a lot of wine lovers among our viewers. This would be a wonderful painting to give as a gift, or perhaps put in your own home. I can picture this over a kitchen table, because not only wine lovers, but also agriculture lovers, people who love our ag scenes that we have, Napa, Lodi, the Amador foothills. I mean, what a great place to represent what California, some of the best parts of California. This is a piece that you can take home. Once again, original artwork donated by the artist that go to support the mission of PBS KVIE. So call the number on your screen, place a bid, and get involved in the bidding. It's super fun, and you can have an original piece of artwork in your home within a matter of hours or days, something like this to place in your kitchen, or maybe it's more of a living room painting. Wherever you feel like this would fit into your home, please give us a call and place a bid now. Do you have any additional thoughts or feelings? What does it evoke when you're looking at it? Does it make you want a glass of wine, or do you just feel kind of
I'm more of a traveler than a wine lover,
gotcha.
but I can understand why someone who loves wine would just adore this piece.
Well, that's what's great about it. You could be a traveler, you could be a wine lover, you could be somebody who loves agriculture. Whatever it means to you is what this painting is going to bring to you and your home. Once again, we're looking at 13B, which is called Zen on the Vine by Jill Erickson. It's an acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 16, really good size. Could really take up a lot of space on a wall and be a focal point of a wall, with a retail value of $550. Now you'll see the current bid on your screen and the number to call on your screen to get involved, get in the phone bank, and get in bidding. All right, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 13C. It's called Alhambra, and it's by Charlotte Markham Rush. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. With a retail value of $300. Now, Alhambra, I understand, has some interesting Sacramento history. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, apparently it was a really popular theater in the 50s and 60s, and unfortunately was taken down in the 70s. But it evokes a lot of really nostalgic feelings for people who do remember it.
I'm sure we have a lot of viewers out there who remember this theater in Sacramento from that era, probably went on dates there or went there with their friends or their families. What a great piece of nostalgic history. And it does say right there in the middle, the showplace of Sacramento. But it also kind of has a modern feel to it. Can you talk about the feelings that this kind of painting evokes to you?
Yeah, I think mid-century modern is really in right now, and this definitely has a lot of those vibes with this architecture and this kind of simple landscape in the foreground and the background. And then the colors, too, are just gorgeous. This very vibrant green and this dark sky.
And you also have the reds. I like how you pointed out the colors, but the reds really pop.
They do, yes.
Yeah, I love this piece. It's as our camera's panning down on there, you can see all those colors that she's talking about in the reds. Maybe you remember this theater. It's a special place to you and your family, or maybe you're a fan of mid-century modern artwork and this would go perfectly in your home. Whatever this painting speaks to you, now is the time to get on a bidding. The number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. I also like how there's just not a lot of busyness about this as I'm looking at it. There's no people, there's no cars, there's no roadways. Your eye just really goes straight to the painting.
Yeah, it's almost dreamlike.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. And the composition, too, the artist put it right in the center, so it really draws your eye.
It does, yes.
Absolutely. And the colors at the top, we have the blues and the purples. Lovely frame here. The artist did a really nice job of bringing this in. Once again, this is item 13C. It's called Alhambra by Charlotte Markham Rush. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $300. You'll see the current bid on your screen, as well as the number to call to get involved in bidding as well. Do you have any final thoughts about this piece?
I think this piece would look beautiful in someone's home, maybe as a dining room piece.
Absolutely. A lot of places in the home this could go. Dining room, living room, wherever you choose. All right, well, we're halfway through this break, which means we are going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Alrighty, we have ourselves an auction this weekend, and you can take part and take away a beautiful piece of art at the same time when you are the winning bidder. Here we go with the pieces we've just seen right now. Item 13A, you see it on your monitor, is Tasty by Patricia Prendergast, and this is pastels measuring 21 by 26. We have a retail of $725, and right now we have a bid for $225. Let's get that number up by calling the number on the screen. Item 13B is Zen on the Vine. This is gorgeous. We have a bid for $200 right now. The retail is $550. This is by Jill Erickson, a well-known collected artist. Acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 16. And as I mentioned, $550 retail. We have a bid for $200. We're looking for $225. This next piece, I am not surprised, it's already a bell ringer. 13C, Alhambra. $300 is the bid right now. The value is set at $300. This is a gorgeous piece, and it is a beloved Sacramento icon that stands no more. In fact, there's a Safeway where this used to be, but people remember this vividly. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. We've told the story of the Alhambra Theater on PBS KVIE. We are your region's storyteller. And when you pick up the phone and call and take home a piece of art, all of the money that you pay for that piece of art goes to the programming and the mission and the system at PBS that you have come to depend on. And we take that very seriously. This auction does that for us and for you. So we hope you take part. Okay, let's go through these three pieces again as you head toward the phone, hopefully, and you see this piece right here. It is 13A, Tasty by Patricia Prendergast, pastels, 21 by 26. Retail value is $725. We're at $225. Item 13B, Zen on the Vine, retails at $500, and this is acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 16. And pardon me, that's a $550 value. We're at $200 on this piece right now. That's great. And 13C is already a bell ringer at Alhambra. It's still open for bids. And this is by Charlotte Markham Rush. The colors in that are so fun. I like that bell ring back there. That was a good one. Acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. And the retail value, $300. We're at it with right now a bell ringer. So pick up the phone so everybody can be ringing those bells back here. Call the number on your screen and take part in the PBS KVIE art auction. Let's take a look at some more art in this break with Christina.
All right, the number to call is on your screen, as well as the current bid for our next item, which is 13D, Desert Highway by Roger Thibault. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 30 by 24 inches, and it has a retail value of $500. Angelina, initial thoughts on this beautiful piece? For me, wow, those colors are stunning.
Yeah, it's amazing how the artist creates such a vast space by using these large blocks of color to really give you depth.
Absolutely, yeah. You look like you're looking into the scene with a lot of different layers. Can you talk a little bit more about the depth and how your eye kind of travels through this painting?
Yeah. The artist uses these large blocks of colors at the top, and then as you go down, they get smaller, and he starts adding more detail, more colors to really draw your eye into this small home at the bottom of the piece.
I love that. And our camera's kind of panning down. I want to see if we can really hone in on some of these details that are in the kind of the lower third of this piece, because you just mentioned those as well. Can you talk about some of the details that the artist is including here at the bottom of the painting?
Yeah, you can see some of these really beautiful cactuses here and these small rocks that he put into the bottom. But particularly with this house here, the little windows, the orange door that pops against that little home, really beautiful piece.
Absolutely. And it's also kind of it could be a real scene, but it could also be a little piece of your imagination. Kind of, what do you feel when you're looking at this? What do you think the artist was trying to come up with here?
Well, other than feeling very small in comparison to this landscape.
Absolutely.
It does feel very imaginative. You know, you can really be in any desert when you're looking at this piece, but the artist specifically references that he made it up from his imagination and really used surrealist style to bring the piece together.
Absolutely. This is piece 13D. It's called Desert Hideaway. And now all of a sudden that title is making sense to me. This little house is that Desert Hideaway. I love that. By Roger Thibault. It's an acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 24. I want to mention that too because it's a really good size. I mean, wow, this would pop on a wall, be a really good centerpiece for especially like a living room, really draw your attention in. And it has a retail value of $500. You will see the current bid on your screen right now, as well as the number to call to get involved in the bidding. And just a reminder to our folks that all the donations that are raised go to support PBS KVIE, the shows you love, and our mission. As we're zooming in right there to that sun, I love that it's just kind of peeking out behind the mountains. It's almost suggesting, is it a sunset? Is it a sunrise? Kind of leaving it up to the viewer.
Yeah, I particularly love the way he stylized the rays of the sun coming up.
Mm-hmm. And as you mentioned, it's not any one particular desert. It's a desert of his imagination. So for our viewers out there, if you love the Southwest, the desert, maybe you've gone camping in a small trailer like this, what a great piece of original artwork to remind you of those times. Or, you know, what a neat place to go in a home that maybe has a Southwestern kind of motif to it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to keep this lovely painting open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 13E. It's called Hey California by Early Swanson. This is an oil on canvas. It's measuring 20 by 24 with a retail value of $500. Well, right there, that title, Hey California, I think we know what the theme of this painting is with all those beautiful haystacks. What is it that jumps out to you?
I love that the artist took something that we see every day, being close to the Delta, and turn it into something really beautiful. I mean, if you go to the Delta, I wouldn't think that you could find something this beautiful there.
Absolutely. Taking the ordinary and making it extraordinary,
Yes.
I think. Absolutely. Can we talk about a little bit of the details that we're seeing as our camera's kind of panning in on some of these smaller details up here at the top, but we also have all the haystacks. Talk to me about the details you're seeing.
Yeah. So the artist does a really great job of using this color in the foreground here. It's smooth, it takes you through the scene, really weaves you through those haystacks. And then when your eye is carried up to this top part here, you can see all the detail that's up in these trees in the background is really reminiscent of Gregory Kondos. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous piece.
I think we're very lucky in California to have so much agriculture. It's really one of the backbones of our state. And when I look at a piece like this, I'm reminded of those long drives through the Delta, through the Central Valley. I mean, it really says California to me, especially with those beautiful, stunning colors that we see here too. I wanted to bring attention too to some of these shadows. Can you talk a little bit about that as well? Because it's really interesting detail.
Yeah, I think it helps you to think of what time of day this might be at. These deep shadows here is carried through the whole piece, but particularly up here, you can see the purples coming into the shadow. Really great use of shadow.
And it's almost a use of light too. So we might be kind of guessing what time of day it is. Maybe this red is reflective of a sunlight or a sunset, but I kind of like how it leaves it open to interpretation. And this is something that you referenced was in the Delta, correct?
Yes, it was. I don't particularly know where in the Delta, but I think it's pretty open to interpretation.
Absolutely, yes. Well, let's remind viewers, this is item 13E. It's called Hey California by Early Swanson. It's a beautiful oil on canvas measuring 20 by 24 with a retail value of $500. You'll see the number to call on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen. If you want to take this piece of California home with you, all you have to do is call the number on your screen and get involved in the bidding. What a great piece for those of us who have a lot of memories of driving through farmland, Central Valley, Delta, parts of Sacramento. To me, this just says California, and I love it so much. I think it's a beautiful piece. And it is gallery wrapped with the edges are painted through. Can you talk a little bit about, about that detail in this painting?
Yeah, it's something that I think an artist who is really comfortable with their media is able to do when they can so easily carry the painting over the edges rather than just painting it a single color.
It's a really beautiful piece. We're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 13F. It's called Tall Pines, and it's by William Van Hill. This is an acrylic on board. It's measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $350. Now, this place, I'm going to say, is going to resonate with a lot of our viewers because where was this painted?
In Yosemite. It was a partially plein air painting in Yosemite.
I know we have a lot of Yosemite lovers out there, and this piece, wow, what a stunner. Can you talk to us a little bit maybe about the composition the artist chose with the mountains and the river and the trees, how he kind of did the composition here?
Yeah, I think the artist did a great job of breaking up the painting into threes. You have this lower half here that really feels like it's coming at you. And then when you move your eye back through the painting, you can see there's a lot of depth in this background here where the mountains are.
Absolutely. So we're zooming in now, and I'm hoping we can get a little bit closer on some of the details of the rocks and the river here. Can you talk a little bit about the details that you see pop in this painting?
Yeah, something that the artist did really well in this bottom portion here are the details of these rocks underneath the water. You can see through the water and see those rocks coming through the bottom. And then along the bank here, you can see the detail in the rocks and the bushes, the grasses, really great detail.
Right, we're panning over to some of those bushes you were just pointing out, but wow, I mean, it's almost photographic in the detail that the artist is bringing through.
Yeah, this artist took a lot of time with this painting to get all of that detail.
Absolutely. So I want to remind viewers, this is item 13F. It's called Tall Pines, which you can see right there in the painting. You can see those beautiful tall pines by William Van Hill. It's an acrylic on board measuring 18 by 24, really good size. Retail value of $350. I know we have a lot of Yosemite lovers. It's a place that's near and dear to all of our Californians' heart. And this would be a perfect piece, maybe a gift, maybe a piece in your own home to remind you of some wonderful times you've had there with your family. A good size, nice, vertical that could go in a hallway. It could go, you know, it could really go in any space, an office, a bedroom, a hallway. I like this size and such detail, almost photographic in the detail. I love that. What are some other thoughts that you have about this painting? The brushstrokes in particular are really impressive to me.
Yeah, I think the more you look at it, the more you're seeing, the more detail. And when you're discussing the brushstrokes, you can see it particularly here in the water in the center. Yeah. All these different colors with these small brushstrokes here, really beautiful.
And I also wanted to let our viewers know that William Van Hill has contributed many times to the art auction. We thank him so much for his donation. He's 91 years old. We very much appreciate the donations. And I want to remind our viewers that all of the artwork that you're looking at is original artwork donated by the artist to PBS KVIE to support the mission, to support the programming that you love. The kids shows, the dramas, the local shows. This is all part of the mission of PBS KVIE. The artists are donating their time and this beautiful original artwork. All right, well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. Now, let's check in over at the recap station for an update on all the artwork.
Okay, thanks, Christina. And just a few minutes to go here in this landscape break, so let's check out the pieces. Item 13D is where we're going to begin right now. Desert Hideaway by Roger Thibault, acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 24. The retail value is $500, and we have bids right now up to $250. We're calling for $300 on this piece. Item 13E is Hey California by Early Swanson. I love this piece. It's oil on canvas measuring 20 by 24. I am not surprised in the least that the bells are ringing. This is one of those pieces that just grabs you right away. And thank you so much for that piece of art, Early Swanson. This item's still open, by the way. Item 13F is Tall Pines by William Van Hill. We have an auction going live in the studio right now on this piece because the number just keeps jumping really quickly. It went from 2 to 250 to 275. We're calling for $300 on this piece. It's acrylic on board measuring 18 by 24. I just have to say that I absolutely love that this artist is 91 years old and has been giving to PBS KVIE for a very long time. Look at that exquisite artwork right there on your screen. And you can look at it more than just right now if you're the winning bidder. So pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. I promise you, it is so much fun to get involved in the art auction because when you call, you're in the middle of a live auction. Someone else is calling for a piece, you're on there for the piece, and then you just bid it out until you feel comfortable, and whoever's the highest bidder is the winner, and you can take it home as early as tomorrow. How cool. So let's go through this entire half hour. Again, the number's on the screen. This is 13A, Tasty by Patricia Prendergast. This is pastels, measuring 21 by 26. Retail value is $725, and we have a bid right now for $250. Next piece is 13B Zen on the Vine by Jill Erickson. Multiple people are on the phone right now for this. Acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 16. Retail value $550, and we're up to $400. Item 13C, Alhambra by Charlotte Markham Rush. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. I gotta bring this up. This is $300, and it is a bell ringer. And I also want you to know that this piece is still open because just when we have a bell ringer does not mean that piece is closed. It's hit retail value. The next piece is 13D Desert Hideaway again by Roger Thibault. Acrylic on canvas, 30 by 24 are your measurements, $500 retail. We're at $350, that's great. Also the next one, 13E, Hey California by Early Swanson, oil on canvas, measuring 20 by 24. We got another bell ringer. You can see right there the value was $500, but it's such a hot item, it's at $750 right now. Everything over the retail amount is tax deductible. and it is a beautiful piece of art. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen right now and get involved. 13F is Tall Pines by William Van Hill. This is a acrylic on board. Check it out. Way to go. Bell ringer on this one as well, and it just jumped up again to $375. The measurements are 18 by 24, and we are so glad, William, that your piece is a bell ringer, because we think you are too. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. You are supporting the mission of PBS KVIE in our region by being involved in the art auction, and it just takes a phone call and a bid. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour right here on PBS KVIE.
Bank of Marin is proud to support PBS KVIE in their mission to educate, inspire, and unite our community through events, outreach programs, and quality television. Together, we are making our community a better place to live and work.
Coming up next is artwork from Sacramento Fine Arts Center. Established in 1986, the Sacramento Fine Arts Center is dedicated to the creation and presentation of the visual arts. Located in Carmichael, the Sacramento Fine Arts Center is a community organization providing space for gallery exhibitions, art classes, volunteer opportunities, and more. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and thanks for joining us for this Sacramento Fine Arts Center break. And now here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during the next half hour. It's a great half hour. 14A is where we're going to begin. It's called I'm a Lover, Not a Fighter by Dave Keck. This is watercolor measuring 19 by 23. What a beautiful piece of art. And the retail value is $350. Item 14B, Sonoma Glory by Rhonda Egan. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20. The retail value is $900. Beautiful pieces of art in this half hour. Item 14C is Inverness Point Rays by Bobby Baldwin. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 24. The retail value is $275. Item 14D, Blue Buffalo by Dennis Wilson. It's oil on canvas measuring 18 by 30. What a cool piece of art. Retail value $950. Item 14E is Yosemite Falls Reflected by Helen Plannert. This is watercolor measuring 16 by 20. It is framed by Archival Gallery, and the retail is $500. Item 14F will round out this half hour. 3 Western Tanagers by Catherine Rakic, and it is ceramic, measuring 24 by 12 by 6. Retail value is $175. Let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hello again, I'm Christina Salerno, and we're back for another 30 minutes of auction fun, this time featuring Sacramento Fine Arts Center artist. I'd like to welcome back Angelia Gordon, who is representing the Sacramento Fine Arts Center today. Let's get started with the work featured this half an hour. Item 14A is I'm a Lover, Not a Fighter by Dave Keck. This is watercolor. It's measuring 19 by 23 with a retail value of $350. Okay, I gotta ask about that title, I'm a Lover, Not a Fighter. What do we think that means?
I don't know much about the personality of birds, but you can see that this artist really does. And was inspired to paint a story of these 3 birds, this dove, I think a blue jay, and a crow together. It looks like the birds are a little bit jealous of that nest that the dove
Oh, the dove has a nice, comfortable nest. And these birds want to take it away.
Seems like it, yes.
So when we hear the title, I'm a Lover, Not a Fighter, we're thinking that dove he has no interest in giving up that nest.
No, but he's not going to fight them.
He's not going to fight them. What a fun little story on that, and I love how we're zooming in on that scene. So right there, you have a really interesting scene to kick us off. I love that. Can you talk a little bit more about the details that we're looking at as we especially go in on that nest?
Yeah, I think the artist really wants to draw you into the story of these birds. So he put a lot of detail into the birds, and then particularly this nest that they seem to be fighting over. You can see all the detail of this fern in here that's hanging and the chain coming down for this planter.
And that is not very easily done with watercolor, correct?
No, it's not. Watercolor is a difficult media to tame.
And exactly, when we're looking at details like that, we know how hard that is. And also, I wanted to kind of draw our attention to some of these beautiful colors or brush strokes in the background. They're almost kind of abstract. Can you talk a little bit about the background that we're looking at as well?
Yeah, this artist really used a lot of color to make those birds pop. And a great way for artists to do that, particularly with watercolor media, is this beautiful abstract background that kind of mixes colors to create this sky.
It's really a beautiful piece. This would be great for the bird watcher in your family or nature lover. I love the fun story behind this painting. That's something that if you have this in your home, you can tell your guests, here's a little story, or you can come up with your own story about the three birds. What a neat piece to have. Once again, it's item 14A, I'm a Lover, Not a Fighter by Dave Keck. A watercolor, as we were discussing, that really challenging medium, measuring 19 by 23 with a retail value of $350. You'll see the number to call on your screen, and you'll see the current bid on your screen as well. I love they're just panning down now on that really neat chain and that detail you were talking about. And wow, that must have been difficult to achieve.
Yeah, I think so.
I love the birds, and we're looking there now. Can we get some close-ups on the birds here as well that tell that little vignette, that little story as we pan down? We are going to keep this lovely painting on for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. All right, we're moving on to our next item, which is item 14B. It's called Sonoma Glory by Rhonda Egan. This is an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $900. Wow, what a stunning painting. You look at this piece across the room and you can really see those colors pop. What do you think about these beautiful colors?
I think the artist did such an excellent job contrasting the colors, particularly in the trees. You can see that these reds and oranges really pop against those darker greens, almost blue greens in some spots.
Absolutely, yeah. You've got the orange and the greens and then the blues in the background. Wow, what a stunning piece. Can you talk a little bit about the technique that the artist used to kind of achieve this?
Yeah, so Rhonda uses a palette knife to paint directly onto the canvas. So most artists, when using oil paints, will use a brush and just use their palette knife to mix the colors, which can get a little bit muddy in some paintings. But with Rhonda, when she directly applies her palette knife to the canvas, she's getting these really pure pigments of colors directly onto the canvas, which helps keep it bold and then also gives the trees and other parts of the landscape a lot of texture.
I want to kind of talk a little bit more about that as well, because you can really see the texture. It's almost kind of thick on this painting. It really kind of pops, and that's a really neat detail that you pointed out. There's actually like a thickness to this painting that's a little bit unusual.
There is, and I mean, you can see it mostly in the trees, but you can also see it in other parts of the painting, like these grasses down here at the bottom.
Yeah, our camera can maybe pan into those beautiful grasses because they're such a beautiful detail. You have the stunning kind of oranges, but then you kind of almost move to some purples and other colors here too.
Yeah, it really softens it when she puts in those purples into the landscape.
Absolutely. As a review, this is item 14B. It's called Sonoma Glory, and it's by Rhonda Egan. It's an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $900. That name, Sonoma Glory, you know, this is a very evocative scene of Sonoma, Napa, driving through vineyards, maybe at fall, at harvest time. What a beautiful scene of California. And if this is a piece that you would like to have in your home to remind you of some of those beautiful California scenes, call the number on your screen. Get involved. Place a bid. It's fun. We've got a phone bank standing by. It's a great time to get in, make some bids. You can have an original piece of art in your home, this beautiful piece, Sonoma Glory, in your home within a matter of hours, matter of days. And just a reminder, these are original pieces of art that were donated by the artists who support the mission of PBS KVIE and all the programming that we air. As this camera's going through the scene, I just kept seeing different scenes that I love so much, like the mountains back here too. We haven't even talked about those because your almost eyes brought so forward by the vineyards, but I mean, look at those stunning mountains.
Yeah, I mean, you can see all of these trees too that fade into those mountains. Really beautiful piece that draws your eye back as well as keeping you in the front.
Absolutely. All right, well, we're going to keep this beautiful piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 14C. It's called Inverness Point Rays by Bobby Baldwin. This is an oil on canvas. It's measuring 24 by 24 with a retail value of $275. Wow. Well, first of all, I want to say this is a stunning size, stunning colors. I love how big this piece is, if you can kind of get a feel for it. I mean, wow, what a statement piece that this would be to have in your living room wall, especially to bring you in. Was it the colors that brought you in? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, particularly the colors in the water down here. I mean, Bobby is such a master of color. She really understands color theory, and she never uses browns or blacks in her paintings. All this beautiful color that you see here is what she mixed from her primary and secondary color palette.
Oh, wow. What a neat
Which is really difficult to do for some artists.
Absolutely, wow. And as they're getting closer to, wow, you have this neon green too at the bottom that kind of really makes these colors stand out.
Yeah. But what I love is that she draws the color up here along this landscape. She's got these oranges that come in through the greens and the blues.
So they really complement one another.
They do.
And there's different shades of blue in the sky as well. So it's almost like you're looking at many shades of blue and green that change.
Yeah, she carries a lot of her colors throughout the entire painting, so your eye is always bouncing around.
Now this one is set in Point Rays, and do we understand the artist? Maybe this is a special place to that artist?
Yeah, the artist travels a lot, and she loves to do plein air painting, which is where you lug all your art supplies with you to a beautiful landscape and you paint there. You're not painting from a picture.
Now, I know Point Rays is a place that a lot of our viewers probably go to with your family for vacation. Beautiful, stunning picture of the coast. What an amazing piece that you can have, an original piece of art that you can have in your house to remind you of those times with your family, or just representing the beautiful coast. What about the composition of this piece? We kind of have water, sky, land. I mean, can you kind of talk about what's drawing your eye in terms of composition when you're looking at this?
My eye is always drawn to the waves here. There's a lot of power in those waves. But then my eye carries back into the painting, and you can see that she put a lot of detail into all of those trees and even those mountains that are really far back there.
There's a lot of detail to look at. I love how many different details, as you pointed out. So these are waves. Interesting. Yeah, I can see the different details that the artist put in here.
Yeah.
This is beautifully framed. I can see how it kind of brings this natural look to this painting. Really has a good seaside feel. You almost feel like you're in the moment there.
Yeah, and something I didn't notice about the painting until you're looking at it for a while is that she does an amazing job with her clouds up in the corner here. Clouds are so difficult to do, and she does an excellent job bringing in all those colors into the clouds.
Absolutely, really masterful work by this artist, and we thank them for donating it. All right, well, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this beautiful piece open and checking over at the recap station for bidding updates.
All right, we have some exciting artwork available this break, and we want you to see it all. Let's take a look at the current bids on these items right now, which are live on PBS KVIE's art auction. 14A, I'm a lover, not a fighter. Guess what? Dave Keck has a bell ringer, watercolor, measuring 19 by 23. Wow, we got some bell ringers up in here now. That's cool. All right, sorry about that. Retail value $350, and I love the enthusiasm here in the studio. Okay, 14B is Sonoma Glory by Rhonda Egan. This is oil on canvas, measuring 16 by 20. The retail is $900, and ringers, get ready because we got another one. 14C is Inverness Point Rays by Bobby Baldwin. We have a bell ringer right there. And that's so much fun. Oil on canvas measuring 24 by 24. Retail value is $275. This piece is still open. Whenever we say we have a bell ringer, it means we've hit retail on these pieces, but still, it is wide open for the bidding, and whoever bids the highest will take home the piece as early as tomorrow. And every time you pick up the phone and you get involved with our family at PBS KVIE, because you are part of our family, and what we do is for you. When you pick up the phone and call, all of the money raised goes toward PBS KVIE right here in your community, to bring the programs, the news, the content, and it is all for you. So pick up the number on the screen or follow along right now on kvie.org/art auction and see where your piece is coming up that you might want, but act fast. Okay, I'm gonna run through the 3 pieces again that are open right now. 14A, I'm a Lover Not a Fighter, Bell Ringer by Dave Keck, watercolor measuring 19 by 23, and the retail is $350, and that's where we are right now, $350, a great watercolor. Item 14B, Sonoma Glory by Rhonda Egan. This is now up to $350, so this one is climbing. It has a retail of $900. Look at this piece. It is quintessential California landscape, and it takes you right in to the beauty of Sonoma County and its famed grapes and wine region. We're looking for $400 right now on this piece. And this is a piece that you could give anyone and say, this is a California master. This piece is exquisite and it is wide open right now for you to bid on if you come in at $400. The next piece is 14C Inverness Point Reyes. It's at $275. It's a bell ringer and still open for you to place your bids. So pick up the phone, call 844-KVIE Art, and you will speak to a friendly volunteer. We have a great group of volunteers here from Bank of Marin, and I just want everybody to give a big wave to the cameras and say hello. Welcome to Bank of Marin, and I've got to run back over here, but welcome everybody. We are going to head over to the art for the second half of the break with Christina and Angelia.
All right, we're back with more exciting artwork for this half an hour. The piece for you could be right here. Okay, up next, we're looking at item 14D. It's called Blue Buffalo by Dennis Wilson. This is an oil-on canvas. It's measuring 18 by 30 inches, and it has a retail value of $950. Well, we know where he got that title right away, Blue Buffalo. Wow, what a stunner. I love the bright blue buffalo and the purple shadows. I mean, wow. What are your thoughts on the colors the artist used here?
It's a very unique interpretation of this scene. I would never think to use such vibrant colors against one another, particularly these purple shadows against this bright green.
It's kind of a surprise, right?
Yeah, it's really interesting to look at.
And there's a lot of different colors here. We're panning over those really neat shadows. Again, just interesting interpretation. This artist, Dennis Wilson, well-known artist, he recently had a gallery showing here at PBS KVIE. Last year, he was the winner of Best of Show, really well-known for some of these great colors that he uses. And not only do we have the colors of the buffalo, we have that little sun peeking in the back, too, that adds some more color to kind of the top part of the painting as well.
It does, and you can see this kind of red color that's poking through that bright blue, really adding to the atmosphere of the piece.
Oh, I love that you pointed that out. There's a little bit of red, and you can kind of see it peeking up over these beautiful mountains there, kind of like a sunset. Can you talk a little bit about this kind of artist's, I like that it's a horizontal piece. This could be something that you could use over a mantelpiece or over a sofa, something that would be in a living room perhaps. Can you talk about how this really draws your eye in and might be a good conversation piece? I mean, what is it that kind of brings you in when you first look at it?
Yeah, I think that this is a great conversation piece. It's very imaginative. This artist always has really great interpretations of different subject matter, and that shows in this piece as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I love how you kind of imagine something. I believe you had a description of his work about how he does imagine these scenes as well, correct?
Yeah, like I said, he always has really interesting ways of portraying people, places, animals in this case.
Absolutely. This is item 14D. It's called Blue Buffalo by Dennis Wilson. It's an oil-on canvas measuring 18 by 30 with a retail value of $950. Okay, the number to call is on your screen. You'll also see the current bid on your screen. Just a reminder to our viewers, as we're ending at the end of a break, you're running out of time. This is the time to call. These pieces go so quickly, and if you miss the window, you might miss out on having a piece of original artwork in your home. Something gorgeous like this, an 18 16 by 30 oil. Again, I got to go back to that horizontal, how I could picture that like over a sofa or in a living room. And wow, I mean, those colors would be stunning in any home to really be a conversation piece and bring your eye in. Again, we have a retail value of $950 on this piece. You can see the bid on your screen, and you can see the number to call as well. What additional thoughts do you have about this piece?
I just really love his choice of color. These kind of neon greens and these jewel tones in the purple. Just such an interesting palette that he used to create this piece.
Really stunning palette, yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we're gonna keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're gonna move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 14E. It's called Yosemite Falls Reflected, and it's by Helen Plenner. This is a watercolor measuring 16 by 20. It was beautifully framed by Archival Gallery. It has a retail value of $500. This is an interesting piece. Yosemite Falls, it's a very familiar scene to so many of us, near and dear to our hearts. What technique did the artist use for this one?
Yeah, like you said, so many people have done this particular scene of Yosemite Falls, but this artist uses such has such an interesting way of portraying this scene that you don't normally see. She's developed this style of pen and ink where you can see in the piece all this detail in the mountains that she's created with the pens, and even in these trees at the base of the water. She was known for a while as the tree lady because she perfected doing that technique in trees. And it really shows in this scene too.
And watercolor is difficult to get that kind of level of detail in, correct?
It is, yes, very. So you can see that she's really mastered getting the watercolor just right throughout the piece. And using a variety of color. When you look at the blues, there's so many different tones in that blue.
As our camera pans down, I kind of want to pan down to get some of the detail that we see in the water in particular. Can you talk a little bit about the details that you see with this artist?
Yeah, in the water here, you can see where she added the details where the water is stiller, using her pen again. So she's kind of mirroring what she created in the top, which is such a interesting way to paint the water.
Now, Yosemite Falls, again, one of those places that I know our viewers love. You've visited many times with your family. This is iconic California. What an amazing piece to have in your home. A really good size, too. This would be perfect in an office or a bedroom or a hallway. What a lovely piece to bring to your home. And it's kind of, like you said, an unusual interpretation of a scene that we've seen so many times with the artist's technique. And just as Yosemite is very special to us, I assume it's very special to the artist as well. Is there a little bit of a story behind that painting?
Yeah, she said that this was her first time painting Yosemite Falls in 15 years.
Wow.
That she had taken a lot of trips with her father, and it was a very special place to them. So it meant a lot to her to be able to repaint this scene.
And I know Yosemite means a lot to a lot of our viewers out there as well. And so this is your chance to own an original piece of artwork. All you have to do is call the number on your screen and make a bid. You'll see the current bid on your screen right there. And bring a piece of original artwork home. Just a reminder, our artists generously donated these pieces to PBS KVIE to support the mission of PBS KVIE, the programming that you love. Nature shows like those that feature Yosemite and the outdoors, nature, Nova, the dramas, the kids shows, the local shows, all of that is because of your support through the KVIE art auction. We are going to keep this piece open for you to continue to bid on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 14F. It's called Three Western Tanagers. It's by Catherine Rakich. This is a ceramic measuring 24 by 12 by 6. It has a retail value of $175. There's a lot to talk about in this piece. I love it. It's kind of a couple different mediums here. Can you talk about the materials she used?
Yeah, so this is real wood that she had found along the American River, and these beautiful birds are ceramic. And this piece is actually, you can display it indoor or outdoor. These materials are great for the outdoors.
That's great to know. So for our viewers out there, you could put this in your dining room. You could use this as a hall entryway or even in your outside table, perhaps. Very sturdy piece of art that can go just about anywhere. And I love these birds. I'm hoping we can zoom in on some of the details of the birds. Can you talk a little bit about the colors and the details in these birds here?
Yeah. So I don't know if much about birds, but I'm assuming that the colors are fairly true to the actual tanagers. But you'll see, like, in a lot of her work, she is very free with the colors. She tends to try and base the colors off of the personality of the animals that she's portraying. And you can really see the personality of these birds coming alive in this piece.
There are personalities you can see in each one. Yeah. And it looks like almost each one has a different personality. We're right here on this one here on the top, and he's got kind of a mischievous look to it. But I love how each one has a little bit different pose, a little different position.
Yeah, looking to the leader in the center here.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. I love that about it. That's what's so amazing about artwork. Everybody can see something different in it that is personal to them. So maybe the bird lover in your family, you love nature. As you mentioned, this is a scene, she was inspired by the American River. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So this is something that maybe someone who lives along the American River, you have a piece of that right here that you could bring into your home, an original piece of artwork. Again, this is item 14F, 3 Western Tanagers by Catherine Rakich. This is ceramic, measuring 24 by 12 by 6. Pretty good size, actually. So this would really stand out on kind of any surface in your home or in your yard with a retail value of $175. You'll see the number to call on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen. Get involved in the bidding. It's really fun, and you can have an original piece of artwork like this to take home. Final thoughts on this piece?
Well, I think that it's a great conversation starter. Just there's such a story behind this piece. So putting it in your home, whether it's your dining room table or maybe an outdoor coffee table, you're always going to have your guests very interested in it.
Absolutely. And Catherine, I would like to mention, gave us an animal sculpture last year as well. So thank you to her for that artist. So this sounds like it might be typical of her work to feature animals and some of the wildlife that we love and enjoy here in Sacramento.
Yes, she's very inspired by the local nature here.
I love it. Well, if you're inspired by this piece or any of the other ones you've seen in this break, now is the time to call. We are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. I'd like to thank Angelina Gordon for sharing her expertise with us as an art expert and representing Sacramento Fine Arts Center. Thank you for being here. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction bidding.
Okay, thank you both. And just a few minutes left in this break, so let's take a look at the open bids on our items featured this half hour. We will begin with 14D. This is Blue Buffalo by Dennis Wilson. I love this piece. Oil on canvas measuring 18 by 30. Retail value $950. And right now we're at $425. We're at half the retail value on this piece. So get those phones ringing and call 844-584-3278. Item 14E, Yosemite Falls Reflected. This is by Helen Planert, and this is watercolor measuring 16 by 20. Framed by Archival Gallery, and the retail value is $500. We are at $225 right now and climbing. 14F is 3 Western Tanagers. This is by Catherine Rakich, and this is ceramic, measuring 24 by 12 by 6. $175 is the retail. We're at $125, so we're climbing up on that piece as well. And when you call in to PBS KVIE to the number on your screen, all of the money goes to support PBS, your public television station, and all of the dollars stay local in your community to bring you the content that you depend on. Please join us in this auction. Have a friend join us by calling them or texting them and watch with you, and maybe you'll be bidding on the same piece. Who knows? Okay, we're going to go through the whole half hour for you real quick. 14A, I'm a Lover Not a Fighter. This is by Dave Keck. It's a bell ringer, which is fantastic. Watercolor, 19 by 23. Retail value is $350. We're at $350, but again, they stay open even though when they're bell ringers for a little bit longer. Item 14B is Sonoma Glory by Rhonda Egan, and this piece is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $900. We are at $400 right now. Item 14C, Inverness Point Rays. This is by Bobby Baldwin. It's a bell ringer, oil on canvas measuring 24 by 24. Look at that, it's at $375, retail $275, and that is a fantastic piece. Item 14D is Blue Buffalo by Dennis Wilson. If you are in the other room and you hear it, but you can't see it, come take a look. It's gorgeous. Oil on canvas measuring 18 by 30, and the retail value is $950. We do have a bidding war going on right now. It's at $500. We're calling for $550. Yosemite Falls is the next piece on 14E. You see right here, Yosemite Falls reflected on your monitor. The retail for this piece by Helen Planert is $500. It's watercolor measuring 16 by 20. Archival Gallery framed it, and this is at $225. We're looking for $500. 14F is 3 Western Tanagers. This is by Catherine Rakic. It's ceramic measuring 24 by 12 by 6. We are so close to a bell ringer on this, so if you would like, and you're the bidder, you can make it a bell ringer by jumping up 50 more bucks, and it goes to your PBS station, KVIE. Okay, this is the time where you can join in by picking up the phone for any of the art in this past half hour, or if you see something coming up in the next one online, jump in and call, because you can be involved in the auction and place a bid. And when you do, all of the money raised, if you're the winning bidder, stays right here in your community for the programming you have come to love and depend on. Okay, stay with us. There's so much more art coming up in the next half hour, and the doctor is in the house right across the studio on the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 42nd annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is artwork from Salonos Town Center Gallery. Established in 2015 and located in Fairfield, the gallery is the centerpiece of the Fairfield Suisun Visual Arts Association, providing an exhibition space for the visual arts of the region. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Steve Wenlock, and thanks for joining us for Salonos Town Center Break. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by the Bank of Marin, and we would like to thank them for being a support of the arts on PBS, KVIE. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during this next half hour. Item 15A. The Fall by Carol Brent Levin. This is a reduction wood cut measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $400. Juror Award, Contemporary. Item 15B is We Dance by Vanetta Dillon. This is a watercolor measuring 24 by 36. Retail value is $700. Item 15C is Riderless Horse at Ranch Cemetery by Steve Hartley. This is a photography measuring 23 by 33. Retail value is $600. Item 15D, Anna's Hummingbird by Dennis Ariza. This is a photograph measuring 28 by 37. Retail value is $600. Item 15E, a hybrid abstract, number 11, by Kathy Canfeld Shepard. This is a mixed media measuring 14 by 11 by 2. The retail value is $575. Item 15F is Mysterious Pod by Jo-Henri Danil. This is a mixed media measuring 13 by 14 by 9. Retail value is $900. Excuse me, retail value is $300. All right, the phone lines are open. Now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Kelly Rains, and thank you for joining us for the Solano Town Center category. I'd like to welcome Dennis Ariza, who will be joining me this half hour as our art expert. Dennis is here representing the Fairfield-Sassoon Visual Arts Association and currently serves as the president of their board of directors. Dennis is also an accomplished photographer and is the director of the Solano Town Center Gallery in Fairfield. Welcome, Dennis. Let's get started with our first landscape. This is item 15A. It is The Fall by Carol Brent Levin. This is reduction woodcut measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $400, and this got an award in the jury by the jurors in the contemporary category. The Fall. What can you share with us about this, Dennis?
Well, start with thank you very much for having me here today. This piece by Carol Levin, I've known her for probably 12, 13 years. The process is printmaking, and she carves into plywood and puts the ink on she carves just a portion of it, puts the ink on it, and then rolls it on the paper. Then she'll carve another section and use a different color. And it's multi-layers and multi-carvings to do the print.
Wow.
This one has a lot of detail here with some curtains. In the top right-hand corner, she spent a lot of time trying to get the thin lines carved in.
You can see those beautiful lines of those curtains that Dennis is talking about on your screen right now, and the beautiful houses in the distance outside the window. You're right, there is so much attention to detail, and you were telling me before that each element and each color is a different carving and printing process in this, correct?
Yeah, she spends a lot of time doing this, and this one is called The Fall. Has to do with the tree here has fallen into the house.
Oh my goodness, that's so beautiful. I mean, the colors are so vibrant. You can see on your television screen right now the beautiful roots and the color of her hair and the couch, and it's just such an interesting piece. And there's a story in there, I think, for everyone to kind of find for themselves. And the story for you that you love on PBS KVIE, whether it's drama or frontline stories or science programming, there's always a story for you and your family to enjoy. And call the number on your screen right now to support those stories by bringing this piece home with you. What is the inspiration, do you know, behind this?
Well, she lives in an area, Green Valley, with a lot of oak trees. And my understanding is she spent a lot of time watching this tree over the years in the area. She had previously done another print where the couple were sitting on the same couch in the house before the tree had fallen. So.
Wow, this is just such a beautiful, interesting piece of art. Look at the beautiful colors and the attention to detail and the processes that the artist goes through to bring you this beautiful art. The current bid is on your screen. The number to call to make that bid is on your screen, so call now. This is not going to stay open very long. I love the delicate nature of those lines and the curtains that you pointed out, Dennis. Look at those on the screen. They're so beautiful. Anything else that you'd like to share?
Yeah. No, like I said, I've known Carol for a long time. She's done some amazing work, and she's submitted her work through galleries and shows, all over the country, and has done quite well with her work. So she is well known for it.
Thank you, Dennis. This is a nationally known artist. We're going to keep this item open. That's item 15A, The Fall by Carol Brent Levin. We're going to move on into item 15B. And this is We Dance by Vanita Dillon. This is watercolor measuring 24 by 36 inches. Retail value is $700. And we were talking before, Dennis, this is such a beautiful watercolor. I love the colors and the joy that's in this. What can you share with us about it?
It's a happy image.
Yeah.
Again, I've known Vanita for years now, and she does this whimsical work. She's created labels for our wine bottles and our certain events that we've had. We were looking for a label all with art, original art on it. And she was the first one that, her name came to my mind as soon as we came up with the idea of doing the label. And she's done several now. We just did another bottle that's going to start an artist series. But she's, she also writes children's books and illustrates them with the watercolor paintings.
Wow, she's a multi-genre artist, and you can bring her art into your home. It's such a joyful, colorful piece. You can see those beautiful colors on your screen. This is item 15B, We Dance. We are definitely dancing with joy when we look at this painting, and we want you to have all that joy in your home. This is by Vanita Dillon. It is watercolor measuring 24 by 36, retail value is $700. And again, look at the energy, and I can hear the music, and there's just the colors are just so beautiful. And I love how rich they are. Do you know any inspiration behind this painting?
Actually, I don't on this one, but I do know that she does love to work with the bright colors, and that she likes that they're transparent and they're harder to work with.
Well, bright colors are inspiration enough, right?
Yes.
I'm inspired just enough by the colors and the beautiful figures that she's got in there, and the music that I can just hear as they're playing the music. Again, this is item 15B, We Dance. You will be dancing when you bring this painting home. It's got a beautiful frame too, this gold kind of embossed, almost filigree wood frame. It's absolutely stunning. And you can see on your screen, they're kind of moving over to the matting, and then that beautiful, beautiful frame. It just kind of ties in all of that joy that can't really be contained by the frame, but it's just bringing it all together. The current bid is on your screen for We Dance, item 15B by Vanita Dillon. Anything else you'd like to share with us, Dennis? When you look at this, what do you want to do with this? Where would you want to hang this?
You've mentioned it, and it's the dance, the music.
There you
it's
go.
An exciting, painting to me.
It's absolutely beautiful. This is 15B. It is very exciting. We're going to keep this one open and move on. We're going to move on to item 15C, Riderless Horch at Ranch Cemetery by Steve Hartley. This is a stunning photograph measuring 23 by 33 inches. Retail value is $600. And I love horses. My niece is getting into horses. So if you're a horse lover at home, this is definitely something that you want to have. Dennis, what can you share with us about this photograph?
Well, the time of the year, it's like an early winter, the light dusting of snow, the lone horse, the colors. It was like a great sunset time. Steve travels a lot, and he uses his wife as a spotter while they're driving, the country. And she'll point out issues, I think she spotted the horse and said, "Oh, look at this," And,
oh, wow. It's so beautiful. I mean, you can see that on your screen. Look at the drama in the clouds and this soul horse with this soul tree. There's a little fence around the tree. There's definitely a story here. And you pointed out the snow on the ground. I just love that because it gives you a sense of place and time of year. And you're right, it's just so dramatic. And it's a good size photograph, right, Dennis?
Yes, it is. I prefer my photography in this size. I work, this is probably one of my smaller ones. I work this in larger myself, but yeah, Steve has been one of our members now for a couple years, and he's also joined my photography group, and we've gone out a few times together shooting, and that. He's an amazing photographer. He does some great work.
I love it. Photographers are always there in the places that we can't be, and they bring us back these memories and these moments for us to have for a lifetime. And this is your opportunity to have this beautiful, beautiful landscape with the stunning sky and that horse and that beautiful tree. The current bid is on your screen. The number to call is on your screen. Again, look at that dramatic sky and those clouds. So as a photographer, Dennis, what can you point out to or tell us about the composition that speaks to you?
The horse. I've always been taught that when you do a photograph, you have to give your image, if it's an animal, a place to go.
Oh.
So the horse has room to travel in this photograph, where if it was on this side going in that direction, it wouldn't. It would be the end of the photo.
Wow.
So, but you always try to give your wildlife a place to go when you do that.
I love that. The horse has got a place to go. And guess what? Yes, you have a place to go with all the programs that you love every day of the year, every night of the year, all the time, round the clock. travel experiences, drama programs, science programs, you've always got a place to go and room to go. This is item 15C, Riderless Horse at Ranch Cemetery. Beautiful photograph by Steve Hartley. Photograph measuring 23 by 33 inches. Retail value is $600. The current bid is on your screen. And we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
All right, some great work from Salonos Town Center Gallery in this break. We're looking to hear from you now to place your bid and win art. You know, a quick recap of the bidding activity. Here we go. Let's look at 15A, which is The Fall by Carol Brent Levin, which is great. The reduction woodcut measuring, 16 by 20. Just love it. Retail value at $400. And it's the Juror Award, and Contemporary was the award for. And let me just kind of share with you, we've got a bid already starting at $150. I know that there's more out there. You may want to make sure that you don't miss out on this incredible piece. We Dance by Vanetta 15B, We Dance by Vanetta Dillon. This is a watercolor measuring 24 by 36. Retail value is $700. High bid on this one is $200, but we're waiting to start that bid, so this is our time. I love the title because it really talks about we are dancing. It is so great. Item 15C is The Riderless Horse at Ranch Cemetery by Steve Hartley. The photography measuring 23 by 33. Retail value is $600, which is, we just need a starting bid on that. It's our time to kind of make that happen. We know that that's going to be a part. You know, $200, let's get it. We know that that's a part that you know that you want to make this art yours. Can you see them in your home? That's what I love about them. You know what? This is the time for you to call the number right there on your screen. Make this a part. You know, support KVIE because all of the artwork that it helps us with making sure that we're providing the best programming to you. And this is the way. You know, I want to always thank the artists because they're really behind a lot of this, making sure they know the value of KVIE. So the number's on your screen. This is your time to give us a call right now. All right, and we're going to look at 15A again. Again, it's The Fall by Carol Brent Levin, this is a reduction woodcut measuring. Notice the size, 16 by 20. So this is a beautiful piece. Its retail value is $400. And I just want to underscore it was a Juror Contemporary Award. It's just great. You know, we need an opening bid of this of $150, and we know that that's out there. Make this a part of your home. 15B, We Dance by Vanetta Dillon. The watercolor is measuring 24 by 36. And the retail value on this is $700. Look at this, and it says it, the name says it. It is dancing right there in front of your eyes. Imagine having that's a part. That's a $200 high bid that we're waiting for. We got that bid at $200. Let's make it. Keep calling in because this is a piece you'd like to have. 15C is The Riderless Horse at Ranch Cemetery by Steve Hartley. And this photography measuring 23 by 33. Retail value is $600. You know what? We have $450 on that bid, so don't stop. This is the time to kind of look at it. And now let's head back to the art with Kelly and Dennis.
All right, the current bid is on your screen, as well as the number to call to place your bid. The piece we're looking at right now is item 15D, Anna's Hummingbird, by Dennis Ariza. This is photography measuring 28 by 37 inches with a retail value of $600. Dennis, is this your own piece? Yes, we know it is. Thank you so much for donating this to the auction. So, you know, tell me about your photograph, Dennis.
Well, I have a photography group. And every year, I travel to Santa Cruz to the Botanical Gardens.
Wow.
And there's normally probably 30 of us that venture out. And in the springtime, they have what they call their Hummingbird Festival. And they have a hummingbird walk with plants that attract hummingbirds from all over the world.
Oh, wow.
So this fella here, it was drinking the pollen nectar, and it was coming back to this spot about every 15 minutes. So I just sat there and waited for it.
You waited him out at this beautiful. So is it an annual hummingbird festival you said in Santa Cruz?
Yes.
That's so beautiful. I mean, look at his beautiful colors. How long do you think you waited, like in total, to capture
like I was
this
saying,
image?
it came back like every 15 minutes. They're almost on a clock.
Okay.
And they find a safe spot that they can go to eat and then come back. And I probably hung out there for about 45 minutes and probably came home with about 100 photos of the same bird. But I just love this one because it's clear, the detail of the feathers. It's just an amazing bird. They're tiny, they're fast, and then they have to come and rest every once in a while and make sure the area is clear because they're always on the lookout for predators.
Wow. So you have to have a lot of patience in what you're doing as a photographer.
Oh, definitely.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Has your patience improved over the year?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. This is a beautiful photograph. We have the artist right here. This is Dennis Ariza. Thank you so much for lending your art expertise, but also your beautiful photograph here. Anna's hummingbird, item 15D. The current bid is on your screen. This is a very big photograph too. Is this evocative of what this kind of size of photographs that you usually do?
Yes, this is a 20 by 30 inch, and that's pretty much my standard size that I do on all my work. I begin with a 13 by 19 inch because I can do all my own printing.
Oh, wonderful. And is there a special kind of focus that you use to do this? Is there like...
The background is out of focus, and the process is called bokeh. But that just brings everything clear and gives you more detail, nothing to distract from the image.
You can see all the beautiful detail on your screen right now, the beautiful foliage and floral work that the hummingbird is landing upon, and it's outdoors. I love that photographers can bring the outdoors into us. Is all your photography outdoor and wildlife?
I do wildlife and landscape photography, and occasionally a little abstract.
This is so beautiful. This is for the nature lover, the outdoors lover. This is item 15D. We are with the artist himself. This is by Dennis Ariza. Thank you, Dennis. It measures 28 by 37. It's a very substantial piece. Retail value is $600. And we're going to keep this item open, Dennis, and move on. This is a beautiful piece. Thank you. We're moving on to item 15E. And that is Hybrid Abstract number 11 by Kathy Canfield Shepard. This is mixed media measuring 14 by 11 by 2. Retail value is $575. And we were talking before, Dennis, it's multimedia. So can you tell us the different components that are in this piece of art?
Well, Kathy does paper quilling.
Okay.
And which is the rolling of paper. She purchases the different colors and thin strips, and then she mounts them on this device and starts spinning them in her hand.
Wow.
And makes the different spirals. Then she uses a tacky glue that holds them together, and then she'll mount them. And this one she used some watercolor painting to make it different. She likes, she's always been amazed, by abstract, mechanical. So this one, if you look at it, there's areas that looks like gears, meshed together and a process. She also does the quilling and makes ornaments for the holidays. She does jewelry. So I've known her now for a couple years, and she's been a participating member in our gallery.
It's so beautiful. You can see on the screen, we're looking at all the different quills, and on top of all the beautiful watercolor paint that she's added. There's such a vibrancy and an energy in her work, and she shows, you said, with you and the gallery, and where is that exactly?
Our main gallery is the Salonos Town Center Gallery, and it's in the Salonos Town Center Mall in Fairfield, right off the freeway. So we've got a very nice spot. We've been there for 11 years.
It's so wonderful. So this is item 15E, Hybrid Abstract number 11 by Kathy Canfield Shepard, mixed media measuring 14 by 11 by 2. Retail value is $575. The number to call is on your screen to make the bid, and that current bid is on your screen. Look at all those colors on your screen. as well. All the things that you need are on your screen. The beautiful quilling art, and quilling again is paper.
It's paper rolled.
Paper rolled.
So, yeah, she says she loves to push the technique to its limits. When she does it, she mixes the colors together. You know, there's some of these which she has 3 different colors mixed in to make all these gears that are interlocking.
Yeah, it's like a gears. It's a working machine, and everything's in concert with each other, and it's just a beautiful piece. And Dennis, thank you for all those notes. This is item 15E, Hybrid Abstract number 11 by Kathy Canfield Shepard. She has donated her art to PBS KVIE's art auction. It's your job now and your opportunity to bring this art home and be a part of the process, part of the auction. Call the number on your screen. Dennis, is there anything else that the artist has shared with you about this piece?
She's also a musician.
Oh.
So she plays in an orchestra in the Bay Area. So she stays very busy.
She stays very busy, and we're staying busy here with the art auction. So busy, we're going to keep this item open, and we're going to move on to item 15F, Mysterious Pod by Jo Renee Donnell. This is mixed media, measuring 13 by 14 by 9. Retail value is $300, and this is a mysterious pod. I'm gonna just turn it ever so slightly. This is a beautiful multimedia sculpture, Dennis. What can you share with us about the materials of this sculpture?
Well, she used here the base of it, or it's actually like a seed pod, is driftwood.
Okay.
And with a seed pod, as it splits open, which is the fused glass, and then the plant starts to sprout and come out, which would be like the copper tubing. And that she does a lot of fused glass that are creatures, plaques, and that. But every once in a while, she gets into the mixed media as an item like this that she uses driftwood or copper tubing. Yeah.
So this is emblematic of her usual kind of work and everything. So I'm just gonna spin it around. It's a multi-dimensional, so you can look at it from any angle. And Dennis, do you know if this can go indoors, outdoors, or both?
Yeah, this one can go indoors or outdoors.
Wow.
And she's she started out by doing jewelry with fused glass, and then she also does different plaques and ornaments and that.
So beautiful. You can see how the glass is just kind of shimmering under the lights, but there's also beautiful texture in all of the wood, and that it's copper, you said, correct?
Yes.
Going up. It's just a beautiful shape and everything. This is item 15F, Mysterious Pod by Jo Renee Donnell. It's mixed media, measuring 13 by 14 by 9. Retail value is $300. These items don't stay open very long. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. Is there anything else that the artist has shared with you about this, Dennis?
Well, she's been doing this for about 14 years.
Wow.
She's been a member of our gallery for 12 years, our art association, and she shows in all 3 of our galleries. She was part of the Artist Collaborative before in Old Sacramento, and
very nice.
Galleries in Benicia.
Very nice. She's also been in the KVIE art auction, and we thank her for all of her donations and her artistry. This is your chance to bring this such a unique, beautiful piece. It's a conversation starter for sure, and it's just gorgeous. You want to have it in your home or your office or anywhere that you just need a contemplative, beautiful, transcendental piece of art. This is item 15F, Mysterious Pod by Jo Renee Donnell. It's mixed media, measuring again 13 by 14 by 9. Retail value is $300. Stunning piece. And it's so beautiful. And we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour from Salonos Town Center Gallery. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update while you pick up that phone and get involved.
That's right, we're wrapping up this break, which means time is running out. Let's review the bids. First of all, 15D, Anna Hummingbird by Dennis Ariza. And it's a photography measuring 28 by 37. We have a bid, but we could always do more. Make sure that that's out there, because this is a great piece at $500. And the retail value is $600. 15E, which is the hybrid Abstract, number 11 by Kathy Canfield Shepard. It's a mixed media measuring 14 by 11 by 2, which is really just amazing. And the retail value is $575. And keep in mind, we have a bid at $150, but we're looking for more. This is your time because it has a retail value of $575. And item 15F is Mysterious Pond by Joel Renee. Thank you, Danielle. And the mixed media measuring 13 by 14 by 19. It's a retail value of $300, and you saw how exquisite it was, how important that is that we get. Let's start a bid on that one, and it's time for you to kind of call. You don't want to miss this piece at $100. And the starting bid on this is $100. So stay with us because there's more art coming up. But let me just kind of share with you all of our ones that we're doing this break, which I'm very excited about. 15A is The Fall by Carol Brett Levin. And again, it's the reduction. It's a reduction woodcut measuring 16 by... Oh, it's got a bell ring. I love that. Retail value is $400. Thank you. And it's a Jura Award Contemporary, and we know why. This is great. Item 15B, We Dance by Vanetta Dillon. This watercolor measuring 24 by 34. Retail value is $700. And great, we're looking for that. We've got a bid already at $450, but we need, this is your chance to kind of look at this even more. 15C is Riderless Horse at Ranch Cemetery by Steve Hartley. Photography measuring 23 by 33. Its retail value is $600. And again, we have a bid at $350 that's here, but excuse me, $550. Yeah, let's make it a bell ringer. This is our time to make sure. Call in right now. This is a great. And then item 15D, Anna's Humming by Dennis Aziza. Isa. The photography measuring 28 by 37. Retail value is $600. This is great. We have a high bid right now. Let's make $500. Let's make this a bell ringer right now. Give a call right in. This is item 15E, which is the Hybrid Abstract number 11 by Kathy Canfield Shepard. Mixed media 14 by 11 by 2. Retail value $575. And again, we have a bid at $150. You might want to look at that being a part of it. And then our 15F, which is Mysterious Pond by Joe Renee Danielle. And this is mixed media measured 13 by 14 by 9. It is just exquisite. Retail value is $300. This is so important that we make sure that we support KVA. You know what? And let's start the bid at $100 for 15F. We know that that's true. You know, stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Bank of Marin is proud to support PBS KVIE in their mission to educate, inspire, and unite our community through events, outreach programs, and quality television. Together, we are making our community a better place to live and work.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small on Masterpiece, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase, and through the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the photography category. Awards juried by Gordon Lazzaroni. This category features a selection of photographs, limited editions, and etchings. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Steve Wenlock, and thanks for joining us for this photography break. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 16A is Wine in the Making by Beth Savage, and photography measuring 20 by 30. Retail value $500. 16B is Sassy Hummer by Tananarive Aber. photography measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $500. 16C is Windmills at Sunset. And this is Kinderdijk, Netherlands, by Doug Arnold. Photography measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $250. 16D is Point Reyes Magic. I love that name, really, by Betty Cedarquist. The photography measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $350. 16E is New Beginnings by Michio Watanabe. Photography measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $550. Item 16F is Paradise Paved by Robert Craig. Photography measuring 40 by 28. Retail value is $900. Lots of great art this break. Now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Kelly Rains, and thank you for joining us for this photography category. During this break, I am pleased to be back with Dennis Ariza for this next half hour. Dennis, welcome, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We're going to start with item 16A. This is Wine in the Making by Beth Savage. This is photography measuring 20 by 30 inches. Retail value is $500. And Dennis, we were talking before, this was taken, I understand, down near Clarksburg. And what are they doing in this photograph?
Well, in this, Clarksburg, it's the fall. They're pruning. This is a vineyard, and they're pruning the grapevines after the harvest and getting ready for the next season.
So the photo's giving us a sense of time and place, and what about the composition and colors speak to you as a photographer yourself?
I love the rows of green, but the lines of the vineyards are drawing you back to the center horizon and the windbreak of the trees there, the trees that are a windbreak for the vineyard.
It's so beautiful, just the lines and the colors you can see on your screen, and it's a local area here in our region. Clarksburg's so beautiful down there off the Delta. This is item 16A, Wine in the Making. I love it's harvest time grapes. This is by Beth Savage, photography measuring 20 by 30 inches. Retail value is $500. The current bid is on your screen. The number to call is on your screen. And this is a photograph, it looks like it's printed on canvas. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, a lot of photographers, including myself, use canvas as a medium. Beth has been considering herself showing her photography for the last 10 years. She comes from an agricultural family background, and so she does a lot of photography that has to do with agriculture. So kind of a
nod to that area.
Yeah, something plants, that type.
It's really nice. So agriculture is important to her. You can see it in her work. We have a national series here at America's Heartland where we feature all of the agricultural products and food and different fibers that the people in our country make, and it's our national series. You should check that out for sure. And definitely this is a nod to our local area, Clarksburg. This is item 16A, Wine in the Making by Beth Savage, photography measuring 20 by 30 on canvas. Retail value is $500. Is there anything else the artist has shared with you about those?
Well, on this one, like I said, she was from a farming background, so everything has to do with, all her photography has to do with farming. She was part of the YOLO Arts, and this was a trip to the Clarksburg area for the photography and art, just art. I'm sure there was painters there that day, and so.
You can see the beautiful sky and that beautiful horizon you were talking about with all those trees on your screen right there. Again, this is in the area that we're in, Clarksburg, all the beautiful landscape and outdoors life that you can experience in our region, and you can experience so much more adventure and outdoors programs here on PBS KVIE. The current bid is on your screen for item 16A, Wine in the Making. This is Art in the Making, and you should get on the phone and call and make this yours. We're going to keep it open. We're going to move on to item 16B, which is Sassy Hummer by Tana Nariv Aubert. This is photography measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $500. And Dennis, yet again, we have a lovely little hummingbird. What can you tell us about this specific kind of hummingbird and what he's doing there?
Well, This, again, is Anna's hummingbird. It looks like a male because of the red head. Normally you do not see the red feathers until they're either disturbed, they looking for, out for predators, or if it's mating season, they'll buff up their colors to attract the female.
Or they're feeling a little sassy, like the title, Sassy
Yes,
Hummer.
yeah.
So he's feeling a little sassy, so his red is showing.
No, I really like this photo. It's something that I would, type that I would take. But the clarity of the bird, the detail of the feathers, the red feathers are really sharp. The background is blurred to attract attention to the hummingbird itself. And being low in the image, again, I always like to say that you give the bird a place to go so it could fly off towards the top.
It's beautiful, and you talked about the composition, and also, usually, I've mentioned this before, outdoors photographs is sometimes landscape, but this is a vertical orientation, and that's kind of interesting in the photograph.
They're
to each his own?
Yeah, to each their own. The landscape, sometimes, there may not be anything of interest, just blank space, or there could be something that could attract from doing it in a portrait style.
So there's a thoughtfulness behind this photograph, like with any piece of art. And this is item 16B, Sassy Hummer, I love the title, by Tananarive Aubert. This is photography measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $500. We've got a sassy hummingbird here. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. I know there's a nature program that we've aired before. Maybe you can find it again and enjoy it about hummingbirds. But there's all kinds of programs about nature and the outdoors life that you and your family can enjoy. Is there anything else that the artist has shared with you about this photograph, Dennis?
Yeah, let me see here in my notes. One, she uses a Canon 7D with a telephoto lens, which is the same camera I use for wildlife. It's very fast.
Very fast.
She loves to capture the spirit of the animal. So.
Well, there's definitely a spirit there. You can see that little animal. It's so beautiful. This is item 16B, Sassy Hummer by Tananarive Aubert. This is photography measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $500. We're going to keep this item open, but we're going to move on to the next item. And that item is 16C, Windmills at Sunset, Kinderdijk, Netherlands by Doug Arnold. This is photography measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $250. And Dennis, I love this photograph. I know somebody who just came back from the Netherlands, and I saw some windmills in their photographs, and now I get to see one up close in person. What can you share with us about what you love about the color and composition of this photograph?
The colors, the orange, most likely a sunset. One, you don't go to the Netherlands and come home without a picture of windmills.
You don't.
But this one, you have this horizontal line, and 2/3 of the picture is the actual windmill, and 1/3 is actually a reflection of everything, the clouds, the sunset, the windmills. Just a beautiful image.
It's so beautiful. He mentioned you don't go to the Netherlands and not come home without a photograph of the windmills, but you don't have to go to the Netherlands to get this photograph. If you call the number on your screen, the current bid is on your screen. This is Windmills at Sunset, a beautiful sunset that Dennis pointed out. This is Kinderdijk, Netherlands by Doug Arnold, photography measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $250. And is there anything that the artist shared with you about this?
Well, he's also part of the Yellow Arts group.
Nice.
He loves the travel and do landscape photography.
It's so beautiful, and we thank him. We thank Doug for your art. Again, this is Windmills at Sunset, 16C. You can see on your screen the beautiful, delicate, robust, strong propellers of this windmill, but also just the gorgeous sunset behind. And I love that you pointed out the reflection going underneath, and it's just got this watercolor feel to it, but it's such a vibrant photograph. Anything else that you want to share with us?
Well, this is a digital print.
Okay.
And it's one of 20. So it's also done in archival ink, so it will last a long time. So.
Okay. And is there anything about where the composition is cut off that the artist decided to just focus in on these specific things, or anything else that speaks to you?
What I've learned is you never do a complete centered horizontal line. You always throw it offset, and he's done it in 2/3 of the actual image, and then 1/3 for the reflection.
It's so beautiful. It gives such a sense of place, and those colors you can see on your screen. I love windmills, and I love the little doors, and you know, just the little abodes. It's right there, and all the details in the rocks. And again, the colors are so vibrant. This is your opportunity to have item 16C, Windmills at Sunset, Kinderdijk, Netherlands by Doug Arnold. Photography measuring 16 by 20, beautifully framed. The retail value is $250. We've talked about the gorgeous colors and the composition. And again, this is a beautiful piece of art that you can bring home. You don't have to go to the Netherlands to get it. Just support PBS KVIE. And we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
1-844 KVIE Art. That's the number to call and win an art right now. We have volunteers standing by to help you in your bid. Let's review. 16A is Wine in the Making by Beth Savage, and it's photography measuring 20 by 30. Retail value is $500. When we look at, and we have a bid on that, $175, but we know that more is out there because you want to have this piece in your home. 16B is Sassy Hummer. Don't you love the names? Which is Tannen Albert, which is photography measuring 18 by 24, retail value $500. And we need to start a bid on that. Let's make that happen. Let's open that bid, $150. I know that's a piece that you will want to have this piece. The photography is just excellent. And the next one, 16C, is Windmills at Sunset. And this is Kinderdijk, Netherlands by Doug Arnold, and it's photography measuring 16 by 20. And again, the retail value is $250. We need a bid. This is your time to call and make sure that you make that a bid. Opening bid on that one, $75 is what we're looking at. Oh, look it, we just got a bid on 16C at $150. So thank you for that. Make sure this is a piece of you. Don't let this one lose out for you because you want to make sure. We still are looking at 16B. We need a bid on that, $150. Make that happen because you would like to make sure that that is a part of your. You know, this is the time for you to really call in and make the bid. Not only will you have a piece of art that is just incredible, but what you will also be doing is supporting the need of what we need to make sure that we are providing you the greatest content and information around what is produced here at KVIE. You help that. And now we're going to head over to the art for the second half of this break.
All right, we're moving on now to item 16D, Point Reyes Magic by Betty Cedarquist. This is photography measuring 16 by 20 inches, and it has a retail value of $350. Dennis, what are your initial thoughts on this beautiful photograph?
I love the glitter of the water, the fence disappearing into the water, and the silhouette of the blue herring.
It's just very mysterious, and there's also serenity to it. This is item 16D. You mentioned that detail of the fence going off into the water, and it's kind of going the same way as that bird too. So the composition, can you talk about the composition to us?
Well, this one is a great, it's a relaxing image. I love you see the fence, and then there's the reflection of the fence and the bird in the water. They did a great job on this one. I really, this is something I could just sit and look at and just relax.
Relax. Can you see yourself taking a photograph like this and waiting
definitely.
forever?
Yes. Yeah. Waiting for the sun to set and get in the right position for the right lighting.
What I love about it too is that it does give a sense of time, like a time and place. So it's probably sunset, right, from the colors, do you think?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, and I can hear the kind of the water just moving a little bit in a breeze. And so it's such a beautiful photograph. It gives you a sense of place. This is item 16D, Point Reyes Magic by Betty Cedarquist, photography measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $350. I'm assuming from the title that was taken near Point Reyes. Is there anything you can talk about location or anything with us?
Well, Point Reyes is one of my favorite places.
Oh, really?
To go for wildlife photography, the elk, the deer there, the birds, the wildflowers. This is an area I have not been. I have not seen this fence. And I know she's taught at the Point Reyes Institute, and I would suspect photography that she's taught there. I've taken several classes there, but I have not taken one of hers. So
it's so beautiful. You can see on the screen the reflection of the bird and the water and the ripples of the water. You can kind of feel the breeze that's moving that water, and just hear the sounds and the smells, and just being alive outdoors is such a nice thing. And there's a warmth to this picture. You can see the glow of the sunset in the water, and he's just stately standing there, kind of keeping guard over this beautiful nature, Dennis.
Well, he's probably looking for something, a fish or something to jump in the water. But one of the things that she does is she likes to work with texture, and the glittering, the water, the movement gives it not a grainy, I can't explain it, but it's a rough texture to the water. So it's a beautiful, beautiful image.
It's a beautiful image, and we're going to keep this beautiful image on 16D Point Reyes Magic by Betty Cedarquist. Retail value is $350. The number to call is on your screen. We're going to move on to item 16E, and that is New Beginning by Michio Watanabe. This is photography measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $550. And Dennis, the colors on this are so vibrant, and you were talking to me before that you loved the angle of how she photographed this. What can you share with us about it?
Yeah, she got down real low on this one to photograph from the underneath the poppies looking up. Wow. And letting the light come through. So yeah, this is a great close-up of the flower, and you can see the texture, the veins in the poppies, the different colors in the poppies.
So beautiful. California state flower, the poppy. I love poppies. They're so beautiful. This is item 16E, New Beginning by Michio Watanabe. Photography measuring 16 by 20. It looks like it's printed on canvas, Dennis. What did the artist share with you about this and her work?
Well, on this one, this is a digital print, and it is on canvas. She normally photographs birds.
Oh, wow.
This is a bit of an abstract for her, and it is an abstract to show the details in that, instead of showing the entire flower, just the portion of it, which makes it just beautiful.
It's so beautiful. You look at the colors on your screen, and it does have this abstract quality, but when you know they're poppies, that you're up close and personal, and you can just see those oranges and yellows and little hints of red and that green stem, and it's just an explosion of color. It's absolutely beautiful, and it's a wrapped canvas, so the flower is going off and around the canvas. Anything else that the artist has shared with you, Dennis?
She claims that she's not a professional photographer, but she's just an enthusiast. And I mean, when you get into photography, you bring out a piece like this, your enthusiasm helps you create your work, because you see things that maybe someone else may not.
It's so beautiful. There is an enthusiasm in this work, and we love your enthusiasm when you call the number on your screen. She is not new to the station and the art auction, so we thank you for all her art. This is Michio Watanabe. This is item 16E, New Beginning. Absolutely stunning colors, gorgeous, gorgeous composition, and I love that how up and close and personal you are with these flowers.
Yeah, this one, like I said, she had to lay down on the ground or something to get down close to photograph this. So.
Well, she's bringing you a gorgeous piece of art. We are bringing you wonderful programs throughout the year, and this is your opportunity to support the art and those programs that you love, all the science and nature programs that feature beautiful flowers like this, all the investigative journalism that you love in Frontline. So call the number on your screen. Again, this is item 16E. The current bid is on your screen. This is New Beginning by Michio Watanabe, photography measuring 16 by 20. Gorgeous, gorgeous colors. We're going to keep it open, and we're going to move on to item 16F, and that is Paradise Paved by Robert Craig. This is photography measuring 40 by 28, very large photograph. Retail value is $900. And Dennis, the first thing that I look at when it strikes me are just all the lines and texture in this photograph.
Yeah, this has a lot of texture to it. And when I first looked at it, I was like, well, this is interesting, and I was trying to figure out what it was until I read the title. But it's a concrete, could be a parking lot. The swirls are actually the finish of the concrete.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I see that. Because do you think it's like a hyper-focused really in close?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so they saw this, and it's amazing patterns for photography. Not quite sure if this was a shadow, but I like that they're on the right side. They're more browns in that. But yeah, it's everyday things can be art.
Everyday things can be art. I love that.
And this is just the texture that they use for like a non-skid surface on concrete.
It's so beautiful.
I've actually seen this in multi-level parking garages.
You know, I have too. Now that you mention it, I actually know what you're talking about. And you can see on your screen all the details and those textures and the grooves. And the title is Paradise Paved. I think that's the title of a song. I don't know if there's any correlation to that or anything. Do you have some notes?
Yeah. I can't. Trying to remember the song.
Is it Joni Mitchell?
Yes, the day they tore down. I can't remember what it was now. The song, but they tore something down to build a parking lot.
Yes.
And and that is mentioned as by the author that. Where they got the idea for this.
Such a great inspiration for it. There's all kinds of inspiration in art. And every time you look at this, I see something new. It's just something that I can kind of, hypnotize myself with and get lost in and think about my day or what I'm going to do. It's just so contemplative. This is 16F Paradise Paved. There's a lot of paradise in the photograph by Robert Craig. It is measuring 40 by 28 inches. Very large photograph, Dennis, which I love, the substantial size of that. Can you talk about his composition and choosing to craft it in a vertical construction?
Well, on this one, I think it could have gone either way, but it could have been to show a longer view of it, because at the very bottom, it seems like he is closer to the level of the concrete, and then it's a little farther away as it goes up.
And you can see all the details on your screen on the level of the concrete and all those little grooves. It's just mesmerizing. It's kind of like a trance-like quality to it. I absolutely love it. It's a little bit abstract, but when you know what it is, there's dual meaning in it, and I love art that can always have these different kinds of meanings. This is item 16F, Paradise Paved by Robert Craig, large photograph measuring 40 by 28. Retail value is $900. And we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I'd like to thank Dennis Arviza. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For sharing his expertise with us as art expert for this and the prior segment. It's been great having you here, Dennis. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction activity.
All right, just a few minutes left in this break, so let's review the bids. 16D is Point Reyes Magic, again by Betty Cedarquist. And the photography is measuring at 16 by 20. And the retail value is $350. And we've got a high bid already. Let's make this a bidding war. We've got $225. We know you want to make this a piece in your home. Item 16E is New Beginnings by Michawa Watanabe. And this photography, again, is measuring at 16 by 20. And the retail value on this is $550. And also on that, when I look at it, we've got bids already out there that are happening for this one, and it's coming in at $200. But let's make this a bidding war. Let's make this happening. And we've got item 16F is Paradise Paved by Robert Craig, and this is photography measuring 40 by 28. This retail value is $900, and we have a bid already with $350, which is just, $350 with the bid. So make sure that's a piece of it. So let's talk about what's all that has been. This is your time to call in the numbers on your screen. Give us a call and say, you know what? I want that piece in my home. I love the artistry of it. I love what it looks. I love what it does for what I feel. So let's recap what's involved in this particular section. We've got 16A, which is Wine in the Making by Beth Savage. And this is photography, again, measuring 20 by $230, which is really great. And actually, we have a bid on that, $225, but there's more that if you want this piece, call in. The retail value of this is $500. Item 16B is Sassy Hummer. I love that name. And this is Tana Albert. And the photography is measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $500. 16C is Windmills at Sunset. And this is Kinderdijk, Netherlands by Doug Arnold. And the photography is measuring at 16 by 20, and it is a bell ringer. That doesn't mean you can't still call in, which is really great. This is a bell ringer, which we're really excited about. Item 16D is Point Reyes Magic by Betty Cedarquist. And the photography is measuring at 16 by 20. The retail value on this is $350, which is great. And we have a high bid right now of $300. Let's make this a bell ringer. You know, 16E is New Beginnings. And again, it's Michio Watanabe. And this is the photography measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $550. Item 16F is Paradise Paved by Robert Craig, which is just great. Photography measuring 40 by 28. And this is the retail value of $900. We've got a bid on there of $350 that we've got there. You know what? I hear bidding words that are happening. This is your time to give a call in. Make sure that you don't let the piece that you know is going to be perfect in your home get by you, because this is the time to call in. The number's on your screen. This is our opportunity for you to make art in your home. And not only art, but you are supporting KVIE and all of the work that we do in making sure that we bring the best programming to you. 16D is the Point Reyes. And that's a bell ringer, so 16D Point Reyes Magic, again by Betty Cedarquist. And the photography is measuring 16 by 20. And guess what? It's a bell ringer, which is really so exciting when we get a bell ringer. Thank you for answering the call as you kind of look at it. But let's make this a bidding war. You don't have to stop now. You know, stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 42nd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the Still Life category. Awards juried by Karen Burns, this category depicts natural or human-made objects, focusing on form, color, texture, and composition. View all of the artwork featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hi there. I'm Dr. Steve Wenlock, and thanks for joining us for this Still Life break. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by the Bank of Marin, and we'd like to thank them for their support of the arts on PBS KVIE. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up in for the bid during the next half hour. 17A is Heavy Metal by Kevin Wilhite. This is oil on metal measuring 24 by 60. The retail value is $1,500. Item 17B is Blazing Red Tulips by Annie O'Connell. This is oil on canvas, measuring 18 by 24. The retail value is $750. Item 17C is Hot House Orchid, I love the names, by Barbara Gill. This is watercolor measuring 24 by 20. The retail value of this is $400. Item 17D is Vase of Hydrangeas with Delta Pears with Marcella Bambola. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20. The retail value is $600. Item 17E is Memories of Home, Judith Monroe. This is mixed medium measure 24 by 24. Retail value $1,200. Item 17F, Sunflowers with Checks and Checks, I love this, by Jackie Pope. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 18 with wiring services provided by archival galleries. Retail value is $400. The phone lines are open and ready for your bids. Now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hi there, I'm Rose Froling, and thank you for joining us for this still life category. During this break, I'm pleased to be here with fine artist Kelly Rains. Kelly is known for her work with pastels and acrylics and has exhibited her artwork at Archival Gallery in East Sacramento. We're glad to have her back with us this year, both as a contributing artist and art expert. Hi, Kelly. How are you today?
Wonderful. It's exciting to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us. Let's get started. We are starting this break strong with this statement piece, item 17A, Heavy Metal by Kevin Wilhite. Retail value is $1,500. This is oil on metal measuring 24 by 60. And just for scale, you can see how far Kelly and I are from each other. Kelly, what does it take to paint oil on metal?
Well, this is such a gorgeous piece. So I'm going to kind of go into the subject matter and talk about his process and materials and then all the things I love about it. And I want to read from my notes so I don't miss anything. So the artist, he calls this piece heavy metal, and it was found at the old Sacramento waterfront. And if anybody's familiar with the area, there's a train museum there, and there's all kinds of old trains. So this train was parked on the tracks, and he could walk around it, and he took many photographs. And then he created the painting in his studio based on those photographs. And in the materials he used, it's painted on metal, but he also incorporated sand into the oil paint. So again, you can see this texture. And so it gives this very industrial movement, kind of earthy, heavy kind of quality to it, which really adds to the subject matter.
I love that, and you're right. When I think oil on metal, I think sleek, I think smooth. When you look at this, there's so much texture that you wouldn't even notice that it's metal until you actually get close to it.
It's really stunning. So it adds to the subject matter. Like, you know, trains are these very hulky, bulky industrial things. So if you look really close, the camera can probably check it. And there's just different textures within the train and the metal, kind of the divots. And that sand really adds not just texture, but movement to the piece and a very kind of weighted feel to it. And it just really elevates also the quality of the paint on it.
Perfect. And I know that we have the Railroad Museum here in Old Town and many families who enjoy the Polar Express train ride every holiday season, which means our community must have a ton of enthusiasts who love train enthusiasts and lovers at home. So if you have a train lover at home, pick up the phone, dial the number on the screen. The highest bid is up right now on the screen as well. Kelly, any final thoughts that we have?
I love the colors he used. So an engine, it's just got this unique kind of fire quality to it. So the colors, you've got the low burning purples and blues of the bottom of the flame, and it moves up into these oranges and these yellows. And so it's got this industrial, energetic, moving, strong, solid quality to it.
Absolutely. I think the colors add so much depth to this. Absolutely. And once again, this is item 17A, Heavy Metal by Kevin Wilhite. We'll keep this item open for bidding while we move on to the next item. Next up, we have item 17B, Blazing Red Tulip by Annie O'Connell. This is oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $750. Kelly, when I look at this piece, I definitely get a Georgia O'Keeffe feel to this. Is that something inspired by our artist?
Funny, you should say that. The artist put in her notes that she was striving for a Georgia O'Keeffe effect. So I will say she's very successful that you saw it. I see it too. So this is a parrot tulip.
Okay.
And a little bit of research about parrot tulips. This tulip was one of hundreds of tulips that the artist had planted herself in her garden. She picked it before it came into full bloom and photographed it in several stages of its maturity. Now, a parrot tulip was originally first appeared in France, and it found its way to the Netherlands. And we all know, maybe from our history, or if we don't know, that tulips were very expensive at one point and very much sought after. Now, a parrot tulip specifically is known for its very ruffled petals and bright colors, much like parrots, hence its name. And you can see on the flower all these very frilly, kind of jagged edges on the tulip's flowers.
Great. And if this is called Blazing Red Tulip, but when you look at this, you can see a lot of other colors. Can you talk to me about how artists use different colors to really bring out that red?
Absolutely. If you're out in the world and you look at anything, you look at the sky, it's not just blue. You look at an eggplant, it's not just purple or aubergine. There are many different colors. So, and much like this flower, there's like alizarin crimsons here. There's oranges, there's touches of yellows, there's creams, there's even some lavender and purples in here. And when you employ so many different colors, one, you're being true to nature because nothing's just one thing, but you're also creating a depth of field and a lusciousness and a very sensory quality when you use all those colors.
And you know, when you look at the size of this is 18 by 24, so this gives you some versatility about where you want to put this. It's not taking up too much space, but it could still be a statement item.
Absolutely, it's a focal point. I mean, the flower is center stage. It's saying, look at me, talk about me, everything's about me. So tulips are kind of like that. So it's anywhere that you want a pop of color, a pop of energy, a warmth, and a conversation.
Perfect. Well, if you know exactly where this belongs in your home, now is a great time to dial the number on your screen. The highest bid is also on your screen right now. Once again, we're talking about item 17B, Blazing Red Tulip by Annie O'Connell. This is oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24. Our retail value is $750. We'll keep the lines open for you to bid on this piece as we move on to the next item. But before we move on, do you have any final thoughts?
If you want a burst of color and you love flowers and the outside, you want to bring it inside, this is the piece.
Perfect. Anything else we want to talk about that Annie wanted to share?
I will say that she is accomplished. She's been an award winner in the auction before, and she started painting in 2014 after retiring from being an attorney.
Oh, wow.
I think that's wonderful. She moved on to art. So
great.
Like
well, we're going to move on to the next piece, but we're going to keep this item open for bidding. Next up, we have item 17C. This is Hothouse Orchid by Barbara Gill. This is a watercolor measuring 24 by 20. Retail value is $400. Kelly, tell me about this beautiful orchid.
So I'm a huge fan of Barbara's work, and there's so much beautiful color. I'm a huge fan of saturated, deep color. So you can see in the beautiful colors that she used, this deep purple and its background with the deep greens and the lusciousness. I want to talk a little bit about the inspiration for this orchid. Barbara was driving along the Hana Highway in Maui, not near Lahaina, so if anybody's paid attention to the news, Maui was affected by fires. So in a lot of ways, this is a testament to the nature and the beauty of the island. Barbara stopped at a local orchid nursery where she photographed this unique orchid, and she took the pictures home and painted from it. And she says the thick foliage filtered the light, making the white orchid center stand out against the deep magenta. And she really has expertly honored the deep white center of the flower by creating all of the dark jewel tones around it.
Now, Kelly, when I look at this, it almost looks like there isn't glass on the frame.
Good catch. So this is framed, and it's framed with a non-glare glass. So that's really useful for anything that you're framing, obviously with glass, but it really cuts down on glare and reflections from lights and windows. So you're really looking at the art that the artist has given you, but it's also protected as it should be.
Absolutely. And then what about the frame? Is there anything we want to mention about how the frame brings out sort of, there's a brown tone.
There's a brown, maroon, very earthy tone to it, and it really accentuates the beautiful. Again, I love Barbara's colors, and I also want to talk about the colors. The frame brings us out and honors that. But the colors, this is also watercolor and pastel. So she did a background of watercolor, and then she went on top with the pastels to really bring out the details and the texture of the flowers. And it's got such an energy, and it's almost like it's a character and a person in and of itself, because I just see such a personality in the flower, and that's what I love about her work, that she really brings to life even more what's already living for us.
Absolutely. I also love to see like the morning dew sitting on the petals like this. Wonderful. Well, if you know exactly where this belongs in your home, if you appreciate the color, now is the time to pick up your phone, dial the number on your screen. You can see the highest bid also on your screen. All right, we are talking, this is item 17C, Hothouse Orchid by Barbara Gill. We're going to keep this item open for a few more minutes so that you can bid. Do we have any additional thoughts, Kelly, before we move on?
She named this Hothouse Orchid because she couldn't really identify the flower, but she wanted to honor where she found it and the humidity and the tropical feel of it.
Wonderful. Well, once again, we have item number 17C, Hothouse Orchid by Barbara Gill. Anytime you call to bid on an item, you're supporting PBS KVIE, our mission, and the work that we do in our community. All right, we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
If you're looking to get involved in the bidding right now, the number is on your screen. Our volunteers from Bank of Marin are standing by and eager to help you win art. Let's look at the bidding activity for this break. 17A is Heavy Metal by Kevin Wilhite. It's oil in metal measuring 24 by 60. It's valued at $1,500. And when I look at where we are with that, we have a bid that's out there for $450. And you know, if you want this piece, this is your time to call in to our volunteers. 17B is Blazing, and I underscore blazing, Red Tulip by Annie O'Connell. This is oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24. Its retail value at $750, and we have a bid at $400, but we know that this is one that is priceless in a lot of ways. It is beautiful in the sense, I love the colors. This is a hard section because all of them were lovely. And right now we have a bid for $400, which is great. 17C is Hothouse Orchid by Barbara Gill. It's watercolor measuring 24 by 20. The retail value is $400 as we kind of look at this. And we need to start a bid on this one. This is our time. Give a call. $150 is what we'd like to open the bid at. Make this a piece in your home because, again, as we're noted by all of our art experts, the color, the vibrance, all of these pictures have that would just serve you so well in your home and looking at. Now let's see some, so make sure you call in. The number's on the screen. That's what I like to make sure I keep kind of saying to you because this is our time to have you call in and say, I don't want to lose that piece. And I also want to help KVIE as we start to look at that. So please make sure you call in. Now let's see more art with 17A. We're going to look at Heavy Metal, again, Kevin Wilhite. Here we go, just 24 by 60, $1,500 value. And again, we have a bid that's already on that. Don't lose it, it's at $500. 17B, we've got Blazing Red Tulips by Annie O'Connell. And this is oil on canvas, again, measuring 18 by 24. And it has a $750 value as we'd like it. But this is one, we've got 600 that's already been bidded on this. Let's make this a bidding war because you want this piece in your home for many, many reasons that were outlined, the beauty of it. Hothouse 17C, Hothouse Orchid by Barbara Gill. And this is watercolor measuring 24 by 20. Just so if you get your measuring tape out, you want to make sure this is 400. And guess what? We want to make sure that we bid bid on this. We want to start a bid around that 150. That's where, make this a piece. Don't lose your chance to have a beautiful piece of artwork that's in your home by Barbara Gill, which is just, that's great. So now let's see more art with Kelly and Rose.
All right, we are back for the second half of this still life break. Continuing on with item 17D, we have Vase of Hydrangeas with Delta Pears by Marcella Bombala. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20, and the retail value is $600. Kelly, tell me the story behind this piece.
I love the inspiration behind this piece. So I'm going to read from my notes. The artist really wanted to honor, and she was inspired by the Chan Farms, which is located down in the Sacramento Delta. And she says they are 4 generations of family farming in the Sacramento Delta. They've had over 70 years of supplying produce to Del Monte and local packing houses. Many of the trees on their farms are over 100 years old, so there's like a sense of place. She wanted to honor the history, legacy, and all of the serving that they've given to the community and our agriculture, which is so important in the state. And she also wanted to honor one of her favorite fruits is the pears, and that ties into also local kind of activities here. And I've been to the Pear Festival down on the Delta, so she wanted to honor that wonderful thing. She loves pears, so she has some pears from her own area, and then just these beautiful hydrangeas and everything. So she's tying in her love of hydrangeas, the Chan family farms with these pears, and the Pear Festival, and it's just an explosion of the bounty that our area has to offer.
So much color, and I'm a sucker for a hydrangea. It's probably my favorite flower. It's your mom's favorite flower as well. Let's talk about more how she's captured the beauty of these hydrangea without. What is this technique?
It's beautiful. So what you're seeing is just the colors are so saturated. So if you look into the flowers, you got these beautifuls. And again, like we talked before in an earlier piece, nothing is one color. So these beautiful purple hydrangeas, there's purples and there's blues and there's lavenders, and that's contrasted well with on the other side of the spectrum with these pinks and oranges and yellows. So there's an energy that's happening in the way she's constructed the colors and contrasting next to each other. But then there's these deep greens and these yellows of the pears that are kind of holding up a little bit of an altar to the hydrangeas. So it's beautifully composed. The colors she's chosen are very saturated and elegant. And I also want to point out just the small details and the lights and shadows she does in the stems on the pears. You can see how delicate they are. And it's just such an honor to nature and our agricultural environment.
Right, and what a great connection it is to our region. If the beauty of these hydrangeas speak to you, or if you have fond memories of the Delta Pear Festival, pick up your phone and dial the number on your screen. The high bid is also on the screen for you. Once again, we are talking about item 17D, Vase of Hydrangeas with Delta Pears by Marcella Bombala. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20. Any final thoughts that you want to add about this piece?
I love her work. I love the colors. I've been to the Pear Festival. I want some pear pie or pear cake, and she really has honored agriculture and flowers and nature.
We're going to go ahead and keep this piece open. Once again, it's 17D Vase of Hydrangeas with Delta Pears by Marcella Bombala. Call the number on your screen. We have wonderful volunteers who are waiting to hear from you. Next up, we have item 17E. This is Memories of Home by Judith Monroe. This is mixed media measuring 24 by 24. The retail value is $1,200. Kelly, what does home mean to this painting?
What does home mean to anyone? I mean, so it's such a great question, and I'm so glad you asked it. So I'm going to just read from my notes. She says that her titles and her artworks always have very special meaning, and in this one specifically, if you look at the items that are in here, each of the 3 items, the eggs, the shell, and the wasp nest, these were all once homes to creatures. So she's creating a sense of home in the subject matter that she's using. But also, to talk about the subject matter, she's really inspired by the collection of natural items, much as they would be specimens in a drawer at a natural history museum. So she's kind of created this motif where they're on display. If you were to pull out this drawer, they're homes to former creatures. It's creating a sense of home. And then if I may, I want to talk about her process. So this is definitely mixed media. So she's employed a lot of different materials in this. She's painted on top of different items. So in the top right-hand corner, you can really see remnants of an old map which again kind of speaks to home and location. You can see the bird that's coming in to maybe roost on the nest. But there's just this energy, there's a sense of place and home, and the textures that she uses really honors the natural world as well.
I love the map. I love everything that leads to home. And not only do all of these items mean a home for somebody, but does the overall picture remind our artist, Judith, of home as well?
Absolutely. Just the sense of place and how she comes from home, and again, using all of the different motifs, the different textures and everything that's creating a sense of home. She, it started, I will say, started as an original photograph, transferred with acrylic meeting over tops of layers of collage and previous artwork that you can still see, again, bits peeking through like the map and the little eagle and everything, and honor, again, to home, which is really important to her.
Well, if you enjoy this artwork and the texture, pick up your phone, dial a number on your screen for a chance to take this item home. Once again, this is item 17E, Memories of Home by Judith Monroe. Retail value is $1,200. Our highest bid is on your screen. And any final thoughts before we move on, Kelly?
She is very well collected. She's been on the art auction before, and we thank her for that. But again, just the energy and the texture and the sense of home that the piece evokes is wonderful.
Perfect. We're going to go ahead and keep this piece open while you call, and we're going to move on to the next item. And our last item of this break is 17F, Sunflowers and Checks by Jackie Pope. This is an oil on canvas measuring 24 by 18. The retail value is $400. Wiring services done by Archival Gallery.
It's such a beautiful piece, Rose, and I first want to talk about, she was visiting Kentucky on a trip, and she saw this beautiful set of flowers on a table at a bed and breakfast, and she just took many photos. And I'm a little partial to that. My father's from Kentucky, so it gives me a little sense of memory, but I also love the sunflowers and what she's done, and I always approach art with, what's the story going on here? So for me, the story is centerpiece. You know, sunflowers are attention-grabbing flowers, and you can see that each one of them are trying to capture the attention, especially this one in the middle. So she's used that attention-grabbing flower and the stance of it just to give it this beautiful kind of triangle composition that she has, which is a very strong composition. And then she's added the detail as a contrasting texture point of the check pattern underneath it. So, and you can also see the lines and the paint in the background going stretching up, up, up. Sunflowers like to reach the heavens, and this painting really is taking its joy and its color as high as it can go.
Oh, I see that now that you've mentioned it. And I do think that sunflowers always bring so much warmth and joy, and I think this painting captures that. So if you want to take this home and add some warmth and joy to a room, I think this is exactly what this piece means to me and to you. If you pick up the phone and dial the number on your screen and bid, the retail value right now is $400, but the highest bid is currently on your screen. Kelly, anything else you want to mention about this piece?
I will say the artist is very talented in multiple genres. She has won previously a first place award in photography at the California State Fair prior to this auction. And again, I love the energy and the composition that she is honoring the attention-grabbing sunflowers who always seek their attention, and it really does grab our attention.
Perfect. Well, we are surrounded by some amazing volunteers. They're waiting to hear from you. So pick up your phone, dial the number on your screen, and bid on this piece. Take it home, put it in a room that captures so much sunlight and brings you joy and warmth. I think it's going to be great, a great item to your home. Any final thoughts, Kelly?
It's a sense of place. I can smell the sunflowers. It's an arrangement that I always want in my home. And you know, flowers wilt, but the painting doesn't.
Absolutely. Pick up the phone and dial the number on your screen. Once again, this is item 17F, Sunflowers and Checks by Jackie Pope. This is an oil on canvas measuring 24 by 18. Our retail value is $400. Well, we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction bidding.
That's right. We're down to the final few minutes here before we wrap up this break. Let's keep those phones ringing, so here we go. 17D is the vase of hydrangeas with delta pears, by Marcella Bambola. This is an acrylic, again, on canvas, measuring 16 by 20. The retail value is $600. And wow, look at what we have a bid right now at $350. But we know this could be a bidding war because this is a stunning piece. It's apart. 17E is Memories of Home by Judith Monroe. And again, this is mixed media measuring 24 by 24. Retail value is $1,200. And as we start to look at that and we're looking at the Memories of Home, we've got a bid right there, $425, which is terrific. Let's make this a bidding war because when you look at the retail value of $1,200, $425 is on our way to making sure that we're meeting that retail value. 17F is Sunflowers and Checks by Jackie Pope. And again, this is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 18. And this is, again, wiring service provided by our archival, galleries. And the retail value on this is $400. And so again, this has got, we are looking for, we have a bid on that of $150, and we know that this piece is stunning in a lot of ways, and you would want to make sure the colors. You know, I want to make sure that we give a shout out to all of the artists for their beautiful work, and their the artistry is just stunning with this. And this is your time to call in right now. The numbers on your screen, Bank of Marin. Our friends are there to take your call, talk to you, get the right one that you want. This is your time to make sure that you are calling in. So let's recap about what we have in this break. 17A is heavy metal. And you know what? That's a bell ringer. Let's give it a wow by Kevin Wellhite. It's a measuring again 24 and 60. Doesn't mean you can't still call it because this is a stunning piece that was pointed out to us in so many ways. 17B is Blazing Red Tulips, which is just great by Annie O'Connell. And again, $700. And also another bell ringer that's so much, it's great. Thank you for supporting us. 17C is Hot House Orchid by Barbara Gill. And again, this is a watercolor by 24 by 20. And it's $400 is the retail value. We have a bid of $150. Make this a bidding war that's a part of this. 17D is the Vase of Hydrangeas with Delta Pears by Marcella Bambola. And again, acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20, just stunning. And again, we're looking forward to getting more on that. It's $350 is the bid that's there. Make sure that you give a call. Make this a bidding war. Don't let this one get away. Memories, 17E is Memories of Home by Judith Monroe. And this is mixed media again, 24 by 20. Retail value of $1,200. We have a bid right there of $500. But you know what? Let's make this closer to our retail value. So give a call. And 17F is Sunflowers and Checks by Jackie Pope. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 18. This is your time. The numbers on your screen. This is the time. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Bank of Marin is proud to support PBS KVIE in their mission to educate, inspire, and unite our community through events, outreach programs, and quality television. Together, we are making our community a better place to live and work.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased artwork must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the Figurative category. Awards juried by Maureen Hood. This category celebrates the human form and representations of animals. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Steve Wenlock, and thank you for joining us for this Figurative break. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 18A is Fall of Men by Lila Packentham. This is digital illustration measuring 38 by 20. Its retail value is $500. Item 18B is Canadian Goose Hen in Spectator's Palms by Judy Kennedy. This is ink on paper measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $475. Item 18C is Deep Sea Creations by Stephanie Nichols Stubbe. And this is acrylic on canvas measuring 22 by 28. Retail value $575. Item 18D is Spirit Dance by Deborah Barr. This is acrylic on panel measuring 24 by 24. Retail value is $750. Item 18E is Ode to Beethoven by Victoria Bourne. This is acrylic on paper measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $200. Item 18F is Your Sacramento King by Kelly Raines. And this is acrylic on board measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $375. The phone lines are open and ready to take your bid, so give a call. Now let's head over to the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hi there, I'm Rose Froling, back with art expert Kelly Raines, and thanks for joining us again for this figurative break. Kelly, great to be with you.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor.
Let's get started with this item, the first item of this break, which is 18A, Fall of Men by Lila Pakkanen. This is a digital illustration measuring 38 by 26. The retail value is $500. Kelly, what does digital illustration mean, and can you tell me the process?
So the artist wants everyone to know, and I think it's really important for people to know when we talk about digital art, that she is just so skilled in creating figurative art. You see the men kind of falling through the sky, and I'll talk about the inspiration and meaning behind that in a little bit. But the process is she creates all of these different images that you see in this complete work of art in a digital program. It could be Procreate, it could be Photoshop, it could be any one of those. But basically you're using maybe an iPad or a laptop or something, and you're using a stylus pen. And you're creating on that program much like you would paint on a canvas or you would draw with pencil on a paper. So it's definitely all the same skills that are involved, but what she's doing is she's doing it in a digital environment, and she's doing each one of these elements as a separate layer. And then she can take those layers like she's done here and then arrange them into the composition and the storytelling that she wants to employ. So she's created the background in one layer. She's created this figure in one layer. She's created this figure in one layer, and that allows her to shift around the movement, to place them in different places until she gets the composition that means what she wants it to mean.
Wow. And what does this mean, Kelly? The Fall of Men.
So the Fall of Men, I'm going to read from my notes because I want to honor the artist's intention. So she says, dressed in suits as symbols of the money to be gained from the abuse of our natural resources, man will fall to their demise onto the earth that we have tortured. So this is a landscape that is red and barren, stripped of all life, like the falling men that join it. So it's a bit of a heavy meaning piece, but she's juxtaposed all that heavy meaning, and not that she's not wrong, possibly, but with all of these beautiful colors. And so you see the red underpainting here, you see the purples that are on top of it, you see pinks and lavenders and little pieces of white, and then it's all shrouded in this very hazy mist of clouds that are falling through the sky, and you have these men with their three-piece suits on. So it's very much a commentary on the world as she sees it, but she's done it expertly with her digital artistry.
Absolutely. You can see the layers when you look at this, and then the story behind it makes this so much more meaningful as well. Thank you so much for this detail. Now is your chance to bid for item 18A, Fall of Men by Lila Pakkanen. The number is on your screen, and remember, when you donate to PBS KVIE, you are supporting quality programming that inspires you to connect with your community. You can continue to keep bidding on this item. I think there's is there anything else we'd want to add to this?
Stunning.
There's
I love
so
the
much
colors.
color.
I love the colors, and it's a conversation starter for anyone because she's definitely got a meaning, but anyone who experiences art, they can bring a meaning of their own to it, and it's a conversation starter for sure.
Great. Thank you so much, Kelly. We're going to keep this item open. Once again, it's item 18A, Fall of Men by Lila Pakanen. This is a digital illustration measuring 38 by 26. Pick up the phone, dial the number on your screen. The highest bid is also on your screen right now. Let's go ahead and move on to our next item. We have item 18B is Canada Goose Hen in Spectator Pumps by Judy Kennedy. This is ink on paper measuring 20 by 16. The retail value is $475. Okay. Can we talk about how sassy this cute little goose is?
It's like somebody mentioned before, it's like she's on her way to brunch. She's just so wonderful. So Judy, thank you for this art. This is her first time in the auction. I want to mention that, so thank you for your artistry.
Congratulations, thank you.
I paint a lot of birds, so I'm partial to birds. I have never painted a bird in shoes, so I'm a little jealous that she's done this. So I'm going to talk a little bit about her process. So this is what it is. So this is a realistic depiction of a Canada goose hen wearing spectator pumps, as you can see. And there's such great detail too in the stitching and the shoelaces in her little shoes. And the artist is using scientific illustration drawing methods. And what that employs are the fine lines, the cross-hatching details that you can see in the body. And so it's just such a wonderful use of her background. And her background is she studied at UC Davis to become a medical illustrator. And as she progressed, I love this, as she progressed, she studied under Wayne Thiebaud and Robert Arneson, and she switched to becoming a visual artist, and we're all the better for it.
Wow, well, thank you so much for sharing that detail. It sounds like Judy has a wonderful connection to this community and our local artists. If you are as obsessed with this goose as we are, pick up the phone and dial the number on your screen right now. Volunteers are waiting to hear from you. Once again, this is item 18B, Canada Goose Hen in Spectator Pumps by Judy Kennedy. I also want to mention how I love that these are older spectator pumps and the fact that this is a black and white print as well. I think that sort of ties together with the era.
It's got a very vintage quality to it. It's just very vintage, and it also kind of speaks to medical illustrations and kind of their timeline and history and everything like that.
Great. Well, thank you so much for the detail in this. If you want to take this piece home, this super, super, super sassy and adorable Canada Goose Hen in Spectator Pumps, item 18B by Judy Kennedy, pick up your phone and dial the number on your screen. The highest bid can also be found on your screen. And again, when you donate to KVIE, you are supporting our quality programming, our local artists, and our local art. Any final thoughts before we move on?
She was inspired by birds as she was taking long walks during COVID and the isolation, and she just kind of delved into drawing these beautiful, beautiful birds, and again, decked out in these wonderful shoes.
Perfect. We are going to keep this item open for just a few more minutes, but do not hesitate. Pick up your phone, bid on this item right now, take this piece home while we move on to the next item. Next item up is 18C, Deep Sea Creations by Stephanie Nichols-Stubbe. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 22 by 28. Retail value is $575. Now, of course, when I look at this, I can't help but have fond memories of taking my children to the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Kelly, is this inspired by that?
Absolutely, it is. So the artist said on a recent visit to the Monterey Aquarium, she was amazed at the living creatures that were there in the deep water that she had not seen before. So they represent to her a beauty in the world that is still being discovered. And so she took several photographs, and as a professional photographer and artistic photographer in his own right mentioned to me earlier, that taking photographs of these creatures are so hard to do. So painters, like this artist has done, have the ability to even sharpen it and bring alive what you maybe can't capture in a photograph. And I think she's done that expertly. I love the saturated colors that she's used. And all of the tiny little lines, and I love her sense of line. They're not tight lines, they're very loose. So that's creating, for me, a lot of energy and movement, and it's really also capturing the dance that these animals do for us.
Absolutely. And I love how the different shades of blue really bring out the colors in the vibrance of the reds and the oranges and the yellows.
So great eye, because when you want to contrast things, so a great contrast to create energy and very much a vibrancy, you've got these oranges and these reds against these blues. And you've also got these yellows in here next to some purples and stuff. So she's really employing her color and her sense of line, her very loose lines, very energetic lines to create the dance and the play that these animals provide to us.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Kelly. If the beauty in these jellyfish inspire you, pick up the phone and support great programs on PBS KVIE like our wildly popular documentary series, Nature, which brings the beauty and wonder of the natural world, just like these jellyfish, into your homes. Dial the number on your screen right now and bid on item 18C, Deep Sea Creations by Stephanie Nichols-Stubbe. We'll keep this item open for bidding for just a few more minutes. Is there anything else you want to add, Kelly?
You can see on the screen those beautiful colors and those lines. It's bringing the outside in, and it's a wonderful opportunity.
Great. We are halfway through the break, which means we are going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding update.
That's right, we're halfway through the break, and our volunteers are eager to take your bids right now on the items this half hour. Here we go. 18A is Fall of Men by Lila Packanon. And this is a digital illustration measuring 38 by 26. Retail value $500, and we have had a bid on those, which is just terrific. We're at $200. Retail value on this is $500. But let's keep that one moving. Item 18 is the Canadian Goose Hen in Spectator Pumps by Judy King Kennedy. It's ink on paper measuring 20 by 16. And again, the retail value on this is $475. We do have a bid that's out there. Let's get more. It's $300. Make sure that you don't let this piece get by. It is just adorable in so many ways. Item 18 is Deep Sea Creations by Stephanie Nichols-Stubbe. And this is acrylic on canvas measuring 22 by 28. The retail value is $575. And when you look at this, we have a bid that's already there at $250, but this is one that you want to not lose. So this is a time that the bidding war may want to start. So right now, you have the number that's on your screen. We have the great volunteers from Marin Bank, who are Bank of Marin, thank you, are here, and they're just anxious to take your call and see which piece they can make sure that you have in your home. At the same time, you know that you're supporting KVIE. So it's an opportunity right now for us to make sure that you bid in right now and call, and don't let this moment get by to you. The number's on the screen. And let's look at those again. That's on this. 18A is Fall of Men, again by Lila Packanon. And this is a digital illustration measuring 38 by 26. I just love this piece that was done. It was retail value at $500. Again, 18B is the Canadian Goose in Spectator Pumps. Canada Goose, excuse me, not Canadian, but Canada Goose Hen in Spectator Pumps by Judy Kingsley. Sorry, it's Judy Kennedy, sorry. The ink on paper measuring 20 by 16. And again, this is the Canadian, the Canada Goose Hen in Spectator Pumps by Judy Kennedy, which is so great, valued at $475. Item 18C is Deep Sea Creations by Stephanie Nichols-Stubbe, which is acrylic on canvas measuring 22 by 28. And again, the retail value on this is $575. Bids are still being accepted. This is why you need to call in. This is our time. Make sure that you call. Don't lose this opportunity. And now we're going to head over to the art for the second half of this break with Rose and Kelly.
All right, we are back for the second half of this figurative break. Continuing on with item 18D, Spirit Dance by Deborah Barr. This is acrylic on panel measuring 24 by 24. The retail value is $750. Kelly, what is the story behind this piece?
So I'm going to read from my notes so I honor the artist's intention. The inspiration for the artist is, in this body of work, she included abstraction and tiny lines of chaos, and you can see that in all of the different paint splatters that she uses. And this is meant to convey the state of our world today. She is exploring the psychological disjunction in our contemporary life caused by its fast pace and rapid changes, as well any of us can attest to. She says children today have too much information. They struggle to keep their personal and or cultural identity. And she's trying to make sense of what is real and what we believe is real. And she's also just fascinated with different spiritual and anthropological and cultural traditions in this country. And she really wanted to honor that and speak to just the constant change that our younger citizens are enduring.
Wow, what a story behind this piece. And tell me about the panel. This is painted on a panel? What's the medium
There's multiple mediums that she's using. So this is acrylic pour on wooden panel, and then it's a resin pour over acrylic, and then oil on resin for the portrait. So she's using a lot of different materials to create, I think, a semblance, or to speak to the chaos that she's trying to feature in this painting, but also to still honor the traditions and things that she's finding along her route as an artist. So you can see all the different colors. You can see on your screen the blues and the reds and these beautiful whites here. And then in the background, you see these deep kind of teals. And there's an iridescent quality, actually, in a lot of the paint, too. So there's a shimmery, sheeny kind of quality to it. It's very reflective. I think metaphorically, it's very reflective in how we maybe view our culture right now. So there's an energy, she speaks about the chaos, but it's a controlled chaos because there's still an honor and a sentiment for the subject that she's chosen.
Absolutely. I think I was going to mention that too, as sort of an organized chaos because it still has some fluidity and it makes a beautiful piece, so much color.
It's beautiful.
If you love this item, I think you should pick up the phone and dial the number on your screen and bid on this piece right now. This is item 18D, Spirit Dance by Deborah Barr. Any last thoughts do you want to talk about for this piece?
I love the contemplative stance of the figure in the art, and it's almost a mirror to anyone who's looking at a controlled chaos or maybe their own chaos and trying to find some just serenity in it, and I think there's a lot of serenity in the pose.
Perfect. And once again, this is item 18D, Spirit Dance by Deborah Barr. This is acrylic on panel measuring 24 by 24. Our retail value is $750. And if you want to take this piece home today, pick up the phone, dial the number on your screen. The highest bid is also there for you. Anything else we want to add about this? I love the color. It brings so much history. It brings a story.
There's stories, a sense of place. I also want to point out that the artist has exhibited internationally and all over the world: Colombia, South America, Nairobi, Moscow, Russia, Europe, all over the place. So she's highly collected. She's exhibited all over the world, and it's a beautiful piece to have in any collection.
Perfect. Once again, this is item 18D, Spirit Dance by Deborah Barr. You can take this piece home right now if you pick up the phone and dial the number on your screen. We're going to keep this open for just a few more minutes and move on to our next piece. Next up, we have item 18E. This is Ode to Beethoven by Victoria Bourne. This is acrylic on paper. It's measuring 18 by 24, and our retail value is $200. Kelly, what can you tell us about this musical genius and what this painting means to the artist?
So I'm going to read from my notes again because I always like to honor what they said, but there's so much here, and I love this piece. So the idea for the artist came to her very quickly. She listens to classical music when she paints, and she loves Beethoven's musical genius, and it came through both for his passion for life and his musical prowess. So she's attempting to convey his emotions in this very spontaneous example. So a couple things that she's done. She's used the motif of a Rorschach inkblot test, which is sometimes used to identify personality traits or anything like that. And she's used the profile of Beethoven here. So she's got this idea of a Rorschach test to kind of capture identity and personality. And then one beautiful detail, and I just got goosebumps when I think about it, is these are actual music notes from Beethoven's Ode to Joy that she's incorporated into it. So you've got this kind of whirling inkblot, frenzied, controlled chaos that kind of is a phrase that we've used a lot today, exploding into all this beautiful music.
Oh, I love that. I love that this actually has a connection to Ode to Joy. Well, this is such an inspirational painting to hang right above your piano. If this item, 18E, Ode to Beethoven by Victoria Bourne, is something that you want in your home, pick up the phone and dial the number on your screen. PBS KVIE is well known for offering a wide range of musical programs from classical music to jazz, folk, and more. When you bid on this piece, you are supporting PBS KVIE and our wonderful programming. Well, what more can you tell us about this piece before we move on?
It's just such an honor to Beethoven's music and classical music, and also an ode to joy, honestly. The ode to Beethoven is an ode to joy, and her art is an ode to, I think, all of us.
Perfect. Is there anything you want to add about our artist, Victoria Bourne?
She, again, inspired by Ode to Beethoven, a little about Ode to Joy, I want to throw in there, that Beethoven was inspired by the poem Ode to Joy by Friedrich Schiller. So he took the theme of Schiller's poem and considered the unity of mankind, turned it into a masterpiece of music, and she has taken that inspiration and turned it into a masterpiece of art.
Wow, thank you so much for that insight, Kelly. Once again, this is item 18E, Ode to Beethoven by Victoria Bourne. This is acrylic on paper measuring 18 by 24. The retail value is $200. And if you want to take this piece home, pick up the number on your screen, and the highest bid can also be found on the screen as well. We're going to go ahead and keep this open for just a few more minutes, so pick up the phone as we move on to the next item. Our next item and our final item of the break is 18F, Your Sacramento King, by our very own Kelly Rains. This is acrylic on board measuring 16 by 20. Our retail value is $375. Kelly Rains, congratulations on donating another item to the art auction. How many years have you been donating with us?
It's 5 or 6, around that.
5 or 6 years. Thank you so much for your support and donating your creativity. Tell us the story about your Sacramento Kings.
So, little secret, if anybody doesn't know, Sacramento has a wonderful basketball team called the Sacramento Kings, and we had a really wonderful season last year. And I was lucky enough to go to a regular season game, which we won. And I was also lucky enough to go to a playoff game, our first time in the playoffs in decades. So I really was inspired by the Kings for sure. Purple is my favorite color. It happens to be part of their team colors. So there was just such a wonderful sense of community and pride in Sacramento, and I use pride as very much a pun intended because of lions and everything. But there was such a sense of community and pride, and I really wanted to honor the Sacramento Kings with their ferociousness, their royalty, their colors, and just the sense of community that Sacramento was able to achieve.
Yes, it was just so exciting to watch our city support the Kings and come together. Now, watercolor is the typical medium that you use, but this is acrylic.
I started in watercolors.
Okay.
I've shifted a little bit to pastels and now acrylics. So I've been dabbling in acrylics a lot lately. So this is acrylics. And I really wanted to be a lot looser with my lines. So his mane is a little bit more wild than I might have typically done in a watercolor. And I really wanted to do the saturated purples. I tend to paint animals and even people in unusual colors, so I don't know how many purple lions are out there, but there's definitely one here. And I also wanted to focus on, for me, figurative art always starts with the eyes, and I've paid special attention to his eyes, a little bit of literal kind of play on the basketball color of an orange. I could have given him any color, but I wanted that orange in there as a contrast to the purple. And really closely in the eyes, I also wanted to create a sense of fire, because this is also a Leo sign, which is a fire sign. So the bottom part is kind of like a flame. There's a little metallic purple leaf here. There's oranges and yellows.
Great. Thank you. I'm so glad that you took a moment to talk about the eyes, because let's take a second here to just appreciate that it literally has a twinkle in his eyes. You've created sort of that twinkly feel with the glitter. And I just absolutely think it's stunning. What a beautiful piece. You can take this piece home with you today if you dial the number on your screen and bid on item 18F, Your Sacramento King by Kelly Rains. With the coming off a playoff run with a highly anticipated 2023-24 basketball season just around the corner, I think this item is the perfect good luck charm for your favorite Sacramento Kings fan. Pick up the phone, dial the number on your screen, and the highest bid is also there for you. Any final thoughts that you want to share about your beautiful lion?
Well, not just the Kings, but I also have a lot of friends who are Leos, and so there's a little astrological nod there. A lot of Leos really like this painting, and again, they're a fire sign, so I wanted to employ the fire in the eyes.
Well, thank you so much, Kelly. We are nearing the end of this break, which means now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I'd like to thank our art expert and artist, Kelly Rains, for sharing her experience with us today. Kelly, thank you so much for being here. I always love spending time with you. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction bidding.
All right, we're wrapping up this figurative break. Let's review the bids. Item 18D is Spirit Dance by Deborah Barr, and it's an acrylic on panel measuring 24 by 24. Retail value at $750. And when I look at this, we have a bid of $450. You know what? I think this is one that we could increase, $50. Let's look at who would like to make sure this bid comes in at $500, $50 increase. As you start to look at item 18E, it's Ode to Beethoven by Victoria Bourne. And this is acrylic on paper measuring 18 by 24. Retail value of $200. And almost a bell ringer. We're at $175. Let's make this one a bell ringer. $50. Let's make it. Call in. Item 18F is Your Sacramento King by Kelly Rains. And acrylic. Oh, I'm hearing the bell go. Look at that. Oh, that's a bell ringer. It's great. And it's acrylic on board measuring 16 by 20. $375 is the retail value, and guess what? This one is a bell ringer. But don't stop, because you don't want to lose this piece. So let's take a look at all of the ones that we have in this area just very quickly. 18A, Fall of Men, Lilo Pakanan, digital illustrated measuring 38 by 26, which is great. Retail value $500. This is the time to call in. Canada Goose Hen in Spectator Pumps by Judy Kennedy. And again, this is ink on paper measuring 20 by 16. And this retail value is $475. And again, we could increase that $50, and we would have a bell ringer. Item 18C is Deep Sea Creations by Stephanie Nichols-Stubbe. And again, it's a bell ringer, so this is our time. Give us a call. Keep contained. Don't let this one get by. Item 18D is Spirit Dance by Deborah Barr. And again, it's acrylic on panel measuring 24 by 24. Retail value $750. And guess what? $450. Let's make that a $50 increase. Get it closer to where we will make it a bell ringer. Or you will make it a bell ringer. Item 18E is Ode to Beethoven by Victoria Bourne. And again, acrylic on paper measuring 18 by 24. Its retail value is $200. And again, make it a bell ringer, $50 increase. That's what we would like to see. 18F is Your Sacramento King by Kelly Rains. And this is acrylic on board measuring 16 by 20. And it's a bell ringer, but this is one that you want to keep looking at as we're looking at. You know, thank you. This is great. Call in. We want to hear from you. Big shout out to all the artists that are in our region. Stay with us. There are more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 42nd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Coming up next is artwork from Blue Line Arts. Located in Roseville, Blue Line Arts offers exhibition space for established and emerging artists while providing educational programs for children and adults in the community. View all the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and welcome to the Blue Line Arts category. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Bank of Marin, and we would like to thank them for their support of the arts on the PBS KVIE art auction. They're also right here in our phone bank. And now let's head over and get an overview right now of the art that's going to be up for bid during this half hour, and it's going to be exciting. I'm going to start off with item 19A, the Little Flower, Gloucester Harbor, 1967, by Francesca Schomburg Solano. This is pastel, measuring 24 by 18, retail value $375. Item 19B is A Cabin by the Lake by Margot Tavera. This is oil on canvas. It measures 16 by 20, and the retail value is $1,000. Item 19C, The Parade by Louise Thompson Sheely. Fabric measuring 56 by 40, retail value $500. It's a stunner. Item 19D is Kawa Eugene Sunrise by Paul Lambie. Photography measuring 20 by 30, retail value $300. Item 19E is YOLO Rice Fields by Bobby Horiuchi, and this is photography measuring 22 by 5, framed by Skyline One Framing. Retail value is $350, and I want to tell you again, the measurements on that one are 22 by 25. 19F is the next one, Meeks Bay by Joe Strickland. Acrylic on panel measuring 16 by 26. Retail value is $800. These are the pieces available to bid on in this half hour. Let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thanks for joining us for the Blue Line Arts category. During this break, I am pleased to be here with art expert Mary Tess Mail. Mary Tess is the executive director of Blue Line Arts, where she oversees a variety of community arts engagements, such as art classes, the Roseville Mural Project, Lottery for the Arts, and more. Recognized for her community leadership, Mary Tess has recently been appointed to the board of the Downtown Roseville Partnership. Welcome, Mary Tess.
Thank you. So excited to be here.
Yes, thank you so much for being here. Well, let's get started with our first piece of work, item 19A. This is called The Little Flower, Gloucester Harbor, 1967, by Francesca Schomburg Solano. This is pastel, measuring 24 by 18, with a retail value of $375. All right, take it away, Mary Tess. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so first impressions, I love how I'm just immediately drawn to this beautiful sailboat that's in the middle. And when you look closely, there's actually a name on the sailboat that says Little Flower. And the artist has a story behind choosing that name, too. So when she was little, her mother loved Saint Teresa, and Little Flower is what she imagined the fisherman named his boat after the saint.
Oh, I love that. I always love it to know the little backstories behind each painting that you're looking at. It makes it so much more personal. I mean, tell us a little bit. Beautiful colors, by the way.
Beautiful, yes. It really gives me kind of like an impressionism kind of style and vibe to her work here. I'm also really drawn, secondly, to the beautiful waves that she has at the bottom here. She's really playing with color. I love, the light greens and yellows that she has on the left to reflect the light, and then the deeper blues off to the right. That really draws me in. I love that movement. And then I also feel like there is such a fun, playful thing happening at the very top corner of the painting with these birds.
Oh, I didn't even see those till you mentioned those. Let's get our camera zooming up right here in the corner. That is such a neat detail. I didn't notice. What stood out to you about that detail?
Well, I feel like it just gives another sense of like energy and another like narrative to the story of what we're looking at here too. So not only a personal story with the boat, it seems to be a beautiful day. You can like sense the movement that's happening, and the birds at the top just add a fun playfulness. I also love that she is using pastel for this. So when you look closely, I mean, you can even see like the gesture and the markings paintings that she's making here. Her process is sketching out first in her studio, but she also works in plein air at times too.
Oh, nice.
So this is, really quintessential her style, and I just really love the whole composition.
It's a beautiful piece. We're looking at item 19A, The Little Flower, Gloucester Harbor, 1967, by Francesca Schomburg Solano. It's a pastel, as you just mentioned, measuring 24 by 18. Really good size. I mean, this would be fantastic as a focal point in a home with a retail value of $375. You will see the number to call on your screen. You will see the current bid on your screen as well. A lovely piece like this is going to go quick, so you want to pick up your phone, you want to get involved. These pieces are only open for a couple of minutes before we close them. So if you want to get involved in the bidding, please do that now. Gosh, there's so many neat details as our camera's panning over it. I go from the buildings to the boat to the water to the birds.
Yes.
What a beautiful piece. Final thoughts.
Yeah, so I also want to share that Francesca is an art instructor too, and she's been classically trained. She has been creating art since she was 15, and I feel like that just adds a whole nother layer to the knowledge and the techniques that she's applying to this piece. I think it's really lovely.
It really is, and thank you, Francesca, for that donation to the KVIE art auction. We're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 19B. It's called A Cabin by the Lake, and it's by Margot Tavera. This is an oil on canvas. It's measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $1,000. All right, A Cabin by the Lake. Mary Tess, do you know which lake this is by?
I do happen to have insider knowledge that this is, in fact, Lake Tahoe nearby. Yes, so I feel like just seeing this, it's like you can see that it's a cabin. You know, you've got that beautiful like redwood on the outing of the house or the cabin. And then what really draws me into Margot's work is the beautiful composition that she has with the water down below. I love the different colors that she's using here. I mean, you have beautiful purples, yellows, greens, and then almost like a reflection, you also have this beautiful color palette that she's using up in the sky with these like beautiful peach colors almost, which, you know, is unique and really beautiful. So my eye just keeps going all around this one.
I love it. I love it. And I know Lake Tahoe is a place that's near and dear to many of our visitors, our viewers' hearts. If this is a place that you visited, you spent time with your family, or just one of your favorite places to go, what an amazing piece of original artwork that you could have in your home, your bedroom, your office, maybe a local business. So many places you could have an amazing piece of art like this. And as I'm looking at it, it's got kind of a thickness to it. Can you tell us about the method?
Yes, great thing to recognize in here. And another thing that makes Margot's work beautiful is that she uses an amazing technique where she applies paint with a palette knife.
Interesting.
So traditionally, you know, artists use paint brushes, but she is adding just more texture and more layers to her work. When you look at it closely, you know, it's really beautiful how she's able to build the color in this. Makes it really unique, and
it does.
You know, just creates a great like memory of Lake Tahoe.
Absolutely, and I love this, like the natural looking frame too. I mean, you really are
really
honoring
good choice.
the outside with looking at this piece. I love it. I love all those details that you mentioned. So as our camera's panning up, you can see those rocks and the reflections that you were talking about. So many things to look at in this piece.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and you know, really like amazing impressionism style. In
Absolutely.
This one too.
So if impressionism is a style you'd want to have in your home, your bedroom, your office, now is the time to get involved. You'll see the number to call on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. Just a reminder, these are original pieces of art donated by artists, local artists, to PBS KVIE to support the mission of the station, to support the news, the arts, the local programming, the kids programming, all the programming that you love. And to get involved in the bidding, which is actually quite fun, all you have to do is pick up your phone and place a call. Final thoughts, Mary Tess.
Yeah, final thoughts. I mean, I feel like this is just a beautiful scene. Like just looking at it, it feels so serene and relaxing, like a vacation, right?
Exactly.
And the light play that she's using, the shadows on it, it just keeps your eye moving, and yeah, she is a wonderful artist. She's very established. We're very grateful to have her as a member of Blue Line Arts, and her plein air paintings are just really inspiring.
Absolutely. All right, we'll keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we'll move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 19C. It's called The Parade, and it's by Louise Thompson Sheely. This is a fabric. It's measuring 56 by 40 with a retail value of $500. All right. Well, first of all, what stands out about this is the size.
Oh my gosh.
This piece is huge.
The scale of it is so beautiful.
I love it. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so I really love how the artist is using fabric as her paint, if you will, in this one, which I think is really beautiful. What draws you in immediately are these beautiful figures, and
absolutely,
I want to share a little bit of backstory on the artist too. Her grandmother was born in China in the late 1800s to Irish-English missionaries. When they returned to the States, they brought many collectibles and stories that they shared through the generations. So all of the prints and designs and patterns from Asian fabrics, she then uses in her work, which I absolutely love.
I love that personal story. Art is such a personal medium, and I know that we have viewers out there who have personal stories or maybe a reflection, or they just love this stunning large piece. What an amazing piece to have in your home. And we're zooming in on some of those figures. Wow, I love that backstory. And what can you tell us about the fabric in the background too?
Yeah, so another thing that I think is so interesting about this work is that, you know, she's chosen to have a rainbow background. It's really beautiful use of ambiguous space. And then when you look really closely to the threads that she has going vertically in the background, each of them are a different color. So not only is the background all rainbow, each of the threads is like an inverse of that rainbow too.
Isn't that an amazing
So clever,
detail?
so creative.
I love that. I love that. And also, I've got to go back to the size. As the camera's panning out, you can see how large this is in comparison to us. So, I mean, think about a piece that you could have on a large wall, tall ceilings, maybe a business. Wow, what a stunning piece this would be in a home or an office. All you have to do to get involved in the bidding is pick up your phone and call the number on your screen. You see the current bid on your screen. A big, beautiful, bold piece like this will go quickly.
Yes, the colors are so rich in this. I feel like it can just bring so much joy and happiness into a room. And I feel like this is such a creative use of materials and supplies that she is, you know, obviously using her sewing techniques onto. And yeah, I just think it's quite beautiful.
And sewing techniques, that's probably a labor-intensive
very, very much so. I mean, this must have taken hours, days, months.
Absolutely. So really, we're looking at some really masterful artwork here, and I just admire it so much. All right, we're looking at item 19C. It's called The Parade. Oh, I love that now that I'm seeing the figures here.
Yes, it all makes sense.
What a great title. By Louise Thompson Sheely. This is a fabric, as we've been talking about, measuring that really great size, that 56 by 40. Wow, with a retail value of $500. All right, well, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Sounds great. Thank you, Christina and Mary Tess. Quick recap of bidding activity. Here we go. 19A, The Little Flower, Gloucester Harbor, 1967, by Francesca Schlumberg Solano. Pastel, measuring 24 by 18. You see it right there, and it is a beauty. Retail value, $375. We have a bid right now for $125, and we're trying to get this piece up to the retail of $375. Call the number on your screen. Item 19B is a cabin by the lake by Margot Tavera. This is oil on canvas, measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $1,000. And we're looking for an opening bid right now of $300. Let's get these phones ringing. And the way to do that is 844 KVIE Art. Get involved in the auction. Item 19C is The Parade by Louise Thompson Sheely. This is fabric, measuring 56 by 40. It is gorgeous. Retail value is $500, and we have a bid right now for $150. This is the PBS KVIE Art Auction, and we are live all weekend. art available. Pickup starts tomorrow, and these amazing pieces of art can leap right from the screen into your home. But you have to pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. There are amazing pieces, one of the best collections put together this year, and there will be so many wonderful pieces, but these three right now are some that are incredibly important pieces in the collection. So let's get those phones ringing by calling 1-844-KVIE Art. Let's go through the next, these three items real quick one more time because I want you to have a good look. 19A, by the way, you can't look for long because we close them quickly. So, 19A, The Little Flower, Gloucester Harbor, 1967 by Francesca Schomburg Solano, pastel, measuring 24 by 18. It is a gorgeous piece of art, and the retail is $375. 19B, A Cabin by the Lake by Margot Tavera. This is oil on canvas, measuring 16 by 20. It is a gorgeous piece of art, and we are looking for a starting bid right now of $300. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, 844-584-3278, and this could be yours in a matter of moments. 19C, The Parade by Louise Thompson Shealy. This is fabric, measuring 56 by 40. Retail value is $500, and we have a bid on this for $150. This is a great time, if you're watching, to phone a friend or text someone, have them join you on the auction. It is the dinner time hour. This is some time when you can get some great pieces of art. So make sure you pick up the phone and call. Let's take a look at the next few pieces of art for bid in the next half hour.
Lots more great artwork to come. Up next, we're looking at item 19D. This is called Kawaiian Sunrise, and it's by Paul Lambie. This is photography. It's measuring 20 by 30 with a retail value of $300. Wow, Mary Tess, such a stunning photograph. Do we know where this was taken?
Yes, we do. I actually have a really interesting background story for this one. So Kawaiian is an active volcano in Java, Indonesia, and one of only two places in the world with a phenomenon of blue flames that you can only see at night.
Wow.
So it's from the result of high sulfur content and lava burning at high temperatures. But the artist actually climbed up there and took this photo of the crater rim at sunrise. Wow. So I just love how this really, it gives you a raw sense of like the power of nature, right?
Absolutely. I love that description, power. Okay, I was zooming in here to this kind of center focal area. Can we talk a little bit about, look at that blue. That's just
so that turquoise is from, that effect of the high temperatures. And not only the colors in this painting, but the closer you look, this photographer's handling of the detail of like the rocks that are around it, and the color in the sky is just absolutely gorgeous.
Almost this framing of this tree too, as we're around in this tree, it almost brings your eye right to the middle.
Yeah, I love how the tree branches just have like a really amazing, like almost figurative quality to them.
Absolutely.
Like it's definitely the focal point, but it's so well balanced in this composition that just keeps your eye moving, and just really amazing. It's like you almost wonder what his experience was while he was, up there taking this photograph. And it just has a really serene quality to it. You're seeing the power of nature.
It's so powerful. Wow. What an amazing piece for our nature lovers out there, our hikers, somebody who admires nature photography. This would be a stunning piece. It's a really good size. I also want to point out too, this is printed on metal.
It is printed on metal, which is very typical of Paul Lambie's work. And I feel like the metal gives the very flat, shiny texture to the photography piece here. It just really highlights the detail in a beautiful way as well. So great choice.
Absolutely. We're looking at item 19D. It's called Kawaiian Sunrise by Paul Lambie. I love the backstory on that one.
Yes, so
fun. It's photography measuring 20 by 30 with a retail value of $300. You will see the number to call on your screen. You will see the current bid on your screen as well for this stunning photography. It almost looks like a painting. As I'm looking at it from a distance, Wow, what a stunner.
Yeah.
Final thoughts, Mary Tess. Anything else you want to share about the colors or any other details about this?
I mean, you know, we've already talked about how beautiful the colors are. I also want to share that his inspiration for his photographs also comes from the late Galen Rowell, who was one of the very early adventure photographers. So I just love how this photographer actually goes out in nature, takes these beautiful photographs, brings them back into the editing process, and then just makes beautiful magic.
Stunning, absolutely. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 19E. It's called YOLO Rice Fields by Bobby Horiuchi. This is photography. It's measuring 22 by 25. It's framed by Skyline One Framing with a retail value of $350. Mary Tess, YOLO Rice Fields. It's a place near to Sacramento. I'm
Yes,
sure many of our viewers are familiar with that.
Yeah,
What can you tell us about it?
Definitely. So our viewers are definitely probably familiar with this scene here. And the artist also talks about how he loves taking his wife out to that area for picnics and always brings his camera with him. And I'm so glad that they got this beautiful shot. I really love how the artist has chosen to make the composition a little bit to the left. You know, you have the road on the left-hand side here, and then he's really highlighting how there are some amazing lines that are happening from the rice fields on the right-hand side. I feel like it gives a really nice repetitive pattern and balance to the whole scene, which I think is so intriguing. And, you know, really nice green colors in here, too.
Absolutely. It's kind of an unusual perspective, too. We're looking at something aerial as opposed to looking straight out. So it's a familiar scene, but from a different angle. I love that. And I love that you brought up all the lines on this piece as well. We're looking at item 19E, YOLO Rice Fields by Bobby Horiuchi. It's photography measuring 22 by 25, framed beautifully, I've got to say, by Skyline One Framing. Thank you for their service, with a retail value of $350. What an amazing piece of, you know, it's kind of California agriculture, right? What we're known for, Yolo County is definitely an agricultural county. What an amazing piece of original artwork photography that reflects that. So for our viewers out there, this would be an amazing piece to have in your home, your office, your local business. A lot of places you could put a picture like this. What else can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so the artist is really drawn to focusing on geometry that he finds in nature. So I can definitely tell that he was inspired by that here. And, you know, these farm lands are, you know, only flooded in their fields for a certain part of the year, too. So, you know, you really have to be out there at the right season to get this type of shot. And I love that he went out and, you know, put that special effort into capturing this beautiful scene.
Absolutely. Really nicely framed, as we said, again, from Skyline One Framing, which really adds some, I mean, if you can get some detail in this frame, it's really, it looks kind of got like a distressed look to it, which adds a lot to it.
Almost a little bit of a distressed look. I like how, you know, it definitely matches the rustic farmland scene that he's capturing here. It's also beautifully matted. And then I also love how the artist even signed the bottom right-hand corner there too, which really adds to the piece.
Absolutely. I can see somebody who has an agricultural kind of country theme in their home. This would be an amazing piece. Maybe you live out in the country. What an amazing piece for you to bring home. All you have to do is call the number on the screen and make a bid. We're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding and move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 19F. It's called Meeks Bay, and it's by Joe Strickland. This is an acrylic on panel, and it is measuring 16 by 26 with a retail value of $800. Well, Meeks Bay, Lake Tahoe, I'm sure a place that's near and dear to many of our viewers' hearts. What can you tell us about it, Mary Tess?
Yes, so Joe Strickland is a local artist out in Placer County, based in Granite Bay, and I love how he took inspiration from Lake Tahoe. And Joe Strickland is a really process-based artist. So what he loves to do is go out, take multiple photos of a certain type of scene, and then bring them back into the studio, pick and choose different scenes. He also likes to just squint at the different values and color that he's playing around with. And this more modern style from him really gives a more minimalistic view of this landscape. And like first impressions, I just love how he's chosen to highlight the like light reflecting on the water and the sky with this beautiful gold.
With the gold detail. I love that you brought that up.
That's one of my favorite parts about this work here. And he's also really well known for this beautiful, clear medium that he uses on the very top of it too.
It's almost got a reflective content,
Yes.
like a glaze, a reflective quality to it. And I love that you brought that up too, because it looks different from a typical painting because of that reflection and that glaze. And I love that you brought up those details too as our camera's panning in. You can see those gold details all the way from the sky to the bottom. Well, what a neat detail. I love this. We're looking at item 19F, Meeks Bay by Joe Strickland. Acrylic on panel measuring 16 by 26 with a retail value of $800. As you said, a modern piece. I know a lot of people love Tahoe, but also modern art is really popular. It could go in your home, maybe a living room, a bedroom, kind of those cooling colors. What kind of colors did he choose for this?
Yes, I agree with you. Definitely cooling colors. I mean, I love the variety of different shades of turquoise that he used in this. I mean, it really draws you in, and I feel like they're such happy and like comforting colors to have in your home too. And I'm like even looking up at the trees in the corner here too. I feel like there's almost a suggestion of a cabin in the trees too. I'm just catching that now, and it's beautiful, very intriguing. And I also want to share too that I love how the process of doing art is the art. That's what Joe Strickland loves about creating his work.
Probably very labor intensive, like some of the other ones that we've talked about. Yeah, and I love to see something real that he took and made his imagination. It's really a beautiful piece. All right, we're looking at item 19F, Meeks Bay by Joe Strickland, acrylic on panel, measuring 16 by 26 with a retail value of $800. Pieces like this are going to go very quickly, so you need to pick up your phone, get involved. You'll see the number to call on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. These pieces go so quickly. Once the bidding is over, that's the end of the bidding, so please get involved. And we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured this half an hour. Now let's head over to the recap station for bidding updates.
Okay, thank you so much, Christina. And we are wrapping up this Blue Line Arts break in the next few minutes, which means now is the time for you to pick up the phone and get involved because time is running out. Again, the number is 1-844-584, or just actually even easier, KVIE Art, 844 KVIE Art. It's on your screen right now. Okay, we are going to talk about 19D, and look at here. I love this. On the cover of Inside Sacramento, Inside Publications has been fantastic. And the piece of art you're seeing right here, Paul Lambrey's piece, is on the cover of Inside Magazine. So thank you, Cecily Hastings, for such a wonderful relationship. 4 different covers with 4 different artists. It's awesome. We thank you for your support. This is 19D. It is Kawa Aijin Sunrise by Paul Lambrey. It's photography measuring 20 by 30, and the retail value is $300. We've got a bid for $200 right now. That piece is on the way to becoming a bell ringer. The next piece is 19E Yolo Rice Fields by Bobby Horiachi, and this is Skyline 1 framing photography measured 22 by 25, and the retail value is $350, and we are looking for an opening bid on this piece. This piece could be yours if you pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. We're looking for an opening bid right now of $125. Item 19F is Meeks Bay, a beauty by Joe Strickland. And guess what? This one's already a bell ringer right out of the gate. It's at $900. That's fantastic. Above bell ringer status, and it is still open for you to bid on by calling the number on your screen. A wonderful collection of art this half hour, and we are so excited to show you all these pieces. And again, there's the beautiful piece by Paul Lambrey right there on the cover of Inside Sacramento. Pretty cool, huh? Okay, so I want to run through the entire half hour with you right now. All the money goes to PBS KVIE, and Inside Publications has been a huge supporter of us, so we're very, very grateful. All right, let's go through the pieces. 19A is The Little Flower. It is Gloucester Harbor, 1967 by Francesca Schomburg Solano, and this is pastel, measuring 24 by 18. We are so close to this being a bell ringer, so let's get this up to that number. Let's $25 more. We need 19B is the next one, A Cabin by the Lake, which is Margot Tavera, oil on canvas, 16 by 20, and the bid is $250. 19C is The Parade by Louise Thompson Sheely. Fabric measuring 56 by 40 rather, and the bid is $250. Next one is 19D. It is a Kawa Aijin Sunrise by Paul Lambie. Photography measuring 20 by 30. And what'd you say? Bell ringer. Yes, yes, yes. We got a bell ringer on this one. That's great. 19E is Yolo Rice Fields by Bobby Horiachi. This is a retail of $350. We're looking for an opening bid. And the next one's a bell ringer as well, 19F Meeks Bay by Joe Strickland, and we are thrilled for that. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour on the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Bank of Marin is proud to support PBS KVIE in their mission to educate, inspire, and unite our community through events, outreach programs, and quality television. Together, we are making our community a better place to live and work.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small on Masterpiece, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase, and through the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the Contemporary category. Awards juried by Barry Sakata, this category features abstract and non-objective works in a variety of media. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and thanks for joining us. It is so great to have you for the Contemporary break. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. We are starting with 20A. It's called Community by Christine Park, and there you see it, a stunner, oil on paper, measuring 18 by 24, retail value $900. Item 20B is Finding the Horizon Series number 7 by Heather Galloway, acrylic on canvas, measuring 18 by 24, retails for $700. Item 20C is Fly Free by Annie Hecox. This is acrylic on canvas, that's by Annette Hecox, and it's acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 36. Thank you, Annette, for this beautiful piece. Retails for $800. Item 20D is Home Sweet Home by John R. Jurisic, and this is oil on canvas measuring 30 by 30. This is retailed at $950, and the wiring service is provided by University Art Center. Item 23 is June by Amy Vidra. This is acrylic on panel, measuring 40 by 30, a large piece, retail value $1,500. Item 20F is Garden Party by Michael Schaefer. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 20 by 30. The retail value is $2,200. So now is your opportunity to bid on these great pieces. Let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, back with art expert Mary Tess Mayall, and thanks for joining us for this Contemporary category. Mary Tess, it's so great to be with you again.
Yes, so happy to be here.
All right, let's get started on our first item. Item 20A is called Community, and it's by Christine Park. This is an oil on paper. It's measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $900. Wow, what's the story behind this piece, Mary Tess?
Yeah, so this is just a beautiful abstract piece of art. I love all of the colors that the artist is playing around here. And I feel like there's almost, a playfulness with all these different colors, almost like a city or something. And actually the artist travels extensively to New York, Paris, Barcelona, Tokyo. So from all of her travels, she loves painting from memory. So she's processing all of the different things that she's seeing in these different cultures, these different places, these different cityscapes, and then she's putting it all into a beautiful painting like this. So this is very typical style of her work. And I feel like it's also playful. It almost looks like a mosaic.
It does. Or stained glass, I think is something that you described it earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. And what's really neat about abstract is it can be whatever the viewer wants it to be.
Definitely.
So our viewers out there who maybe are travelers and, they can see whatever city they want to see in something like this.
Yes.
Absolutely. And really neat colors. Can you talk about the kind of selection of colors that you used here?
Yes, I can tell that she's definitely playing around with some secondary colors in this work. I mean, I love the repetitive pattern and technique that she's using. I mean, it's also a really nice balance of color too.
Absolutely.
You know, she's really playing with like purple, mixing things, but it's almost like different rows of what she's painting here, which I feel like just makes a really beautiful effect to this work. There's like movement. It just keeps pulling you in.
It does.
Right?
It kind of brings your eye all around the middle of this as we're zooming in. It's almost like she left little white spots too. So there's a lot of interest that your eye goes to here.
Yes.
Really lovely framed in that black frame that kind of brings out some of those darker colors too. So this would really pop on, say, a white wall, maybe in your living room, in your dining room, in your bedroom, a hallway. Something like this is really going to draw your eye.
Yes.
We're looking at item 20A. It's called Community, which makes sense now that you kind of reference her travels. I love that. By Christine Park. An oil on paper measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $900. If you'd like to get involved with the bidding, you can see the number on your screen to call. You can see the current bid on your screen as well to take home an original piece of art. A reminder that the artists, all these local artists, have donated their art to support the mission of PBS KVIE, the programming that you love, the kid shows, the dramas, the news programming, the local programming, and we're very grateful for those generations. Final thoughts, Mary Tess?
Yes, I just love the colors in this. I feel like they're so playful and fun, and I feel like this could go in any room, really. And art doesn't have to match your couch. I tell people that all the time.
I
Like,
love that.
whatever draws you in and makes you happy, it definitely, you know, deserves to be in your life.
What a beautiful statement. I love that. All right, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on and move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 20B. It's called Finding the Horizon, series number 7, and it's by Heather Galloway. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $700. Finding the Horizon. What can you tell us about that, Mary Tess?
Well, Finding the Horizon, I feel like, you know, definitely the colors pop off of this right away. I love the color palette that she's choosing. This artist is really inspired by the ocean, and in particular at dusk. So I feel like the representation of the turquoise and also, you know, these beautiful oranges and pinks really does tie into that, doesn't it?
It does. When you said that, now all of a sudden I see the ocean, because at first I saw the sunset, or, you know, so I love how just depending on the different ways you're looking at this, the different ways you can interpret it. And wow, I mean, look at those colors.
Yeah.
Those would be so stunning.
Yeah, it's beautiful, you know, abstract representation of both of those things. And as you're looking closely too, I love how you can also see her brush strokes in this too, which is another lovely detail. So they're not just flat colors when you're looking up closely to it. It's just really, really lovely. It really draws you in. Very fun and playful.
And it really pops too. This is a thick piece, so as I'm looking at it, this really pops from the wall. It's a couple inches over here. So this is something that you could put in your living room, over a couch, a mantelpiece, a bedroom, and it's just got a great focal point to be whatever you interpret it to be. We're looking at item 20B, Finding the Horizon, series number 7 by Heather Galloway. It's an acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $700. The number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well to take home this lovely piece of art. You can have this in your home in a matter of days if you get the winning bid. Mary Tess, what else can you tell us about it?
Yes, so this is actually a number 7 in her series of Finding the Horizon. So she's been working with this concept, and this one in particular is really inspired by and referencing the Sierra Buttes.
Oh, that's lovely.
So that's another beautiful addition, and some of her artistic influences have included Joan Mitchell, Lee Krasner, Henri Matisse, and Monet. And I feel like, you know, the colors and the way that she is creating this painting, you can see those influences, and I think it really pays off.
Sierra Buttes, I love that. So it could be the Sierra Buttes, it could be the ocean, it could be a sunset, it can be whatever you want it to be.
That's the beauty of abstract art.
Exactly. All right, well, the number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. Just a reminder, these pieces go so quickly. We're only up here talking about them for a couple of minutes. They stay open for a short time after that. So if you want to get involved in the bidding, you have to do it immediately. It's actually really fun. We have amazing volunteers standing by to take the call. You can get involved in the bidding, and when you win it, you win an amazing piece of original artwork that you can bring home. Wow. Final thoughts before we move on, Mary Tess.
Yeah, so this work is definitely beautiful California landscape.
I love that.
And I love how the artist is, she says that she's obsessed with replicating the memory of a place. So positioning the ways, positioning colors in unexpected ways is something that she just really loves to do. And I feel like it really comes through. It's inspiring.
Absolutely. We're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 20C. It's called Fly Free, and it's by Annette Hecox. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 24 by 36 with a retail value of $800. Well, Fly Free, that's a beautiful title, Mary Tess. What can you tell us about it?
Sure. So Fly Free, the artist chose that title. It was actually inspired by a dear friend of hers who lived in the French countryside. She says where poetically earth meets the sky. Sounds like, unfortunately, that her friend isn't here with her anymore. She used to live there, but now she flies free.
Wow, that's beautiful. Yeah. And as I'm looking at it, I can see some of those kind of almost moodier colors.
Yes, I feel like the sky, has these beautiful greens and blues up here, like a, navy blue. Maybe the sky is a little bit heavier, but there's this beautiful light that's coming through with the white in the middle. I feel like that really draws your eye in first. And then there's just some beautiful light brush strokes in the middle here. And it just, pulls you in, and it's a really beautiful work of abstract art.
And I love how your eye kind of journeys with this as she's taking you from the bottom all the way through those details you just mentioned and all the way top through the light. So your eye really travels with this painting as well.
Yes, it's almost like a suggestion of a river here, but this beautiful rich purple just complements the rest of the yellows and greens in this so beautifully.
It's so beautiful. I have calming feelings. I have moody. It evokes a lot of emotions when I'm looking at this. I love this. We're looking at item 20C. It's called Fly Free. Thank you to the artist for sharing that story with us, Annette Hecox. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 36 with a retail value of $800. And I do want to bring up that size, that 24 by 36. This is a really good size. As you're panning out, this is something that could really take a beautiful space over a sofa, over a mantelpiece, really be the focal point of a large room, because it is a large piece of art, really stunning with some beautiful colors.
Yes, I mean, I love the high contrast of, what she's created here. And I'd also like to share that this is her perspective on creating this work. She says, I never truly know where a painting will lead me when I start, but it will be a fairly quick process and no endless retouches. So you can see that, she's really using the paint in like fast, intentional ways.
Interesting.
And spontaneity is definitely ensuring a certain freshness and cohesive strength to her work.
Lovely. Well, there's so many different interpretations to this one. That's something I love for our viewers. You can interpret this however you want. And I mean, such amazing colors and a beautiful backstory to something like this. Just a reminder, these pieces are going to go very quickly. So if you want to get involved in the bidding, you have to call now. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen as well. All right. Well, we are halfway through this break, which means that we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
That's right, Christina. There's lots of great art available for you this half hour. Let's have a look at the auction activity right now. What's going on happening in this moment live. We have item 20A, which is Community. It is gorgeous, by Christine Park, oil on paper, measuring 18 by 24. This has a retail value of $900. We're at $275. Pick up the phone, call the number on the screen, get involved in the auction because these pieces move fast. Item 20B is Finding the Horizon, series number 7 by Heather Galloway. Acrylic on canvas, measuring 18 by 24. This has a retail value of $700, and we have a bid right now for $225. Item 20C is Fly Free by Annette Hecox. This is acrylic on canvas. It measures 24 by 36, a gorgeous piece of art. Retail value is $800, and we have a bid right now for $250. So pick up the phone and call the number on your screen, because guess what? These pieces were picked out and curated and collected specifically for you to bring Northern California's largest art auction right into your home from us at PBS KVIE. All of the art was donated to PBS KVIE so that we can raise money to continue bringing the programming that you have come to love and support. Do you hear that phone ringing? That's because people like you are calling in to speak to these wonderful, friendly volunteers, and we need everyone watching to get involved in the auction because all these phones, when they are ringing, it is so exciting in here. And when you hear them ring, you know that things are ringing well right here because we need your support. I'm going to zip through the entire last three pieces that we just showed you, and they are 20A, Community, Christine Park. Isn't that gorgeous? The numbers are climbing as we speak. Keep that up. $275 is the bid for this $900 value piece, and it is a gorgeous one by Christine Park. Item 20B, Finding the Horizons, series number 7, Heather Galloway. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24, retail $700, and we have a bid right now for $225. Fly Free is climbing up. It's now at $425, and this is by Annette Hecox, acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 36, retail $800, and we're at $425. Let's get those numbers climbing, and the way that happens is when you pick up the phone and you reach out to someone else to watch with you. Both of you get involved in the auction. Once 2 people start bidding, we have a full-on auction. So the phone lines are open right now for you. Will you be the one calling? I hope so. Let's take a look at more art with Christine and Mary Tess.
All right, we are back for the second half of this contemporary break, continuing on with item 20D. Item 20D is called Home Sweet Home, and it's by John R. Jurisich. This is an oil on canvas measuring 30 by 30 with framing services provided by University Art Center. It has a retail value of $950. Mary Tess, wow, what a stunner.
Yes, this is a stunner, and I actually have a really fun fact. This artist just celebrated his 94th birthday.
94th birthday. Wow. Happy birthday to our artist. Wow. What an amazing piece of art.
Yes. And I mean, over the years, he has developed a signature style and a really masterful technique here. I feel like it really reminds you of a stained glass window effect.
Absolutely.
Just when you're looking at it, it seems to really glow. His treatment of using different layers of paint is really unique. He really, just does an amazing job.
He does. Can you tell us a little bit more about that technique? I mean, because it really pops. It's almost a very thick kind of texture that we're looking at here.
Yes, so he uses 5 different layers of oil paint. So when you're looking at it, you can really see the texture of how much paint he is using to a really beautiful effect. He really balanced the colors very nicely. It creates this iridescence, luminescence quality through the canvas. That's really one of a kind.
It really is. It's a beautiful piece. We're looking at 20D, Home Sweet Home. I love that title.
Yes.
It should be in your home, a piece like this, by John R. Jurisich. It's an oil on canvas measuring 30 by 30 with framing services provided by University Art Center with a retail value of $950. I love that it's a square. It's a 30 by 30. Want to bring attention to that because we don't always see pieces that are a square like that. And that also means that this would be something that could very easily fit into your home. A lot of different corners in your home, maybe over a sofa, a mantle, a hallway. Something like this would just bring a real pop of color to your home.
Yes, it's truly a unique piece, and I also have a fun story to share. He says that, he is a widely collected artist, and one of his collectors actually reached out to him and said that once they turned the lights off when this piece is in the room and the TV was glowing, the piece was glowing.
Oh,
and they said they were just so incredibly moved by how beautiful it is.
Oh, that's stunning. Well, you need a piece of glowing artwork in your home. Absolutely. So in order to make that happen, all you have to do is call the number on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. And once you place a bid and you get the winning bid, it's really fun to get involved in the bidding. You can have a piece like this home in your home in a matter of days. And how exciting is that? You can see the glow in your own home.
Yes.
I love it. Mary Tess, what else can you share about us?
Yes, this is just so alive with energy and color. It's truly vibrant, and he is a master at what he does. So having this work in anyone's collection would really be amazing.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 20E. It's called June. It's by Amy Vidra. This is an acrylic on panel. It's measuring 40 by 30. It has a retail value of $1,500. Beautiful piece here. Wow, I love this one. Really large size too. I have to say our cameras have to zoom out, but you can see how large this is in comparison to us. Wow, that beautiful piece would dominate a wall. What can you tell us about it, Mary Tess?
Yeah, so I just love how this piece has like a really modern quality to it. I personally love abstract work that also has mixed media layers to it, and this really has it in spades. I love how the artist uses a variety of different art materials too. When you look closely, especially right up here, you can see the pencil lines, and then she goes over it with these light paint marks too. You know, she's playing with both horizontal lines and vertical lines, which really draws interest into the piece. And yeah, it's
I want to talk about the colors she chose because they're very surprising. When I saw them, I said, wow, those colors are just things I wouldn't think to put together, but gosh, they work so well.
They work so well. She's really amazing at what she does. I mean, the hot pinks over here on the right, that's one of my favorite parts right up here. And they actually work so well with the red. And I agree with you. You normally wouldn't think that those things would go together, but that's what artists are so amazing at is, you know, seeing the world from a different perspective and then putting that into a work of art. Yeah, the layers just keep pulling me in, and I love how the layers are like pushing and pulling against each other too. Yeah, this is just a really beautiful piece and can spark your imagination too. I mean, this could work great in any home, I think, but definitely like a modern or more minimalistic home too, just because there's so much beautiful layering detail happening
Absolutely.
here.
Modern, mid-century, something really contemporary. And again, that really good size. So this is all you need on that wall. And I mean, wow, it would draw a lot of attention, be a conversation piece, I would say as well. We're here looking at item 20E. It's called June by Amy Vidra. It's an acrylic on panel measuring that really good size, that 40 by 30, wow, with a retail value of $1,500. And the title June, is there a little bit of a story behind that title?
Yeah, so it's you know, double entendre. The artist loves you know, the month of June, but it can also be a name too. But I think it you know, just really encapsulates her different perspective that she's bringing to this work. I mean, it's so balanced. I really love how all of the like pieces that she has in here are like floating in this beautiful, you know, purple color that she has in the background.
Absolutely. So many colors in this piece that it could fit really anywhere in your home. What an amazing piece of original artwork. Pick up the phone, get involved in the bidding on this piece now. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding. We're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 20F. It's called Garden Party, and it's by Michael Schaefer. This is an acrylic on canvas, and it's measuring 20 by 30 with a retail value of $2,200. Well, I gotta say, Garden Party, we're ready to have some fun. We're ready to party because this is a fun piece, Mary Tess.
This is a very fun party. I completely agree with you.
I want to go to this party.
I do too. I mean, yeah, first impressions, it just like really pulls my eye in. There's so many fun things happening here. I love how the artist is really playing around with some like fun like creatures or like, you know, human forms here almost. I mean, I love this smile on this guy.
I see eyes. You see
really?
smile?
I know, that's what I love about abstract art. You always see something different, and it's so fun and playful. And the artist is really playing around with mixed media here too, because I don't know if you can see the background or the sky, if you will, also has this beautiful texture that really comes forward. And there's some really beautiful gold that they put up in the right-hand corner here too. And you know, this is a well-known artist. I mean, he has been creating work for over 20 years.
Wow, stunning work. Our camera's panning over now, so and you really can. It does pop on camera as well. You can really see these textures of these clouds because they are 3D. They're popping off, and that beautiful, yep, there it is right there, that beautiful gold that you just mentioned. All of those elements really pop on this. So many details, as you mentioned. Such a fun piece to have. As Mary Tess mentioned, this is a well-known artist. This is a collector's piece. This is a piece that you want to have in your home, an investment in a beautiful piece of original artwork donated by the artist to support the mission of PBS KVIE, and we're so grateful to them for their donations. What else can you tell us about this piece, Mary Tess?
Yeah, so the artist is really loving the idea of creating a recognizable human activity with symbolic characters.
Oh, that's fun.
In a geometric abstract landscape. So, you know, definitely imaginative and playful. But he really works from a charcoal sketch to then a stream of consciousness approach. So really imaginative and yeah, lovely.
A lot of parts. I like that you said that. It could be an ordinary party, but with some extraordinary figures in there. And there's so many details as our camera's panning down. We're seeing almost figures over there, or perhaps plants. It really opened to interpretation.
I know, it's such a fun conversational piece,
Exactly.
right? Yeah.
This is a great conversation piece, and I love that you brought that up too, because a piece like this in your dining room, your living room, wow, what an amazing conversation piece for you and your guests to have. You want to get involved in the bidding on a piece like this. It's going to go quick. The number to call is on your screen, and the current bids are on your screen as well. Just a reminder, we're at 20F. It's called Garden Party by Michael Schaefer. It's an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 20 by 30, really good size, with a retail value of $2,200. And I got to say, we do have to bring attention, we haven't talked about them yet, to these figures over here on the side.
Yeah.
What do you think of these, Mary Tess? What was your impression?
It's so fun. I mean, you know, I feel like there's definitely a party going on here. And I feel like this might just be the biggest celebration here.
It really is. There's something happening there that I love. All right. Well, we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. I'd like to thank our art expert, Mary Tess, for sharing her expertise with us today. Mary Tess, so great to have you here today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. All right, let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction bidding.
Okay, thank you so much, Christina. We're getting ready to close out the artwork in this break, but we want to hear from you first, and we have a great review for you because, hey, art brings joy, right? So pick up the phone, call the number on the screen, and bring some joy home with you as early as tomorrow. Let's go through 20D, which is Home Sweet Home by John R. Jurisic, and this is oil on canvas, measuring 30 by 30, a phenomenal artist with a long time giving to PBS KVIE. This is retail value $950. We're getting there now at $750. We're going to take this up even higher because I know the calls are coming in. Item 20E is June by Amy Vidra. Acrylic on panel measuring 40 by 30. The retail on this piece is $1,500 right now, and it's Vedra, pardon me, it's Amy Vidra. What is it? Vidra. Amy, I'm so sorry, but we love your art. And this retails for $1,500. Right now we got $775 for this beauty and highly collected artist. That's a beautiful piece. 20F is Garden Party by Michael Schaefer, acrylic on canvas, measuring 20 by 30. The retail value is $2,200. We're looking for an opening bid right now of $350. I have to tell you, I saw this piece at the preview gala. It is gorgeous. It leaps off of the wall. This is an artist that shows internationally and is collected around the world. And it can be yours by picking up the phone and calling 844-KVIE Art. This half hour is all about imagination and inspiration. And this is the art we're bringing you right now. Let's go through 20A, Community by Christine Park. Oil on paper measuring 18 by 24. We have a bid for $450, and it has a value of $900. It's oil on paper at 18 by 24. That's the measurements. Item 20B, Finding the Horizons, Series 7. Heather Galloway is the artist, and it's acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $700, and we've got a bid for $300 right now. The next piece is 20C, Fly Free by Annette Hecox, acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 36. We're at $500 for this piece that is valued at $800. So let's pick up the phones, call, and get involved in the auction, and let's raise the money that the artist selected for us to raise when they gave their hard work to PBS KVIE. Let me zip through these other ones. 20D, Home Sweet Home by John R. Jurisic is oil on canvas, 30 by 30, a perfect square. And this one is at $750 right now. Let's get that higher. As well as 20E, This is June by Amy Vidra. It is acrylic on panel measuring 40 by 30, retails for $1,500, and this one's climbing. We're at $825 right now. Item 20F, Garden Party by Michael Schaefer, acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 30. We got an opening bid for this highly collected artist. I'm surprised this one is not flying higher. $350 right now for the high bid, and the retail is $2,200. As I said, an artist collected around the world. Okay, we are just going to tell you that there's so much more art coming up in the next half hour. Stay with us. There's so much more coming up right here on PBS KVIE.
Welcome to the 42nd annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is artwork from The Artery. Located in Davis and founded in 1974, The Artery is owned and operated by over 70 active artists and showcases fine art and contemporary crafts. View all of the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Good evening, I'm Rob Stewart, and thank you for joining us for the Artery Break. Such a cool place and a great half hour. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Wilkie Fleury, and we would like to thank Wilkie Fleury for their commitment to supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. All right, let's have an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during the next half hour. It is a great collection for you this half hour. We're going to start with 21A, Tulips to Live For by Sampal Chattopadhyay. This is watercolor 22 by 18. Retail value is $300. Look at that. A Jurors Award for Still Life. 21B, Sandhill Silhouettes by Gary Everett. Photography measuring 16 by 24. Retail value $275 for this beautiful piece. 21C, That Look by Kathy James Robinson. And there you see the look. Acrylic on canvas measuring 28 by 22. The retail value for this is $1,200. 21D is What Lies Beneath by Thelma Weatherford. Hi, Thelma. This is encaustic measuring 24 by 24. This is a retail of $900, and services were provided by University Art Center. Thank you, Thelma. 21E is SP Work Train by John Christie. This is oil on canvas, measures 22 by 18. Retail value is $350. Item 21F is Reflections by David Martin. Oil on canvas measuring 24 by 24. Retail value is $600. And again, this is all by The Artery, and we're talking about inspiration. So let's head over to the phone lines. They're open for you. We want to hear from you. So let's check in with the auctioneer and the art expert while we get those phones ringing.
Hello there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thanks for joining us for this segment featuring artwork from The Artery. During this break, I am pleased to be here with Marie-Therese Brown, who is representing The Artery in Davis. Marie-Therese is an accomplished fine artist with a passion for drawing and plein air painting. She has been an on-air expert for many years and is a past PBS KVIE Art Auction Awards juror. This year, she was the fine art judge for the California State Fair. Welcome, Marie-Therese, and thank you for being here. here.
Thank you. It's fun to be here again.
Absolutely. All right, let's get started with our first item. This is item 21A. It's called Tulips to Live For, and it's by Sampal Chattis Riptak. This is a watercolor measuring 22 by 18 with a retail value of $300. And this one, very exciting, is a juror award for still life. Such a beautiful painting. What can you tell us about it, Marie-Therese?
Well, I love this painting. I love just everything that Sampal does. He just takes such time and patience and to show the beauty of every painting he does. He does a lot of flowers. And this one of tulips, he wrote that tulips bloom all over the world, everywhere. And in spite of all the tragedies and hardships and all the news we hear every day, the flowers are still blooming. So he's a real positive guy. He has a great sense of humor. And if you look at this painting, you can just see the attention that he has to the medium of watercolor. It's a very difficult medium. I mean, you have to be precise. There's no painting over or going back. And anything that's white is not paint, it's the paper.
Oh, wow.
So you have to think, what are you going to save? You have to save your whites and create those lights to darks to make a beautiful painting, like his tulip painting.
Our camera's kind of zooming into that detail that you're talking about right there with those gorgeous flowers in the middle. So that white in the middle there is actually the paper and not the paint. That's fascinating.
Right, and you know, he uses slight little tones on here that he does paint on the white paper, so it may not be all exactly the white paper, doing that delicate and the lines, and he outlines it all with this beautiful light. And then there's this one in the background that is just peeping through, faded away. I just think he's a master of watercolor.
That takes real skill, absolutely. Well, the number to call to place a bid on this item is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. I love the story you told because it's kind of like having eternal spring in your house. You can always have a positive piece of artwork like this in your home. All you have to do is call the number on the screen, get a bid going, and jump in. What else can you tell us about it,
I'm really thrilled that he won the Jurors Award. I think he's going to be, you know, actually literally jumping up and down. He's a happy guy.
Oh,
and
well deserved.
Think, yeah, he will be really happy about that. And the idea of having flowers in your house change everything. And it's true. You have these flowers all year round of beautiful tulips. You can see that he's created the depth up through the dark background, showing the leaves perhaps in the background, a little flower peeking out. You know that there's flowers on the other side of this. You know, you can imagine it in 3D. He's created this three-dimensional image on this flat surface that I really feel it's very masterful.
I absolutely agree with you. A reminder to our viewers, this is 21A, Tulips to Live For, which is, again, just a wonderful title for that one, something you can have in your house by Sampal Chattis Riptak. This is a watercolor, as you were mentioning, with that incredible skill, measuring 22 by 18 with a retail value of $300. Current bid is on your screen. And as we've been talking about, this is a juror award for still life. So by his peers decided this was an amazing piece.
Right.
We're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 21B. It's called Sandhill Silhouettes by Gary Everett. This is photography. It's measuring 16 by 24. It has a retail value of $275. I love this one, Sandhill Silhouettes, and we can see those sandhills right there. Go ahead and take it away, Marie-Therese.
This is a photo, and it's done on a high gloss aluminum. So he takes the photos, and then some of them he presents them on the paper with mat around it, but very special ones, he has them printed on this aluminum. And it's a high gloss aluminum with an infused dye. It just creates something that it's very durable. You can hang that anywhere. You can hang it outdoors, even in a patio.
Wow.
Yeah, and so I love what he wrote about how he took all the time to get all of the sandhill cranes, which are stopping over on our Pacific Flyway, to all be up instead of having their heads in the water. And so he had to wait and wait because they're there getting their last little meal before they fly off.
Oh, I love that.
So he took several ones and he got them all to be up. I like that all of them are facing one direction except this guy.
There's a couple who are facing the right way.
It's like, hey, what are you doing back there?
And you can see the reflections. Our camera's panning in on all of these that you're talking about, and every one has a reflection too.
if you look closely, it looks like it's a pen and ink drawing. The reflections, because the water movement,
wow.
You would paint that kind of wiggly line. You can see these, look at how it looks just like it's actually painted on, and then the dark foliage in front. The painting itself was done, you know, right at you can see the break of the sun coming in early in the morning. The dark mountains still in the background. It has such a dimensional quality of looking through the background to the sun trying to peek out as they're taking their last little meal in the Sacramento Valley.
Absolutely. Well, what a wonderful gift for maybe a nature lover, the bird watcher in your family. Maybe you're a nature lover or a bird watcher. This is a beautiful piece. Go in the home or office or even outdoors, as you mentioned. Maybe this is something you want to look at sunset outdoors. All you have to do is call the number on the screen to get involved with the bid. The current bid is on your screen as well. And you could have this in your home, an original piece of art, within a matter of days. And I love that you mentioned that the photographer, not only did he wait for the right moment for these beautiful sandhill cranes, but he waited for the right sunset. So this was really a masterful piece of art.
You know, you think ahead, like as a photographer, you're not just flipping pictures like I do. He wants that. He knows he wants that, so he has to wait till they're doing what he wants. So part of it is like a painting, that you have some intention and not just a random picture that you were lucky, you know? So a lot of patience, a lot of work to just be there early in the morning and catch that beautiful scene.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 21C. It's called That Look, and it's by Kathy James Robinson. This is an acrylic. It's on canvas, measuring 28 by 22. It has a retail value of $1,200. Okay, well, the title right there called That Look, I think we know what we're talking about here, right, Marie
Yeah,
Therese?
you got the baby zebra looking out. Might not be looking directly at the person who's viewing, maybe looking down, but it's turning its head and looking as it's following its mother. Kathy does beautiful acrylic painting, very, very precise. She wasn't fortunate enough to go to Africa to take this photo, but a friend of hers did.
Oh, wow.
And so she used photographs from her friend to create this beautiful painting. And zebras are just such amazing animals anyway. I mean, it's one of a creation that no two zebras ever are alike. Stripes are always different, and I just think she did a beautiful job of just showing this gorgeous, almost like an abstract background of the zebra stripes and then the baby zebra looking out.
And I love that you don't even see the full mother, but you know it's there.
You know what it is.
And it's so it's almost like a hint of both of these. Wow, I'm stunned by this piece. It really draws your eye from across the room. This could be really one of those pieces that you have in your home as a talking piece, as a centerpiece. It's a very large size, as we're looking at here. It's 28 by 22, so it would really take up a large space in your room. The number to call is on your screen, and the current bid is on your screen as well to get it on this beautiful piece. That look. I just keep looking at that little baby. What else do you love about it, Marie?
Well, the background too. You know that these animals are out, you know, in the middle of some area that's green and orange and all these colors, but she didn't try to paint it.
Right.
She has some gold. If you look in here, there's gold paint in here. Just looks like sun shining on the bush that you see and the dark in the background. So it's very abstract. All of this could be just one big abstract painting, and then she's done this precise painting on top. And as you said, it's like all painted around the canvas, and then framed in such a beautiful way that then it's floated into this wooden frame that just, I don't know, gives it such a quality, a very richness.
It's a very rustic kind of looking frame, and it really makes you feel like you're in that moment. I just love this piece. It's item 21C, again called That Look by Kathy James Robinson. It's an acrylic on canvas measuring 28 by 22, as we talked about, that really good size for your home, with a retail value of $1,200. You'll find the current bid on your screen as well as the number to call to take home this original piece of art for our animal lovers out there. Marie-Therese, final thoughts on this piece?
Well, Kathy was an award winner last year. She had her beautiful sunflower painting. I think everything she does is quite unique, just very inspirational, and this is one of a kind.
Absolutely. Absolutely one of a kind. All right, well, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for the bidding updates.
Okay, thank you so much, Christina. And I also want to tell you that we were just looking at item 21A, and voila, look what we have here on the cover of Inside Publications, the beautiful piece of art right there, so gorgeous, Tulips to Live For. And this is the piece by Sampal Chattas Ripatak. Gorgeous piece. Sampal, thank you. We love this creation. It is watercolor, measuring 22 by 18. Tulips to Live For. Retail value $300, a Juror's Award for Still Life. 21B is Sandhill Silhouettes by Gary Everett. Photography measuring 16 by 24. Retail value is $275. We have a bid right now for $175. And 21C is That Look by Kathy James Robinson. Acrylic on canvas measuring 28 by 22. This is a gorgeous painting, and we're looking for an opening bid right now of $350. I got to tell you, I've been staring at this piece for quite a while when it was here in the station before this began, and it is exquisite. This is a piece worth $1,200. So pick up the phone, call the number on your screen right now, because art is joyful. It really, honestly, can change your mood. I have surrounded my place with art, all the way from the floor to ceilings in some places, and none of them match, and I don't care. I just hang them all up, and it brings joy. So whatever brings you joy, hopefully you connect to it here on PBS KVIE, and you pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, and when you do, this art can be in your home as early as tomorrow when pickup day begins. That's great. This is the largest art gallery right now in Northern California put together just for you. So let me zip through these again that are open right now. This is 21A Tulips to Live For by Sampal Chattas Ripatak, and this is a watercolor measuring 22 by 18, $300, and we have a $200 bid. Let's get this up to $250. Can we take this to $250 while we're talking about it and get this up to the retail status? That would be fantastic. This is the Juror's Award, by the way, for Still Life, again, for Sampal Chattas Ripatak. That's great. 21B Sandhill Silhouettes by Gary Everett. Photography measuring 16 by 24. Retail value is $275. We're at $175. Let's keep these numbers coming higher and higher by calling the number on the screen. And again, That Look by Kathy James Robinson is 21C, staying with the animal theme right there. And the retail value $1,200 for this exquisite, highly collected artist. Now let's head back to see more from the Artery with Christina and Marie-Therese.
Some really beautiful art in this break, and it can be on your wall before you know it. The current bid is on your screen, as well as the number to call to place your bid. The piece we're looking at right now is item 21D, What Lies Beneath by Thelma Weatherford. This is an oil on wood. It's measuring 24 by 24 inches with a retail value of $900. Framing services were provided by University Art Center. Marie-Therese, initial thoughts on this beautiful piece?
Well, the title is What Lies Beneath, which, you know, it's not like an underwater scene, but what lies beneath are many, many, many layers of paint. Oh. So this is oil on wood, but her medium is a cold wax. It's a beeswax with a little bit of resin added to it, which makes the paint really thick, and you can do so many fun things with it. You can apply it, scrape it, you know, apply one coat, put another on top, scrape it off, and I think the playfulness of it really shows through. And that's what she's talking about with the title of What Lies Beneath. Usually in a painting like this starts with one solid color. It probably wasn't this blue. It may have been the blue, but it looks like it could have been any one. You never know what is the one that does lie beneath.
Oh, interesting.
How did it really start? It may have been black like that. So she puts that on, adds something, scrapes it off, puts more on. So it is, you know, it's not representational art. It's more of an abstract. There are certain things that you might see. This looks like a corner of a room, so it's up to the viewer.
Absolutely.
It's kind of a fun piece to have because everyone sees it in a different way.
Absolutely, kind of a conversation piece. You can talk about the different things you see. As you said, it's an abstract, kind of a modern piece. Really great for like a living room or a bedroom with that stunning red that really stands out from across the room. And then the mixed media that you were talking about there. I love this piece. What else can you tell us about that? I just love the details as our camera's panning up closer to some of these details. There's so many my eye keeps jumping to. What do you love about it?
Well, I like the colors. I love that turquoise blue, all her bright primaries. There's a lot of little surprises in there.
Surprise is a good word.
Little tiny piece of orange, just little doodads, little scrapes. You look at it closely and you look at it far away, you see two different things. So, you know, we're right here looking at it very up close, but it's a big painting, so it shows across the room a bit of color for your home.
Absolutely. A great piece to have at home. I want to remind our viewers, too, that these are original pieces of art that you have a chance to bring home within a matter of hours or days and have in your home. And not only are you getting a piece of original artwork, you are supporting the mission of PBS KVIE, supporting the programs that you love, whether they're children's programs, the dramas, our local programs. All of this goes to support the programming that you love, and we're so grateful for our artists for donating the work to help support that mission of PBS KVIE. And if you want to take a piece like this home, all you have to do is call the number on the screen, get involved in the bidding. It's really fun. We've got great people standing by on the phones to take your bid. Super easy, super fun process. We encourage you to get involved. And do you have any final thoughts on this piece?
Well, just about Thelma herself. She does big corporate, huge paintings that are like this. And so, you know, wouldn't fit in most people's homes, some of the work that she does. So this is very interesting to have a little miniature of one of those.
Oh, I love it.
She's done it for the Hyatt hotels in the lobby. It's kind of really neat, you know. Some of those are similar to this, but none of them are ever the same.
Well, we have one lucky viewer who's going to take this one home. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for bidding and move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 21E. It's called SP Work Train, and it's by John Christie. This is an oil on canvas measuring 22 by 18 with a retail value of $350. Now, Marie-Therese, you were telling me a very interesting fact about this artist.
Well, he is very proud to let everyone know that he's 91 years old.
91 years old, I love that.
He's 91 years old, and he's been painting for many, many years. But his previous occupation was he was a railroad man when he was in his early 20s.
Wow.
So what's that? You know, that's
he's painting what he knows, huh?
And so this is called Work Train because it's a work train, and I don't know how they do it in these days, but in those days, if your train broke down, which maybe they did more often, this work train would go out and help move those trains back into the train yard. So this is the train yard, and he, you know, he's doing it in such amazing detail, and it's all from memory.
Wow.
So he didn't have any photos of this. He was remembering what it was like. You know, he's showing us the detail of the train track and the way it splits off from one line to another, and then another train track in the beginning, and what the building looks like. I just think it's amazing that he can remember all of those. The work he shows at the Artery is more of watercolor work and live and animals, and this is something that he wanted to do to present what he remembers from many years of his previous life when he was a young man.
There's so much detail. Our camera's kind of panning in. It's almost like we have two separate scenes. We have the tracks leading out here, and we have the separate detail over there. So your eye just kind of goes all over the painting.
You have three focal points. You know, you have this sort of big red with a number. It's like a stop sign to let you know, I guess, you're going to go on one track or the other. So you have this, and it shows like the little caboose or back of a train going off in one direction. And then this other direction of all this intriguing detail of the buildings and the train and the smoke from the train and the building. So you have this sort of circular where you might see this first and go around. And then he shows every little detail of the rocks and all of the prairie land that the train's going on and the mountains. And I think it's just a really cute painting. And to me, it's just like shows I don't know, this detail in a very old kind of wonderful way.
Absolutely, and that stunning blue sky too. I know there's a lot of train lovers out there in our audience, whether you're a child, an adult, and what a great gift or piece to take home for those train lovers out there, and an amazing piece of history too. I think it's very historical in some ways.
He talked about how wonderful it was working on the trains and the freedom that he had of just being on a train and working out there, and you know, before a lot of places were quite as developed as they are now. I imagine he's got some wonderful memories, and this is one of them.
And it brings you right to that moment where he can remembers it. All right, we have the phone number on the screen as well as the current bid on this piece. Pick up the phone and get involved on this item. We're going to keep this one open for you to continue bidding and move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 21F. It's called Reflections, and it's by David Martin. This is an oil on canvas, and it's measuring 24 by 24. It has a retail value of $600.
Sorry.
That's okay. Marie-Therese, what can you tell us about this piece?
Well, the title of this picture is Reflections, and I think about the word reflection meaning your own reflections on what does it mean to you. It literally could be the reflections of, this looks like a very, like the high focus line of your horizon.
Oh, yeah.
And this would be maybe the buildings, and these are the reflections down below. He's always inspired by buildings and nature also. So I see it as water, perhaps. There's these unusual diagonals. You don't know where they might be coming from, something to reflect on, how it just flows right into the water, or that sky blue, or whatever it is. It's all done in a just loose way. He lets things happen and gives it a title that's Reflections.
I almost see a bridge. Maybe maybe it's up to the viewer to see what they see, but I almost see a bridge with water underneath, and I kind of love that this is a piece that the viewer can imagine. And what a great statement piece, very bright, would draw attention right to that living room or that bedroom or that office in your home. Beautiful work that kind of interprets whatever you think of it. What mood does this give you?
It makes me feel like exciting, happy, a lot of movement going on. It's, you know, wake up, the day's begun. There's a foreground feeling. This comes forward.
Oh, yeah.
This whole middle ground of everything that's going on, and maybe it's water, and then a background because of the darkness up here, very angular, makes you feel like, yeah, those could be buildings. You think it looks like a bridge. And then what is this? This big red. He does that often, the big drip of red on the side. David's a very creative guy. He was a hairstylist for many, many years and had his own salon and a gallery called Cobalt Gallery. And he showed many people's work in Davis, and you know, he's always has painted, and he's gone from being a very realistic painter to this abstract.
Yeah, I love how you called it movement, because that's what I see in it too. These strong brush strokes going multiple directions to pull your eye all over it. I love that word movement. To remind our viewers, this is item 21F. It's called Reflections by David Martin. It's an oil on canvas. It's measuring 24 by 24. Great size. Would completely draw attention to a wall with a retail value of $600. What are your final thoughts on this, Marie-Therese?
When you talked about the brush strokes, some of them are just gouging in with scraping through, so you can see where he's lifted the paint. And it makes such a beautiful line because you don't know what it's exactly going to do, but part of it is there, part not. You see the white. I think it's so much fun to see up close and also very far away.
Lots of different ways to look at this. All right, well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. Don't miss out. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update while you pick up that phone and get involved.
Let's do that. It's Saturday night, and our volunteers are here to take your bids. Now's a great time to buy a piece of art and support PBS KVIE at the same time, okay? Here we go. Let's go through this beautiful half hour of art. We're going to start with what you've just seen, 21D, What Lies Beneath, by Thelma Weatherford. Encaustic, measuring 24 by 24. The wiring services provided by University Art Center, and the retail value $900. Thelma, thank you, a longtime contributor here and a collected artist. 21E is SP Work Train by John Christie. This is oil on canvas, measuring 22 by 18, and the retail value $350 for this piece. We're at $300, almost a bell ringer, and the way to make that happen is to pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. These pieces move fast. 21F is Reflections by David Martin. This is oil on canvas, measuring 24 by 24. Retail value is $600, and we've got $200 right now for this piece. So when you pick up the phone and call the number on your screen, you're getting involved in the PBS KVIE art auction, and you are getting a chance to be the winning bidder to pick up this beautiful art as early as tomorrow. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. Each of the pieces moves so quickly, so you can't stay on the fence very long. Let's go through this half hour again. Such a beautiful collection. 21A, check it out. Tulips to Live For by Sampal Chattopadhyay. This is a triple bell ringer. Triple bell ringer. How cool is that? Tripled the retail value. Juror Award, Still Life. It is still open, by the way. So keep calling that number if you would like that piece. 21B Sandhill Silhouettes by Gary Everett. This one is now at $650. Yes, $650. Bell ringer, double bell ringer. $275. The next one is 21C, That Look by Kathy James Robinson. We've got a bid for $475, retail $1,200. I got to zip through these. Next one, What Lies Beneath. That one is 21D. We're looking for an opening bid of $150 on this. 21E is SP Work Train. Almost a bell ringer right now, $300 on that one. And Reflections, 21F, right now by David Martin, $200. Reflections is worth $6. Stay with us. There's much more coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased artwork must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the landscape category. Awards juried by Philippe Gandiel, landscapes celebrate the natural beauty throughout our region and beyond. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Pardon me. Excuse me for that. I caught myself off guard. Good evening, I'm Rob Stewart, and thank you for joining us for this landscape break. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Okay, 22A is Glacier Blue Rush by Bill Henry. Acrylic on panel measuring 24 by 24. Retail value is $400, and this is great. We have an opening bid right now of $250. 22B is Reflections by Karen Keyes, watercolor measuring 20 by 27. What a beautiful piece of art. Watercolor, again, measuring 20 by 27. Retail value, $375. We've already got a bell ringer on that, folks. That's great. Item 22C is Sacramento Waterway. Yep, you can ring it. Sacramento Waterway by Sherry DeLulo, oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24. This is at a bid right now of $250. And the retail value was $1,200. That's a gorgeous piece of art. 22D is Plum Blossom Highway by Diane Pargament. Watercolor measuring 18 by 24. That's exquisite. Retail value of $650. We got a bid for $250 right now. And the next piece is 22E Delta Light by Chris Volker. This is oil on wood panel measuring 24 by 24. Retail value is $800, and the bid we have right now is for $225. And then 22F is Weekend Memories by Carol Quinn. Oil on canvas measuring 17 by 33. This is a retail value of $750, and we have a bid right now of $100. And the phone lines are open right now and ready to take your bid. So let's head over to see the art with the auctioneer and the art expert.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thank you for joining us for this landscape collection. During this break, I am pleased to be here again with art expert Marie-Therese Brown to discuss the artwork featured in this half an hour. Let's get started. Item 22A is called Glacier Blue Rush, and it's by Bill Henry. This is an acrylic on panel, and it's measuring 24 by 24 with a retail value of $400. I love that. Glacier Blue Rush. Sounds just like the painting. What can you tell us about it?
Well, the title, first of all, is Glacier Blue Rush. Okay, it has something to do with glaciers. There's blue, and the word rush is his ironic way of saying that glaciers aren't made quickly, and neither are paintings.
Oh.
And he has put so much little detail into this painting that it's obvious. I thought when I first glanced at it that perhaps it was a collage, but it's not a collage.
Wow.
All of this intriguing pattern that you see, if we got a close-up, you'll see it in a minute, of little tiny squares. Every single bit of it is done with taping off and painting so that he gets these straight lines. So a lot of just extra work, I think, in a way to make it be interesting. So I see it as this being the clear water below, perhaps, and then the crackling in glaciers and sort of a watery glacier look, and then this mountains and this detailed little, I think has so much humor into it, of saying that's what this is. It's all about glaciers, but I'm going to put these different designs and things into it to make it interesting. And then you get up here and it really does look like a painting of glaciers, right?
Yeah.
And then a graded sky, kind of a gray sky.
I love that you describe it that way because it is very realistic, almost on the top and the bottom. In the middle, he says, wait, we're having fun here.
Yeah,
this is something really interesting. So I love that kind of modern take on a glacier. And wow, what an interesting piece that you could have in your home as kind of a centerpiece. This would absolutely draw your eye if you walked into a room. Love the different details. And I almost see water rushing. When I heard rush, I almost saw the water in the bottom.
Yes, that too. I was thinking, well, that's what he meant. And then when he described what he used the word rush for, but it does look like water rushing. It looks like water trickling down and water rushing here. He went on a cruise to Alaska, and he did lots of drawings and sketches while he was on that cruise. Of course, he couldn't take all his acrylic paints with him, and from those sketches and drawings, he created this. Now you're able to see this detail of very just exacting, geometric little shapes of silver paint on dark blue. And that's what all of this that you're looking at here, and then the same with the pink and the red and stripes. And he's doing that by taping it and painting it.
Very time consuming, I can imagine. And that's typical of his style.
I guess it must be typical of his style. And I feel like it's a meditation in a way where you're just taking your time, doing all of that, taping and then painting to get these exacting geometric shapes.
Such an exciting, interesting piece. Would love to have a viewer take that home, call the number on your screen, and place a bid. We're going to keep this piece open, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 22B. It's called Reflections, and it's by Karen Keys. This is a watercolor, and it's measuring 20 by 27 with a retail value of $375. We've had a lot of reflections lately, and this one is a perfect reflection that those trees. What can you tell us about it, Marie-Therese?
This one, I think, literally, that's what that is, the reflection. But you do reflect on it, the beauty of it. This is done, it's not like you draw first and then paint it in like many watercolors maybe. She's painted with her brush. She's painting, and each one of these is a brush stroke to create the trunks of the trees, going up, little spatter painting to create the foliage, and following this direction and the reflection that goes in the opposite direction when you see water reflecting an item. It's just a very beautiful, peaceful watercolor done, I think, with great skill and great care.
Absolutely. It almost looks like a photograph when you're when you step back, and then when you get closer, you realize it's a watercolor, which, as you mentioned, is a very difficult medium for an artist to capture that kind of detail. So that's quite a skilled artist.
Right. You have one chance to make the line, and that's it.
And she perfectly replicated them top to bottom. I love that. So what else can you tell us about it?
I feel like there's a bit of abstraction in it because this is the foreground, this begins the background, and it's just a very straight.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so this would be maybe the mountains or the land behind, and down here too, very straight, just showing the difference between top and bottom. The colors are a little different because water will be reflecting the sky, so you get a lot of blue from the sky in the bottom reflection. So even though the shapes are the same, she shows a little bit of difference between the top, the light sky, and then down here, the blue sky that's right above reflecting in the water.
Love it. This is, again, called Reflections, item 22B by Karen Keyes, that watercolor that we're discussing with a really good size, that 20 by 27. Beautiful in an office, living room, bedroom, hallway. Really could go anywhere when you need a moment to reflect. With a retail value of $375. You'll see the current bid on your screen, as well as the number to call to place a bid. Just a reminder, we want to thank the artist for donating this original artwork. These are not replications. This is original artwork that you get to take home. And in doing so, you support the mission of PBS KVIE and all of the programs that you love. Marie-Therese, other thoughts on this piece?
Very nicely matted and framed.
It is
lovely, done
yeah.
on 140-pound watercolor paper, the best watercolor paper. So it's very high quality, a wonderful, serene, I think, painting.
A piece that you could absolutely keep and treasure, as you mentioned, high quality paper, high quality framing. This is a piece that is meant to last for you and your family. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 22C. It's called Sacramento Waterway, and it's by Sherry DeLulo. This is an oil on canvas. It's measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $1,200. I love this piece, a piece of Sacramento nature landscape, but with some stunning colors in it. What can you tell us about it, Marie-Therese?
You've said it all. I mean, the colors are amazing.
I think there's more to talk about.
Yeah. She has just created this ultra bright, wonderful landscape of what we kind of the aerial view that we are so lucky to be able to see when we fly into our airport of the waterways in Sacramento. And she has this beautiful, cool color of the water that flows through. It takes your eye back to a very high horizon line. You know, when you do a painting, you can choose whether you want the horizon line to be high or medium or low. This is very high, so you're showing most of the land and then back into just a very dreamy sky above. This color of the blue going back and takes your eye on this trip, and you see the wonderful bright colors on the edges, showing the water and the plants of the delta.
I love that you pointed that out because it becomes very clear up here, and as your eye travels up, it does become kind of dreamy and a little softer in focus. What a neat thing to look at. This is the kind of piece that in your home, it would draw your attention absolutely to this piece on the wall. What a great centerpiece to have in your home, such bright colors. It could complement a lot of different things in your home. And it also celebrates the Sacramento region. We're so lucky to live here with some beautiful landscapes and waterways such as this and those stunning colors. I'm not sure if that's fall. I mean, what do you think about the color scheme that she chose?
It's probably summer or fall, I think, from the land that you see, although it's a nice cool sky in the background. She has that atmospheric perspective where you have sharp, bright colors in the foreground, makes you see that, and then your eye leads up to the distance, just like you see in nature. You know, when you see things far, far away, everything gets a little bit faded out, more atmosphere in between. I feel like, you know, this is a lot of her own idea about the color. She did this from drawings and from sketches of photographs. And then she says she just uses the colors that she loves, and she loves color. If you notice the side of the painting, the painting is continued on the edges. So it's no need for framing. It's in a deep frame or a deep canvas, so you don't need a frame. The way she's done the whole painting is just beautiful.
It is really a beautiful piece. Again, we're looking at item 22C, Sacramento Waterway, that beautiful piece of Sacramento history by Sherry DeLulo. It's an oil on canvas with that beautiful 18 by 24 size. Could really be a focal point for a living room with a retail value of $1,200. I love how you said the cools and the warm. So really, it can match any piece of furniture or decor in your home because you have all the colors here. I love it. All right. Well, we're halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Thanks, Christina. And now's your chance to pick up the phone and bid on some more beautiful landscapes while they are still available, but you have to act fast. Let's review what we've just seen and where we stand right now. Item 22A is Glacier Blue Rush by Bill Henry. You see it on your monitor there. It's gorgeous, acrylic on panel, measuring 24 by 24, retail of $400. We are right now at $200 and we're calling for $250. This piece is exquisite. 22B is Reflections by Karen Keys. And there you see this gorgeous piece of art. It's a watercolor measuring 20 by 27. We love hearing those phones ring. We have a bid of $275. The value is $375. It just jumped up to $300 right now while we are live on the air. That is fantastic. So pick up the phone, call the number, and you will speak to one of our wonderful, friendly volunteers. Item 22C is Sacramento Waterway by Sherry DeLulo. This is oil on canvas, measuring 18 by 24. Look at that gorgeous piece of art. Don't look long, because it could go just like that. But if you're the winning bidder, you can pick it up tomorrow. This is, again, Sacramento Waterway. It's oil on canvas, measuring 18 by 24. The retail is $1,200, and right now we are at $600. Make sure that you get involved in the PBS KVIE art auction because, as I mentioned, each piece is only open for just a few moments. And you have a few minutes to call in and get into the auction. And by the time you've done that, you might have missed it. So if you're on the fence, pick up the phone and call right now, just like we hear happening as we speak. The phones are ringing and the excitement is high. Join us on that by participating. Let's go through these three one more time that we have live right now. The phones are ringing off the hook for these, so make sure you get on the line. 22A is Glacier Blue Rush by Bill Henry. You see it there. The value is $400. Bid is $200. There are people on the phone for it as we speak. 22B is Reflections, $375. We have topped bell ring on this one. This one just took off. It was, yeah, that's great. Now it's at $450, valued $375, but they're still open. It's jumped up to $475 now, so just keep on climbing. 22C, Sacramento Waterway, $1,200 is the retail value by Sherry DeLulo. We have a bid right now for $600, but there are a lot of people on the phones, which means expect these numbers to keep climbing. We are going to head over to the art for the second half of the break with Christina and Marie-Therese. Take it away.
That's right. The number to call is on your screen. And when you do, you'll be supporting PBS KVIE as well as the arts right here in our region. We're moving on now to 22D, Plum Blossom Highway by Diane Pargament. This is a watercolor. It's measuring 18 by 24 and it has a retail price of $650. Marie-Therese, talk to us about this beautiful work by Diane.
This is a really nice painting. It's a watercolor. It's also done on high-quality 140-pound Arches paper, which, you know, it makes all the difference when you use quality materials. And she's got a quality painting going on here. She calls it Plum Blossom Highway. She's driving around and she sees these beautiful plum blossoms that happen. You know, in our valley, we have so much agriculture.
Absolutely.
So these plum blossoms, she took pictures, she took photos, and so she's painting from a photo. The painting has this beautiful branch, and to me, the highway is also the plum blossoms on each one of these stems coming out from little buds to the flowers. Very delicate, lots and lots of detail, but in a really loose way. You know, it doesn't look tight, it just looks soft and flowing. A beautiful painting of the plum blossoms. The background looks like the foliage that you would see, but yet it also has this very abstract way with she's let the paint drip. So there's so much interest going on in just the background of this painting. the cool colors in the back, the blues, the greens, and then the nice warm, beautiful plum blossoms. Beautiful composition, lead your eye out,
Absolutely.
you come back around, some little white to catch your interest. Even her signature is done in white. I think it's just beautiful.
It is. It's a stunning piece. And as you mentioned, that background kind of allows these beautiful blossoms to really pop and come forward. It almost looks 3D as you're talking about it. You can almost see the detail in those branches. And wow, what a skill for a watercolor piece. I love this. This is a beautiful piece that you could have in your home by calling the number on your screen right now. The number to call is on your screen as well as the current bid. What else can you tell us about this piece?
Well, I paint watercolors, and I'm looking at it thinking, well, how did she get this to just continue? The blue continues. It flows right through without obliterating the little branches.
It's so delicate.
It's so delicate, and done with such a, I can tell she's a master at what she's doing.
Absolutely. And this piece has a retail value of $650. You'll see the current bid on your screen, as well as the number to call. What a stunning piece to have in your bedroom, to have in your living room, because it has, as you said, the warm colors, but also that cool backdrop. So it just draws your eye no matter where you're at in the room. What are your final thoughts on this piece?
I think it's really contemporarily done in a way because it has that abstract blue background.
Yes.
Yeah, it just, that makes you feel, I don't know, just interested in wanting to look at it close, look at it far away, and it carries across the room.
Absolutely.
Beautifully framed and excellently done in every way.
In every way. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 22E. It's called Delta Light by Chris Volker. This is an oil on wood panel measuring 24 by 24 with a retail value of $800. Another stunning piece of Sacramento landscape, the Delta with the Delta sky and the water. What can you tell us about this piece?
Well, she has created a beautiful, kind of a dreamy, almost abstract view that you know it's a landscape. It's out in the Delta. She goes for walks along the Cosumnes River. She loves being out in nature. She's taken photographs and then come home to her studio to create this painting. This is also done with a cold wax medium, so it's using transparent layers upon layers upon layers to create a depth. You see this blue deep in the background and then other layers of paint put on top. That cold wax medium is something that you can mix with the oil paint, and it gives it a translucent appearance. And you can put layers on top where you see what's underneath, and if you want, you can scratch through. So you see some of this abstract where she's done a little bit of scraping and scratching just to add a visual interest to the painting.
Oh, I love that. So yeah, our camera just panned down now if you want to point out that scratching right there as well.
You can see the scratching through here, all through it, even up into the sky, a little bit of scraping. So it keeps it this loose, kind of like abstract painting in a way. This does, if you just squared any part of this off, it looks like, but yet because it has a foreground, a middle ground, and the sky, right away we go, oh, it's a landscape. It's part of our valley.
Absolutely. And again, item 22E, Delta Light by Chris Volker, oil on wood panel measuring a really good size, this 24 by 24 with a retail value of $800. I kind of like the dreamy feel. This is a piece that I'd probably put in my bedroom. It has a relaxing, dreamy landscape feel to me. Really, for our viewers out there, what an amazing piece of original artwork that honors the Sacramento region where we are living in. And also, your contribution goes to support the mission of PBS KVIE and the programming that you love. Just call the number on your screen, place a bid. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well, and get involved. It's super fun. And just a reminder, these pieces go so quickly. So if you miss out on a piece, you might not be able to take it home. So call now if you're interested. Get in on the bidding. It's super fun, and you can have a beautiful piece like this in your home within a matter of hours or days. Any extra thoughts, Marie-Therese?
I love the dreamy sky and that whole way that she also uses some solvent reduction on it, where she puts it on and then she wipes some completely off. So she's got this wonderful process that I think she's so involved with that she's really transmitted a great idea, I think, on her painting.
Wow. What a lovely piece. We're going to keep it open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 22F. It's called Weekend Memories, and it's by Carol Quinn. This is an oil on canvas. It's measuring 17 by 33 with a retail value of $750. I love this. Well, the first thing that stands out to me is, wow, what a great piece to put over your fireplace, over your couch. We don't see a lot of these kind of horizontal pieces. What a neat picture to have in your home. What can you tell us about it?
I love the horizontal format for a landscape. I think it is great because it really, you know, our landscape is that horizontal look. She's in Mendocino, a weekend getaway in Mendocino.
Lovely.
And the whole day that she was there, it was totally foggy day. And during the late afternoon, evening, the sun came out, and there it was, shining on these buildings.
Oh, wow.
And she took photographs after photograph of what she saw at that just very moment. It wasn't very lasting, you know, how the sun can come out and then go away, but it lit up the blue sky. It lit up these houses in Mendocino. And if you've been to Mendocino, you know that it has all these little quaint, quirky little buildings there.
I love it.
And you know, when you go to Mendocino, usually people are painting the ocean, but she
turned around. Yeah.
She turned around. This is where she saw the light, the beautiful, what the sun does to the clouds, creating all that beautiful pink and apricot color in the sky. And it's just, and you see also, there's some shadows coming here. So, you know, this might not last for very long because it feels like there's more heavy clouds in the background. Oh, I love the whole painting. I love the little story of it. You see the little vehicles and people out and about, you know, also enjoying some of that
of that sun. And what I love about it too, weekend memories. So this might be a memory for you and your family that you want to have in your home. Maybe you've been to Mendocino, but it could also almost be anywhere. When I looked at it, I thought, oh, maybe that's an English countryside. I kind of love how the viewer can interpret where it is, but they got that weekend leisurely feeling of walking along and spotting a beautiful scene. And I want to remind our viewers too that we're nearing the end of this break now. So you have a limited time to bid on these pieces. You'll see the current number on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen. So if you're interested in taking a beautiful piece like this home to hang in your living room, bedroom, wherever you want to place it, now is the time to call and get involved. I also love this black frame that kind of makes it pop out. We almost have it kind of floating. Can you talk a little bit about that, Rachel?
So this is a canvas that is thick. She's painted the edges of the canvas. You see the edge, and yet it's floating in this frame. So it really sets it apart.
Absolutely.
Sets it off. She has some beautiful random turquoisey colors, which I love to see turquoise in anything, just to add some interest, visual interest in the foreground of her painting. It's a really nice painting.
Really nice painting. Again, it's item 22F called Weekend Memories by Carol Quinn. An oil on canvas with that lovely 17 by 33 horizontal. It has a retail value of $750. All right. Well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. I'd like to thank Marie-Therese Brown for sharing her expertise with us as an art expert. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now let's go check in over at the recap station for an update on the auction activity.
That's great because we have a lot of activity right now. Just a few moments remaining in this landscape break, so if you're looking at some of the artwork and you're interested in it, you better pick up the phone and call. It is your time right now. Let's take a look at the bids that we have so far and the pieces that are open. We are right now looking at 22D. I love this piece by Diane Pargamet. Clearly, so do a lot of other people because it's a bell ringer right now. Plum Blossom Highway, bell ringer, fantastic. $650 right now for that piece, and great job. Thank you so much, Diane. 22E Delta Light by Chris Volker, oil on wood panel measuring 24 by 24. The retail is $800 for this piece, and we have $400 right now, calling on $425, or just take it up into $100 increments if you would like, because this is worth $800. Weekend Memories is 22F by Carol Quinn, oil on canvas measuring 17 by 33, retails at $750 with a bid of $300. This is a sweet, beautiful piece. And remember, when you call, you'll speak to a wonderful, friendly volunteer. We have a room filled with people, and they're on the phone right now talking to so many people interested about the art. Make sure sure you pick up the phone and call because the pieces move so fast and each half hour just flies by. But every single dollar goes to PBS KVIE. And we thank you. Let's go through this entire half hour, okay? 22A, we got tons of bell ringers here. 22A Glacier Blue Rush by Bill Henry. Acrylic on panel measuring 24 by 24 at a $400 retail. We blew it out at $550 and it's still open. Next one is 22B Reflections by Karen Keys. Look at that. That's fantastic. $725 right now. That's just right now for this piece. And this had a retail value. Well, it doesn't even matter because it's well over it. But the phones are ringing off the hook, so keep that coming because these pieces are flying. 22C is Sacramento Waterway by Sherry DeLulo. This is climbing fast. This is at $650 right now. The retail value is $1,200. It's oil on canvas. A beautiful piece, 18 by 24. Don't let this slip away. 22D is Plum Blossom Highway by Diane Pargamet, and another bell ringer. This one I just loved. And this is watercolor measuring 18 by 24, retails at $650, and you can ring the bell because we're at it. 22E is Delta Light by Chris Volker. That is gorgeous. It is oil on wood panel measuring 24 by 24, and this is right now at $450, retails for $800. So call in now. And then 22F is Weekend Memories, Carol Quinn. We're at $300 right now. This piece is just getting started, and that's great. It's wide open. You can have this if you pick up the phone, call the number on the screen, and guess what? Pickup day starts tomorrow. So these pieces can be from here to right there as early as, what, 16 hours away, baby? That's very close. Okay, so I just want to zip through real quick the retail amounts on these pieces one more time. We have 22A, which is open, and that piece goes for $400. 22B is Reflections. That's at $725. That's fantastic. 22C is right now at $700. That's great. That's climbing. 22D is up to $650. 22E is at $475. And there it is right there. And then 22F, let me slide this in again. Weekend Memories is climbing away, starting off right now at $300. How cool. Pick up the phone and call, okay? Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 42nd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Coming up next is the award winners category, featuring the best of this year's auction, carefully selected by the jurors and curator. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello, I'm Christina Salerno, and thanks for joining us for this award winners break. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Wilkie Fleury, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half an hour. Item 23A is Mind the Point by Amy Perro. This is photography measuring 16 by 20 with wiring services provided by University Art Center. It has a retail value of $200, and this was a juror award in photography. Item 23B is Color Bar by Carlena Brown. This is mixed media measuring 36 by 36 with a retail value of $450. This is a juror award in sculpture. Item 23C, Diamond Depository by Joe Von Arx. This is wood measuring 15 by 15 by 68 with a retail value of $5,800. And this is another juror award in sculpture. Item 23D, Zahara by Robert Simmons. This is a charcoal measuring 22 by 28, framed beautifully by Midtown Framing. Retail value of $3,000. First place in Figurative.
Item 23E is Wildfire Sunset by Michael Maloney. This is photography measuring 25 by 19. The retail value is $450, and this was the Juror Award for photography. Item 23F, Contemplation by Jeanette Morrow. This is ceramic measuring 16 by 6 by 6 with a retail value of $350, and this was the Juror Award in sculpture. These are the works available to bid on in this half an hour. Now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hello, I'm Kelly Rains, and thank you for joining us for this award winners category. During the break, I am pleased to be here with art expert Colleen Schulman. Colleen holds a BA in art history, a Master of Science in Arts Administration, and has had various roles in arts fundraising. Colleen is also on staff here as the Chief Philanthropy Officer at PBS KVIE. Colleen, welcome.
Thank you so much, Kelly.
We're going to jump right into item 23A. This is Mind the Point by Amy Perro. This is photography measuring 16 by 20, framed by University Art. The retail value is $200, and this won an award in the category of photography. The juror for that category is Gordon Lazzaroni, and we thank him for his volunteering. So, Colleen, when I first looked at this, I thought it was a watercolor, but it's a photograph.
It is, and it's really, really a fun technique that the photographer is using here. So what she's doing is she is doing a lot of macro photography. So she is zooming very, very deep into an image and then making adjustments later to create that blurred line that gives you the sense that you're looking at a watercolor.
It's so beautiful, and the colors are just popping. And what does the title mean? Tell me about the title.
I love the title. So Mind the Point, and in this case, clearly in the center of the piece, we have a very clear, definitive point. This particular piece is actually a macro image of a succulent called Perry's agave. So it does have kind of those points that you might want to mind. And the artist in particular said this harkens back to her time traveling in the United Kingdom and going along and hearing all of those platform announcements, mind the gap.
I love that. You can see the beautiful point right there on your screen, and the colors are just really glowing and popping. It's just a very meditative and lovely piece. What else would you like to share with us?
Well, the artist was inspired on a walk with her family in a San Diego neighborhood. She was walking by, and this just called to her, as some of her other subjects do call to her. She finds a lot of beauty in what we might see as a traditional natural form. So if you think of maybe a palm frond, maybe that looks like a mini blind in your home. You know, she also talks a bit about you can see faces sometimes in bark and rocks. And so she really kind of takes that time to stop, slow down, and do the art of slow looking. And I think that comes across very well in her art.
I love that. The subject matter called to the artist. There's slow looking. We're calling out to you at home to call right now, the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. The retail value is $200. Think of all the programs that call out to you throughout the year. Support those programs that you love, like all the arts programs and masterpiece programs. Call the number on your screen. And any other thoughts that you want to share with us, Colleen, about this?
Sure. This particular piece actually has been exhibited publicly at the General Gomez Arts in Auburn, California. So this is a piece that many people have seen, and this is your opportunity to take it home.
This is so beautiful. This is item 23A. It is Mind the Point by Amy Perro. Mind the number on your screen and the time left to bid on this. This is photography measuring 16 by 20, framed by University Art. Retail value is $200. Again, it won an award in the category of photography, and it's just such a beautiful Mind the Point. Mind calling the number on your screen. And we're going to keep this open and move on to the next item, and that is item 23B. It is Color Bar by Carlena Brown. This is mixed media measuring 36 by 36. Retail value is $450. This also won an award in the category of sculpture, and the awards juror for that is Linda Gelfman, and we thank her for her volunteering to be an awards juror. So, Colleen, this is stunning and colorful. Tell me more about this.
I absolutely love this. So this is a bit of a departure from what this particular artist is known for. She, in her traditional paintings, uses line to fragment the composition, and in this case, the entire composition is fragmented. She's chosen to slice the painting into strips that are reassembled into a completely different work.
It's so beautiful. You can see all the colors and the different strips of colors, and there's a vibrancy and a movement and an energy to that. It's so beautiful. Look at that on your screen. How exciting. You can call the number on your screen right now to make a bid. The current bid is on your screen. Call now. We say this all weekend long, but it's really true. These items don't stay open very long. So be part of the process and be part of this wonderful exhibit. Call the number right now. This is item 23B Color Bar. What else would you like to share with us, Colleen?
Well, let's talk a little bit more about this series of work. So this is a single piece from a wall series called the Energy Bar. And so when we look at this, you might think a little bit about looking at sound as it's demonstrated across a plane. And in this case, what I also love is that the artist has chosen a little bit different media. So this is acrylic and it's on PVC. And this is a complete departure from what she's used to doing. I also love it because it looks like a really, really heavy, hefty piece, and it's not. It's actually rather light. So this can go almost anywhere in your home. It's going to be easy for you to mount, and it's just so vibrant and in motion, which I absolutely adore.
It's so beautiful. There is a lot of motion on it, lots of energy, a lot of excitement. Call now to be a part of the auction that happens every year for almost 40 plus years. Be a part of the community. Support local arts by supporting your PBS station, which is KVIE. Call the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. Again, this is an award-winning item in the sculpture category. It is item 23B Color Bar. Beautiful color bars, all kinds of different colors and energy in there. This is by Carlena Brown, mixed media, measuring 36 by 36. Retail value is $450. So don't miss out. Any final thoughts, Colleen?
I just want to share with you that this artist, while this specific piece has not been exhibited publicly, she's been exhibiting for over 30 years and is affiliated with E Street Gallery and Studios. So if this ends up getting away from you, you have some other opportunities to visit with her art, and particularly more from this series.
It's so beautiful. We're going to keep it open. This is item 23B, Color by Carlena Brown. We're moving on to item 23C, Diamond Depository by Joe Von Arx. This is wood measuring 15 by 15 by 68. Retail value is $5,800. This is also an award winner in the sculpture category. Thank you again, Linda Gelfman, the juror for sculpture. Colleen, this is impressive. It is taller than me, at least. I'm 5'1", so that can give you a sense of scale. Tell us about this gorgeous piece of woodworking.
I absolutely love this. So for Joe's regular style, this is a complete departure. He's very well known for degree of whimsy. There's not too much whimsy in this piece by contrast. And most of his work also tends to have a lot of curves. And while you don't exactly see that here, you see more of a cabinet with what he terms a crystalline structure. And so he thought this might be a little bit of a challenge to build, and here we are today.
It's so beautiful. If I counted right, I think there's 14 different drawers. Look at the beautiful inlay work on the other side, on the side. There's just something to look at on every side of it, and all the drawers, they all open, and we're told, well, we looked, each one of them is different on the inside. Beautiful, lined with velvet. They're all just a little bit different. And you're going to see some pictures on your screen, and they are just so stunning. I'm really jealous. Like, you can look at the inside of that. Look at the beautiful woodworking and the detail and that beautiful velvet. And the very bottom one, I'm going to open that. And that is just so stunning to look at. I'm jealous of whoever gets to bring this home. Just a stunning piece of woodworking and beautiful cabinet. What else, Colleen, can you share with us?
I want to share with you that, you know, you can really see on your screen and with all those detailed images coming through that there's a variety of woods in this. And so there's redwood burl, there's red and white eucalyptus, bloodwood, red heart, you know, all kinds of beautiful, beautiful woods. And the way that they've been put together and organized here, it is absolutely stunning. This, I would love having this in my home and put all of your treasures in their special little places. And each drawer, as you noted, is an absolute work of art.
This is just a stunning and unique piece of work. I'm 5'1", to give you a sense of scale. So this is 15 by 15 by 68. So it's probably about 5'3", if you want to talk about inches and height. Retail value is $5,800. This is a one-of-a-kind one-of-a-kind, unique piece of craftsmanship and artistry done by a local artist here that supports your local PBS station, KVIE. Call the number on your screen, item 23C. This is Diamond Depository. It's definitely a diamond. Any final thoughts, Colleen?
You know, I want to share something that the artist shared with us, which is a quick statement, and I think it just really is a testament to the love that went into this piece. He says that when he discovered Art Nouveau, his woodworking changed, and he was free from the tyranny of right angles and flat planes, although we see some of that here in this work. He mentions that Gaudi rocked his world, and he had an epiphany at the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona, and he thought epiphanies were just for metaphysics dreamers, religious zealots, and the drugged. So, you know, art can really inspire.
It really can. And here's a not-so-secret epiphany. The only way that you're going to bring this home is if you call the number on your screen right now. The current bid is on your screen. This is item 23C, Diamond Depository by Joe Von Arx. Wood measuring 15 by 15 by 68, retail value $5,800. Call right now. And we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
We're looking to hear from you right now for these incredible award winners. You can't win if you don't bid. So don't hesitate because the work sells so quickly. And what amazing work it is. We're going to go through that right now. Item 23A is Mind the Point by Amy Perro. This is photography measuring 16 by 20 with wiring services provided by University Art Center. It has a retail value of $200 and it's the Jura Award in photography. Right now, Mind the Point has a high bid of $100. It has a retail value of $200. Let's see that bid go up to $150 or $200. Get that piece to be a bell ringer. Beautiful. Mind the Point. Item 23B is called Color Bar by Carlena Brown. This is mixed media. It's measuring 36 by 36 with a retail value of $450. This is a Jura Award and sculpture. And we have some exciting news on Color Bar. This is already a bell ringer. There we go. Let's ring our bells, everybody. We got a bell ringer. Amazing. Love it. Love to hear those bells. Right now we have a high bid of $500 with a value of $450, but this piece is still open. This is a stunning sculpture that would absolutely pop in your home or anywhere. So call the number on your screen to get involved, place a bid. Item 23C is Diamond Depository by Joe Von Arx. This is wood. It's measuring 15 by 15 by 68 with a retail value of $5,800. This is the Jura Award in sculpture. Right now we have a high bid of $1,750 on this beautiful piece. Let's see that number go up to $2,000 or $3,000. I mean, what a stunning piece of art, but it's also usable. That's so amazing. And again, these are all Jura Awards. This one was a Jura Award in sculpture. So to call and get involved in the bidding, you just have to call the number on your screen. The number's there, the piece numbers are there. We have this amazing live phone bank here waiting to take your call. Everybody's friendly, we're having fun. Get involved in the bidding. And a reminder, this is original pieces of art that you get to take home as soon as tomorrow. So if you see a piece that speaks out there that would be great for your home, a family, a gift, now is the time to get involved. Call the number on your screen, get involved, have fun. It's gonna be a great night tonight. I'm going to review our items. We're looking at item 23A, Mind the Point by Amy Perro. This is photography measuring 16 by 20. This is a retail value of $200, and it was the Jura Award in photography. Right now we have a high bid of $100. Let's see that number go to $150. Beautiful photography. Item 23B, Color Bar by Carlena Brown. This is, again, mixed media, measuring 36 by 36. We love those bell ringers. Oh, and the numbers on this are climbing. I love this. Okay, the value is $450. I just saw it jump to $575. So we've got a bidding war. We've got people on the phone who are interested in this piece. And if you are interested in the piece, now is the time to get involved. The piece is open. We're taking calls. We're taking bids. Item 23C, Diamond Depository by Joe Von Arx. This is wood measuring 15 by 15 by 68 with a retail value of $5,800. Right now we have a high bid of $2,500. Let's get the bidding action going on this one. Let's see that number go up to $3,000. It is a Jura Award, once again, in sculpture, a piece that you could admire and use. I love that. All right, well, let's take a look at some more art in this award winners break with Kelly and Colleen.
All right, we are back with the second half of this award winners category. Continue with item 23D, Sahara by Robert Simmons. This is charcoal measuring 22 by 28 inches. It was framed by Midtown Framing and has a retail value of $3,000. This piece earned a first place award in the figurative category. Thank you to awards juror Maureen Hood. I'd also like to say that this frame design was a runner-up in the best frame design competition. So congratulations to Midtown Framing. Colleen, where would you like to start on this beautiful, beautiful piece?
Oh my goodness. Well, this figure is front, center, and absolutely striking. I can't, all I want to do immediately is look directly, deeply into her eyes.
Her gaze is so mesmerizing. I mean, look at that on your screen. She is so beautiful and so dramatic and so stunning, and just the artistry in how he uses his medium. It's charcoal, correct?
It is charcoal, and so this particular piece was completed in studio, and it was taken from a photograph originally.
It's so beautiful. And look at that on your screen. The number to call is also on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. So everything you need is on the screen, but you also have to call the number on your screen so you can get this beautiful, beautiful painting that you need in your home. What can you tell us about the title Zahara? What does that mean?
So Zahara translates to flower or shining, which I think is very, very evident in how the face is really represented here in the charcoal. This photo has a really powerful meaning when you look into that gaze, and she fixates you, she fixated the artist. He noted that this was inspired and taken from a photograph that reminded him of a family member with her subtle beauty, and it captured him from her very first glance.
It is so beautiful. It's capturing me. I keep staring at the monitor, and you can see it at home on the screen. This is item 23D Zahara by Robert Simmons. Thank you, Robert, for your art. This is charcoal measuring 22 by 28, a very large, large painting. Framed by Midtown Framing, retail value is $3,000. It won first place in the figurative category. You can have a first place piece of art in your home, and there's just so much to look at. There's also the side figure over here with, we think maybe a tree. What's kind of going on there? What can you share with us?
It's a little hard because we don't have particular notes from the artist, so we're extrapolating a little bit. To me, it almost looks like a root ball of a tree that started to fall over, and someone is building a new tree from the ground up. So whatever you interpret that as meaning, I think it's very interesting, and it's a great juxtaposition to kind of the forefront, having the face of the figure and then having a full-bodied figure in the background.
It's so beautiful. And the frame on the painting, charcoal painting, is absolutely beautiful. It's this jet black. It's gorgeous. It's such a big, big piece. It's got a beautiful mat in there. You can see that on your screen, how glossy and beautiful and stunning and dramatic. This is such a focal point for any room that you would hang this in, correct?
Absolutely. I could imagine, put this front and center. When you walk into your home or your guests walk into your home, they're just going to be stunned into 5 minutes of absolute silence staring at this work of art.
It's so beautiful. This is item 23D. There is a story here, like the stories that you love on PBS KVIE. This is Sahara by Robert Simmons, charcoal measuring 22 by 28. Great focal piece for any room. Framed by Midtown Framing. Thank you, Midtown Framing. Retail value is $3,000. Again, first place in the figurative category. Call the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. Don't let this item go to anyone else. It's absolutely stunning and such a conversation piece. We're going to move on to item 23E. It is Wildfire Sunset by Michael Maloney. This is photography measuring 25 by 19. Retail value is $450. This is also an award winner in the photography category. We thank Gordon Lazzaroni, the photography juror, for that. And Colleen, Wildfire Sunset, what would you like to share with us?
So the photographer indicated that this particular piece is demonstrating the Caldor Fire's impact along the Mormon Emigrant Trail up here in the Sacramento region. And he shot this on location with a digital camera and took little liberties in manipulating that a bit just to really bring out that emotion and that depth.
And you can see the drama and the emotion on your screen and the beautiful matting and the frame. It's such a colorful, vibrant photograph, capturing just a stunning moment in our natural history here in the area. This is item 23E, Wildfire Sunset by Michael Maloney. The current number, or the number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. And on your screen, you can also see that fiery sun and the background and those gorgeous kind of lacy, dramatic tree branches. And it's just, what I love about photography and what you can see in this one is it just just captures this moment in time, and the photographer is like right there for us.
Absolutely. And, you know, I really love that the photographer in this case is utilizing the tools of a digital camera file processing in Photoshop and really pulling those elements to the forefront. You know, we can capture an image exactly as it is, but what I love the most about photography, and in particular this piece, is that level of drama and transporting you to the scene. I think many, many of us living in this region have experienced what the skies look like during a wildfire. This captures them in an order of magnitude that is just stunning.
We are always so grateful to the artists who share their art with us, and also for them for having the patience and the endurance and the artistry to bring us these beautiful, beautiful images. This is item 23E, Wildfire Sunset by Michael Maloney. Just like PBS KVIE brings you all the beautiful programs that you love, nature programs, NOVA programs, all the science and outdoors programs, that this kind of embodies when you look at it. So the current bid is on your screen. Call the number on your screen. Again, this is an award-winning photograph in the photography category. Wildfire Sunset by Michael Maloney. Anything else you'd like to share with us, Colleen?
I would love to share with folks, you know, if you're considering bidding on this piece, this has been a piece that's been exhibited publicly at the Gold Country Artists Gallery in Placerville and the Sutter Creek Gallery. So not only does this artist have an affiliation with both of those galleries, but you can take home a piece that has been on view for multitudes of people, and then you can take it home and enjoy your treasure all to yourself.
All to yourself. And I want to point out that usually kind of outdoors, they kind of have a horizontal landscape orientation, but this has got a vertical orientation, which makes it a little bit more dramatic and different. I don't want to say more dramatic, but different and perfect for a little little space that you might not put a piece like this otherwise. The number is on your screen and the current bid is on your screen. Again, this is item 23E, Wildfire Sunset. Call the number now. We're going to keep it open and move on to item 23F. It is Contemplation by Jeanette Morrow. This is ceramic measuring 16 by 6 by 6. It's a retail value of $350. And the theme is, this is also an award winner in the sculpture category. Thank you, Linda Gelfman, for being the awards juror in sculpture. And Colleen, I love her repose and her stance and everything. What can you share with us about it?
Isn't she so relaxed? You know, this is really reflecting that practice of looking within, that the contemplative, you know, situation where, you know, you're thinking about otherness and being in different places, and you know, it helps people through that practice of compassion. This is a very soothing piece to look at.
It's very soothing. You can see her just graceful and serene countenance, and I just absolutely love the colors of it. You can see the beautiful colors in her collar and her clothes, and the beautiful headband in her hair, and I love her face. She's so serene. I only strive to be that serene. You can have the serenity in your home right now if you call the number on your screen and bid. The theme throughout this entire weekend, you've heard it, these items don't stay open very long, and this is your opportunity to not only get a wonderful piece of art, but to support your own PBS station KVIE by calling the number on your screen. Colleen, is this typical of her normal process?
It's a little bit of a departure. So this artist loves to explore women of other cultures and represents them through their clothing, demeanor, and appearance, which we see demonstrated very well in this piece. But in general, the artist tends to work from a photograph to achieve a realistic likeness. And in this particular case, she put aside her need for control of the image and just focused on the basic facial features and really let the clay speak to her. So as a result, she was very excited to watch this woman emerge from the clay, and she found her to be compelling and mysterious, and I have to agree.
She is compelling and mysterious, and this sculpture comes in three pieces: the base, those beautiful hands, and the body, the head. So this is a multi-piece sculpture, absolutely stunning. I mean, I love the hands, and again, I can't love enough just her serene, contemplative, just her embodiment of her space. Absolutely beautiful piece. This is item 23F, Contemplation by Jeanette Morrow. Ceramic measuring 16 by 6 by 6, definitely a statement item for your home. Retail value is $350. The current bid is on your screen. Colleen, anything else that you'd like to share with us about this beautiful piece of art?
Well, it's a statement that can be made indoor or outdoor. So this is clay. It's been fired twice in a gas kiln. And the artist shared with us that she makes her own glazes and often includes ash from a friend's wood stove. So this is going to be safe if you want to put it outside. Myself, I would probably put it indoors so that I can enjoy it a little bit more often. But it's going to be safe either way.
It's so beautiful, and it's not safe for you not to call, so call the number on your screen, because we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Now let's head back over to the recap station for an update.
All right, it's the second night of auction. Our volunteers are here and they are ready to take your bids. The number is on your screen and we want to hear from you right now. Let's go ahead and review some of the art. Item 23D, Zahara by Robert Simmons. This is charcoal measuring 22 by 28, framed beautifully by Midtown Framing with a retail value of $3,000. This is our first place award winner in Figurative, and it has a high bid right now of $850. Item 23E is Wildfire Sunset by Michael Maloney. This is photography measuring 25 by 19 with a retail value of $450. This is the Juror Award in photography, and right now we have a high bid of $400. We are almost a bell ringer, guys. We just need $50 more to make this piece a bell ringer. Item 23F is Contemplation by Jeanette Morrow. This is ceramic measuring 16 by 6 by 6 with a retail value of $350. This is a Juror Award in sculpture with a high bid of $225 with a retail value of $600. I want to remind all of our viewers out there, all of the funds that are raised tonight go to support your PBS station, PBS KVIE, and all of the programming that you love. All of the artwork that we're seeing tonight was donated by the artists. It's original artwork that they wanted to go to support the mission of PBS KVIE. You see the retail value on there. The artists want their pieces to sell for the retail value. That is what would go for in a gallery, and this is your chance to have these gallery pieces in your home. All you have to do is pick up the phone, place a call, and get involved. It's also super fun. All right, let's review some art. We have item 23A, Mind the Point by Amy Perro. This is photography measuring 16 by 20, wiring services provided by University Art Center, retail value of $200. And right now we have a high bid of $100. Let's get that piece up to $150. Item 23B, Color Bar by Carlena Brown. This is a bell ringer, guys. This is very exciting. There we go. Wow, look at those numbers. I love to see this. Right now we have a high bid of $800. That is double over the retail value. That is so exciting. We love to see that. Item 23C, Diamond Depository by Joe Von Arx. This is wood measuring 15 by 15 by 68 with a retail value of $5,800. Right now we have a high bid of $3,500. That's amazing. Let's see this piece go to $4,000. Again, it's not only a piece of art, it's a usable piece of art. I mean, wow, stunning piece that you could have in your home, in your bedroom. I love this piece. Item 23D, Zahara by Robert Simmons. This is a charcoal measuring 22 by 28. I mean, this is stunning. Every time I see this one across the studio, I just draws my eye. It has a retail value, of $3,000. Right now we have a high bid of $850. I'd love to see that number go to 1,000. We've got bidders on the phone. All you have to do is pick up the phone, call the number to get involved. Item 23E, we got a bell ringer coming up. We got Wildfire Sunset right now. There we go. Let's ring our bells, everybody. This is great news. I love this. All right, right now we're at $500. There's a bidding war on this one. Get involved. Place a bid on this piece as well, Wildfire Sunset. Item 23F is Contemplation by Jeanette Morrow. Right now we have a high bid of $400. This piece has a retail value of $600. So we're just $200 from making this piece a bell ringer. All right, well, stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half an hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small on Masterpiece, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase, and through the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction. and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the PBS KVIE Gallery. Established in 2014 and located at PBS KVIE Studios, the gallery features past art auction award-winning artists, jurors, and California masters. The PBS KVIE Gallery is presented by Murphy Austin Adams Schoenfeld, LLP. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello, I'm Christina Salerno, and thank you for joining us for this PBS KVIE Gallery break. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half an hour. Item 24A, Great White Heron by Sue Chapman. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 20 by 20 with a retail value of $850. Item 24B, Still Life by Dwight Head. This is mixed media. It's measuring 24 by 30 with a retail value of $900. Item 24C, Honey, Is That You? By Ed Forrest. This is an oil on canvas measuring 40 by 30. It's framed beautifully by Midtown Framing with a retail value of $1,600. Item 24D, Montserrat Still Life by James Hartman. This is an encaustic. It's measuring 17 by 20 with a retail value of $1,050. Item 24E, Jaguar and Salsa by Andres Alvarez. This is acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 16 by 20, framed by Midtown Framing with a retail value of $700. Item 24F is Daffodil Love, and it's by Polly Laporte. This is an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $640. All right, well, the phone lines are now open for bidding. Now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Kelly Rains, and thank you for joining us for another round of amazing art, this time from artists featured in the PBS KVIE Gallery. During this break, I am pleased to be back once again with our art expert, Colleen Schulman. Thanks again for joining us, Colleen.
My pleasure, Kelly.
It's great to have you here. Item 24A, we're going to jump right into it. This is Great White Heron by Sue Chapman. It is acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 20 inches. Retail value is $850. Colleen, I love Sue Chapman's work, and you were telling me about a little Easter egg that she puts in all of her paintings. What can you share with us about her work?
Well, let's start at the top, and then as we zoom in a little bit, we can reveal that Easter egg. Okay. You know, this is very, very typical of Sue's work. It's very intense color, a graphic portrayal of the landscape, and she terms this a modern landscape style. And as we're coming in, so this is acrylic paint on a stretch canvas. It's got a lovely, lovely frame, which I understand her husband does. Might need to hire him to do some more framework. That's beautiful. But if you look closely as we're coming in, you can see her beautiful brush stroke and the dense trees and the green landscape that inspired her. And this was inspired by the Sacramento River in the Walnut Grove area.
It's so beautiful. We have all these beautiful waterways and bodies of water here in our region. So get out and explore them if you can. If you want to bring them into your home, bring this painting home by calling the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. Look at the beautiful reflections of the landscape in the water. And I see something there, Colleen. Do I see a bird?
You do. So right here we have a little hidden gem. This is a great white heron standing at the edge of the river. And one of the things that is signature to Sue's style is that there's always a bird included in her landscapes.
This is so beautiful, and I love the little guy on there. This is a beautiful, beautiful landscape of an area that's in our region. Support your PBS station in your region, which is KVIE, by calling the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. This is item 24A, the Great White Heron by Sue Chapman. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 20, beautiful square piece, stunning colors. Retail value is $850. Sue Chapman has been featured in our PBS KVIE gallery, and you can visit the gallery anytime between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday and come see beautiful works of art. We rotate the shows throughout the year, so come and just see some local art at your PBS station. Back to this beautiful piece of art, Colleen, what else would you like to share?
Well, I'd love to share with you that you might not know that Sue actually worked as an art educator, and now she is spending her time in her Sacramento studio creating her art. So, you know, when you come visit the KVIE Art Gallery, you can also head over to visit her at her studio, which is at the Art House over on R Street.
It's so beautiful. Again, look at those colors. There's a beautiful little flag in there over the beautiful bird and the little like riverscape that you see there. I was going to say river seascape, but Riverscape. Beautiful, beautiful, colorful painting. Item 24A, Great White Heron by Sue Chapman. Call the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. You can see Shu's name. We're going to keep this one open and move on to item 24B, which is Still Life by Dwight Head. It is mixed media, measuring 24 by 30. This is a retail value of $900. I so enjoyed Dwight's show when he was in the KVIE gallery, and we can enjoy his art right here. Colleen, what would you like to share with us about Dwight's art?
Well, I want to share a little bit about Dwight's background that inspires his art, because I think you're going to see some of those themes reflected in this particular piece. So you may or may not know that Dwight actually began as an illustrator after high school, and so he worked for a period of time drawing fish, wildflowers, poison ivy, and other animal wildlife for the California State Parks and Recreation brochures. And you can really see that technique for all of that detailed drawing coming through in this particular work.
It's so beautiful. You can see that striking hand and that little piece of watermelon. There's like that piece and the little seed. I love his attention to detail, and it's so colorful, and it's very fascinating. There's always something new to look at when you look at his work.
You have to spend a bit of time with it. It's not one of those things that you can kind of look at quickly and move on. The more you spend time with this, the more you're going to find those little details.
The more you spend time with it, you're going to find details. The more time you spend with PBS KVIE, you're going to find something to love for you and your family throughout the year, however you watch us, whether it's over the air, on cable, or a tablet. So pick up the phone right now and support all those programs that you love with all the details and great stories. And look at the art on your screen. This is another way to support all those stories. Look at that pen in the ink pot and that little clawing kind of hand. There's so much fun to look at in his art and also in PBS KVIE. The current bid is on your screen. This is item 24B, Still Life by Dwight Head, and it is mixed media, measuring 24 by 30. Retail value is $900. What else would you like to share, Colleen?
Well, I want to share with you that the artist admits to creating a little bit of shock value to get the viewer to look at all of the complex images that you see here. So, each of these are open to very many narrative interpretations. Art is up to the individual how they interpret it. So this is a really great piece to demonstrate that and take that opportunity.
It is really up to the individual how to interpret it. It's also up to you, again, to call the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. We say this throughout the weekend, and it's really, really true. These paintings and works of art don't stay open very long. And this is an opportunity for you to go beyond the broadcast and bring a little bit of your PBS station and local art into your home by calling the number on your screen. Again, this is the wonderful still life, but it's not so still because there's just constant things to look at. So your eyes are always moving. So call the number on your screen with the current bid on your screen. Anything else that you'd like to share, Colleen, with us?
So you may get a little bit with the color palette and the way that the artwork here is done, that there's a vintage feeling to that. And that's really a love of collecting comic books from the 30s and 40s that's shining through.
Oh, I love that. So if you're a comic book fan, you've got an artist here that's influenced a little bit by comic books. It's just such a stunning piece. Again, look at the detail of that feather and the little cracks in the surface. And I love that ink pot. As somebody who wants to be a writer, I just look at that as inspiration. And art can always do that for you. You can find inspiration in anything you're looking. You can also find inspiration in all the programs you love on KVIE. We're going to keep this one open, item 24B. We're going to move on to item 24C. Honey, Is That You? By Ed Forrest. It is oil on canvas measuring 40 by 30, very large piece, framed by Midtown Framing. This is a retail value of $1,600. Colleen, tell us about this artist and his progression into his art.
So a really fun fact about Ed is he didn't start out in life as an artist. He actually started in retirement. So how he started out was he was in the construction management business.
Wow.
And what you might see reflected a little bit here is some of his love, his passion for the restoration work of stone, marble, tile. So you see kind of those hard surfaces, and that's reflected in this hard edge style of painting.
It's so beautiful. I love the colors and the movement and the energy. Look at all those different things to look at on your screen, the greens going up and those red blocks and that blue circle. It's just so stunning. There's something to look at, and every time I look at it, as you can see on your screen right there, there's something new to enjoy and figure out and make up for yourself. Anything else you'd like to share, Colleen?
Well, Ed actually won an award in the contemporary category in the 2021 auction.
Wow.
And of course, you know, this is the PBS KVIE gallery break, so he has recently had a solo show in the gallery. What I also want to share with you is I love in this region, artists are influenced by other artists. And so after his retirement, he took oil painting classes at Sacramento City College under the tutelage of the late Christo Bear.
It's so beautiful. So here's a local artist being educated and learning in our region, sharing his art with you here at your PBS station KVIE, his PBS station KVIE. So call the number on your screen. This is item 24C, Honey, Is That You by Ed Forrest. Oil on canvas measuring 40 by 30. It's such a large piece. It's very much a statement piece. It is framed by Midtown Framing. Retail value is $1,600. He has been featured, like all the artists in this break, in the PBS KVI Gallery, which is a place that you can visit anytime between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday here at our studios. So come on by, see all the beautiful art. But right now, we really want you to focus on this art and call the number on your screen. I mean, Colleen, look at all those beautiful colors and shapes. It's just got so much energy.
The more you look at it, the more you find that depth of field going on with all of the different kind of materials. Like, you know, knowing that he worked in all of these hard edge marbles, tiles, stones, you kind of see that reflected in the way that he's chosen to paint some of these items. And what I also love is there's a sense of whimsy. You know, the title, Honey, Is That You? I absolutely love it.
It's beautiful. I love it too. Honey, Is That You? And we hope you call right now. We are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates while you call in and place your bids.
All right, we're off to a good start with the PBS KVIE gallery break. You can get in on the action when you call right now. Let's have a look at the auction activity. Item 24A is Great White Heron by Sue Chapman, acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 20 with a retail value of $850. Right now we have a high bid of $800 on this piece. That means we are only $50 from making this piece a bell ringer. Let's do it, guys. Let's pick up the phone. Let's make this piece a bell ringer. 24A Great White Heron. I heard a phone right there. That's probably callers in right now. Item 24B is Still Life by Dwight Head. This is mixed media, measuring 24 by 30 with a retail value of $900. We are looking for a starting bid on this piece of $150. Go ahead and pick up your phone, call the number on your screen. Once again, we're looking for a starting bid of $150. Item 24C, Honey, Is That You? That big, beautiful piece by Ed Forrest. This is an oil on canvas measuring 40 by 30 with a retail value of $1,600. Right now, we have a high bid of $600. Lots of room for movement on this piece. A reminder that the artist who donated this piece hoped to have it sell for that retail value. So the retail value of this one is $1,600. Let's see that bid go to $700. Pick up your phone, get involved in the art auction. It's super fun. It is super fun to get involved. You can take these pieces of artwork home as soon as tomorrow. All you have to do is call the number on your screen, get involved, and take home this beautiful piece of original artwork. All of the funds raised go to support the mission of PBS KVIE, the programming that you love, whether it's the nature shows, the drama shows, kids programming, our local shows. Everything that we raise here goes to support the mission of this station. Item 24A, let's review the art. Item 24A, Great White Heron by Sue Chapman. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 20 by 20 with a retail value of $850. We're so close. This piece, I know it's gonna be a bell ringer. I just know we're gonna make this one a bell ringer. We just need $50 more to make this piece the retail value. It just happened. We just got to 900. There we go. This happened so quickly. There's our bells. We knew we could do that. I love it. We knew we could do it, and a reminder of how quick these pieces go. So if you're sitting aside at home watching, now is the time to call. Item 24B, Still Life by Dwight Head. This is mixed media, measuring 24 by 30 with a retail value of $900. On this piece, we are looking for a starting bid of $150 to get involved in the bidding. Once again, we're looking for a starting bid of $150 on this beautiful piece, Still Life by Dwight Head. Item 24C, Honey, Is That You by Ed Forrest. This is an oil on canvas measuring 40 by 30 with a retail value of $1,600. Right now we have a high bid of $650. That's fantastic. That means those numbers are climbing. Once again, we have plenty of room to go on this piece. Pick up your phone, get involved. This big, beautiful, original piece of artwork could be yours as soon as tomorrow. Please get involved. Remember the mission of PBS KVIE and show your support for your local PBS station and arts. And now let's head back to the art for the second half of the break with Kelly and Colleen.
All right, we are back with the second half of the PBS KVIE Gallery break. Up next is item 24D, Montserrat Still Life by James Hartman. This is encaustic, measuring 17 by 20 inches, and has a retail value of $1,050. Colleen, take it away.
Okay, well, what I want to make sure that we are sharing with you, and it's a little bit difficult to see on the screen versus in person, is what this encaustic technique really means. So this particular artist, James Hartman, he does use the encaustic topping on top of the painting. So here's what he does. He paints the surface, and then he coats the surface with beeswax that he melts with Damar crystal, and the crystals create a transparent and very high gloss finish. And then what he does is he's not finished. He comes back and he paints on the surface with fine oil paints, and then he fuses the entire image together with a torch.
It is absolutely beautiful. What you can see on your screen are the beautiful colors and the very emotional kind of quality to the painting. This is so beautiful. This is item 24D, Montserrat Still Life by James Hartman. He has also been featured in the PBS KVI Gallery, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge our art auction curator, Jill Estroff, who is also the curator for our PBS KVI Gallery. And that is a place that you can visit Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Come see some beautiful art that we rotate throughout the year. Thank you, Jill, for all your work for the auction and our gallery. We love it. The current number to call is on your screen. It's always the same number, but the current bid is also on your screen. Colleen, what else would you like to share about this beautiful work of art?
So I think this comes through very, very well. The artist says that he's inspired by the still life paintings of Miranda and Matisse, and I see that in the application of paint through the bold brushwork and the use of the palette knife with a very thick texture to these paintings. This almost jumps right off of the piece.
It's so beautiful. It's such a beautiful, emotional piece, beautiful surface that it's on, absolutely stunning. Look at the detail on your screen, all of the brush strokes and just that beautiful encaustic work. And it's just such a stunning piece to look at and to enjoy. Bring it home, bring it to your office, or start a collection with somebody that you love who is new into art, who wants to get into art. Look at the beautiful blues. I love the colors, the blue of that vase, and it's going up into those beautiful green stems of the flowers, Colleen. It's so beautiful.
It sure is. And you know what's really funny is you mentioned the color. The title Montserrat Still Life is titled after a tube of oil paint that was a gift from the artist's color guru, who happens to be his sister.
Oh, I love that. There's artistry, giving in the family. Again, you could give this piece of art to a family member, but if you're a little greedy for yourself, you can gift it to yourself. This is item 24D, Montserrat Still Life by James Hartman. Thank you, James, for your artistry and your donation. This is encaustic, measuring 17 by 20. Retail value is $1,050. The current bid is on your screen. Any final thoughts, Colleen?
Well, since encaustic painting was really a lost art, each artist today, when they're bringing this back, they're inventing their own technique. So this is a really special piece because this encaustic process that's being used is very different from artist to artist.
It's so beautiful. It is so different. And we're going to keep this item open just briefly. This is item 24D. We're going to move on to item 24E. It is Jaguar and Salsa by Andres Alvarez. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20, framed by Midtown Framing. Retail value is $700. Colleen, there's a lot going on in here. Tell us about this Jaguar and Salsa.
So this is very emblematic of the artist's iconic and deeply symbolic paintings and photographs. So he's a photographer and a painter. And this particular piece is part of a series called Recipe Paintings. And so what we're seeing here on the screen is each painting has a similar collection of items. You have inside, we have the Jaguar image, and he's actually holding a phone. So you think about when we're making recipes, particularly this day and age, we're getting everything off of Pinterest and all those other online sites. So you've got your little handy dandy phone holder. But what I also love about this is there are elements of the recipe scattered around the canvas. So as we kind of zoom in and look around, these are abstracted elements. If you think about what goes into a salsa, you've got your cilantro, you've got some jalapenos, you've got some onion, maybe some spicy chilies, some tomato coming in. And then down here, I'm not quite sure what to make of this. I'm wondering if it's almost a purple tomatillo.
It's so beautiful. It's kind of got a collage feel to it. Does he love cooking? Do you know about the inspiration? Or it's just, hey, I really want to paint some recipe series here?
You know, what's interesting is the artist on his Instagram had an image of this, and he noted that each recipe and holder is, you know, a tribute to the labor force that builds the homes for the American dream. So I think that there's something a lot deeper in meaning that's coming across versus just what we see in these general images.
I love it. It's such a thoughtful painting, and this thoughtful painting can be yours in your own home, or you can gift it again to somebody that you love who's starting a collection. Look at those beautiful, you know, components of the recipe, and that little jaguar just staring there. Very, very present. I love that jaguar. I love the colors. I love the movement and energy in there. The movement and energy that we also love is when you call the number, so all the phones will ring and the bids will go up higher. The current bid is on your screen. The number to call is on your screen. Make this beautiful piece of art be part of your collection, or start a collection for somebody new. Any other thoughts that you'd like to share with us, Colleen, about this?
Actually, what I really love, so I mentioned at the outset here that this is a photographer and a painter, and so I want to call a little bit of attention to the background, or the counter surface in this case. You know, you really see this kind of movement and buildup of paint that's really creating a specialized surface, and this is really demonstrating his photographic skills when you think about the light and details on a surface that you get when you're composing a photograph.
It is so beautiful. Thank you, Colleen. Again, this is item 24E, Jaguar and Salsa. We're going to keep it open and move on to the final item in this group, item 24F. It is Daffodil Love by Polly Laporte. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $640. And what a stunning painting of some beautiful flowers. Daffodils, I love daffodils. They're such a happy, happy flower. What would you like to share, Colleen?
I was going to say the same thing. Daffodils, love. This is so fun, so bright, and I would absolutely love to bring this particular work home. You know, what's typical of Polly's work is that she uses this bright color and this stylized brushwork that you see pushing the oil around on the canvas. It's simply stunning.
It is so stunning. You can see the beautiful colors on your screen. I mean, look at that. I love when artists paint glasses and water in glasses. It's just something I really love for some reason. And this is absolutely beautifully done. The current number to call, the current bid is on your screen. The number to call is on your screen to make that bid. Call now. Polly has been featured again in our PBS KVIE gallery. You can come visit that gallery anytime between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday here at the station. But we really want you to call the number on your screen right now to bring this piece home with you. Again, this is item 24F, Daffodil Love by Polly Laporte. What else do you want to share, Colleen, about this wonderful painting and the artist?
It's such a beautiful still life. So Polly sets up her still lifes in her studio and then paints them. And I want to point out, and you can see some of the inspiration here coming from her time at UC Davis. She studied with the late, great Wayne Thiebaud, master of California color. And certainly you see some of the depths and textures, particularly with her attention to shadow and detail in here. So you see that around the edges of each of the flowers. And as we zoom out a little bit here, you can see this wonderful little shadow that's cast by the vase.
It's so elegant and such a great attention to detail, but it's simple in its elegance, and it's just so beautiful and accessible for any art lover in your family, whether they're new or a very well-seasoned art collector. Call the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. This is item 24F, Daffodil Love. We love Daffodil Love. We also love when you call in and support PBS station, your PBS station KVIE, by calling and getting this beautiful piece of art. Again, this is item 24F, retail value of $640. And again, she studied with Wayne Thiebaud, so you can see the beautiful kind of influence a little bit in the technique and painting.
You can, and I really, really love that. And I think, you know, we have a wonderful depth of painterly technique here in the Sacramento region. This particular piece, I'm very excited to share with you, has been exhibited publicly here in the PBS KVIE gallery. So if you have not had the opportunity to bring home a work tonight, this really would be an absolute gem to add to your collection or start your collection.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Colleen. This is item 24F, Daffodil Love by Polly Laporte. Oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $640. And we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I'd like to thank our art expert, Colleen Schulman. Thank you for her expertise and being with us today. So great to have you with us today, Colleen. Thank you. And now let's check in over at the recap station for an update.
That's right, we're minutes away from the end of the break, which means you could be the winner of a fabulous work of art from this PBS KVIE gallery collection. Now let's review the art. Item 24D, Montserrat Still Life by James Hartman. This is an encaustic measuring 17 by 20 with a retail value of $1,050. Right now, we have a high bid of $800, just a couple $100 away from making this beautiful piece a bell ringer. Item 24E, Jaguar and Salsa by Andres Alvarez. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $700. Right now, we have a bid of $325. When I was listening to that piece, I just thought, wow, this would go so great in a cook's kitchen or somebody who loves making salsa. I mean, what an amazing piece to bring home. Item 24F, Daffodil Love by Polly Laporte. This is an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $640. Right now, we have a high bid of $600, which means we are so close. We are only $40 away from making this piece a bell ringer. I know we're going to do it tonight. All you have to do is pick up the phone to get involved, to place a bid. We can make this piece a bell ringer. We can make all these pieces a bell ringer. The number to call is on your screen right now. You'll see the number to call is on your screen to place a bid. It's really fun. We have a live audience here who is ready to take your calls. And all of the proceeds that are raised tonight go to support the mission of PBS KVIE, the programming that you love, and to support the artist community and all these artists who have come together to donate art in the mission of PBS KVIE. Let's review the art in this half an hour once again. Item 24A, Great White Heron, by Sue Chapman. We got a bell ringer. Fantastic. That's so exciting to see. We have a high bid of $900, so we surpassed the value there of $850. I love that, but it's still open for you to continue bidding on. Item 24B, Still Life by Dwight Head, mixed media, measuring 24 by 30 with a retail value of $900. Right now we have a high bid of $375. Let's see $400 on this piece. We got plenty of room to move on this piece to reach that retail value of $900. Gorgeous piece there. Really a conversation piece. Item 24C, Honey, Is That You by Ed Forrest. An oil on canvas measuring that beautiful big size of 40 by 30 with a retail value of $1,600. Right now we have a high bid of $1,025. This one we are just a couple $100 away from hitting that retail value. Let's see that number get to $1,100. Honey, Is That You? Honey, is this your piece? Is this a piece for you to take home? Item 24D, Montserrat Still Life by James Hartman. This is encaustic measuring 17 by 20 with a retail value of $1,050. Right now we have a high bid of $800 on this beautiful still life piece. Such a lovely piece. Really, I mean, this piece would go so great in any home, any living room, maybe a kitchen. A lot of places you could place a piece like this one. Item 24E, Jaguar and Salsa. That's such a fun name, too. I love the name on that one. By Andres Alvarez. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $700. Right now, we have a high bid of $350 on this piece. Let's see that go to $400. Maybe this is a gift for that cook in your life or somebody who loves cooking. And wow, what an amazing piece. All right, item 24F, Daffodil Love by Polly Laporte. We got some exciting news on this one. There we go. You did it. You did it. Thank you to our viewers for making this one a bell ringer. We have a high bid of $650 with that value of $640. Thank you so much to those who are calling in, placing bids, and making this such an amazing art auction. Right now is the time to call. These pieces go so quickly, and you can see the numbers on your screen. They change so quickly. That's because people are calling it in. They're getting involved. We have these great people behind me who are taking your calls. All you have to do is pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, place a bid. It's really fun, and it's a great way to support not only local artists and arts in your community, but your PBS station, PBS KVIE. All right, stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half an hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 42nd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the light and color category. This half hour explores techniques used to emphasize light and color in a variety of media. View all the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hello, I'm Christina Salerno, and thank you for joining us for the light and color category. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Wilkie Fleury, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. All right, and now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half an hour. Item 25A, Guanajuato Roof Garden by Barbara Kemp. This is a watercolor. It's measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $900. Item 25B, In My Room by Catherine Erickson. This is an oil on panel measuring 20 by 20 with a retail value of $850, and this is a curator award. Item 25C is called Girl with the Red Leg, and it's by Lori Franz. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 28 with a retail value of $500. This is the Juror Award in Figurative. Item 25D is called Hands by Gina Geisinger. This is an acrylic on paper. It's measuring 22 by 28, framed by Archival Gallery with a retail value of $375, and this is a Curator Award. Item 25E is Mother Nature at Work, and it's by Lenora Morris. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 24, framed by Archival Gallery with a retail value of $450. This is the Jura Award for Landscape. Item 25F is called Caution by David Best. This is photography measuring 20 by 26, framed by Blue Bus Framing with a retail value of $600, and this is a Curator Award. All right, now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and thank you for joining us for the light and color category. During this break, I'm so pleased to be here with PBS KVIE's art curator, Jill Estroff. Good to see you, Jill.
Nice to see you.
Jill selected the incredible artwork that you're seeing auctioned off this weekend. Over 270 pieces from amazing regional artists, and you're about to see more of them right now. Jill, it's so great to have you here. And let's start off with this beautiful piece, 25A. Guanajuato Roof Garden by Barbara Kemp, watercolor measuring 18 by 24, retail value $900. First impressions, Jill.
Well, I just love it so much, and you may remember her painting last year of Manarola, Cinque Terre.
Yes.
That actually inspired me to go to Italy.
Wow.
I did go. That
What a
painting
compliment.
started at 900, and you may recall it ended at 5,000.
5,000.
So there was a big bidding war, and you can understand why.
Investment art.
She's also going to be our solo artist featured in the PBS Gallery from mid-October through December, so do not miss that.
And let me just add to what you just said. It started for 900. That was the retail value. Went for 5,000. This one's at 900. And that's all I'll say. All right, keep going.
Well, she was inspired by the bright primary colors of the yellow, blue, and red, and the graphic aspects of these, the rooftop gardens in Mexico. She told me that she actually took this photo in the 1970s, but it stayed with her, and she just worked from it recently. She's a wonderful photographer, too, because the composition starts there for her. I just love the play of light, on the leaves, the flower pots, the clothesline, all the detail. It's incredible detail.
You are looking at a beautiful piece of art right here on PBS KVIE. We are your region storyteller as well as your station for the arts. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. The current bid below, the retail value $900, but her piece last year went for $5,000. This is Barbara Kemp's gorgeous creation, Guanajuato Roof Garden, and this is a watercolor, spectacular colors leaping off the screen and right to you. So can this piece of art if you are the winning bidder. So pick up the phone or start a text thread, text all your friends and say, hey, let's get involved in the auction, because all the money goes to PBS KVIE, but you have to call. You have to call to bid and to get in your bid for this beautiful piece. What else do you want to tell us about Barbara's piece?
I just love the figure. It's a perfect scale, and he's just surrounded by this riot of color.
Cool.
Yes, yes, and it creates a human element to this image, which is just amazing.
Right there, it shows you just how big of an area this person is just taking in and absorbing. It is a gorgeous piece of art. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. There you see the current bid. We have about 30 seconds left on Barbara's piece. What else do you want to say?
Just that she's known for her incredible detail, and how she achieves it is first by photographing, then sketching. And she showed me her paintbrush. You can't believe how large it is, and yet she's still able to saturate these areas of color. And unlike some watercolorists, she does it in one pass.
Whoa.
So that is, you know, it's just a unique way of working. She's an amazing artist. We're so excited, you know, to have her again and to have her in a solo show.
I'd love to watch her do that. You're so lucky you got to, that's one of the perks, right? That
It
you
is,
got to watch
visit
that.
the studio.
We're going to keep this piece open and we're going to move on to the next piece. Barbara, thank you. What an exciting piece of art. Next piece is 25B, In My Room by Catherine Erickson. This is one that just grabbed me from the very beginning. It's oil on panel, measuring 20 by 20. The retail value is $850. This is just one of those pieces of art that says, wow, look at me. It's a story. This is, again, In My Room by Catherine Erickson. You're looking at a Curator Award winner, and Jill is going to tell us all about this gorgeous piece that is just so thick. I love it.
Yes, and I chose it for the Still Life Award, but it is anything but still. These colors move and vibrate so much from her thick application of oils with a palette knife that I feel like it almost jumps off the board.
Yeah, I agree.
And if you notice the little metal pulls, the lamp chain, the top of the lamp, it all has this 3D effect. There's even a door stop, the dials on the TV. She's really made it come alive.
I love that. And this is so, to me, this is so contemporary. It is also modern. I mean, it could go in any art collector's home.
Right.
It could stand alone on a wall, or you could do it on a gallery wall with all kinds of beautiful art around it. And I love when you just pile a wall full of art. This would be at the center of it. Tell us more about this piece. Look at that. Look at the beautiful lampshade.
Yes, I describe that as looking kind of like gumballs. That's what it looks like to me. But of course, it's a Tiffany type lamp. Also, these gorgeous orange and red drawers that are against the beautiful lavender trim. She told me that this was actually a white dresser, but she chose to see it in all these colors, which is what we artists get to do. We get to use our imaginations, and she certainly used it here. In fact, we loved this so much that at the suggestion of staff, it's our art auction T-shirt this year.
I'm so glad too. It's so interesting that you just said that, because when I saw it, I thought that would look so cool on a T-shirt. That's the truth.
Well,
I really
how
did.
can you resist the antenna, the old-timey TV?
The old-timey TV with a Tiffany lampshade and a beautifully restored piece of furniture. I love that right here. It is such a gorgeous piece. And you are looking at In My Room by Catherine Erickson. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, get involved in the auction. The retail value is $850. This is a Curator Award winner. what are your final thoughts on this gorgeous piece? I have to just comment on the blue, too.
Yeah, it just pulses. If you want an unforgettable piece, this would be it. Catherine's been winning awards since high school. She even ran a gallery for a bit. She's part of the Benicia art world. And she just, like me, she misses some of the paintings she sold over the years. But, you know, it's always your favorites that are taken because they're the best. But we're so happy she released this one to us.
Well, it is a beauty. And if you want some of the ones back that I bought from you of yours, you can't have them. I'm joking.
You're
All right.
too sweet.
Thank you so much. This is a beautiful piece. Again, this is by Catherine Erickson in my room. And you see the current bid. Pick up the phone right now. These pieces go so fast. We're going to move on to the next piece, 25C. This is Girl with the Red Leg by Lori Franz. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 20 by 28. Wow. What a gorgeous piece. Retail value $500. Juror award for Figurative. And Jill, take it away. Sometimes I just see the piece as we're walking over and it takes my breath away again.
Yes, well, juror Maureen Hood felt that way. She chose it for its lyrical and linear qualities, and she felt that the balance of the color sort of created this clear path for the viewer's eye to travel, and that also to direct you to the title, The Red Leg.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. You see the number on your screen to pick up the phone and place your bid for the PBS KVIE art auction. The pieces go about 3 minutes each, and then they're gone, literally. So you have a very short amount of time to place your bid, and the only way to do so is by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen. The current bid there right now for Lori Franz's piece, Girl with a Red Leg. Retail value $500. Current bid on the screen. Jill, what else? Your purple looks great with this, by the way.
Oh, thanks. Well, the smaller figures are grouped and seem to be waiting. I love that in contrast to the woman who just seems to twirl out of the story. And Lori likes to do paintings that sort of tell a story. She's inspired by an outsider artist who uses figures like this by the name of Kochi. She likes to mix abstract work with expressionist work and just put them into recognizable forms. She says early on she tried to plan her work, but it was much more dynamic to just sort of let it unfold like a story.
Very cool. I love that explanation. I'd get lost listening to you sometimes because your stories are so good about this. And look how pretty these little clusters are. What does this say to you? What does it evoke in you?
Well, I just admire that she can work straight from her imagination. And she says it's almost tantamount to when her grandchildren will give her 3 things to put into a story, and away they go. And she sort of feels that she does her painting in a similar fashion, where the things just emerge. She repurposed this canvas, and she let the different planes underneath it sort of become part of the dynamic image that you see right now.
Very cool. I love that story. Thank you so much, Jill. We are halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station. Pick up the phone, and we'll check on the bidding updates while you call in and place your bids.
All right, we have ourselves an auction, and you can take away amazing works of art when you're the winning bidder. All right, let's recap the art we're talking about. Item 25A is Guanajuato Roof Garden by Barbara Kemp. This is watercolor measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $900. There we go. We got our bell ringers. Excellent. We'd love to hear those bells right now. We have a high bid of $1,000. That's a bell ringer. Excellent. Item 25B is In My Room by Catherine Erickson. This is an oil-on panel measuring by 20 by 20. Excellent. There it goes. I love that. That is a retail value of $850, and that one is also a Curator Award. Item 25C is Girl with the Red Leg by Lori Franz. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 28 with a retail value of $500. This is our Juror Award in Figurative. Right now we have a high bid of $150. We'd love to see that number go up to $200. I want to show our viewers something that's really fun. I'd like to invite Kim to come on over here with me. This is item 25B. right here on her shirt. Every year we get an art auction shirt for our staff to wear. Everybody's wearing them around. Every year it's a piece of art that we pick to put on the shirts. Right here you can see item 25B, In My Room by Catherine Erickson. Not only would it look good on your wall, but it looks great on a t-shirt. So we thank Catherine so much for donating that piece and making this come alive on our t-shirts and on your wall. All you have to do is call the number on your screen to get involved. Thank you so much, Kim. Right now, we're going to recap the art. We have item 25A, which is Guanajuato Roof Garden. A reminder, this one it is a bell ringer. I love this. We've got a high bid of $1,000. Excellent, with a value of $900. It's by Barbara Kemp, a well-known artist. She has a solo show at KVIE in October. So this is a really fantastic in our art gallery here at KVIE. Watercolor measuring 18 by 24. Love that piece. Item 25B, In My Room, what we were just talking about, by Catherine Erickson, an oil-on panel measuring 20 by 20. Wow, let's look at that bid, guys. We are at $1,500. We love to see that. Thank you. Thank you. I do want to say thank you so much to our viewers and our artists out there. Our viewers are making those bids come alive. And item 25C, Girl with the Red Leg by Lori Franz. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 28 with a retail value of $500. We just saw that number jump up to $200. Let's see that number go up to $300. We've got some room to move on this beautiful piece of art. A reminder, you can pick up this art as soon as tomorrow and find that place to hang it in your house, because you can have this art in your home. All you have to do is call the number on your screen, place a bid, and get involved. All right, that's the news from the recap station. Let's check out some more art for this half an hour with Rob and Jill.
All right, we're back with the second half of the light and color category. I love that title. Item 25D is Hands by Gina Geisinger, and this is acrylic on paper measuring 22 by 28 inches, has a retail value of $375. And Jill, what jumps right out at you on this piece? I have to say, Curator Award right here.
Yes,
gorgeous piece of art.
Well, I chose it for the expressive and emotional way. It's that the hands, simply hands, sort of convey. And the artist said that her inspiration was from Jean-Paul Sartre's poem, The Pen in the Hand, and it conveys the idea, I am my hand. As she feels, of course, as an artist, that it's the part that enables us to create, and it's close to her heart and passion.
That's beautiful.
And I think it really comes through. She painted it from various reference photos, studies, sketches, and different lighting. And she begins with these layers of painterly washes, loose underpainting, so that there's room for adaptation. And she also paints with an intent to express heat, and she says a raw quality about humanity. And I feel that it comes through in this painting.
Absolutely, and it shows, in my opinion, the artist's hands, how difficult creating art can be, and the toll it can take on the human hand. As you said, it's inspired by, the hand is who we are.
Right.
And the way she's done this is just exquisite. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen to place your bid in the 2023 PBS KVIE Art Auction. Just look at this beautiful creation right now on your television or monitor or device, however you're watching or streaming. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. You see the current bid there. And when you pick up the phone, you will speak to a friendly volunteer and tell them that you want to be the one to win item 25D, Hands by Gina Geisinger. And it is an auction, and so you will have to win the highest amount. And when you do, you've made the highest donation possible to PBS KVI for this beautiful piece of art. All the money goes to continue the storytelling that we do. Jill, additional thoughts?
Just how the fiery reds next to the cool, muted tones of the blue sort of work together to show form, temperature, skin, and texture in this style.
Yeah, you see it right there.
Yeah, and in her paintings, she's not trying to recreate photos or a realistic reference, but more a narrative quality, a connection to emotions and memories.
It really does that. I mean, she knocked it out of the park. She did exactly what you just described. I love this beautiful piece of art, and if you do too, you need to pick up the phone quickly and call the number on your screen. Each one is on the air for about 3 minutes. It stays open just a little bit longer as we move on, but during that period is when the bidders sort of duke it out with each other on the price. Right now you see the current bid on the screen, but that will continue, so you have a short time to pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, and ask for this item, which is 25D Hands by Gina Geisinger. We're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next piece in the art auction. Love this. 25E, Mother Nature at Work. I have the perfect spot for this. Lenora Morris, thank you for this creation. It's acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 24, but the real deal is we hope you have a perfect spot for this. This is framed by Archival Gallery, retail value $450, and this is the Juror Award for Landscape. What a beauty.
Yes, and our juror, Philippe Gandiol, chose it for its strong composition and the gravity of the striking water, the variety of brushstrokes, and how the artist keeps our eye moving throughout the painting.
Gorgeous.
I wanted to talk about it because I also love rockscapes and waterfalls like the artist does. I've been lucky to visit Glacier National Park in Montana and Yosemite, and that turquoise color of the water that's either from a snow melt or abundant rainfall, it's like no other. But she's really captured it here.
Definitely. It's a gorgeous piece of art, and this is perfect for a mid-century modern home collector. I love the frame.
Yes, Archival did a beautiful job.
Gorgeous.
I like that she worked from various photographs and from memory, so it doesn't have to reference a specific place. You can make it your own.
Yes, storyteller. That goes back to the one we were talking about last night, the storyteller piece. We are your region storyteller, so pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, and place your bid for this beautiful creation, Mother Nature at Work. This is 25E when calling in. Lenora Morris, acrylic on canvas, measuring 36 by 24, framed by Archival, retails at $450. This is the Jurors Award for Landscape.
It is, and you can almost hear the rushing water, I feel, when you look at it, and her understanding of color theory and putting the purples with the yellows, the vigorous brush strokes. You almost can feel the artist's hand when she was working it. It feels like it was done rapidly with energy and vigor, and it would make any wall beckon you outdoors.
Oh, yes. And there you see that beautiful waterfall that you were talking about and those gorgeous colors that you've seen yourself in person. And once you see them, you know what you've seen when you see it recreated perfectly in art, as well as with the artist's expression. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, 25E. It's by Lenora Morris. It's Mother Nature at Work. Again, it's acrylic on canvas, and it's 36 by 24. So we have 30 seconds left on this piece, Jill, and I could just stare at this one, though, for much longer. Final thoughts?
Well, just that Lenora's won many awards, not only at PBS KBIE, including Best of Show, but in the State Fair and for figurative categories as well. She's so versatile. She paints in acrylics, which look very much like oils, as with other painters. And I love working in acrylic because it dries quickly. And if you are impatient, as I am, you can't wait for oil to dry.
Beautiful, beautiful piece of art. Okay, well, let's leave this one open because it's so gorgeous and move on to the next piece in the art auction. We are ready to move on to 25F, Caution by David Best. Caution is correct. Photography measuring 20 by 26, framed by Blue Bus Framing. The retail value is $600, and this is a Curator Award. Jill?
I just chose it because it just made me laugh. We need humor.
We do.
In all things. It's very important. And I want to say how tough it was to choose this because we had so many incredible photographs this year. But David Best loves outdoor pottery and folk art stands. that often have these whimsical metal sculptures, and he often stops and he strolls through just to see if there might be a picture for him to take.
He found one.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Oh, I see the caution tape.
Right. He named it Caution. He said he had humor even in his application that although the danger is clearly apparent, that some inattentive drivers somehow find themselves driving right into the open mouth of this voracious beast.
All right, that's a fun story. This is Caution by David Best. Be careful where you drive, especially if you're driving to pick up this piece of art, if you're the winning bidder. By picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen, you see the current bid there. This retails for $600. And as we just told you, this is the Curator Award, and this is a gorgeous piece here. Jill, tell us more what just strikes you, and you mentioned humor, I love that, but about this piece?
Well, just that he had the perspective of doing it. He generally shoots panoramic photographs, which have been in the auction for many years, and his work is shown at Viewpoint Gallery. He's a highly regarded photographer, but I just love the humor. It struck me right away, and my husband, who likes to pun and make jokes, said he thought it was ironic that this appears to be a car running on a fossil fuel. How ironic.
Oh. As well as there's a rodeo behind it.
Right.
So there's a rodeo, a car, and then it's all about to be gobbled up. Hey, are you going to gobble up this piece? Are you on the fence to decide if you want this in your home? Don't wait long. Pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. And we want to caution you that time runs fast. So we're at 30 seconds left in this half hour, and it's important to pick up the phone and place your bid, even if you're considering it, because it closes and it clamps down so fast. Final thoughts, Jill.
Just that,
So unique.
If you want something fun on your wall, if you want something that will make visitors laugh, this is the one for you.
And it's, yeah.
And plus, his ability to do the focus, and he's a wonderful photographer, and I love that he doesn't limit himself to one type.
I love that. And it won't take that big of a bite out of your wallet either, because it's retails for $600, but there you see the current bid. So pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. We're nearing the end of this break, which means now is the last opportunity to bid on the art featured. And this half hour, I want to thank our dear friend and my friend, PBS KVIE's art curator, Jill Estroff, a wonderful artist herself, for sharing her expertise with us. So great to have you. And congratulations again on assembling a wonderful collection, Jill, for 2023. You do such a good job. Let's check in with Recap Station for an update.
Okay, the number to call is on your screen, and we are minutes away from wrapping up this break. Let's go ahead and review the art. Item 25D is Hands by Gina Geisinger. This is acrylic on paper measuring 22 by 28. This one is already a bell ringer. Let's get those bells, guys, going. We have a high bid of $600. That's so fantastic. I love that. Way above the retail value. Thank you so much to our viewers out there. Item 25E is Mother Nature at Work by Lenora Morris. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 24 with a retail value of $450. Right now we have a high bid of $275. Let's see that number get to $350. We can definitely reach the retail value on this beautiful large piece, Mother Nature at Work. Stunning piece of art there. Item 25F, Caution by David Best. This fun piece is a photography measuring 20 by 26 with a retail value of $600. Right now we're halfway there at $300. We have a current bid of $300. If you want this fun piece of art in your home, all you have to do is call the number on your screen, get involved in the bidding. We've got our live phone bank right behind me waiting to take your calls. Get involved with the bidding. All of the funds raised go to support your PBS station, PBS KVIE. Let's go ahead and review the art in this half an hour. Item 25A, Guanajuato Roof Garden by Barbara Kemp. This is watercolor measuring 18 by 24 with it's a bell ringer. There we go. Let's ring those bells. I love it. That's fantastic. We have a high bid of $1,200 on this stunning piece. Thank you so much to our viewers and callers out there. Item 25B, In My Room by Catherine Erickson. Oh, wow. Wow, look at that. Our high bid is $3,700. That is amazing. That's a 400% over retail. Thank you so much to all of our viewers. We loved this piece enough to put it on our t-shirts, and you guys love it enough to take it home and get that bid up there. Thank you so much. Item 25C, Girl with the Red Leg by Lori France. Acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 28 with a retail value of $500. We're halfway there right now. We've got a high bid of $250. Let's see that number go up to $350. Item 25D, Hands by Gina Geisinger. Right now, retail value of $375, and we have a high bid of $600. That's another bell ringer. Very exciting. There we go. Ring those bells. Yes. Item 25E, Mother Nature at Work. Retail value of $450. We have a high bid of $300. Let's see that number go to $400. Love it. 25F, Caution by David Best. Retail value of $600. And right now we have a high bid of $300. Pick up the phone. Get involved in the bidding. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half an hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased artwork must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art-auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the Figurative category. Awards juried by Maureen Hood. This category celebrates the human form and representations of animals. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hi, I'm Christina Salerno, and we're about to start the last break of the night and showcase more figurative pieces. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half an hour. Item 26A, Spooky Loki by Dawn Peterson. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $800. Item 26B, Tell Your Troubles to Her by the late Chris K. Foster. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $500. Item 26C is called With Brotherhood, and it's by Sherry Hoger. This is an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $900. Item 26D, The Dancer by Brenda Boardwell. Acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18 with a retail value of $250. Item 26E called Night Ride by K.W. Moore Sr. Oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $1,500. Item 26F, Nature's Brilliance by Janice Shank McLean. This is a watercolor measuring 19 by 23 with a retail value of $100. All right, the phone lines are open and ready to take your bids. Now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart. Thanks for joining us for this figurative category. During this break, I'm pleased to be here with fine artist Kelly Rains, and Kelly is known for her work with pastels and acrylics and has exhibited her artwork at Archival Gallery in East Sacramento and more. We are glad to have her back with us this year, both as a contributing artist and an art expert. Okay, Kelly, take it away. This first item is 26A, Spooky Loki by Dawn Peterson. Oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20. Retail value, $800. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I'm glad you're here.
I'm glad to be here. I feel like this is serendipitous for me to talk about this painting.
It really, really is.
I just finished cat sitting for 2 weeks, and
yes, you did.
It's all cats in my life right now.
One of them was not as nice as this one.
They're both lovely.
We won't call names.
Much like this one. I mean, there's so much I love about this. I'm a huge lover of color, and the artist uses colors just so fantastical. They're not your traditional cat colors, but I absolutely love that.
It's a beautiful piece of
Beautiful,
art.
and it really speaks to the personality of the cat.
And you see right now the number on the screen. Don't get too captured with the cat because you're going to miss a perfect opportunity to pick up the phone and call. Did you get it?
That was lovely. That
so
was very lovely.
the current bid is on the screen right now, worth $800. Keep going.
I'm liking it.
Are you really?
It's really, really beautiful. I'm just going to go into beautiful things that I love. I love the vibration of the cat. There's just an electricity about it. You can see the little fine hairs coming off. She added the purple on top of that electric green, which is on top of that deep blue. And so it's kind of got like a purring vibrational quality to the cat. And I love that the little cat's whiskers are going off the canvas. This is a cat that is going places, that's always on the move, and deigned her with the grace of taking his picture just briefly.
How sweet. I love that. You always know such good information. Pick up the phone, pardon me, call the number on your screen. You see the current bid there. And this has a retail value of $800, again, by Dawn Peterson. This is Spooky Loki. Cat's name, and the piece of art can be yours if you are the winning bidder when you pick up the phone and call now with the art auction. And also, if you have a pet lover in your family or your friendship circle, please give them a call and have them check this out, or just buy it for them.
Yeah,
right?
I want to talk a little bit about the inspiration for the artist painting. So this artwork is inspired by the many moods of her family cat.
Okay.
His personality is feisty, clever, and he loves the camera. As you can kind of see, he's turning around and gracing us with his visage. This particular pose, she said, gave her a haunted mansion at Disneyland vibe, so she dialed up the spookiness.
Oh, okay. I really love the whiskers, too. I mean, they are wild and wired.
Yes.
Yes. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen if this piece connects with you. And if you love animals, I have to tell you, standing here next to this piece, it feels so alive. You made me feel that way with the I didn't know what it was, but you explained it with the colors. Final thoughts.
Yes. Really quick, her artwork centers around the interior lives of animals. The bright greens, violets, and blues in his fur are inspired by the scientific fact that many animals can see light in the ultraviolet spectrum.
Very cool. I love this piece, Kelly.
I love it too.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this beautiful piece of art from Dawn Peterson, Spooky Loki. Okay, we're going to keep this one open, and we're going to move on to the next piece. That piece is, thank you, that piece is 26B. Tell Your Troubles to Her. This is a gorgeous piece of art with a very special story by the late Chris K. Foster. Acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $500. And I saw this piece as we've been studying the pieces for quite some time. And this jumped right out at me, and I could not say why. But I do want to say it was donated by her husband, Tony. And he was fulfilling a wish of hers before she passed away this year.
It's a beautiful piece. So it's a glow, it's vibrational. There's so much energy and life force in it that the immediate things that I noticed when I looked at it, it's just the energy of the colors that is just rising up into this kind of just radiant glow. And I love that the figures in the background, no faces or anything, but there's one hand that's touching her or reaching into her as if she is their life force, their source of energy.
Wow. That goes both ways, by the way, from wherever they are versus whether they are here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen to get this beautiful piece. It is called Tell Your Troubles to Her. I do want to tell you that Chris had her instructions for her husband to bring this piece of art to us for the auction. And it was jured in, and it is exquisite. And how touching to know that she spent her time on that, her time.
It's so beautiful. It's about connection. And I found an artist statement from her on her website, and I just want to read it. To her, art was about emotion, and this piece is very emotional. We are all emotional beings. The art that she loved is the art that touched her soul. There has to be a connection. The connection is why she painted. And again, there's that connection between the figures here, the connection between the viewers that are watching this now. It's just stunning.
It's beautiful, and I love the face on the person that you can tell your troubles to her. Or acrylic on canvas, again, measuring 18 by 24. It's a gorgeous piece of art with a retail value of $500, and you see the current bid on your screen right now. This beautiful creation by the late Chris K. Foster. She is missed and her art lives on.
It definitely does.
Additional thoughts?
She started out as a calligrapher and a calligraphic artist, and she moved into more representational art right here, and we're so grateful for that.
Absolutely. And again, the people in the background, just so cool. This entire piece tells such a story, and that's the beauty of art and of PBS KVIE. We're your region's storyteller. And when you take a piece of art home by picking up the number on the screen, there you see the current bid. If you are the winning bidder and you buy this piece of art, it is yours in just a short matter of time. There's the piece. I love this one. And I hate to close pieces and move on. This one's open, by the way. We're just closing our on-air portion of Me and You. We're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next. Thank you, Tony, for bringing that by. Next piece is such a statement piece. 26C with Brotherhood by Sherry Hoger. Oil on canvas, measuring 16 by 20. Retail value, $900. But when we work together, it's priceless.
Isn't it beautiful?
Take it away.
So I want to read just from my notes what the artist said about this piece. She took this photograph. The painting's based on a photograph she took.
It's beautiful.
At a camp with some friends for creative adults searching to align their work with their beliefs and intention. And she said the title is from the lyric, "And crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea, from the beloved, oh beautiful." It celebrates the patriotism and brotherhood that we strive for as individuals, as a community, and as a country. And when I first looked at it, I was just astounded that there's 3 hands here. When I first looked at it, I thought there were 2, but there's 3. So you've got one coming down here, you've got one coming over here, and you've got one right here.
I didn't see that.
And I just love that there's an extra hand in there, because we can all use an extra hand.
Absolutely.
When we're striving to connect with each other. And the composition actually really is emboldened by the different draping of the flag behind it.
Look at the frame. I just noticed that. There are stars and stripes in the frame. How cool is that? Beautiful piece of art. This is by Sherry Hoger, and you see the current bid on your screen right now. 16 by 20 oil on canvas. It's $900 is the retail value. With Brotherhood is the title, and it is a statement piece about this country.
And about connection and what we can do to do that. She started a series of paintings in 2015, about 30 of them, with the theme of a touch of hands, exploring and celebrating relationships through the images of human touch.
Look at those fingernails right there. How cool. This is just a beautiful piece.
She's got such great detail in there, you know, your little wrinkles that we all have on our hands and everything. And again, the frame really ties in the whole patriotism, but connection and brotherhood.
Yeah, I love how thick this is too. The piece of art off of the wall here. A beautiful piece of art. And this is a great opportunity for you to take home a story piece, a piece of art that tells a story, like we do at PBS KVIE, being your region storyteller. And this piece can be yours when you pick up that phone and call the number on your screen. Give it to a gift for someone that you yourself view as a hero, and someone who really stretches out their hand, which is what we do with you, our viewers, and join hands to do things for the greater good. What are your final thoughts? We've got about 15 seconds.
I love the colors of the red of the nails, the whites in the flag, and just the composition. It's striking and dramatic.
It's awesome. Okay. Thank you, Kelly. We will, gosh, we're already halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this open. It's flying by. You got to pick up that phone and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates right now.
You cue me. All right, well, we're in the last break of the evening right now, and our volunteers are eager to take your bids on the items this half an hour. Here we go. Item 26A, Spooky Loki by Dawn Peterson. This is oil on canvas, measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $800. Right now we have a high bid of $450. Item 26B is Tell Your Troubles to Her by the late Chris K. Foster. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $500. Right now, go ahead, let's ring those bells, guys. We have a high bid of $750. All right. right, we love to see those bell ringers. Item 26C with Brotherhood by Sherry Hoger. This is an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $900. Right now we are looking for a starting bid of $275. So pick up your phone, call the number on your screen, get involved with this beautiful piece of original artwork. We're looking for a starting bid of $275. Once again, let's go through the art. We have item 26A, Spooky Loki. Look at that beautiful cat. I know we have a lot of animal lovers out here. What an amazing piece of original artwork for our animal lovers out there, our cat lovers who you may want to bring home. Once again, we are at a high bid of $450 that has a value of $800. All right, and item 26B, Tell Your Troubles to Her by the late Chris K. Foster. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $500. Right now we have a retail value of $500. This is a bell ringer at $750. Excellent. Excellent. We have an opening bid, exciting news on 26C with Brotherhood. Excellent. There we go. We have an opening bid of $275. That means we have an auction, folks. We've got the phones ringing. We've got people calling in. We have bidding. This is your time to pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, and get involved. Absolutely. Call the number on your screen and get involved. It's super fun. We're going to recap those items once again. Item 26A, Spooky Loki by Dawn Peterson. This is an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 with a retail of $800, but we are halfway there with a bid of $450. Let's see $500 on this piece. This wonderful piece for the animal lovers. 26B, Tell Your Troubles to Her. I love the story behind this one. By the late Chris K. Foster with an acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. Retail of $500. Again, a bid of $750. That's fantastic. It's a bell ringer, but it's still open. We love that. Thank you so much. So we still have room to go with that one. Item 26C with Brotherhood by Sherry Hoger. This is an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20. Retail value of $900. Right now we have a bid of $275. Let's see that number get to $350 on this beautiful piece of art. A reminder, you can pick up your items of art as soon as tomorrow and have these original pieces of art in your home. All right, now let's head back to the art review for the second half of the break with Rob and Kelly.
All it takes is getting on the phone and placing your bid to win. So let us hear from you. Up next, we're looking at 26D, The Dancer by Brenda Boardwell. It's acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18 inches and it has a retail value of $250. Kelly, what strikes you about this piece? It looks like this could be you with the red and the red.
You know, and I didn't plan that, and red is one of my favorite colors, and I just love this painting.
And so is dancing.
Yes, so is dancing. So Brenda is a first-time art auction participant.
Congratulations.
So thank you, Brenda, for your
That's amazing. That's great.
I think it's great. So a little bit background about Brenda is she started watercolor after taking a watercolor class on a cruise, and the instructors came up to her after and said, you know, you really should continue this. And so she did, and here we are.
This piece is so gorgeous. If you pick up the phone right now, you could be the winning bidder by placing your bid. And if you see that retail number right down here, I'm sorry, the current bid, the retail goes for $250 is the retail, so that's a great price, and we've got some other good prices coming up as well, but this right now is a great statement piece.
It's such a great statement piece. So she took a photo of a dancer on television and she painted from that in her home. And one of the things that I love the saturated color of the dress. I love the movement and her brush strokes. So this reminds me very much, I'm going to assume, but it could be any kind of dancer, but it looks very much like flamenco dancing in Spain. And I've been to Spain and I've seen flamenco dancing there. And she really captures, if that's it, and that's what it reminds me of, just the essence and the movement and the vibration and the drama of that kind of dance.
And it is such a stretching of the body. You see how the arms are up, and it almost shows that in here, how much the lengths you go to in flamenco.
Yes.
Because it is so movement and wide.
It's so electric. I got goosebumps right now as you talk about it. So it's so dramatic. I love the heels. She's captured the heels. Even the paint kind of coming off the dress shows that movement and how the dress moves when you're dancing. The brush strokes and the electric kind of moving around in different directions on the floors as she's kicking the earth up at her heels.
I love this. And I love when you talk about the movement in pieces, because to me, that sounds hard. Pick up the phone. This moves fast, only 3 minutes or so per piece on the air, and then they're open for just a little bit longer once the piece is not on the air. This is The Dancer by Brenda Bordwell, 26D if you're following along. All of the art is online as well. You see that on your screen. Acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18. This is a retail value of $250, and you see the current bid as well as the phone number on how to get involved. More on The Dancer.
What I love is that she's done, because there are elongated lines in flamenco dancing, what I love the artist has done is that she's created a lot of negative space around that dancer that heightens those lines, that really showcases the length and the dramatic lines that dancer
What's negative
takes.
space?
Negative space is anything that's not the object, so everything kind of around it. So all of this negative space that's going around her, it's really showing the grandiose kind of movements of that dancer.
And how positive it is.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to keep this beautiful piece open. I love this piece, The Dancer. I saw it leading up to the auction, and I thought it was so cool. We'll keep this piece open right now, and we will move on to the next. Item 26E is Night Ride by K.W. Moore Sr. Longtime giver here and well-known artist. This is oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $1,500 for this highly collected artist piece of work. This is cool.
This is so beautiful. So I want to talk a little bit about the artist at first. He is internationally known for his Western art, and his career has spanned over 50 years, focusing on this kind of cowboy Western beauty that we have in this country, very Americana. His work predominantly revolves around subjects of the American West, and it's absolutely beautiful. So the things that just draws me into this, I love the moon. I love a good moon. That's a great moon. I love the little reflection down here.
I love a good moon.
I love a good moon. And my favorite thing about this, and there's so many things to have favorites about in it, is the conversation that's either going to happen or is happening between the two writers. They're going left, but the writer in front is turning around to, I don't know, check in with the person. Should we keep going this way? Are you happy? Do you like that good moon?
And I love the blue at the bottom too.
Beautiful.
It makes you wonder what they're venturing through. And we have so many beautiful moon rises and sets in this region. I love seeing that in the crisp sky, and you can see it year round in your home if you are the winning bidder on buying this piece of art. Pick up the number that you see on the screen. Pick up the phone and call that number. The retail, I would like to tell you on this, is $1,500. You see the current bid down here. All of the money goes to supporting the programming that you have come to love and depend on from PBS KVIE. So please get involved in the auction and share with a friend. Phone a friend or text a friend and get involved. Okay, this is by K.W. Moore Sr. that you're looking at, a well-known and respected artist. And what else, Kelly?
He mentioned in his statement that he's never ridden at night, but he's imagined how quiet and peaceful it must be riding at night with the full moon lit. And he's really embodied and captured that in this painting.
I love it. Look at the jeans.
Again, thank you for pointing that out. I had that in my notes, but I forgot to mention. The blue in the ground, the blue reflection just above the little moon reflection. And then you go into the blue of their denim and to the blue of the sky, and it's really lovely.
It's really well lit, and you can tell it is the moonlight. I didn't really get that till you said that. I knew it was something interesting, but you're so good at explaining things. This piece really is magical, and if you love horses or you love a journey through nature, this is a great way to keep that alive in your home, and as well as share it with people who love horses or who love to go on an adventure in California. But as you mentioned, he's internationally known and recognized all around the world. That's just fantastic. That's the quality and caliber of artists that we are bringing you here. This is a juror auction. You have to get into the auction, and we are so happy to bring you this entire collection. By the way, Kelly got in too. She's also an artist. Final questions, or final thoughts, rather.
He's an international artist, but he paints and lives here in the foothills of Northern California, and I think it makes it even more special.
We have more working artists in Northern California than anywhere else in the country. That's very cool. Okay, we're going to keep this one on. They're going to keep on keeping on, and we're going to move on to the next piece over here, which is 26F, Nature's Brilliance by Janice Shank McLean. This is a cool piece. This is a watercolor measuring 19 by 23. The retail value is $100, a great entry point for someone who might be a new artist. And this is all about the brilliance of the octopus. Take it away.
I love octopus. I've painted a couple, but I've never painted them this beautiful. I love what she's done here with the composition. She's got these like sea kind of weeds underneath and everything, and they're really accentuating the reach and the curlicues of the tentacles of
and
the
they
octopus.
can reach.
And they can reach.
Yeah, they have a long reach, and so do we. So if you're watching this anywhere in the region, or if you are watching it online anywhere in the country or the world, these pieces can be yours very quickly by being the winning bidder, by calling the number on the screen. If you want to buy this piece, it is a retail value of $100.
That's wonderful. And it's a wonderful painting. I want to point out that this is the first time Janice has been in the KVIE art auction.
Congratulations.
So we want to thank her for that contribution. And again, I love the colors. She thinks octopuses are a true marvel of nature. And
They
I
are.
couldn't agree more. They're so smart.
They change colors, sizes. They can go under. They can fit through a little teeny hole in this wall, no matter how big they are. It's crazy.
So
and they can jump.
They can do everything. And the artist, she's also just showcasing the majesty in the technique. Watercolor is a very unforgiving technique. So she's laid down the colors, so beautiful, and the luminous quality of the paint or the paper behind, especially up in the top regions and in some of the orange seaweeds, it's just really, really beautiful.
Very much so. It reminds me of the Monterey Bay Aquarium when Martin, who's on the other side of the camera there, and I went. Very cool place. So this can be yours by picking up the phone. You can also, if they haven't closed yet, check out the pieces that we just showed you before. This piece right here by Janice Shank McLean. The pieces in this half hour, they move and close quickly, so you have to get involved very fast and jump on the opportunity to show your support to PBS KVIE and buy this beautiful piece of art that you see right there on the screen. Don't stick to the screen or get stuck to it too long, because if you do, you might miss out. Final thoughts, Kelly? We're about running out of time here.
I love the oranges with the blues and the greens and the composition of the sea life with the octopus.
Spectacular. Absolutely beautiful, and done this year. Okay, thanks so much. We are going to wrap up this half hour, but I do have to tell you that there is so much artwork for this entire weekend, and you don't want to miss any of it, because it is a collection like we have not had before. It is spectacular. Pick up the phone and call now. We're nearing the end of this break, which means it's your chance to bid, your final chance to bid on the art featured in this half hour. So a big thank you to our Kelly Raines right here for sharing her expertise with us. And we're gonna check in now across the way for the recap station and find out what's going on with the bidding.
All right, just a few minutes left in this break and a few minutes left in tonight's portion of the auction. So don't hesitate if you want a piece of art this break. Your opportunity is right now. We're going to go ahead and review the art. We have item 26D, The Dancer by Brenda Bordwell. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 18 with a retail value of $250. Right now, The Dancer has a high bid of $150. Only $100 more to make this beautiful piece a bell ringer. Item 26E, Night Ride by K.W. Moore Sr. This is oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $1,500. Right now, item 26E has a high bid of $350. And we have a bidding war. Oh, I love bidding wars. That means we've got more than one person on the phone back here with our lovely volunteers duking it out. But everybody's a winner because the art gets to go home with somebody, and KVIE gets the proceeds from this art that was donated. Item 26F, Nature's Brilliance by Janice Shank McLean. This is watercolor measuring 19 by 23 with a retail value of $100. We got a bell ringer. Let's ring those bells, folks. Nature's Brilliance. Wonderful. We got a high bid of $250 on this one. Excellent. That's more than double its value, and it's a bell ringer. Let's review all the art in the half an hour. Item 26A, Spooky Loki by Dawn Peterson. This is the oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $800. Right now we have a high bid of $500. Let's see that number get to... Ooh, $550. That's great. That means we got people on the phone making bids, and you can be making bids too if you call the number on your screen right now. Item 26B, Tell Your Troubles to Her by the late Chris K. Foster. Ooh, we got a bell ringer. There we go. I'd love to hear those bells. Wonderful. Right now, that one has a high bid of $750. Wonderful, with a retail value of $500. And all of the proceeds above retail are tax deductible. Item 26C with Brotherhood by Sherry Hoger. This is an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $900. Right now, we have a high bid of $275 on this piece. Let's see that number go to $350. Item 26D, The Dancer by Brenda Boardwell, retail value of $250. We have a high bid of $150. Let's see that number get to $250. Item 26CE, Night Ride by KW Moore Sr., retail value of $1,500. We have a high bid of $450. Let's see that number get to $550. Again, item 26F, Nature's Brilliance by Janice Shank McLean. It's a bell ringer. Wonderful, I love it. We're ending strong with a high bid of $375. I love to see that, more than triple the retail value. All right, well, that's a wrap for tonight. We'd like to thank you so much for watching. Join us tomorrow for our third and final day of the PBS KVIE Art Auction. We begin at 10 a.m. for another round of auction excitement. I'm Christina Salerno. Thanks for supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. We'll see you tomorrow.